In the depths of the forest, towering trees reach for the heavens, their branches swaying amidst the grandeur of nature. The brilliant sun filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the fragrant path, imbuing the surroundings with a sense of leisure and languor. At this moment, two figures stroll along the woodland trail, their pace unhurried, devoid of any urgency. To the left walks a woman of approximately 40 years, her demeanor calm and her expression solemn. Her chestnut hair is neatly styled into an updo, and she adorns her forehead with a protective headband bearing the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village. A subtle chill lingers in her brow. To the right is a young girl, appearing around 8 or 9 years old, her silky red hair cascading freely down her back. Her sparkling eyes dart about, absorbing the scenery, revealing a mixture of anticipation and longing, tinged with an undercurrent of anxiety about the future. Kishinai, just ahead, lies the Hidden Leaf Village, the place where you will reside. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may always seek me out. The middle-aged woman speaks in a measured tone, her words conveying a desire to care for the girl named Kishinai. Yet, whether due to her nature or the environment, her tone fails to fully express the warmth of her intent. Kishinai nods earnestly. She has been escorted to this point by the Leaf Village ninjas, and as they approached the village, a handover was made, entrusting her into the care of this woman. From their initial introduction, she learned that the woman is Sarutobi Bawako, a person of considerable significance in the Leaf Village, being the wife of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kishinai feels a mix of awe and surprise at receiving such attention from someone of Bawako's stature, leaving her somewhat dazed as they walk. Kishinai, please do not feel burdened. The Hidden Leaf Village has long maintained a friendly relationship with the Whirlpool Village. Consider it your home. Sarutobi Bawako seems to sense her own cold demeanor and forces a smile to appear more approachable, yet her serious air remains. I understand. Kishinai replies, her demeanor exceptionally obedient. She cherishes the opportunity to live in the Hidden Leaf Village. By the way. Suddenly, Sarutobi Bawako seems to recall something and turns to Kishinai. Given your unfamiliarity with the village, we have decided to arrange your accommodation closer to the ninja school. Pausing briefly to allow Kishinai to respond, she continues when the girl remains silent. The house is not owned by the village, but belongs to a child of your age. He is, sadly, a boy whose parents perished on a mission, leaving him only this house. To sustain himself, he rents out the bedroom, which you will be occupying. Is the house quite large? Kishinai marvels, having been told by the villagers of her homeland that the Hidden Leaf Village is more prosperous and affluent. Not very large. Sarutobi Bawako hesitates before shaking her head. Does it only have 2 bedrooms? Kishinai asks, her innocent eyes sparkling with curiosity. It has just one. Bawako's serious expression betrays a hint of embarrassment before quickly vanishing. I see. A look of shock crosses Kishinai's face, as this is not what she had envisioned. However, being new and a child, she feels it inappropriate to voice any excessive demands. Getting to know girls my age would be nice, as it would help me adapt to the village and integrate into the school. The homeowner is a boy. Sarutobi Bawako's expression shifts to one of concern the village's finances are tight, and providing Kishinai with a separate dwelling would be too costly. Considering the support already needed for the boy, they decided to rent out the bedroom, as it would otherwise remain unused. Kishinai's brows shoot up, her dark eyes wide with disbelief. A boy. Having been born into a world of constant conflict, she has gleaned much knowledge about various matters, even at her tender age. Yet, sharing a bedroom with a boy. That seems inappropriate. Her crimson lips part slightly as she contemplates how to voice her concerns but finds herself at a loss. After several attempts to speak, she ultimately remains silent. I understand your concerns. Sarutobi Bawako begins, her voice steady and serious, striving to convey a sense of reassurance to Kishinai. In truth, this boy has a peculiar disposition. The loss of his parents has profoundly affected him, resulting in a hearing impairment that prevents him from fully comprehending spoken language. His expressive abilities are limited, leading him to be reticent and withdrawn, with few friends. Most importantly, he never sleeps at home, but rather runs in the woods or swims in the lake at night. According to Hiruzen, this is likely his way of coping with his inner turmoil. Sarutobi Bawako's heartfelt description paints the picture of a child grappling with psychological challenges, a common scenario in the ninja world, where pain and misfortune are ever present. Yet, such details seem trivial. What matters is that this boy is easy to manage, allowing for cost savings while ensuring that Kishinai's presence remains discreet. Ah, I understand. Kishinai's eyes light up as she grasps the underlying intention. Perhaps she is meant to help this wounded boy heal, instilling within her a newfound sense of purpose, as if her arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village holds greater significance. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, the boy's name is. Sarutobi Bawako's steady gaze remains fixed ahead, where the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village come into view. She knows that once Kishinai steps through that threshold, a new era will dawn upon the village. Araki. Araki. What a memorable name. Kushina silently repeated it in her mind several times and quickly committed it to memory, while simultaneously cultivating a profound curiosity towards the eccentric landlord of her age. It seemed that attending school in Konoha village was indeed a rather intriguing venture. As Kushina listened to Sarutobi Bawako recount various details about Konoha, her thoughts drifted far beyond, beginning to imagine what interactions with the boy named Araki would be like. Before long, they passed through the gates of Konoha village, guided by Sarutobi Bawako, encountering no hindrances whatsoever. Is this truly Konoha village? Upon entering, Kushina was captivated by the scenery, her gaze immediately drawn to the three monumental heads carved into the cliffside, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. The ground was laid with neatly arranged stones, lush greenery lining their path. Although surrounded by the village, it felt as if she were immersed in a forest. The atmosphere here was distinct from that of the Whirlpool village. Trees, lakes, mountains, and buildings harmoniously coalesced, as if one were enveloped by nature, untouched and unspoiled by pollution or destruction. It was rather different from what she had envisioned. As Kushina walked, observing her surroundings, she noted that at this hour, just before the ninja school was about to dismiss, the village was relatively quiet, with few people about. Ahead lay the ninja school. Sarutobi Bawako raised her hand, pointing towards the wooden structure enclosed by a protective wall at the end of the tree-lined avenue. The building showcased an elliptical roof design, adorned with vibrant red paint, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. We shall not head to the ninja school just yet. It is nearly dismissal time. You can register there tomorrow. For now, let me take you to your residence. Sarutobi Bawako calmly organized their plans, her demeanor steady and meticulous. Long before Kushina's arrival at Konoha, she had already prepared everything thoroughly. However, there was a slight issue, a minor concern in her eyes, regarding the arrangement of using Araki's bedroom without prior notice to him. She believed Araki would be incapable of understanding. Ding ding ding, accompanied by a sharp yet not jarring bell. The teacher at the podium bowed to the students in the classroom before proceeding towards the door, signaling the end of the day's lessons. Suddenly, the classroom erupted into chatter as students hurriedly packed their belongings, reveling in the joy of being free from lessons. In a window-side position towards the back, a seemingly nondescript figure remained, hands resting on the desk, his eyes closed. After a slight tremor of his eyelids, they gradually lifted, revealing drowsy eyes. Another day had passed. Araki silently reflected, his quiet presence in the raucous classroom rendered nearly invisible, as if he were an outsider, with few gazes cast his way. The classmates were well aware of his hearing and expressive difficulties, which rendered normal communication impossible. Over time, this had resulted in a lack of friendships. Araki found solace in this. He had come not to forge friendships, but to learn. Indeed, he was among the few who genuinely desired to attend school. Yet, he did not outwardly display an earnest eagerness for learning. Araki skillfully closed the book that lay open on his desk, now crumpled from his slumber. Unlike other students, he did this merely to conceal the fact that he had perused the book numerous times in private. On the surface, it appeared that Araki was asleep in class, not paying attention, but in reality, he had memorized the contents of these textbooks through countless readings. It had been nearly 3 years. Observing the students as they gradually departed, he internally mused while following the crowd out of the classroom towards his residence. In truth, he was not a native of the ninja world. 3 years prior, he awoke to find himself here, transformed into a child named Araki. At that time, Araki's parents had perished during a mission. Based on the timeline, he surmised that Araki had suffered a tremendous shock upon learning of his parents' demise, leading to a series of unforeseen events that resulted in his soul transmigrating. Since then, he had embodied the identity of Araki, living to the present day. Unlike other transmigrators, Araki's transition was peculiar. He possessed neither a system to alter fate nor retain the original's memories. Had he not previously watched the anime Naruto, he might not have even recognized his surroundings. This compelled him to feign mental distress, utilizing the time to learn the language and written characters of the ninja world, while also striving to conceal his identity as a transmigrator. During this period, Araki discovered something both astonishing and delightful. He was endowed with the Wood Release bloodline limit akin to that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He remained uncertain about his predecessor's circumstances, whether they were always so or if a transformation had occurred post-transmigration. There were no answers. Yet, for Araki, such a formidable talent became a source of blissful anxiety. The potential of Wood Release was exceedingly high, yet unlike the Sharingan, which could immediately enhance fundamental combat capabilities as a novice in the ninja world, Araki had yet to grasp the use of chakra, let alone master such a top-tier bloodline limit. Innocent individuals can suffer for possessing treasures. Araki was acutely aware of this principle. He understood that without absolute power, revealing his Wood Release capabilities could render him a target for many, or worse, lead to being captured by Orochimaru for experimentation. Prior to his transmigration, Araki had been a rather composed individual, and now, having entered a world rife with treachery and violence, he promptly devised a plan to cautiously accumulate strength. Until he could fully master the Wood Release, it was imperative that no one discover his abilities. Lost in thought, Araki returned to his dwelling, intending to stow away his backpack, nourish himself, and practice during the hours of darkness. For him, elevating his chakra was the only tangible endeavor. Everything else was but an illusion. Upon reaching his doorstep, Araki's brow furrowed. He noticed the door slightly ajar. Faint sounds of a woman's voice emanating from within, heightening his wariness. What is happening? A thief? Or perhaps a woman? Araki focused intently on the ajar door, his pupils brimming with caution. He knew his home contained nothing of value, the kind of place that would leave a thief in tears upon entry. In terms of risk versus reward, his home was hardly worth the trouble to rob, especially not by a female thief. Did she not conduct any market research prior to her visit? Or was it that she had no intent to steal? Contemplating this, Araki quietly stepped back. As an independent young man, he possessed a basic sense of self-preservation. In unfamiliar surroundings, one must safeguard oneself. Creak, just as Araki hesitated. Contemplating whether to retreat and seek help from the Konoha security department, the door swung open. Before him stood a middle-aged woman, clad in simple yet efficient attire. Her hair tightly bound, with a stern expression devoid of warmth, she appeared quite cold. Is this Bawako? Araki's gaze fell upon the middle-aged woman before him, a flicker of familiarity igniting within him, as if he had encountered her during his anime-watching days. Yet, this was his first meeting in the ninja world. An uncertainty gnawed at him. After all, Bawako was the wife of the third Hokage, a figure far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like himself. It was worth noting that her status in Konoha was akin to that of the First Lady. Had she discovered his ability to wield Wood Release? What other reason could she have for intruding into his room uninvited? In that moment, Araki pondered numerous possibilities, maintaining a facade of composure while his heart brimmed with caution. Araki, you've returned. Sarutobi Bawako's expression, typically as calm as a still lake, suddenly blossomed into a smile reminiscent of an iceberg's subtle warmth. Her unexpectedly gentle tone sent shivers down Araki's spine, intensifying his unease. You entrusted us to find a tenant for your house, and we have successfully found one, Bawako continued, seemingly concerned about Araki's reaction, yet in reality, she was performing a solo act. Confusion flooded Araki's mind, a multitude of question marks swirling about. What did she mean by entrusted? Who was this tenant? When had he ever mentioned wanting to rent out his house? Where would he reside if it were rented out? This made no sense at all. Was he being taken advantage of, simply because he was an honest person? After a moment of bewilderment, Araki realized that Bawako might believe him to be mentally unstable. Regardless of his inability to comprehend her words, she had seized the opportunity to exploit him. This was quite the audacious maneuver. It left him with an unexpressed frustration. Araki understood her intentions. Even if he wished to refute her claims, he had already established a persona that he could not afford to dismantle. Lest he squander the facade he had maintained for the past 3 years. Naturally, he did not believe that Biwako had seen through his true nature. Her actions were nothing short of bullying. "This is your new tenant," Biwako declared, entirely disregarding Araki. In her eyes, his every expression was merely a natural reaction. This child knew nothing and was ripe for exploitation. "I have already paid her 10 years' worth of rent. Besides, you hardly ever return to your room at night. So let her stay?" As she spoke, she pushed the girl hiding behind her, revealing Kushina Uzumaki. "Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce her. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki," Biwako added with a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her lips. For Konoha, this was the best outcome. After all, Kushina had a unique purpose for being here, serving as a crucial tool. Such a role was not easily arranged. If her status were exaggerated, it would not only raise Kushina's suspicions, but also attract the attention of many who were scrutinizing Konoha. By placing her in the home of an inconspicuous child, they ensured the best protection for Kushina's utilitarian role. With that, Biwako ceased her words and departed. Araki stood there, transfixed by the unfolding events. He nearly cried out, yet restrained himself, knowing that an overly intense reaction could expose him. However, this girl, Kushina Uzumaki, oh my! After a silent exclamation in his mind, a headache began to brew. He was situated in Konoha and desired no entanglements with any controversies. To outsiders, he appeared to be a child affected by mental strain, a splendid disguise that allowed him to quietly enhance his abilities until he could master the Wood Release bloodline limit. Yet, Kushina's arrival shattered his carefully laid plans. At this pivotal moment, Kushina had arrived in Konoha for reasons that Araki was acutely aware of. In his class at the Ninja Academy, there was a standout student named Minato Namikaze. Just recently, he had been contemplating whether the time was approaching for Kushina to transfer to his school, and now she stood before him, vibrant and alive. He had deliberately avoided contact with Minato, wishing to distance himself from the Ninetales and prevent any leaks about his Wood Release abilities. And now, Kushina was to share his bedroom, becoming his roommate. It would not be long before she replaced Mito as the new host of the Ninetales. Headache. Just the thought of it made his head throb. Araki lingered at the doorway, staring blankly at Kushina. On the surface, he was observing her, but internally, he was devising countless strategies, none of which seemed feasible. The most prudent course of action appeared to be accepting her presence and responding to circumstances as they arose. Kushina regarded the dazed Araki standing at the door, recalling what Biwako had told her about the boy's psychological trauma. She contemplated the potential mission she might bear to save him, pursing her lips and stepping closer to stand before him. "Araki, hello. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you, and from now on, we shall be friends." With a warm smile, she extended her right hand, offering a handshake, perhaps without Biwako's presence. She felt particularly composed and approachable. Araki's face darkened, and with no other option, he mechanically extended his hand to shake hers. From her demeanor, it seemed as though she were the owner of the room. This transition had occurred far too swiftly. Araki felt a sense of resignation. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to engage with such a troublesome friend. Araki exchanged a brief handshake with Kushina, his gaze tinged with gravity as he rapidly contemplated future strategies. For those who had once watched the Naruto anime, it was painfully evident what awaited the girl before him, who appeared to be no older than 10. At this particular juncture in time, it was precisely when Kushina arrived in Konohagakure to become the host of the Ninetales. Moreover, she would eventually be abducted by ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, culminating in the fateful night of the Ninetales. Each event that unfolded would indeed stir considerable turmoil within the village, with Naruto, the protagonist of the series, being the son of Kushina, illustrating the multitude of troubles that surrounded her. Araki was acutely aware of his own circumstances. As a traveler from another world, he had acquired the coveted Wood Release Kekkei Genkai, a dream for many ninjas. However, he lacked the strength to wield it effectively. Should he inadvertently expose his abilities, it would spell disaster for him. He had intended to train discreetly, improving his physical prowess and gradually amassing enough chakra to ensure his own safety. For now, his plan was to develop quietly. After all, he was still young and incapable of taking on significant responsibilities without risking perilous consequences. A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. With these thoughts in mind, Araki said nothing more. After a fleeting handshake, he turned and entered his dwelling, casually dropping his backpack before swiftly departing, leaving Kushina with an enigmatic silhouette. Ah, what a peculiar individual. Kushina gazed after Araki, her mind still reeling until he vanished from view. She had never encountered someone quite like him before. However, contemplating her mission, a meaningful smile crept onto her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the possibilities that lay ahead. Life in Konohagakure seemed rather intriguing. Kushina began to envision how she might save her eccentric landlord, who appeared to be somewhat reclusive, akin to someone with autism. Once Araki had distanced himself from his residence, he breathed a sigh of relief. The encounter had unfolded too abruptly, and given that Kushina was the wife of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had not been afforded the opportunity to defend himself. It felt rather unfair. In the past, while watching Naruto, he had heard whispers of conspiracy theories but dismissed them, believing Konohagakure to be a village bathed in sunlight, where all residents thrived under its warmth. Yet, reflecting on his situation, he could not ignore the signs of his own struggles. He had even entrusted his only home to be rented out. While renting was not an issue, the absence of rent was quite vexing. To make matters worse, he had been saddled with a female roommate, Kushina Uzumaki, no less. Araki's head throbbed at the thought. He made his way into a secluded grove within the village, ready to commence his running practice. Inhale, exhale. Araki focused on regulating his breath, performing basic joint exercises as a warm-up. He had absorbed a wealth of knowledge at the Ninja Academy, particularly regarding chakra, which comprised both mental and physical energy. As a wielder of the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai, he needed a substantial amount of chakra to utilize his abilities, while the enhancement of mental energy remained elusive and abstract. Strengthening his physical energy was a straightforward and effective approach. He understood that his nighttime training might have been detected by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had a habit of observing the village with a telescope, yet he dismissed this concern. After all, many villagers engaged in training, and he was merely one among them. His regimen was simple, alternating between running and swimming, with one day devoted to running and the next to swimming. Before his arrival in this world, he had been an introvert, rarely exercising and lacking a scientifically sound workout regimen, relying instead on this rudimentary form of physical training. The techniques taught at the Ninja Academy were primarily focused on basic ninjutsu, with little emphasis on physical conditioning. As Araki pored over the Academy's materials, he couldn't help but reflect on the ninja world's emphasis on offense over defense. This was partly due to the focus on attack from a young age, as ninjas seldom engaged in direct confrontations, often resorting to assassination and subterfuge, fully aware of the sacrifices that came with their missions. In such a framework, dedicating all energy to enhancing offensive capabilities became paramount to fulfilling assassination tasks. The lives of ninjas, perhaps, mattered only to their loved ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After completing his warm-up, Araki took off at a swift pace, every muscle in his body straining as beads of sweat poured from his skin. The night passed swiftly. As dawn broke, the sky blazed with crimson hues, the rising warmth gradually dispelling the chill of night. Exhausted from a night of running, Araki trudged toward his home. His body weary, yet his spirit profoundly fulfilled, imbued with a sense of accomplishment. Just as he reached his doorstep, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the scene before him. A girl dressed in a green dress adorned with cute cartoon patterns stood at his door, hands on her hips. Her red hair styled in twin ponytails, with white bows securing them. She beamed at him, waving cheerfully. It was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, the girl who had moved in the previous day. Araki, you're back. We should head to class. Kushina greeted him enthusiastically, her bright smile illuminating the morning. To her left lay Araki's backpack. After a night of contemplation, she had come to the subtle realization that her presence in this home was intended to heal the emotionally scarred boy, whose heart bore the weight of his parents' tragic demise. Araki found himself momentarily disoriented by the scene before him, having never encountered such a situation. Not far away, Kushina gazed at him with a cheerful smile, her youthful visage radiating an air of innocence and simplicity. It's time for school. Kushina, noting Araki's silence, waved her hand again, her tone calm and remarkably patient, devoid of any hint of annoyance. Are you waiting for me? Araki stammered, deliberately constructing his speech in a halting manner to maintain the persona he had cultivated. Approximately 3 years prior, he had arrived in Konoha as a traveler, without any substantial gifts of power or the benefit of a system, and lacking even the memories of the original inhabitant. He only knew his name was Araki. In that context, his apparent ignorance was not an act. Rather, he genuinely struggled with the language, unable to comprehend or articulate his thoughts, merely presenting himself as someone reeling from mental shock. As time passed, and after a period of adjustment, Araki gradually mastered the local language and script. However, he recognized that maintaining a certain demeanor could prove advantageous. At this particular juncture, despite facing the nearly 9-year-old Kushina, he dared not let his guard down, for the world of ninjas was notorious for its precociousness, even at such a tender age. Children could experience early romances and might even find themselves on the battlefield. Araki was unaware of Kushina's true purpose for residing here. Was it as simple as it appeared, merely renting a place to gain some advantage, or was there a deeper, more intricate mission to probe his intentions? These questions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Regardless of the reason, Araki felt it prudent to exercise caution and not expose himself easily. The ninja world was rife with schemes far more complex than he had anticipated. Yes, Kushina nodded in affirmation, her twin ponytails swaying as they exuded a uniquely endearing charm. I didn't get a chance to tell you yesterday. I'm a transfer student from another village, and today I need to report to the Ninja Academy. Since we're classmates and roommates, we should go together. As she spoke, a radiant smile illuminated her face, intentionally fostering a warm, inviting atmosphere to bridge the distance between them. There was a certain element of empathy in her gaze. To her, Araki appeared to be a reserved individual who needed her enthusiasm to unlock the door to his heart. After all, residing in Araki's home, if she could help mend his inner wounds, it would be a form of gratitude. Araki felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He was aware that they were indeed classmates, with Minato in his class, and a bit of deduction would lead to the conclusion. He had initially assumed that Kushina was oblivious to this fact, hoping to use it as an excuse to create some distance. To his surprise, she had openly declared their shared class. It seemed that Biwako had divulged quite a bit to Kushina. However, at this moment, Kushina likely remained unaware that she was destined to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In that fleeting instant, Araki's mind raced with thoughts. He distinctly recalled Kushina recounting her past in Naruto, expressing that before coming to Konoha, she had been unaware of the Nine Tails. It wasn't until Uzumaki Mito's time was nearly up that she had engaged in a lengthy conversation, ultimately sealing the beast within her. The present moment felt perilous. Setting aside any potential hidden motives Kushina may have, if everything were as it appeared, it would not be long before she became the Nine Tails host. Growing too close to her could spell trouble for him. Yet, they were already roommates, and to suddenly distance himself could arouse suspicion. He needed to navigate this delicate balance carefully. All right. Unbeknownst to Kushina, who assumed Araki's silence stemmed from some mental struggle, her smile softened further, and her voice took on a gentler tone. Don't worry. With me around, no one will bully you, she assured, patting her still flat chest with an air of confidence, as if embodying a protective older sister. In her idle moments, she had envisioned a child like Araki, with his withdrawn demeanor, potentially facing bullying at the ninja school, which might explain why he practiced at night to bolster his strength for self-defense. Araki's mind was clouded with question marks. He had no inkling of where Kushina's thoughts were wandering. Nevertheless, he could sense her sincerity in her words, devoid of any pretense. Why do you say that? He asked, puzzled. He understood that in this world, there was no such thing as unprovoked hatred or affection. Sudden displays of goodwill invariably came with reasons. If he could not discern the underlying motive, it left him feeling uneasy. Because we're friends. Kushina beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling, her twin ponytails adding to her charm. She waved her delicate hand in front of Araki. We shook hands. After that, you became my friend. You're the first friend I've made since coming to Konoha. Of course, I won't let anyone bully you. Friends help each other. You provided me with a place to stay, and I will offer you protection. From now on, you're mine. Kushina continued, her words flowing rapidly, as if afraid Araki might not comprehend. Articulating each phrase with clarity and purpose, her bright eyes fixed on him, unwavering, her initial gentleness transforming into a fervent enthusiasm. Araki felt a swell of emotion at her earlier declarations. Since arriving in the ninja world, he had closed himself off from social connections. Even as language barriers diminished, he remained disinterested in forging friendships. Yet now, out of the blue, here stood a roommate, none other than the renowned Kushina Uzumaki, claiming they were friends. As if that were not enough, her subsequent words began to sound increasingly outrageous. Though children often spoke without filters, his essence was not that of a child, and her declaration struck him as oddly unsettling. Araki, let's hurry. It's my first day of school, and I don't want to be late. Kushina urged, her tone encouraging yet still gentle. Since her arrival in Konoha the day before, her heart brimmed with anticipation. Anticipation for her time with Araki, for the Ninja Academy, and for the life that lay ahead. Do you really consider me a friend? Araki asked hesitantly, studying Kushina's emotional fluctuations for signs of deceit or ulterior motives, finding none. Perhaps, just perhaps, she truly wished to reside in his home without any hidden agendas. However, her immediate offer of protection took him aback, presenting a stark contrast to his expectations. Yes, Kai Shernai nodded without hesitation, her innocence and simplicity still intact, having never faced any unfair treatment in the Whirlpool Village. Everything she encountered upon arriving in Konoha seemed beautiful. With this in mind, Araki took a deep breath, wishing to remain undisturbed in Konoha, avoiding any troubles. However, the fact that he and Kai Shernai were now roommates had become a reality, intertwining many aspects of their lives. Araki glanced around. The corridor was devoid of people, providing a temporary sense of safety, yet it was not a suitable place for conversation. Come with me inside, he urged, stepping towards Kai Shernai, slightly bowing to take the bag from her hands, swiftly opening the door and entering the room. I have something to discuss with you. The entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable speed, devoid of any hesitation. Kai Shernai's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, unaware of Araki's intentions, momentarily overlooking the fact that his speech had become fluent. After a brief pause, she hurriedly followed him into the room. As she stepped inside, Araki quietly closed the door, careful not to make any noise. Kai Shernai, if you truly consider me a friend, you must promise me 3 things. Otherwise, I won't go near you again, nor will I utter another word. Araki's expression was serious, his gaze intense. After 3 years of silence in Konoha, he was revealing the possibility of normal communication. This was not a hasty decision. He had contemplated numerous scenarios and believed this approach to be the most effective. Araki understood that evasion was not a solution to such matters. It would only place him in a passive situation. Proactive engagement was essential to alter the circumstances. Furthermore, he felt that revealing a fraction of his ability to communicate with Kai Shernai was not a grave issue. According to his principles, one should display a portion of their strength without being perceived as entirely inept, allowing for some degree of flexibility. Being in this ambiguous middle ground rendered him an ordinary individual, unnoticed and unobtrusive. Being overly conspicuous would attract unwanted attention and complications. What is it? Kai Shernai was now fully captivated by Araki's words. Her curiosity piqued, still oblivious to the improvement in his speech. After all, her interactions with Araki had been limited. She had yet to form a comprehensive understanding of him, preventing her from experiencing any shock at his newfound eloquence. Had it been another student from the Ninja Academy, they might have reacted with exaggerated astonishment upon hearing Araki speak, as they had rarely engaged with him. Kai Shernai's attention was entirely focused on the 3 requests Araki had mentioned. She had resolved to befriend him, or rather, to rescue him from his solitary state. This naive sense of justice filled her innocent heart. The first thing is, aside from you and me, we cannot tell anyone that we live together, nor can we reveal our relationship. Once we step out that door, we must act as though we do not know each other. Araki's face was earnest as he presented what he deemed the most crucial matter. If no one else knew of their connection, it would be as if they had none at all. This way, many troubles could be avoided. No. Araki was taken aback by Kai Shernai's immediate response, her head shaking back and forth like a rattle, her twin ponytails bouncing adorably. Araki felt a pang of frustration. He had barely expressed the first condition before being outright rejected. This was proving to be quite challenging. The only leverage he had to persuade Kai Shernai was their friendship. If this tactic failed, if she were to divulge their relationship, everything else is fine, but I cannot pretend not to know you. Once we step outside, I can consider you an ordinary friend, Kai Shernai explained. In her heart, she believed it was her responsibility to help Araki with his seclusion. Upon witnessing Araki communicate with her, she had momentarily thought his mental struggles weren't as severe. However, she now recognized the gravity of the situation. Agreeing to act as strangers would hinder their friendship. How could they be friends if they pretended not to know each other? This logic was paradoxical. Kai Shernai instinctively felt she could not agree to such a proposition, insisting that friendship must come first. However, she had no objections to the other stipulations. Not disclosing their living arrangement was not a burden for her. All right, fine. Araki felt a wave of relief wash over him. Presenting themselves as ordinary friends in public was acceptable given the circumstances. It granted him little room for negotiation, but if no one else discovered their living situation, it would suffice to avert numerous complications. As for being mere friends, it sounded rather peculiar to him. If they acted like ordinary friends in front of others, did that imply they were no longer friends when alone? Araki dismissed these wandering thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. Now, the second matter. He inhaled deeply, feeling cautious after the first request had not gone smoothly. Konoha is far more perilous than you might imagine. You cannot be too conspicuous or utter boastful remarks. Avoid creating many enemies. As an outsider, this will not aid your integration into the village. After saying this, fearing Kai Shiranai would interject, he quickly added, especially avoid mentioning any aspirations of becoming Hokage. Kai Shiranai blinked, her brows furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. This must be the root of his seclusion. Due to the sacrifice of his parents, he perceived the outside world as extremely dangerous, cloaking himself in a protective shell. If she were not his roommate, he would not share such thoughts with her. Perhaps, only by isolating himself could he feel a semblance of safety. All right. Kai Shiranai nodded, reflecting on her thoughts, all centered around Araki. In her naive heart, she sensed that his words hinted at a degree of paranoia. Her presence here inherently carried a responsibility to assist him. The most effective approach was not to argue with Araki but to agree with him, allowing him to feel secure, and gradually work on changing his perspective. Nevertheless, while Kai Shiranai verbally consented, internally, she was skeptical. In her view, Konoha was the safest village, known for its beautiful scenery and harmonious residents. Where was the danger? This was where the issue lay. If she was not mistaken, this was the very source of Araki's seclusion. A contemplative expression crossed Kai Shiranai's youthful face as she swiftly assessed Araki's situation, akin to a doctor diagnosing a patient. Such psychological disorders often stem from trauma. Araki likely lost his sense of security following his parents' demise, leading him to perceive the world as overwhelmingly perilous. No, it was not a matter of possibility, it was certainty. After realizing this point, Kushina felt a wave of relief wash over her, leading her to discover the key to saving Araki. What was the third thing? A smile reappeared on Kushina's charming face, and her tone softened once more, as she felt an inexplicable pang of empathy for Araki's demeanor. Araki, keenly observing Kushina's reaction, was oblivious to the psychological journey she had undergone. Yet everything unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Kushina's agreement came too easily, leaving Araki with an unsettling sense of unreality. In his memory, Kushina was not someone who readily compromised. She often engaged in fights at the ninja academy and possessed a rather stubborn nature. However, the double-tailed version of Kushina before him seemed less irritable, almost dismissive. Nevertheless, her willingness was sufficient to avert numerous unnecessary troubles. The third matter concerns everything about me. Regardless of what you may see or deduce in the future, you absolutely must not disclose it to anyone else. Araki spoke solemnly, for this was the most crucial matter in his heart. He was uncertain how long Kushina would reside here, days, months, or years. In any case, prolonged coexistence would inevitably bring many issues to the surface. Concealing his abilities entirely was no simple task, especially since he frequently trained at night, an activity not typical of ordinary individuals. Sooner or later, Kushina might witness something or form her own conjectures. Araki was determined not to have the secret he had painstakingly hidden for so many years exposed by Kushina, who shared the same space. No problem, Kushina replied almost without hesitation. She did not perceive this as a significant issue, particularly after having resolved her earlier doubts. To her, Araki's request was merely a manifestation of his paranoia, an anxiety stemming from the trauma of his parents' death, which had instilled a sense of danger in every corner of the village. Such a mindset could not be remedied through mere reasoning. It required a gradual easing of his heart and a provision of the security he lacked. Kushina had already formed some vague ideas regarding Araki's situation. Did she really agree to this? Araki had initially thought that the subsequent two conditions would not be so easily accepted by Kushina, revealing a flaw in his judgment. However, as long as the goal was achieved, the process mattered little. Let us proceed to class. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Their conversation had not consumed much time, and they would not be late. Throughout his time at the Ninja Academy, he had never once arrived late, had not violated any school rules, nor had he engaged in conflicts with other students, striving to remain unnoticed. However, He sensed that such days were drawing to a close. He understood well the disparity between ideals and reality. Now that he had formed a connection with Kushina, trouble would inevitably find him, regardless of his attempts to avoid it. For the time being, he could only focus on consolidating his strength. The arduous training of the past 3 years had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, granting him some confidence in facing less perilous challenges. All right, Kushina beamed with delight, having longed to attend the Konoha Ninja Academy. Now, with her agreement with Araki, her anticipation surged to an almost uncontrollable level. Araki said nothing further, shouldering his backpack and leading the way out of the room. He deliberately quickened his pace, creating a comfortable distance between himself and Kushina. This distance was just right. It ensured he remained within her line of sight, while preventing others from perceiving them as overly familiar. What a peculiar individual. Kushina shook her head, quietly following behind Araki, maintaining the distance he had established without forcing herself to catch up. Her gaze remained fixed on his figure, her beautiful eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Araki's silhouette was indeed quite appealing. Perhaps it was due to his regular training. From afar, one could discern the broadness of his shoulders and the elegance of his waistline. In that moment, Kushina found Araki to be enigmatic. This feeling inexplicably lodged in her mind, igniting a desire to explore further. Unlike her peers, who were eager to showcase their abilities to the world and bask in the accolades of others, Araki seemed to embody a contrasting disposition. Even knowing that he had endured a profound mental shock, her curiosity about him only intensified. Araki and Kushina, positioned one in front of the other, maintained a relatively fixed distance, almost attuned to the same frequency and rhythm. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. How exquisite! In the depths of Xian's enchanting eyes, a myriad of colors danced. As her gaze flitted around the Ninja Academy, she had visited this place just yesterday and retained a fleeting impression, but now, as a student of the ninja school, a surge of excitement swelled within her heart. Across the vast expanse of the ninja world, various renowned villages emulated Konohagakure by establishing their own ninja academies. However, none could rival the esteemed institution of Konoha. It is, without a doubt, the finest ninja academy in existence. Just the thought of it fills me with excitement. Kushina's gaze swept across the elegantly designed teaching building, shifting to the verdant playground adorned with lush green grass, and finally resting upon the swing nestled among the trees. Everywhere she looked was a feast for the eyes, and stepping into this realm brought a sense of tranquility. However, Kushina refrained from lingering too long on the enchanting scenery of the ninja school, fully aware that this would be her future place of learning, offering countless opportunities to savor its beauty in the days to come. Following closely in Araki's footsteps, she entered the classroom, where they would be classmates in the same room. Standing at the threshold, Kushina's eyes quickly scanned the interior, momentarily leaving her in a state of astonishment. With a renewed focus, she searched again, soon spotting Araki in the back corner by the window. A wave of relief washed over her as she realized she had not lost him, accompanied by an unfamiliar emotion. How was it that once Araki entered the classroom, he seemed to vanish, possessing an almost ethereal presence? Kushina mused silently to herself, contemplating her desire to sit beside Araki, but ultimately recalling their agreement. It seemed prudent to maintain a bit of distance in front of others. One cannot, on the very first day of interaction, impose excessive psychological pressure on an individual who has already endured emotional turmoil, as this would be detrimental to subsequent therapy. Unconsciously, Kushina positioned herself in the role of a healer, with Araki as the patient occupying her thoughts. With this in mind, Kushina made her way to an unoccupied corner of the classroom. This seat was slightly further back than Araki's, allowing her a comprehensive view of him, enabling her to observe his every movement. Upon entering the classroom, Kushina noted that there was little time left before the lesson commenced, and most of the students had already arrived. Her presence captured the attention of nearly everyone in the class, not only because she was a newcomer, but also due to her striking red hair, which was undeniably eye-catching. Furthermore, the student body of the Ninja Academy predominantly comprised children from the Hidden Leaf Village, who had known each other long before their schooling began, thus forming a tight-knit circle. It had been many years since anyone had transferred into their midst, making Kushina's arrival akin to a newcomer entering an established group, inevitably drawing attention. Look, there's a new person. Her hair is unexpectedly red. Why has someone suddenly arrived? She appears to have a round face, reminiscent of a plump tomato. The students present began to murmur amongst themselves, their whispers barely audible yet intrusive to Kushina's ears. A slight furrow creased her brow, a sense of discontent simmering within her, particularly upon overhearing the word tomato flung about by many. However, a sudden recollection of Araki's words struck her. She must not appear overly assertive, nor utter anything brash. It was wise to avoid creating numerous adversaries. Had it not been for Araki's counsel, she might have confronted those chattering children head-on, refusing to tolerate any insipid remarks. Yet now, considering her desire to maintain her friendship with Araki, she resolved to refrain from actions that might cause discomfort. She would act as if she had heard nothing at all. After all, they are merely children. At this moment, Kushina gathered her thoughts. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort, she was far more concerned about Araki, who seemed almost invisible in his silence, than the group of students around her who casually assigned nicknames amidst their laughter. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed, and a man clad in the attire of a Leaf Village ninja entered the room. This individual was none other than their class teacher, Ibuki. Clearing his throat gently, Ibuki commanded the attention of the students, abruptly silencing their chatter. Before we commence today's lesson, I have an important announcement to make. His tone was grave and earnest, his expression devoid of any emotion, effectively controlling the atmosphere in the classroom. Ibuki felt a sense of satisfaction at the students' reaction, particularly their complete silence as he spoke, which filled him with pride and accomplishment. Please introduce yourself. Ibuki's gaze fixed on Kushina, nodding to her as an invitation to come forward. With poise, Kushina rose from her seat and turned toward the podium, taking a step forward. As she did so, her eyes discreetly flicked towards Araki, only to find him gazing back at her. In that fleeting moment of connection, she seemed to receive a silent message from him. Do not stand out too much. Kushina's heart was filled with a resolute thought as she strode confidently to the podium. Greetings, everyone. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, and I have recently relocated from another village to Konoha. I am not yet well acquainted with this village, so I kindly ask for your guidance in the days to come. After Jio finished her words, she deeply bowed to the students before her, exuding an aura of profound humility that instantly endeared her to many. Just as she was about to step down from the podium and return to her seat, she was halted by teacher Ibuki, who beckoned her to remain. Today's lesson focuses on. Ibuki gently placed his left hand on Jio shoulder, signaling her to stay for a moment longer, his expression softening into a semblance of a smile. What is your dream? The voice of teacher Ibuki resonated throughout every corner of the classroom, distinctly reaching the ears of all present, including the seemingly inconspicuous Araki, who sat within. Each individual harbors a dream, whether grand or modest, and it is imperative that we dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of those dreams. Teacher Ibuki turned his gaze towards Kushina. Kushina, why don't you start? What is your dream? In an instant, the gaze of everyone in the classroom fixated upon Kushina, including the inconspicuous Araki. This sudden attention stirred a surge of fervor within her, igniting a desire to utter audacious words to prevent being underestimated by her peers. However, at that very moment, Araki's words echoed once more in her mind. My dream is. Taking a deep breath, Kushina endeavored to calm her racing heart, clenching her fists tightly. She concealed the nascent dream that had just surfaced within her, opting instead to voice sentiments that might resonate more pleasantly with her classmates. I wish to be friends with you all. As Jio articulated her statement, her voice steadily ascended, particularly emphasizing the word you before referring to the others. While most may not have discerned the nuance, she was acutely aware of whom she was addressing. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Expressions of regret surfaced on the faces of her classmates, who not long ago had mocked Jio crimson hair, harboring a subtle exclusion towards this unfamiliar girl who had intruded upon their class. Yet now, those sentiments dissipated as Jio expressed her desire to befriend them. In the corner of the classroom, Araki nodded silently. At this moment, Jio had completed her self-introduction and returned to her seat without inciting the tumultuous reaction that might have been expected based on historical patterns. In a certain sense, the conversation between him and Jio had quietly altered the course of history within the ninja world. Though it may seem a trivial occurrence, it bore tangible consequences. Quite remarkable, Araki mused inwardly. Presently, Jio resided in his home, a fact unbeknownst to her classmates. However, it was not a secret that needed to be concealed. Eventually, they would come to learn of it. It was merely a matter of time. If it could be delayed, so be it. Nonetheless, Araki understood that Genkai beauty would inevitably attract attention, and such matters could not remain hidden. In previous historical contexts, many boys from various classes had bullied Genkai, driven by an underlying logic. They were merely seeking her attention. In the realm of youth, it is often the case that boys, enamored by a girl, resort to teasing her as a simplistic and direct means of garnering her notice. Once the other students become aware of Genkai's residence in his home, Araki was uncertain what troubles might arise. But one thing he was certain of was that in many aspects, he and Genkai were now intertwined. The fewer troubles Genkai encountered, the fewer he would face himself. Even a slight reduction was welcome. Araki's expectations were already exceedingly modest. Minato Namikaze, it's your turn. What is your dream? The voice of teacher Ibuki echoed throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of the students back once more, with nearly every gaze fixed upon Minato Namikaze. Following Genkai's declaration of her dream, the time had come for each student to answer in turn. For many ordinary students, the act of speaking often brought about nervousness, failing to arouse much attention from their peers. However, when it came to Minato Namikaze, the students once again focused intently. This was no average student. Minato was the top of the class, effortlessly grasping everything taught by the teacher, particularly excelling in ninjutsu, far surpassing his peers. According to popular opinion, Minato could graduate early, yet for reasons unknown, he remained in the ninja academy, exhibiting no arrogance and often wearing a gentle smile that provided a comforting atmosphere. I aspire to become a magnificent Hokage recognized by the villagers. Minato raised his right hand into a fist, lifting it to his chest in a gesture that exuded solemnity. His face adorned with a warm smile that evoked a sense of comfort. With his declaration, the classroom erupted into a fervor, students whispering amongst themselves, their eyes glimmering with envy. When one's prowess eclipses that of others, it may provoke disdain or jealousy. However, when an individual reaches such heights that they are beyond comparison, admiration and reverence are the only responses that remain. It is only when the distance is small that jealousy arises. When it is vast, only admiration prevails. In the eyes of his classmates, Minato was indeed in a realm unattainable, a being from a different dimension, entirely beyond their level. To declare one's desire to become Hokage would typically invite ridicule if spoken by another. After all, among the children of Konoha, at least 9 out of 10 harbor aspirations to become Hokage. It is a shared dream, yet one seldom voiced, for dreams are merely dreams, and some are destined to remain unfulfilled. However, when Minato spoke those words, they did not evoke a sense of impracticality. Rather, his classmates felt it was a highly probable outcome, for none among them could be compared to Minato. On the opposite side of the classroom, Genkai's gaze was fixated on Minato's golden hair. Humph. Genkai scoffed inwardly. Becoming Hokage was her dream as well, and since their aspirations aligned, it was clear they would become rivals. There could only be one Hokage. If the position was occupied by him, it would mean her own aspirations were thwarted. Out of consideration for Araki's feelings, Genkai withheld her true thoughts, yet that did not prevent her from viewing Minato as an adversary. Indeed, those with a modicum of talent seemed to desire the world's attention. Through the reactions of her classmates, Genkai surmised that Minato was likely the strongest presence in the class, akin to her previous acquaintances who, upon demonstrating any skill, could not resist boasting. In this regard, he was far less composed than Araki. As this thought crossed her mind, Genkai turned her gaze towards the inconspicuous Araki. Her curiosity about him intensified. This figure, nearly unnoticed by others, sparkled with an aura of mystery in her eyes, urging her to delve deeper into the secrets he held. The classroom's astonished murmurs lingered for a time before gradually subsiding. Almost every student was aware of Minato's ambition to become Hokage, yet knowing and hearing him articulate it were two entirely different matters. It was only at this moment that they truly grasped the depth of Minato's aspirations, their gazes toward him shifting in nuance. Even teacher Ibuki, who had posed the question, regarded Minato with a look filled with admiration and appreciation. After all, to have taught such a student was a feather in the cap that he could boast about for a lifetime. After querying several more students, teacher Ibuki's gaze landed on Araki in the corner. "Araki, what is your dream?" he inquired, his demeanor markedly different from before, tinged with a hint of perplexity. It must be said that even teacher Ibuki found Araki a challenging enigma to decipher. In previous instances, whenever inquiries about Araki arose, his responses could be likened to opening a blind box. Sometimes he would effortlessly provide the answer, while at other times he would seem utterly oblivious to the question. Consequently, even from a teacher's perspective, he would not deliberately seek out Araki without any pressing reason, as the uncertainty surrounding him was rather pronounced. This time, as Araki was called upon, not a single student was drawn to the discussion. The individuals in the classroom continued with their own pursuits. Some who had already responded began to contemplate other matters or take a moment to rest, while those who had not yet answered remained internally rehearsing their responses, pondering how to reply swiftly when called upon, utterly indifferent to what Araki had to say. However, this time, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The newly transferred student, Kushina, displayed no interest upon hearing the dreams of her classmates, as she was unfamiliar with them. Listening seemed futile, and she could hardly remember who was who. Yet, when Araki's name was mentioned, Kushina's posture suddenly straightened, her vibrant red twin tails bouncing with enthusiasm, and her eyes, filled with anticipation and curiosity, fixated intently on Araki. She had long awaited this moment. As for Araki, his expression remained unchanged, much like the other students awaiting their turn to respond. He had already contemplated how to address such inquiries. From the moment he laid eyes on Kushina, he recognized that the lesson was progressing towards the segment dedicated to discussing dreams. Dreams, a concept so ethereal. If one speaks too grandly, they may be deemed as overly ambitious and unrealistic. Conversely, if one speaks too modestly, they risk being perceived as lacking in aspiration. Araki does not fully reveal his capabilities, as this would attract undue attention, nor does he completely conceal them, for that would also draw a portion of scrutiny. Instead, he maintains a position of moderate visibility, allowing him to blend in with the crowd. The same principle applies to dreams. Both grand and modest dreams capture attention, much like the current figure of Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone in the class remembers his aspiration to become Hokage. My dream is to become a medical ninja. Araki spoke slowly in a somewhat halting manner, a reflection of his early attempts to communicate in this new language. This was the effect of his nascent proficiency, as he had just begun to grasp the nuances of expression. Over time, however, during his tenure at the Ninja Academy, Araki had indeed made gradual progress in his linguistic abilities. Yet, this advancement was not overtly perceptible, leaving many to still regard him as having a speech impediment. This was a label Araki yearned to shed progressively. Just as he navigated his existence here, he aimed to neither stand out too much nor fall too far behind, striving to occupy a middle ground, for it is within this stratum that one is least likely to attract attention. The communication difficulties he previously exhibited had, to some extent, garnered him a measure of notice. However, at that time, Araki was truly at a loss for words. Despite his earnest desire to express himself, he found it nearly impossible to articulate his thoughts, rendering it no different from a language barrier. Upon hearing Araki's words, Kai Shirnai's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, and her mind began to conjure a myriad of possibilities. Perhaps it could truly be the case. The thoughts within Kai Shirnai's mind swiftly expanded. At her tender age, she was naturally imaginative and prone to fanciful musings, particularly when encountering such an eccentric individual. In truth, even before Araki spoke, Kai Shirnai had been contemplating what dreams such a person might hold. Surely, one does not aspire to become Hokage, do they? Or do they simply wish to recline and pass through life in a state of complacency? Perhaps they yearn to forge friendships with a multitude of individuals? Kushina contemplated numerous possibilities. This feeling of conjecture imbued her with a profound sense of involvement, intensifying her curiosity regarding Araki's aspirations. It was precisely for this reason that when she heard Araki express his dream of becoming a medical ninja, she was profoundly astonished, as it was entirely unexpected. But why? The voice of teacher Ibuki punctually posed a question, catching not only Kuzina off guard but also surprising him, the instructor, with Araki's unexpected declaration. The students in the classroom remained utterly indifferent to the situation at hand, or perhaps it was that they simply did not care about Araki's aspirations, as it bore no relevance to their own lives. Nevertheless, as a teacher, Ibuki felt a profound astonishment and inquired further. Because. Araki felt no surprise at teacher Ibuki's probing. He had anticipated the possibility of such questioning before articulating his thoughts. After all, during the earlier inquiries, some students had expressed dreams that contrasted sharply with their realities, prompting Ibuki to ask why. I do not wish for more people to lose their parents. As Araki spoke, his gaze dimmed, subtly reminding Ibuki and those attentive to him of the sorrow he endured from losing his own parents, indicating that his current demeanor was not particularly extraordinary and did not warrant excessive concern. Teacher Ibuki pressed his lips together, nodded silently, suppressing the admiration in his eyes, and chose not to meet Araki's gaze before turning his attention to the next student, refraining from further commentary on Araki's reaction. Some matters, once understood, require no further elaboration. The appreciation of the moment could potentially become a weapon that harms this child. Let the pain gradually drift away with the wind. There will eventually come a day when he can emerge from it. Kuzuna's pupils constricted sharply as she absorbed Araki's explanation, feeling a profound sense of broad-minded compassion. It was precisely because his parents had perished during a mission that he aspired to become a medical ninja, intent on preventing the recurrence of such tragedies for others and shaping himself into the person he is now. His dream may not be grand, yet it is imbued with deep significance. In that fleeting moment, Jo Xionai's gaze towards Araki subtly shifted. She was struck by a sudden realization. This peer named Araki resembled a perplexing tome. Initially, perusing its pages elicited an odd sensation, yet as she delved deeper, she gradually uncovered its intricacies. No wonder he cautioned me against harboring enmity. It seems he truly considers me a friend. He does not wish for me, an outsider from a distant village, to endure the solitude of having no friends, much like he does. Alternatively, one might say, he must hope that I could cultivate more friendships. Yet he felt. The more Kushina contemplated, the more intricate her thoughts became. Observing Araki's solitary demeanor, an inexplicable pang of sympathy arose within her. Amidst the inquiries posed by teacher Ibuki, the lesson swiftly progressed, eliciting little reaction, as if everything unfolded according to everyone's expectations. On the surface, Araki appeared to lack presence, seemingly disinterested in all matters. However, he attentively absorbed the aspirations of each individual. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Of course, Araki's intention in understanding these circumstances was not to become adversarial with his classmates, but rather to gather fundamental insights, enabling him to respond more adeptly to future challenges. Concurrently, at this pivotal moment, Araki recognized that the historical trajectory of Konohagakure had shifted. Having traversed 3 years in this realm, he harbored no desire to stir tumult. He merely wished to steadily enhance his abilities. Once he could fully master Wood Release, it would equate to possessing a certain degree of self-preservation. Yet, this does not imply that Araki would leap into action merely upon mastering Wood Release. As someone well-versed in the history and background of Naruto, he understood that in the ensuing times, Konoha and indeed the entire ninja world would continuously experience a myriad of significant events, each underpinned by formidable forces. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, and he believed it prudent not to willingly place himself in a position of vulnerability. Often, those who are most ignorant are the most fearless. In contrast, individuals like Araki, who comprehend the impending developments, tend to approach matters with heightened caution. The ringing of the school bell marked the conclusion of yet another day of classes. As per routine, Araki refrained from being the first to rise and exit the classroom, as such behavior would draw undue attention over time. The most effective approach was to blend into the flow of students, appearing utterly ordinary. After waiting a moment in the classroom, he swiftly noticed an anomaly. While many would typically leave at this hour, they instead congregated around Kushina. Is it about to begin so soon? Araki's brow furrowed slightly. Based on the events he had observed in Naruto, the students might be inclined to trouble Kushina. He hoped such an occurrence would be avoided. If he had no prior connection to Kushina, he could easily disregard the unfolding events. However, she now resided in his home, effectively making her a roommate, which created a bond between them. Furthermore, Kushina's demeanor towards him was quite amicable, complicating matters for Araki. In truth, he preferred if she were a bit more obstinate, allowing him to conveniently overlook any issues regarding her. Hello, Kushina. My name is Akimichi Yashimaru, Yamanaka Shimi. I am Akimichi Dingzu. The students flocked to Kushina, each displaying friendly expressions, seemingly all eager to befriend her. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Araki was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The transformation in Kushina's aspirations had evidently altered the narrative here, despite his attempts at modesty. He had unwittingly set off a butterfly effect within the ninja world. In the original tale, Kushina, as an outsider, had made rather arrogant remarks upon her arrival, inciting discontent among many, compounded by her somewhat blunt approach, resulting in strained relationships with her classmates. Yet now, with her expressed desire to make friends, the students were naturally inclined to befriend such an endearing girl. Well, that's splendid. Araki nodded discreetly, relieved that this development alleviated many unnecessary troubles, allowing him to worry less. He then stood, shouldered his bag, and proceeded towards the classroom door, preparing to depart. At that moment, Kushina's gaze immediately focused on him, eager to pursue him. But the throng of students encircled her too tightly for her to escape. As a newcomer, she had not memorized any of their names amidst the chaos and felt disoriented. Unable to leave abruptly, before she could gather her thoughts, Araki had already exited the classroom. Oh dear, Kushina muttered to herself. Realizing she could not catch up to Araki, she decided to set aside her thoughts and patiently engage with the students present, as they would all be classmates moving forward. Araki tossed his bag back into his room and dashed into the woods to train. The day's events had provided him with profound insights. Over the past 3 years, he had endeavored to integrate himself into Konoha, presenting a facade of normalcy to avoid any troubles. He had thought he could continue to accumulate strength in silence. After all, the Second Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, with the battles involving Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru against Hanzo the Salamander having ended, and the reputation of the 3 legendary ninjas had spread throughout the ninja world. Peace was on the horizon for the village. However, Kushina's sudden arrival felt like a clarion call. Many events would not unfold as he had anticipated. Changes often occurred more swiftly than planned. Without substantial strength, one would lack the capacity to manage unforeseen circumstances. Throughout these 3 years, Araki had never once faltered in his training. Yet now he realized it was insufficient. He needed to intensify his efforts and accelerate his growth. With this thought in mind, Araki delved deeper into the forest, sprinting with remarkable agility. His movements were swift, executing extraordinary feats without the use of chakra, relying solely on his physical prowess. Meanwhile, Kushina, having navigated the social dynamics among her classmates, walked slowly back to her residence. That insufferable Araki. He just left me behind. Kushina clenched her small fist in frustration. Despite her words, she bore no real animosity toward Araki in her heart. Before long, she returned home, catching a glimpse of a shadow standing at the door. Araki? A flicker of uncertainty danced in Kushina's beautiful eyes as she tentatively inquired. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized this person was certainly not Araki. He was not nearly as tall. You are not Araki. Kushina quickly recognized that the figure before her was someone entirely unfamiliar. In an instant, a wave of inexplicable fear washed over her. Her first instinct was to flee from the scene. She sensed that this person had come specifically for her. Uzumaki Kushina, come with me. I have important matters to discuss with you. The calm, gravelly voice resonated, devoid of any discernible emotional inflection. The figure remained shrouded in darkness, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering even the most basic outline indistinct. In this eerie ambience, Kushina was engulfed by a profound unease. She could not convince herself to quell her fear. The fact that the individual had uttered her name was a clear indication. It was evident they were after her. Panic surged within Kushina as she contemplated her limited acquaintances in Konoha, none of whom included this mysterious figure, and few knew her name. The silhouette did not resemble any of her classmates from the Ninja Academy. Who are you? Kushina cautiously shifted her foot, slowly retreating. Her eyes filled with trepidation as her heart raced wildly. At that moment, she felt a conflicting desire for Araki to appear and rescue her from this peril, yet simultaneously hoped he would stay away to avoid being ensnared in this crisis. Let me introduce myself. The shadow maintained its steady tone, stepping forth from the darkness, the sound of its footsteps echoing ominously. As it advanced, Kushina discerned a cane resting in its left hand, suggesting a lack of agility. My name is... From the depths of darkness emerged a middle-aged man clad in a dark green robe, his black hair contrasting sharply with the thick white bandages that wrapped around the right side of his face and his body. It was Shimura Danzo. The man introduced himself, a name completely unfamiliar to Kushina. Had Araki been present, he would have certainly exercised caution and concealed himself. Anyone acquainted with Naruto is well aware of Danzo's formidable status within the Hidden Leaf Village. Araki had not encountered Danzo in the 3 years since his arrival here. He never anticipated that on Kushina's second night in this place, she would come face to face with Danzo. "Do you require something?" Kushina inquired. Her beautiful eyes warily fixed on the emerging shadow of Danzo, cautiously retreating, attempting to increase the distance that was rapidly diminishing between them. "I must take you to meet someone," Danzo stated, his exposed left eye scrutinizing Kushina, lingering particularly on her crimson hair. His gaze evoked a peculiar sensation, as though he were observing not a living being, but rather a mere tool in human form, akin to examining an object. "I refuse to go," Kushina declared, shaking her head without hesitation. She was utterly unaware of what lay ahead, and the thought of being taken away filled her with overwhelming dread. "This matter is no longer within your control." No sooner had Danzo spoken than he vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before Kushina. With a swift motion, he grasped her wrist, lifting her as one might a small animal, and departed with her in tow. Meanwhile, Araki dashed through the woods, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His rigorous training regimen imbued his life with a profound sense of fulfillment, leaving him oblivious to the events concerning Danzo. He remained unaware that Danzo had appeared at his doorstep and whisked Kushina away. Had he known, he would have certainly retreated even further. What a jest! That is Danzo we are speaking of. If that old schemer discovered his wood release abilities, it would spell his doom. Let heroic rescues be left to others. Araki preferred to remain uninvolved unless the situation posed no risk to himself, and he deemed intervention absolutely necessary. The following morning, as dawn broke, Araki returned home and encountered a weary Kushina, clutching his backpack with a disheveled appearance, sitting curled up at the doorstep. Her gaze was vacant, as if burdened by profound concerns. "What has transpired?" Araki furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing that something was amiss with Kushina despite his lack of perceptiveness. What could have occurred in just one night? Why did it seem as though something grave had transpired? Her demeanor, it seemed distinctly off. "Araki." At that moment, Kushina abruptly lifted her head, her once hidden face emerging from her knees, pale and devoid of color, her eyes bloodshot and encircled by dark rings. The innocence she once radiated had vanished, replaced by a suffocating solitude and despair. Kushina's vacant gaze, devoid of emotion, yet seemingly harboring intense feelings, conveyed a sense of wanting to cry but being unable to do so. "Who has wronged you?" Araki stood momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed Kushina in such a state, as if she were a different person entirely, leaving him with a tangle of perplexing thoughts. In a single night, the world had turned upside down. It was a sentiment he could scarcely fathom. What could have transpired to transform a cheerful, optimistic girl into this shadow of her former self? I am so afraid," Kushina exclaimed, suddenly summoning the strength to leap up from the ground and envelop Araki in a desperate embrace, her arms clutching tightly around his neck, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I don't know what to do. I feel utterly hopeless. Is this truly my life? I cannot accept this harsh reality. Is everything dictated by fate? I feel so helpless. I cannot tell you. I cannot say anything." Kushina's words tumbled forth, as if the mere presence of Araki allowed her pent-up emotions to surge forth like a collapsing dam, tears welling in her hollow, despondent eyes, cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks and dripping onto Araki's shoulder. Sensing Kushina's near collapse, Araki began to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, Kushina had not come to the Hidden Leaf Village for mere amusement. She was here for far more significant matters. Araki is a time traveler, and the journey he undertook was quite unexpected. Unlike other travelers, Araki feels that he lacks certain essential components. However, it seems that fate has compensated for this deficiency, as he finds himself transported not to an alien world, but to the realm of Naruto. Although this transition is indeed a form of travel, it presents Araki with a remarkable advantage. He possesses knowledge of all future events pertaining to this timeline. Kushina Uzumaki arrives in Konoha village not for leisure, but to succeed Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Prior to her arrival, Kushina was completely unaware of these circumstances, and upon learning the truth, it is only natural for her to experience a degree of psychological distress, especially considering she is merely a 9-year-old child. "It is time for class," Araki stated flatly, ruthlessly interrupting Kushina's tears, appearing rather indifferent at that moment. Of course, this was a deliberate facade he had constructed. Kushina's role as the Jinchuriki was already a foregone conclusion. With Mito's time running out, She could no longer contain the Nine Tails. And if the transfer of power was not completed in time, the beast would regain its freedom. At that point, chaos would ensue, and the Nine Tails would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Konoha, where no one would be capable of stopping it. Araki had neither the ability nor the desire to alter Kushina's fate. This was the optimal arrangement for the present. Therefore, he thought it best to allow Kushina to adapt on her own. Soon enough, she would assume the mantle of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Araki believed it prudent to maintain a certain distance. With that, he extricated himself from her grasp, picked up his backpack, and feigned a readiness to attend class. You. Kushina, with an air of vulnerability, was on the verge of tears, her emotions still heightened. Just as a few drops fell, she had yet to fully express her feelings of helplessness before Araki pushed her away. What is wrong with this person? Is such a mental strain truly necessary? How can he show no compassion? Moreover, I am in a dire situation as well. Can't he offer me a word of comfort? Kushina silently lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Araki, though she kept her thoughts to herself. We're going to be late. Araki's tone remained indifferent, and he suddenly perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Despite his seemingly callous demeanor, Kushina's abrupt arrival had taken him by surprise, leaving him rather reactive throughout this encounter. However, he now realized this was a chance to distance himself from her. At this moment, he recognized that Kushina was at her most vulnerable, her emotional fragility at its peak. Offering her comfort would inevitably elevate her fondness for him, complicating their relationship further. After all, such a bond would create ties, and should Kushina encounter difficulties in the future, he would be unable to turn a blind eye. Women could indeed impact his training pace. Yet, if he seized this moment to appear emotionally distant, thereby inflicting further hurt upon her already wounded heart, it would surely alter her perception of him. Kushina's inherently stubborn and resilient nature would work in his favor, allowing him to further create distance between them. Araki contemplated this course of action, fully aware that it might cause Kushina pain, but he felt it was not yet his time to shine. Kushina huffed in frustration, wiping the tears from her eyes and attempting to compose herself. Though she felt a twinge of indignation, her stubbornness prevented her from voicing it. Instead, she stomped her foot, expressing her displeasure towards Araki. Resolutely, Kushina picked up her backpack and stood beside Araki. Her eyes, still slightly red from crying, gave her a pitiful appearance that tugged at one's heartstrings. Don't you care about me at all? She protested, her lips pouting, indicating that she had no intention of severing ties with him. You are not allowed to speak, are you? Araki remarked with a slight furrow of his brow, his indifference evident. This time, he was taken aback. Despite his efforts to provoke her, she seemed unfazed. In the real world, such behavior would surely elicit anger and accusations of being a heartless cad. However, Kushina appeared to remain unconcerned. I truly cannot speak, she replied, her head drooping in a display of helplessness. She repeatedly reminded herself that this predicament was not Araki's fault. After all, he was unaware of her situation and thus incapable of offering consolation. Yet, as she pondered this further, she pursed her lips and shook her head, whispering to herself, "It's all right. Everything will eventually be fine." After uttering these words, Kushina appeared to gain a newfound clarity. She understood that the circumstances she faced were something she must accept, as there were no other options available. No matter her emotions, they could not alter the final outcome, so it was better to embrace the situation with equanimity. Slowly, she lifted her gaze toward Araki, who was now walking away with his backpack, not sparing her a backward glance. "Araki, wait for me," Kushina exclaimed, hastening her pace to catch up. However, as she quickened her steps, so did Araki, maintaining the distance between them. Despite her efforts to close the gap, it remained unchanged, giving rise to a sense of insurmountable distance. "We had an agreement," Araki's emotionless voice echoed from a short distance ahead, the words clear despite their soft volume. "Damn it." Kushina stomped her foot in frustration. Though the distance between them was not great, she had spent the night conversing with an adult and felt fatigued, lacking the energy to quicken her pace any further. The space between them, though seemingly short, felt interminable, as if they were worlds apart. "Araki, you better wait. One day, I will catch up to you, and you won't be able to shake me off," Kushina declared, her nose crinkling in determination, her small fists clenched tightly. Even she was unsure why she felt a longing for Araki's comfort, especially since he seemed indifferent to her plight. Yet, she bore no resentment or ill feelings toward him. Kushina's gaze remained fixed upon Araki, her heart ignited with a sense of challenge. If becoming friends with Araki were so effortless, he would not be without a single companion. This endeavor was inherently fraught with challenges. A minor setback was insignificant. One day, she would earn Araki's recognition. Araki maintained a pace identical to that of Kushina, preserving a distance that prevented them from appearing too close in the eyes of others. However, this reality was not quite as he had envisioned. Internally, Araki found himself silently critiquing the situation. Had it occurred in the previous world he knew, he would undoubtedly be labeled as a notorious scoundrel, or at the very least, a rather blunt individual. Even within the realm of ninjas, given Kushina's temperament, it was inevitable that she would lose her composure and unleash a flurry of punches in anger. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of her wrath. Such an outburst would provide him with the perfect opportunity to rid himself of this girl, who had begun to trail him since their arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village, and whose presence might lead to considerable trouble. Despite his attempts to distance himself, she seemed determined to follow. Had her mind truly become muddled? Araki felt a profound sense of helplessness within. Despite projecting a certain demeanor, he harbored a twinge of reluctance in his heart. To some extent, he was concealing his abilities, striving to maintain a low profile and minimize his presence. His intention was not rooted in a natural inclination towards solitude. Rather, like anyone else, he yearned for recognition and aspired to shine among his peers. However, this desire hinged on his capacity to bear the associated costs. Araki was acutely aware that until he possessed sufficient strength to uphold his identity as a wood release ninja, he must remain discreet, developing in obscurity, and advancing steadily without courting undue trouble. After a period of time, Araki entered the Ninja Academy, taking his customary seat without fanfare. The entire process unfolded as it always did, devoid of any acknowledgement. He did not exchange a single glance with his classmates. The students in the class had grown accustomed to this scenario, completely disregarding Araki's presence. To them, he was as if he did not exist. Just moments after Araki's arrival, Kushina rushed in, breathless from her earnest pursuit. Despite her relentless efforts to catch up to him, she found herself unable to close the distance. How frustrating. Kushina propped her right hand against the classroom door frame, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Araki, who was rummaging through his backpack for a book. Even from a distance of one classroom, Araki could feel the piercing gaze directed at him. Yet, this was not the sharp blade he had envisioned. It resembled more of a gentle knife, as if it had pierced him and yet had not, leaving no scars or pain upon his body, but rather slicing away at the conscience within his heart. Kushina. Upon the sight of Kushina, the students in the classroom were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with interest as they turned their gaze towards her. The demeanor displayed by the students here diverged entirely from the historical trajectory previously established. One cannot help but acknowledge that this is the consequence of arrogance. Throughout yesterday's interactions, nearly every student gained a rudimentary understanding of Kushina's personality, her carefree and amiable nature, coupled with her goddess-like beauty, effortlessly drew everyone's attention. Among them, there was one individual who appeared rather bashful and refrained from approaching Kushina to greet her like the others. Yet he secretly observed her with keen interest, Minato Namikaze. In the short span of a single day, Kushina transformed into the beloved princess of their class, becoming the idol of many budding young hearts. Given that children in the ninja world tend to mature more rapidly, they were quick to grasp such sentiments. In a class where charming and endearing girls were scarce, Kushina's arrival perfectly filled this void. The students in the classroom all noticed that Kushina's demeanor was not quite right. Her crimson eyes appeared as if she had been weeping. Following Kushina's gaze, their attention swiftly shifted to Araki. It then dawned on them that Araki had just entered the classroom, with Kushina trailing behind, her eyes directed at him, brimming with a deep sorrow. The realization struck. After an intense bout of imagination, these students seemingly crafted a narrative exceeding 800 words. Undoubtedly, it revolves around Kushina's desire to befriend Araki, only to receive no response, resulting in such a predicament. The students in the class have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Kushina, do not mind that eccentric individual. He has always been this way. I can attest to this. He is not targeting you specifically. He behaves this way towards everyone. Truly an eccentric. It may be better not to befriend such an individual. It seems that Araki has no friends at all. Is he even worthy of friendship? Kushina, do not stoop to his level. He has been traumatized in the past, and his mind is not quite right. In the classroom, Each student ardently endeavored to elucidate their thoughts to Kushina, their intentions unmistakably clear. They wished for her not to be disheartened by the peculiarities of Araki. As the volume of their words escalated, Kushina's expression grew increasingly grim. Her fists were clenched tightly, the veins on the backs of her hands subtly pronounced, and her slightly trembling form appeared to be striving to suppress something within. Avoid conflict with others. In Kushina's mind echoed the words of Araki's admonitions, and even she could not articulate why his words had the power to continually soothe her. Very well. Kushina inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, appearing to release a tremendous amount of psychological pressure. Subsequently, she forced a smile that seemed rather perfunctory. She resolved to spare the students present from further scrutiny. After all, they are classmates and will need to coexist for a while. Most importantly, Araki had specifically advised her regarding such matters. She also wished to avoid actions that would disappoint Araki. The fluctuations of Kushina's emotions were keenly observed by her classmates, who had all discerned that she seemed to be bearing a significant grievance in this matter. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the very anguish Kushina had just endured was, in truth, inflicted by none other than themselves, mistakenly attributing it to Araki. In an instant, a myriad of piercing gazes turned towards Araki, each one as sharp as a lethal blade. At that moment, the students in the classroom could hardly contain their indignation, convinced that Araki had offended the goddess they revered. A collective desire to defend their beloved deity ignited within them, fueling thoughts of chastising Araki in hopes of winning her favor. Alas, Araki, acutely aware of the stares directed at him, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, he found himself the target of collective ire. Such is the peril of beauty. Araki sighed helplessly within his heart. He and Kushina had barely begun to develop their relationship, yet they were already the focus of many prying eyes. If these individuals were to discover that they were residing together, the thought was too enchanting to contemplate. Until Kai Shernai entered the classroom and took her seat, she remained oblivious to the fact that her melancholic gaze had stirred the emotions of her classmates. Only Araki could genuinely perceive the palpable sense of enmity that the students harbored towards her. This was certainly not a mere illusion. In the past, Araki possessed an almost imperceptible presence within his class, eliciting no attention from his peers. However, in this fleeting moment, numerous gazes have turned toward him, a phenomenon unprecedented in his experience. Alas, Araki feels that his days are becoming increasingly arduous. Even though he yearns for a life devoid of conflict, refraining from seeking trouble with others, he finds himself unable to withstand the intentions of those who seek to trouble him. Feeling the incessant gaze directed at him, an ominous premonition stirred within his heart, an unsettling belief that someone might soon emerge. Historically, this class had been rife with troublemakers, with whom Kushina had clashed on numerous occasions. However, it appeared that the animosity now threatened to shift its focus onto him. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Araki felt a profound sense of helplessness, silently hoping that these students would exhibit a degree of magnanimity and not stoop to his level. The rapid sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the ninja school classroom. As the footsteps approached, an immediate hush fell over the students, who had learned over the years that this signified the imminent arrival of Teacher Ibuki. In an instant, all the gazes directed at Araki vanished, each student sitting obediently in their seats like well-behaved children. Despite Teacher Ibuki's seemingly approachable demeanor, any provocation would be met with consequences that no student could withstand. The footsteps grew closer, then slowed to a halt at the doorway. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the students. It was Teacher Ibuki, with an expression of indifference. He scanned the classroom, swiftly assessing each student's face. As a seasoned educator, he had long memorized their names and faces, requiring no roll call to ascertain if everyone was present. Today, we will engage in a mock duel. Assemble on the playground in 5 minutes, he announced before promptly turning to leave, leaving the students bewildered, none of whom had anticipated such an exhilarating lesson. At the ninja school, mock duels were conducted periodically, with students pairing off for one-on-one battles. This practice instilled a sense of combat awareness in these budding ninjas from a young age and evaluated their learning progress. It not only ignited a competitive spirit among the students, but also allowed the teacher to gauge the class's overall skill level more clearly. However, the randomness of these mock duels posed a challenge. No one could predict when they would occur, making preparation impossible. The school aimed to convey to the students that there would never be a perfectly prepared moment, akin to the unpredictability faced by ninjas during missions, where anything could happen. This approach ensured that students remained in peak condition, as failing to do so could lead to embarrassment in front of their peers. In the mock duels, victors might not receive significant accolades, but the vanquished would undoubtedly face ridicule. At that moment, several glances shifted towards Araki. These gazes lingered for but a fleeting moment before diverting away. Although Araki did not meet their eyes, he could distinctly perceive the implications embedded within their stares. It seemed that these individuals harbored a desire to be grouped with him, perhaps seeking to curry favor with Kusanai by attempting to undermine him. Araki shook his head in resignation. Such matters posed no challenge to him. He had always approached simulated duels with a zen-like attitude, maintaining a modest 50% win rate that kept him comfortably in the middle tier of his class. He was neither a pliable, soft target easily manipulated nor an exceptionally gifted genius standing out prominently. Everything remained perfectly balanced. As for whether today would bring victory or defeat, that would depend on the opponent's performance. Unfazed by the scrutiny of his peers, Araki stood up and, along with his classmates, made his way towards the playground. 5 minutes later, the students had assembled on the field, forming 3 orderly rows, all facing teacher Ibuki. Next, I will call out the names of those students to step forward for the simulated duels. Engage in combat, but remember to hold back. Do not inflict harm upon one another. I will intervene if necessary, teacher Ibuki stated solemnly. As a nin of Konoha, he could easily manage these children who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy, without any difficulty. Understood. The students present responded in unison, each countenance marked by solemnity. These young individuals, still in the tender years of childhood, yearned to triumph in such a contest, eager to showcase their prowess before their peers. No one would conceal their abilities in this arena. After all, it demands profound sagacity and formidable composure. Not everyone can endure solitude. Feigning ignorance as a top student during a mock examination, deliberately miswriting answers to keep their scores teetering on the edge of passing. The first round pits Yamamoto Hachi against Nara Shikahisa. Teacher Ibuki first called out 2 names, and subsequently, 2 figures stepped out from the ranks, coming into the students' view. The 2 students exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces, for their familiarity with one another was profound. Araki stood in the line, observing the 2 before him. The blonde-haired youth was Yamashiro Kaichi, a scion of the illustrious Yamashiro clan, while the dark-haired boy was Nara Shikaku, also hailing from the esteemed Nara lineage of Konoha. Alongside the notably robust Akimichi Choza, they would form this generation's trio of boar, deer, butterfly. The camaraderie among these 3 was deeply rooted, having grown up together, sharing countless moments after school in jovial play, their bond unbreakable. Upon his arrival in the ninja world, Araki recognized these figures instantly, as they were among the few individuals to appear prominently in the official narrative. Yamashiro Kaichi was the father of Yamashiro Ino. Nara Shikaku was the father of Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choza was the father of Akimichi Choji. Their descendants were equally remarkable. In an instant, the attention of the class was captivated. Both Kaichi and Shikaku excelled academically, ranking among the top echelon of their peers, and their impending duel brought a sigh of relief, allowing them to avoid facing such formidable opponents. Simultaneously, the students brimmed with curiosity regarding who would emerge victorious in this contest. On the playground, all eyes were fixated on Yamashiro Kaichi and Nara Shikaku, their duel piquing immense intrigue. Shikaku, I want to go easy on you. If you can't hold on, remember to concede. In the mountains, Hai smiled and said, you too. Nara Shiku similarly returned the smile. Shall we begin? In the mountains, Hai's smile faded, and he promptly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to form a gesture of opposition. Let the contest begin. Nara Shikahisa raised his left hand, forming the same gesture. In the next moment, the battle between the 2 was on the verge of igniting. Yamashiro Hachi and Nara Shikahisa seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. Neither employed the secret techniques of their respective clans. Instead, they charged directly at one another, each lifting their hands and feet to engage in a clash of martial prowess. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 individuals employed both hands and feet, ceaselessly generating a cacophony of intense sounds, leading an unknowing observer to mistakenly believe they were skilled martial artists. After a brief yet fervent exchange, they simultaneously retreated, reaching into their pockets to retrieve shurikens, which they deftly hurled at one another. Clang, ding, ding. The shurikens in both parties clashed together, emitting a crisp metallic chime, vividly illustrating a scene of equal prowess. The confrontation between High E of the Mountains and Nara Shikahisa captivated the students present, who gasped in awe. They widened their eyes, fearful of missing any detail. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he pondered whether, if they were in this position, they could withstand the onslaught of these two individuals. This contemplation sent a shiver of apprehension through him. The excitement he felt upon hearing about the simulated duel began to wane, slowly giving rise to unease and trepidation. Teacher Ibuki's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the arena, for it was his duty to safeguard his students' safety and to ensure that no inadvertent harm would come to them. The foundational skills of the two combatants were undeniably impressive. Teacher Ibuki nodded quietly. His selection of groups was not entirely random, but rather an attempt to pair individuals of comparable strength. Only in such a manner could true prowess be assessed, just like these two. Suddenly, Teacher Ibuki furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After a fierce exchange of shurikens, Yamano Hachi and Nara Shikahisa returned to close combat, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. Their movements were rapid and forceful, yet they inflicted no harm upon one another, maintaining a stalemate. Yamano Hachi's swift, powerful jab was deftly intercepted by Nara Shikahisa's palm, while Nara Shikahisa's forceful knee strike was skillfully deflected by Yamano Hachi's elbow. The duel was indeed lively. However, the longer it unfolded, the more it resembled an act. Naturally, only Teacher Ibuki could discern this phenomenon. The other students were awestruck by the remarkable abilities displayed by the two. The more Teacher Ibuki observed, the more he felt something was off. It seemed these students were not truly dueling, but rather performing, yet he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. At that moment, after exchanging a flurry of close combat attacks, they simultaneously retreated and once more hurled shurikens at each other. The shurikens clashed with precision, and this time the intent was clearer. The shurikens thrown by Yamano Hachi and Nara Shikahisa appeared less aimed at striking each other, and more at intercepting the shurikens tossed by their opponent. The clinks of their shurikens colliding echoed through the arena, deepening the frown on Teacher Ibuki's face. Enough, stop. It's a draw, he declared, exasperated, halting their simulated duel. He realized that if he did not intervene, they might continue this charade until the end of the day, both clearly striving for a stalemate. Yes, yes. Yamano Hachi and Nara Shikahisa nearly echoed in unison, displaying no intention of continuing the fight, and both turned to Teacher Ibuki in agreement. They exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curving upward in faint smiles, having recognized the mutual understanding in each other's eyes. They stepped forward in unison, extending their fingers, which had just formed seals, and intertwined them like a lock. This gesture represented the sign of reconciliation among ninjas. Before a duel, they would display a sign of opposition to signal the commencement of battle, and after the fight, they would perform the sign of reconciliation, symbolizing their enduring camaraderie, capable of resolving any discord. Teacher Ibuki did not miss the subtle exchange between the two, but such matters had become inconsequential. Even though they had put on a splendid performance, it afforded him a clearer insight into their true capabilities, setting a commendable tone for this simulated duel. Teacher Ibuki gleaned valuable experience from this incident. In future simulated duels, he must never group these two together. As he surveyed the line for the next group, having witnessed the earlier antics of Yamano Hachi and Nara Shikahisa, he recognized that he should avoid pairing overly compatible friends, as they had already begun to master the art of theatrics at such a tender age. His gaze landed on Araki. He deemed it prudent to call him forward first, for this student was rather reclusive, lacking friends, or perhaps entirely friendless, thus eliminating the possibility of deceit in the second round. After calling out Araki's name, Teacher Ibuki scanned the remaining students in line, seeking a suitable opponent. In an instant, he was met with numerous eager gazes, rendering him momentarily speechless. When had Araki become so popular? Previously, he had been largely ignored, yet now many students were signaling their desire to be chosen for the simulated duel. This unexpected scenario left Teacher Ibuki bewildered. However, he was still uncertain about Araki's true capabilities and could not afford to make a rash decision regarding opponents. As he contemplated, his gaze fell to the very back of the line, where another eager contender stood. Perhaps it would be best to select him, facing off against him. Even if Araki were to lose, it would not be a great disgrace. After all, his opponent hailed from a prestigious family. Hinata Sora. Teacher Ibuki called out a name that astonished the entire class. Hinata Sora, The name resonated clearly in the ears of every student present, and almost simultaneously, all attention shifted to a student standing at the front of the line. This student, Hinata Sora, donned a white robe, his long, black hair casually tied behind him, and a white cloth wrapped around his forehead. Most striking were his pale eyes, devoid of black pupils, giving the impression of an inability to focus. Hinata Sora belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan, as his name suggested. The students were in awe, for Hinata Sora was exceptionally strong, undoubtedly ranking among the top 3 in the class, often second only to Namikaze Minato. He was a presence that none would wish to confront in such simulated duels. Initially, the students speculated that Hinata Sora's opponent might be Namikaze Minato, but they were taken aback to discover it was the nearly invisible Araki. In that moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the students. This situation indicated that they would not have to face Hinata Sora in the simulated duel, a fortunate circumstance indeed. Conversely, many students felt a tinge of regret for not having the opportunity to confront Araki and showcase their skills. In their eyes, Araki was a soft target, easily manipulated. Yes, Hinata Sora said languidly, stepping forward, his pale eyes glinting with a profound light. In truth, he held a favorable impression of Kushina. He had noticed her gaze before class and harbored a desire to teach Araki a lesson, yet he had no opportunity to do so. If it were any other student in the class, they could seek out Araki after class to settle scores, but as a member of the Hinata clan, a prestigious family in Konoha, he could not afford to act in such a manner. However, what Hinata Sora did not anticipate was the fortunate chance to engage Araki in a simulated duel. This was an opportunity beyond compare. Not only could he express his discontent towards Araki, but he could also showcase his prowess under Kushina's watchful gaze, allowing the entire class to witness his skills. Such a rare opportunity. Hinata Sora stepped out of the queue, his gaze fixed upon Araki, devoid of any hint of tension, perceiving Araki as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was time to commence. Teacher Ibuki nodded at Hinata Sora, harboring his own thoughts regarding the ongoing simulated duel. After all, he was not entirely aware of Araki's capabilities and could not make a definitive assessment, yet he knew that Araki's spirit was somewhat troubled. In light of this, he felt the need to consider Araki's emotions, ensuring that the internal wounds he bore would not be further exacerbated. Thus, he deemed it most appropriate for the top 3 students in the class to serve as Araki's opponents, believing that with him observing, the simulated duel would unfold without incident. This arrangement would guarantee Araki's loss while preserving his dignity to some extent. It was not a disgrace for any classmate to be bested by Hinata Sora. Teacher Ibuki had invested considerable effort into orchestrating this simulated duel, culminating in the current situation. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, Araki and Hinata Sora faced each other, both expressions devoid of emotion. Araki, let me witness the extent of your strength. Hinata Sora's lips curled into a slight smirk, thoroughly satisfied with the present circumstances, as it afforded him the opportunity to teach Araki a lesson. You have only yourself to blame. Offending Kushina was a grave mistake. Even if it weren't me facing you, others would surely take it upon themselves to reprimand you. Hinata Sora silently muttered to himself, then raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to form a hand seal, the very seal of opposition. Hinata Sora had completed his hand signs, yet Araki remained motionless. Araki felt little interest in this duel, having previously approached such encounters with a sense of detachment, albeit with a hint of inconvenience. He had to control his power and gauge his opponent's strength, carefully positioning himself at a mediating level. This was a nuanced skill. Araki needed to ensure that he did not lose to someone weaker nor triumph over someone stronger, as doing so would disrupt the hierarchy and cast doubt on his combat prowess. The most straightforward reasoning was that if A's strength exceeded B's, then Araki could position his own strength between A and B, but he could not defeat A while losing to B, as that would dismantle the perception of his combat capability. However, in the face of Hinata Sora, Araki found no such dilemmas. After all, Hinata Sora hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha and was among the top 3 in the class, a foe whose displayed strength was far beyond what Araki could contend with. There was no need for pretense. He could simply reveal the truth. Araki, who had previously shown little interest in the potential exposure of his abilities during simulated duels, now found the situation particularly advantageous with Hinata Sora as his opponent. In that fleeting moment, under the scrutiny of the students present, Araki did not perform the expected seal of opposition prior to the simulated duel. Instead, He presented the sign of reconciliation, a gesture indicative of a post-battle resolution. With a hook of his finger, he reached toward Hinata Sora's finger, which was poised in the opposing seal, leaving the entire assembly in a state of bewilderment. This included Hinata Sora, teacher Ibuki, and every student, all staring at Araki. Unsure of his intentions, I concede. As Araki's finger touched Hinata Sora's, a soft voice broke the silence. He did not feign any struggle in his speech, a pretense he would eventually abandon, starting now. What? Hinata Sora was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was still a child, with limited experiences. He understood that simulated duels entailed combat, but had never encountered someone who declared defeat before the battle even commenced, leaving him at a loss. I am not your opponent, Araki added, releasing the hook of his finger and turning to rejoin the queue, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of sorrow or shame at his loss. As if the simulated duel held no significance for him. Araki's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. The students in the class had never anticipated that this simulated duel would conclude in such a manner. It was universally acknowledged that Hinata Sora would emerge victorious. A foregone conclusion before the event even commenced. However, no one could have predicted the nature of the proceedings. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent, and many spectators, eager for excitement, were left utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. In the midst of the crowd, Uzumaki Kushina stared at Araki, her curiosity piqued by his strength. Just as she was filled with anticipation to witness Araki's ultimate performance, she was taken aback by the absence of a genuine confrontation in this simulated duel. Teacher Ibuki was among the first to react, being a teacher at the Ninja Academy and a chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village, thus naturally quicker to respond to unexpected situations. This young man, Teacher Ibuki, shook his head in resignation. He had intended to grant Araki a semblance of dignity by arranging a duel against Hinata Sora, but he never expected Araki to concede so readily. While he had anticipated the outcome, he was wholly unprepared for the manner in which it unfolded. Hinata Sora, without a doubt, was the most perplexed individual present. He had prepared himself thoroughly, ready to deliver a resounding lesson to Araki. Yet, astonishingly, before he could even land a single blow, it was all over. Hinata Sora suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of passion and frustration within his heart, unable to express it fully. It was as if he had delivered a powerful punch directly into a mound of cotton. No, that was not it. He has yet to clench his fist. How infuriating. Hinata Sora furrowed his brow tightly. On the surface, he had ostensibly emerged victorious, yet he felt no semblance of joy that typically accompanies triumph. Instead, he felt as if he were the butt of a cruel joke. He yearned to flaunt his prowess before his classmates, but this time, the opportunity had eluded him. He had hoped to strike at Araki while he had offended Kusunai, aiming to win her favor. Alas, fate had denied him this chance for display. Particularly disheartening was the fact that he stood with his back to the assembled students, utterly unaware of the myriad expressions that adorned their faces. In that moment, he felt akin to a mere clown. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. This was meant to be the moment he taught Araki a lesson, yet Araki had deftly sidestepped the confrontation, leaving Sora with a profound sense of humiliation. His anger surged, and he abruptly turned, casting a furious glare at Araki's retreating figure. In a sudden burst of action, Hinata took a decisive step forward and charged toward Araki. His right hand swung into motion, clenched into a fist, aimed directly at the back of Araki's head, exuding an air of formidable strength. The students present, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, widened their eyes in shock, involuntarily gasping at the scene unfolding before them. The suddenness of the situation left them momentarily paralyzed, their minds struggling to catch up with their eyes, rendered helpless to do anything but bear witness to the unfolding drama. They watched wide-eyed, as Hinata's fist hurtled toward the back of Araki's head. At this moment, Teacher Ibuki furrowed his brows tightly, his expression turning increasingly grim. He could scarcely believe that someone would dare to act in such a manner before him, utterly disregarding the rules of the simulated duel. Whoosh! The figure of Teacher Ibuki flickered and emerged, producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, Teacher Ibuki appeared behind Araki, his raised left hand firmly grasping Hinata's wrist, effectively immobilizing the latter and preventing any further actions. Hinata, what are you doing? The simulated duel has already concluded. Yet you dare to launch a surprise attack on your fellow classmate? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Teacher Ibuki reprimanded sternly. He had been teaching at the Ninja Academy for many years and had never encountered such a phenomenon. This filled his heart with immense anger. If this matter is not treated with the seriousness it deserves, then the rules of the simulated duel will become utterly meaningless. Such violations may be perpetrated by an increasing number of individuals in the future. Continuing to attack after the conclusion of the simulated duel is a blatant disregard for its principles, especially when such actions are taken against an opponent who is completely unaware. The simulated duel is far from over. I have issued the mark of the duel, Hinata Sora stubbornly declared. At this moment, his hand was firmly grasped, rendering him incapable of any further movement. Moreover, he was acutely aware that after the intervention of teacher Ibuki, the possibility of continuing to strike Araki had vanished. Ultimately, having failed to deliver a blow to Araki, Sora felt a lingering sense of regret in his heart. You have already established a pact of reconciliation. Teacher Ibuki glared fiercely at Hinata Sora. Though he usually held a fondness for the boy, the recent actions had incited a profound anger within him. Moreover, judging by Hinata's attempts at justification, it was evident that he remained oblivious to his own missteps, further aggravating the severity of the incident. I did not initiate the sealing. Hinata's voice dwindled significantly, for he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The intensity of Ibuki's gaze swiftly diminished his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, Araki had already conceded. A pact of reconciliation had been established. As the victor, such behavior was inexcusable. I demand that you apologize to Araki immediately, Teacher Ibuki said coldly, his gaze still fixed with fury upon Hinata Sora. He felt compelled to set an example today. Otherwise, he would forever worry about the possibility of students betraying one another during simulated confrontations. Such treachery would not only render discipline nearly impossible, but also inflict grave harm upon the spirit of the ninja way. I didn't even hit him, Hinata Sora muttered under his breath, filled with great reluctance. Do you need me to repeat myself? The tone of Teacher Ibuki was exceedingly frigid, coupled with a gaze that seemed capable of inflicting harm, which exerted an intense pressure on Hinata Sora. I understand now. The corners of Hinata Sora's mouth twitched sharply. He recognized that without an apology, the situation would be difficult to resolve, and he dared not confront Teacher Ibuki any further. Reluctantly, he withdrew his arm from Teacher Ibuki's relaxed grasp and took a step toward Araki, who had already turned away yet exhibited no change in expression. Humph, the ignorant are fearless. This fellow is likely unaware of the events that transpired moments ago. However, Hinata Sora sensed the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow students, which only deepened his discontent. He ought to be the center of attention today, yet he felt as if he had transformed into a mere jester. The source of all this dismay lay with the classmate named Araki standing before him. Hinata Sora was consumed by a desire to eliminate Araki. In his mind, the current predicament was solely a result of Araki's actions. Were it not for Araki, he would have been basking in the adoration of his peers at this very moment. That is an entirely different conclusion. However, now he must apologize to Araki. Hinata Sora is aware of his missteps and acknowledges his mistakes. However, he is reluctant to extend an apology to Araki, and he harbors no regrets about this stance. Were it not for Teacher Ibuki's stern insistence that he must apologize, he would currently disregard Araki entirely. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the students, Hinata Sora approached Araki, those pale, scurrilous eyes fixated intently on Araki. I am sorry. Hinata Sora spoke with resentment, bowing towards Araki as he did so. This series of actions was not an expression of apology to Araki, but rather a means of providing an explanation to Teacher Ibuki. As Hinata Sora rose to his feet, he stood in close proximity to Araki and swiftly uttered a remark in a tone audible solely to the two of them. If it weren't for Teacher Ibuki's intervention, you would already be lying on the ground. With that, Hinata Sora brushed past Araki, striding back towards the ranks with his head held high, exuding the demeanor of a victor, in stark contrast to the dejection he had displayed while apologizing moments earlier. Is that so? Araki's expression remained inscrutable. His indifferent gaze betrayed no fluctuations of emotion. His lips parted slightly as he murmured in a voice only he could hear. It seemed as though he was responding to Hinata, yet the latter could not perceive it. Only Araki was aware that the moment Hinata charged at him, he sensed an unusual disturbance in the air behind him. Years of arduous training in the depths of the night had honed his ability to gauge the presence of beasts in the forest without relying on sight, but rather through the subtleties of the surrounding air currents. Hinata Sora moved with remarkable speed. Yet he was still vastly inferior compared to the venomous snakes that slithered through the woods. The instant Araki sensed Hinata's approach, he entered a state of vigilance. Though he preferred to remain discreet and avoid unnecessary conflict, this did not imply that he was weak or easily trifled with. Very few in Konoha were privy to his nightly training sessions, but it was not an entirely concealed secret. Even Sarutobi Bawako was aware, indicating that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also informed. Thus, revealing a fraction of his taijutsu prowess was of little concern to him. However, Ibuki's sudden appearance thwarted that opportunity, simultaneously safeguarding him from revealing his true strength. If it weren't for teacher Ibuki's intervention, you would be in Konoha Hospital right now, Araki muttered to himself, possessing a clear understanding of his capabilities. Had Ibuki not intervened, he could have effortlessly evaded Hinata's strike and delivered a blow potent enough to render the latter unconscious. Of course, such an outcome would have been ideal for Araki. Every facet of his concealed strength served as a trump card, to be revealed at the most opportune moment for maximum impact. To lay his cards on the table in such an ordinary setting would be utterly unworthy. As for Hinata's provocation and the laughter of their peers, Araki remained unfazed. At this moment, the singular focus of his mind was on diligently honing his formidable chakra. Returning to the ranks under the scrutiny of his classmates, Araki soon faded into the background. Their attention towards him was consistently insufficient. Earlier interest had stemmed from Kushina, as many sought to seize the opportunity of the mock duel to teach Araki a lesson. Now that his segment of the simulation had concluded, their anticipation dissipated, redirecting their focus back to the ongoing mock battles. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, every student had completed their simulated confrontations. After a brief respite, they returned to the classroom, settling back into their respective seats. Araki attentively observed the entirety of the mock battles, meticulously cataloging each student's abilities in his mind to facilitate accurate judgments in future endeavors. The matches that captured his attention most were those of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Minato effortlessly dispatched his opponent, demonstrating a mastery that seemed almost effortless. At this juncture, his prowess far surpassed that of his peers, rendering them incapable of posing any challenge, even making it difficult for Minato to engage seriously. Truly, he was a genius among geniuses. Araki marveled internally at Minato's performance. Given his current abilities, he could not confidently assert that he would prevail in a confrontation against him. As for Uzumaki Kushina, Araki witnessed the volatile side of the cheerful girl with twin ponytails. Her combat style was refreshingly straightforward and brutish, relying entirely on physical prowess. It was a chaotic display of raw strength rather than a refined technique. Her strikes lacked coordination, and there was no semblance of combat awareness or instinct. She simply struck with whichever hand or foot was most convenient, akin to a child playing a game. Yet, surprisingly, her unorthodox approach yielded remarkable results. Beneath her flowing red locks, the once smiling Kushina transformed into a fierce visage, unleashing a relentless onslaught that left her opponent utterly defenseless, ultimately reduced to cowering on the ground, pleading for surrender. This scene profoundly impacted the spectators, as they realized that the gentle, demure Kushina possessed such a wild side. However, only Araki comprehended that perhaps this untamed aspect was Kushina's true nature, and that all previous displays were merely aids she had carefully constructed. As the school bell chimed to signal the end of the day, Araki departed the classroom with his usual rhythm. Upon returning home and placing his bag down, he ventured into the nearby thicket. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. Someone was following him. Araki's pupils narrowed slightly as he took strides deeper into the forest. Illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, Araki discerned with remarkable clarity that someone was tracking him. This was not the instinctive feeling of being hunted by a beast. After over 3 years of training in these woods, he knew this terrain intimately. If it were a wild animal, it would not maintain such a consistent distance, either remaining completely still, pretending not to see him, or waiting for the opportune moment to strike with ferocity. The peculiar presence trailing him did not conform to the behavior of a beast. It kept a steady distance, neither too close nor too far, as if it were observing him. To confirm his suspicions, Araki paused after walking for a while, deliberately exposing a flaw by turning his back toward the source of the anomaly. However, upon his halt, the entity behind him also ceased its movement, refraining from seizing the moment to launch an attack. This circumstance further solidified Araki's belief that he was being followed by a person. Were they from Konoha village or another? What could they possibly want? Was it related to Kushina? A myriad of questions flooded Araki's mind. This was the first time in his 3 years of training that he had encountered a stalker, leaving him in a state of heightened caution. As the adage goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Until he understood the situation, he could not afford to reveal himself recklessly. Araki swiftly resolved to delve deeper into the forest. His pace fluctuated, alternating between rapid bursts and slow strides, repeatedly testing the entity's response, which mirrored his tempo, maintaining that enigmatic distance. Gradually, as time elapsed, night enveloped Konoha. The forest transitioned from brightness to darkness, then to a hazy twilight. The luminous full moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, ethereal glow upon the shadowy woods, adding an air of mystery to the surroundings. After some time, Araki sensed he had ventured deep into the forest, farther than he typically would during his training. If the pursuer remained unresponsive, he would consider returning via a circuitous route, as he preferred to avoid a direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. However, just then, the figure trailing him suddenly accelerated, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. A sense of urgency gripped Araki's heart. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, concealing the tumult of anxiety brewing within. After all, he could only perceive the presence behind him through subtle shifts in aura, leaving him uncertain whether it was indeed a person or something else entirely. Throughout this encounter, he had refrained from looking back. What troubled him most was the possibility of encountering Orochimaru, who possessed the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai. Although this power might not yield formidable combat strength at present, it could pose a significant threat. As long as it was not Orochimaru, the situation would not be as dire. Araki contemplated several potential identities for the pursuer. Among them were the ninjas from the Cloud Village. He recalled from his viewing of the Naruto anime that during this period, Kushina had indeed been abducted by ninjas from the Cloud Village, an event that ultimately facilitated Minato's fateful confrontation under the moonlight. Yet, he could not ascertain the exact timing of their arrival, rendering effective predictions unattainable. Another possibility was that it could be someone from the third Hokage's faction, given that Kushina was currently residing with him. It was plausible that the third had discovered his nightly training excursions. Araki had neither concealed this fact nor made it widely known, and due to his lack of presence, few paid attention to him, leaving no one aware of his nightly ventures. The mere knowledge that the third could be watching him was enough to make Araki cautious in all his actions, careful to avoid any revealing blunders, as he had no idea when the third might be observing him. Araki. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the night, laced with palpable rage, as if its owner wished to tear him apart. Almost immediately, a figure emerged. Judging by the airflow, this person was indeed the one following him, and they had accurately called out his name, confirming their intent. What struck him most was the familiarity of the voice, tinged with a youthful quality, likely belonging to a classmate around the age of 10. In an instant, Araki processed a wealth of information, and the anxiety that had gripped his heart began to dissipate as he turned toward the source of the voice. Beneath the moonlit canopy of trees, the cold light illuminated the silhouette before him, revealing none other than his opponent from the classroom duel, Hinata Sora. With the identity of the newcomer confirmed, the tension within Araki evaporated. He had never considered this possibility. After all, it was unusual for a classmate to venture this far into the woods. "What brings you here?" Araki inquired coolly, no longer attempting to mask his command of the local language. He was now prepared to give Hinata Sora an opportunity. If they could resolve this amicably, it would yield the best outcome for him. "Ha! The duel from earlier is far from over. Let us do it again." Hinata Sora laughed boisterously, having trailed Araki for this very opportunity to teach him a lesson. He felt fortunate that Araki had journeyed deep into the forest rather than leaving shortly after entering. At this distance, returning to the village would take at least half an hour, ensuring no one could interrupt them. "You won the last duel, that essay given." Araki replied without hesitation, surprised that Hinata Sora placed such importance on the simulated confrontation, having followed him all this way for merely that. Simultaneously, Araki kept a wary eye on Sora. A person capable of such actions might harbor a narrow-minded disposition, a quintessentially petty character. Better to provoke a gentleman than a rogue. He recalled the sage words passed down from his ancestors. Araki began to contemplate potential resolutions, hoping to defuse the tension between them so that they could part ways as strangers, never to cross paths again. Hinata Sora scoffed upon hearing Araki's words, his laughter resounding with unrestrained malice, for he understood that no one would come to Araki's aid in this secluded grove. I initially intended to teach you a lesson and be done with it. Who would have thought you'd play me for a fool? You forfeited without giving me a chance to showcase my skills. Because of that, I was reprimanded by Teacher Ibuki. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. We shall have another duel, and I promise to show you mercy. Hinata Sora continued to barrage Araki with words, leaving him no room for response, which was entirely in line with his character. As a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he often relied on his family's influence, carrying an overwhelming sense of pride within him. Especially when confronted with someone like Araki, a profound sense of class disparity arose within him, leading to a feeling of superiority over Araki. He felt disinterested. Araki leapt upward, springing towards the branches, and upon confirming the identity of his pursuer, he lost all desire to play games with the child. Do you think you can escape? Hinata Sora sneered, directly pursuing Araki, and during his run, he shouted, "You were the one who ran so far, and when I followed, I made sure no one saw us entering the woods. This time, no one will come to your aid." No one saw? Araki muttered under his breath, swiftly devising a strategy. You certainly run fast, Hinata Sora remarked as he chased Araki, suddenly realizing that even at full speed, the distance between them was not diminishing. If this continued, Araki might indeed escape the forest. He then said, "You must have a secret for sneaking out here at night." Araki remained silent, yet he could clearly hear Hinata Sora's words, contemplating how to handle this troublesome situation. Ha ha ha. Hinata Sora suddenly burst into laughter, halting on a branch and raising his voice significantly. "Are you here for training, or are you hiding a secret, Araki? Surely, you wouldn't want everyone in the village to know about this, would you?" Hinata's tone carried a heavy undercurrent of threat. He was aware that he could not catch up to Araki and realized that Araki was concealing his true strength. Yet he did not believe that Araki was stronger than him. There was a simple logic in his mind. If Araki were truly more powerful, he wouldn't need to flee. To run was to avoid battle. To avoid battle was a sign of weakness. With this reasoning, he felt his objective was to provoke Araki into turning back. As anticipated, Araki's figure came to a halt, his expression indifferent as he turned back, remaining on a branch not far away. "Do you think that if I confront you, this will all be over?" Araki asked coldly. Although he had initially been pondering a solution, Hinata's threat had brought him a sense of relief, easing his tension. This question was ostensibly an inquiry but was, in fact, an ultimatum. After all, as classmates, Araki decided to give Hinata a chance. Whether he could seize it depended on Hinata's insight. Over? Ha ha ha. Are you joking? Do you think our issues can be resolved with a single beating? Why would I come all the way here for that? Hinata continued, his pale eyes nearly devoid of pupils, yet they conveyed a piercing gaze directed at Araki. "During class today, you made me look foolish, and tomorrow, you will apologize in front of the entire class," Hinata stated coolly, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips as if he had Araki completely under his control. From the very beginning, Hinata had never considered Araki a worthy opponent. His dissatisfaction stemmed from Araki's inability to showcase his skills before Kushina. Araki remained silent, his expression darkening significantly. Apologizing was not something he would entertain. It wasn't about pride. It was about the embarrassment of being publicly humiliated. Araki did not care about momentary shame, but he was concerned about losing face in front of everyone. If he were to apologize to Hinata as demanded, he would undoubtedly become a topic of discussion among many at the ninja school. At that point, maintaining a low profile would be nearly impossible, and many would recognize him. "Why are you silent?" Hinata furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of danger from Araki, as if he were gazing at a silent beast. However, he quickly suppressed that feeling. Was Araki a beast? Unthinkable. It must be an illusion cast by the night forest. Moreover, the fundamental reason for Araki's silence might simply be that he did not comprehend Hinata's words. This person has a hearing impairment, Hinata deduced in that moment, arriving at a conclusion before waiting for Araki to respond. "I will not fight you," Araki declared, catching Hinata off guard. He then abruptly accelerated, sprinting swiftly towards the other side of the forest. The direction Araki took was not towards his residence. Rather, it veered more towards the eastern border of Konoha. This unexpected turn of events was so sudden that Hinata could hardly react in time. "Don't run." Hinata's expression changed as he immediately gave chase. He was still a child, having just contemplated how to vent his frustrations on Araki, yet in the blink of an eye, Araki had fled. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to the simulated confrontations in class, leaving him unable to bear the pressure. Hinata was determined not to let Araki escape. Even though he noticed Araki moving with the agility of a monkey through the trees, exhibiting superior speed and nimbleness, he firmly believed he could catch him. After pursuing for a while, Hinata realized that Araki's pace had noticeably slowed. It was evident Araki was exhausted. It seemed he had merely been pushing himself to his limits. After running such a distance, he must have been drained of energy. In that instant, Hinata assessed Araki's condition, which intensified his resolve to catch up and teach Araki a severe lesson to release his pent-up frustration. However, after a stretch of pursuit, Hinata encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Each time he seemed on the verge of catching Araki, the latter would inexplicably summon hidden strength, swiftly widening the gap between them. Yet, just as Hinata felt he might give up, Araki appeared to lose all vigor, almost coming to a standstill, reigniting Hinata's motivation to chase him down. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Hinata had pursued far beyond his initial intent. He had lost track of time and distance, panting heavily, his energy reserves nearly depleted. Huff, huff. Hinata ceased his ascent through the branches, collapsing onto the forest floor, feeling as though his lungs would burst, particularly after stopping, when waves of exhaustion crashed over him. No, I won't chase anymore. He never anticipated that Araki would run so swiftly. Supporting himself on his knees, he gasped for breath. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking the ground beneath him. At that moment, thoughts of punishing Araki had completely vanished. Even if he were to capture Araki now, he lacked the strength to strike, having exhausted himself in this relentless chase. Immersed in his pursuit, Hinata had failed to observe his surroundings. Only upon stopping did he realize the transformation around him. The once dark forest had inexplicably become shrouded in thick fog. The mist floated between the trees, obscuring all sight and dimming the silvery moonlight, imbuing the surroundings with an eerie aura. Not far away, Araki's figure had vanished. In that moment, Hinata Sora felt ensnared in a nightmarish fog. Araki, where are you? What kind of place is this? Come out quickly. Don't leave me alone. If you don't show yourself, I will reveal everything about you when I return. You are definitely practicing secretly at night. Hinata Sora summoned his last ounce of strength, shouting into the mist-shrouded woods, his tone laced with a fierce threat, attempting to drown out the fear that churned within him. He had never encountered such a terrifying place, and was utterly unaware that Konoha had areas enveloped in such dense fog. Although he threatened Araki, fear gripped his heart. Suddenly, Araki's voice resonated, low and oppressive, devoid of any emotion. The sound was not loud, yet it reached Hinata Sora's ears with clarity, as if whispered directly beside him. In a heartbeat, Hinata Sora turned sharply and caught sight of Araki's face. Then do not return. Araki's frigid voice pierced the silence, and in an instant, he lunged forward, gripping Hinata Sora tightly. The ferocity of his grasp rendered Hinata Sora's neck purple, making it difficult for him to breathe. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, while his pale eyes betrayed profound confusion and terror. At that moment, Hinata Sora struggled to breathe. Coupled with exhaustion, his mind went blank. He could not comprehend what was happening, and a suffocating aura enveloped him. Let me go. Hinata Sora's raspy voice emerged from his throat, feeling as though it might shatter. The overwhelming fear and instinct for survival compelled him to plead for mercy. I spared you when you followed me into the woods. Araki's cold voice echoed again, clear and devoid of the prior hesitance in his speech. I spared you when I inquired earlier. Now you expect me to spare you again? I am not a beast of burden. As he spoke, Araki tightened his grip, increasing the pressure, exacerbating Hinata Sora's sense of suffocation until his face resembled a swollen, crimson persimmon. Why you? Why? Hinata Sora gasped, his breath shortening, enveloped in a state of near asphyxiation. Yet, he summoned the last of his strength to inquire, but as he neared the end of his question, words failed him. Why can I kill you? A chilling smirk curled at the corners of Araki's lips as he gazed at Hinata Sora's flushed face, slowly articulating, You presume I am your prey. In truth, I am the hunter. The true hunter often presents themselves as the prey. With a crack, Araki unleashed the full force of his grip, producing the sound of crushing bones. In that instant, Hinata Sora's eyes widened, his pale irises bulging, devoid of their former vitality, his body slumping lifelessly. Thus, Hinata Sora's young life came to an abrupt end. I have kept such a low profile. Why provoke me? Araki mused, shaking his head in resignation. His reticence had merely been an endeavor to cultivate his chakra peacefully, not a reflection of cowardice, but rather a strategic concealment of his true potential. You are but a branch member of the Hyuga clan, yet you carry such arrogance. At your age, you haven't even awakened your Byakugan, nor can you see through the mist concealment technique. Truly, you overestimate yourself. With indifference, Araki discarded Hinata Sora's body onto the ground, his expression unchanged, showing no sign of panic over the act of murder. In the world of shinobi, death was a commonplace occurrence. Villages witnessed fatalities daily. Had Araki been transported to a peaceful era, perhaps there would have been individuals tasked with investigating deaths. However, in the shinobi world, such matters were rarely subjected to formal inquiries. This, however, did not mean he should grow careless. Araki squatted beside Hinata Sora's corpse. Despite the youth's age, he belonged to the Hyuga clan, necessitating a careful approach. He first retrieved Hinata Sora's ninja tool pouch, inspecting its contents, which included shuriken and a modest sum of money, spoils of battle. Araki placed everything into his own pouch. Subsequently, he produced a kunai and aimed it at Hinata Sora's eyes. With a swift thrust, he pierced them. As two piercing sounds rang out, the Byakugan's once white hue transformed into crimson, stained by its own lifeblood. Araki then retrieved 2 explosive tags. These were costly, and he possessed only 3 in total, primarily reserved as backups. Clearly, my preparations were insufficient. Araki sighed inwardly. He had only wished to remain inconspicuous and had no intention of taking a life in Konoha. This confrontation was entirely instigated by Hinata Sora. With no means to resolve the issue, he had to eliminate the source of the problem. This very reason led to his realization of being underprepared while dealing with Hinata Sora's remains. Next time, he must ensure to carry corpse-dissolving liquid. Such a substance was not indispensable, yet its absence was regrettable. Had he possessed it, the task would have been considerably easier. Corpse-dissolving liquid was frequently employed by Umbu ninjas, particularly on the battlefield. When a village's shinobi fell, and time or circumstances did not allow for proper disposal, the liquid would dissolve the body. This significantly mitigated the risk of the enemy obtaining the remains and uncovering the village's secrets. Acquiring such liquid was not easy, but it was immensely practical. Araki resolved to seek out some to keep on hand after returning. Swiftly, Araki tore off Hinata Sora's clothing and affixed the explosive tags. As he activated them, a series of hissing sounds erupted. In that moment, Araki deftly began forming hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. His right hand extended, as if imbued with magic, summoning torrents of water that engulfed Hinata Sora's corpse. With a resounding boom, the explosion echoed, yet it was muted, as if muffled by an invisible barrier. Lacking any sense of grandeur, the explosive tags detonated entirely within the water prison. The force obliterated Hinata Sora's body and, peculiarly, ignited it within the water. While the splattered blood did not touch the ground, instead staining the water prison a vivid red. The entire process appeared inconsequential. Yet only Araki understood that he was meticulously disposing of Hinata Sora's remains to ensure no trace would lead back to him. Suddenly, a puddle appeared beneath Araki's feet. In an instant, he transformed into a figure indistinguishable from Araki, manifesting as a water clone. The water clone exchanged a brief glance with Araki before commencing a series of meticulous hand seals. Doton, Tsuchi no Nagar. Upon completing the seals, the clone pressed its hands against the ground, and the earth before them morphed into a swirling quagmire, resembling a vortex, albeit on a small scale that rendered it ineffective in genuine combat scenarios. Araki had no intention of employing this ninjutsu in actual battle. His aim was to erase all traces. Raising his right hand, Araki steadily reduced the size of the water prison, the crimson sphere absorbing all visibility of its contents. Shortly thereafter, the red water sphere made contact with the swirling mire, its surface beginning to rotate as it spiraled into the depths of the earth, subtly darkening the surrounding soil. Within mere seconds, the entire water sphere, along with the remnants of Hinata Sora, was drawn into the earth's depths, and the quagmire ceased its rotation. The ground began to revert to its parched state, displaying no evidence of the prior disturbance. This attire must be disposed of, Araki declared, casting aside Hinata Sora's garments onto the now processed ground. Rapidly, he executed a series of hand seals before expelling a small flame. While he was not particularly adept at fire release ninjutsu, conjuring a small flame posed no challenge. Araki's true proficiency lay in water release ninjutsu. Bolstered by his affinity for wood release, water and earth chakra natures are inherently compatible. This was not merely conjecture. He had previously acquired specialized sensing paper from a ninja tool shop, crafted from unique trees that derive nourishment from chakra. By channeling chakra into the paper, one could discern their most compatible elemental affinity. However, the sensing paper primarily detects elemental affinities suitable for deeper research rather than assessing all elemental properties. During his viewing of the Naruto anime, Araki had grasped a rudimentary understanding that individuals might possess multiple elemental affinities, but typically excel in one or two. The only exception to this notion was the contemporary Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, often referred to as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, who was reputed to have mastery over a multitude of elemental techniques. After infusing chakra into the sensing paper, it quickly became visibly damp, indicating that his primary affinity was indeed water release. From that moment on, Araki incorporated water release into his daily training regimen, often practicing in the early hours of the morning, after confirming that the third Hokage would be asleep, thus avoiding detection by the telescope technique. This strategy allowed him to keep his trump cards concealed. Fortunately, he had this at hand. After reducing Hinata Sora's clothing to ashes, Araki reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved an unopened bottle of pepper. He had prepared this long ago, aware that numerous secret techniques in the ninja world could track one's scent, such as the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs and the summoning techniques used by Kakashi. Although he was not particularly informed about other methods, or whether there were more skilled scouts within the Umbu, he always kept a bottle of pepper on hand to mask various odors when necessary. Sprinkling the pepper upon the ground, he covered the surrounding area, aware that scents linger longer on objects than they do in the air. During his journey here with Hinata Sora, they had taken a convoluted path, dispersing the scents with the wind. As for the telescope technique, the moment Araki resolved to act against Hinata Sora, he sprinted towards the eastern side of Konoha, silently weaving hand seals along the way and employing the hidden mist technique from water release to envelop the forest in a dense fog under the cover of night. This mist would not persist indefinitely, but maintaining it for half an hour was entirely feasible. As Araki progressed, he shrouded the surrounding forest in mist, effectively concealing his movements. The hidden mist technique was the first ninjutsu he practiced upon realizing his affinity for water release, specifically designed to counter the telescope technique. Now, everything had come to an end. Araki vanished in a flash, swiftly traversing through the woods towards the forest where he had long trained. He was acutely aware that disappearances in Konoha were not particularly unusual. Orochimaru had conducted numerous human experiments. If it were to be discovered that he possessed the Wood Release bloodline limit, even if he vanished, it would likely not raise much concern. Hinata Sora belonged to the Hyuga clan, but was merely a branch family member, his forehead protector obscuring the caged bird symbol that represented his fated lineage. If he were a member of the main family, matters would be more complicated, but as a branch family member, he was not of significant interest. Perhaps the Hyuga clan would search for him, but it would hardly cause a stir. Prior to taking action, Araki had thoroughly analyzed the implications of his actions and understood the potential consequences. In Konoha, the organization responsible for investigating such matters was the Security Department, predominantly composed of members from the Uchiha clan, effectively the Uchiha Security Force. While the Uchiha and Hyuga clans publicly appeared to have no conflicts, they were secretly engaged in a rivalry, each claiming to be the strongest clan in Konoha. It was common knowledge that while the four heavenly kings could number 5, there could only be one strongest clan. The Security Department would investigate the Hyuga incident, though the extent of their involvement remained uncertain. Araki maintained an exceptionally low profile, making him an unlikely suspect even among his classmates. Coupled with his meticulous handling of the situation, leaving no evidence behind, he was effectively insulated from suspicion. Particularly during the daytime simulation battles, he had promptly conceded defeat, ensuring that others perceived him as no match for Hinata Sora, thereby diminishing the likelihood of being suspected. The immediate benefit of this was to avert any potential gossip from Hinata Sora, who had threatened to divulge details about his training. While this information was not a heavily guarded secret, and others would eventually learn of it, Hinata Sora's intention was not to simply expose it, but rather to broadcast it widely. Araki wished to remain unnoticed, avoiding any implications of deliberate concealment that might attract undue attention. Having carefully nurtured his growth for over 3 years, he could scarcely fathom the repercussions of entangling himself with such a troublesome individual. Above all, he harbored an intense feeling that Hinata Sora perceived him as an easy target, not merely to be squeezed lightly, but to be thoroughly crushed. Instead, the intention is to indulge in a gentle squeeze whenever feeling bored or melancholic, to persist in this soothing activity indefinitely. Araki chooses to remain discreet, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, when trouble inevitably knocks at his door, he must confront and resolve it. Araki hastened along the path toward his training grounds, occasionally scattering a pinch of pepper as he departed. The pepper particles drifted through the air, settling on branches, releasing a pungent aroma that could obscure his trail to a certain extent. However, at this moment, Araki was not dispersing the pepper to mask his scent. Rather, he aimed to create a distinct odor. The route he traversed with Hinata Sora was entirely different from the solitary path he now followed. The essence of the pepper might eventually be discovered, or perhaps it would not, but any disruption he could create was worthwhile. Caution is never misplaced. Araki did not continuously sprinkle the pepper, as that would create a clear trail. Instead, he scattered it intermittently over various stretches. He ceased this act only upon returning to the more bustling part of the village. The hour was late, and the village still buzzed with activity. Many shops aglow with the warm, hazy light of lanterns against the night sky. Laughter occasionally echoed from within. Compared to the modern world, Konoha village possessed a rather rudimentary level of civilization, reminiscent of ancient times, yet its nightlife rivaled that of contemporary cities. This was primarily due to the many ninjas returning from missions at late hours. Extended shop hours provided them with sustenance and additional profit. During their missions, ninjas typically subsisted on basic ration pills, devoid of flavor. After the completion of their tasks, the subsequent relaxation would lead to an overwhelming sense of fatigue, leaving them utterly defenseless against the allure of delicious food. As Araki navigated through the lively area, he had no intention of dining. His sole purpose was to guide the scent toward this bustling locale. The throngs of people heightened the number of potential suspects, significantly impacting the investigations of the security department. Of course, Araki held little belief that the security department would uncover Hinata Sora's final resting place. Before long, Araki passed through the village center and re-entered the forest. His earlier swift running had not significantly drained his energy. The exertion was far less than that of his usual training. Frequently, he consciously reduced his pace to accommodate Hinata Sora's pursuit, as he could easily outpace her otherwise. He resumed his training fervently, returning to his daily practice area, where the absence of any sense of being tracked allowed his heart to return to a state of tranquility, enveloped in the embrace of nature as he engaged in rigorous training. The following morning, as dawn illuminated the earth, Araki returned to his dwelling. In truth, Kushina's presence here had not disrupted his life, as he had often not returned home at night. Upon arriving at the entrance, he immediately noticed his backpack and a note left outside. Araki recognized his backpack instantly, brazenly left at the door, undoubtedly Kushina's doing. Did she not fear theft? Araki could not help but smile wryly, realizing that Kushina placed an excessive amount of trust in the villagers. Konoha was not devoid of crime, and theft was not uncommon. Although his backpack contained nothing of particular value, losing it would necessitate a replacement. Moreover, the note was pressed beneath a key, his house key. Has she left? The moment Araki glimpsed the key, his eyes sparkled with hope. If Kushina had departed for another residence, it would indeed offer him a respite. He turned his gaze to the note. Araki, I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, and will be unable to return home or attend school. Please do not worry about me. I have already arranged for leave at school. This key belongs to you. You forgot it when you left last night. I left it here in case you needed to return home while I am away. If all goes well, I shall return in a few days. If I do not return, you must emerge from the shadows and embrace a better life. Make new friends, gain recognition from others, and discover your own worth. Your friend, Kushina. After reading the note, Araki could not help but admire Kushina's beautiful handwriting. Each stroke was delicate and refined, revealing a side of her that was gentle and thoughtful, contrasting sharply with her usual boisterous demeanor. Thank you. Araki read the words once more, quietly uttering those two words. The content of the note was simple, lacking any particularly stirring sentiments, merely an expression of care. Yet, amidst those words of concern, Araki felt an indescribable warmth. He did not seek concern, nor understanding, nor validation from others. He had his own plans and was diligently executing them. External opinions could not sway him. Araki possessed a robust mental fortitude, and as a transmigrant, his perspective on the ninja world was distinct from that of the natives, allowing him to view it from a more transcendent angle. Even so, he still felt a sense of warmth from Kushina's words. She must have left to take on the role of the Nine-Tails vessel, leaving this note behind. Seemingly oblivious to her own fate while still expressing concern for him, Araki shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware that the existence of this note had irrevocably deepened their bond. Not a superficial connection, but an emotional one, a bond that, in the language of ninjas, could be termed as a tie. Araki had long sought to evade any bonds with Kushina, as such ties could bring complications. Yet, in that fleeting moment while reading the note, he felt a reckless impulse to disregard any potential troubles. Though this impulse vanished as quickly as it arose, it made Araki acutely aware that his bond with Kushina had indeed transformed. In the next moment, Araki folded the note and tucked it into his ninja gear pouch, along with his house key. He then picked up his backpack and set off toward the Ninja Academy. Araki, as always, arrived at the Ninja Academy, taking his usual seat in the unobtrusive corner that seldom attracted attention. The seating arrangements within the academy were not fixed. Students had the freedom to choose their spots, and those who arrived first claimed the prime locations. However, as time progressed, students gradually settled into their preferred seats, silently agreeing to stay put without much swapping. Occasionally, there would be some changes, but the students, upon entering the classroom, would discreetly cast glances toward the back, where Kushina typically sat. Upon finding her absence, they would quickly redirect their gaze, skillfully concealing their thoughts from others. Araki did not deliberately observe his classmates, but every so often, he would glance up to witness such scenes, reminiscent of his school days when he often found his gaze lingering on the most enchanting girl in class. The same principle applied to the students now. Some bolder, extroverted individuals would approach Kushina during breaks, initiating conversations or offering small gifts. In contrast, the more reserved students would silently admire her from afar, lacking any overt actions. With the sound of footsteps echoing, the classroom fell into silence. Almost everyone recognized that it was teacher Ibuki arriving. His distinctive footsteps were unlike those of the children. Soon enough, as anticipated, the footsteps halted at the classroom door, and teacher Ibuki's head appeared at the threshold. "Class is starting," he announced, making his way to the podium, bowing to the students. After surveying the room, his gaze paused upon the empty seat where Kushina usually sat. He was aware that Kushina had taken a leave of absence, though the specifics eluded him. He only knew that it was the Umbu who had requested her absence, and he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. His eyes then drifted to the seat typically occupied by Hinata Sora, and his brow furrowed slightly upon noticing the absence of the boy as well. "Hinata Sora is not here?" Teacher Ibuki's voice resonated clearly in the classroom. After receiving no response, he confirmed that Sora was indeed missing. This struck him as peculiar. Sora had not taken a leave of absence. Was it possible he had overslept? Teacher Ibuki pondered these questions internally, dismissing them without considering the possibility of something more dire. After Teacher Ibuki's remarks, Araki's expression remained unchanged, as if these matters bore no relation to him. The day passed uneventfully, with neither Hinata Sora nor Kushina making an appearance, resulting in a palpable dullness in the classroom. Sora's absence elicited little reaction. He had always been rather brash, and his disappearance did not particularly affect the students. However, Kushina's absence weighed heavily on them, creating a sense of longing. Previously, when Kushina was not present, they felt indifferent, but now they recognized an irreplaceable void, as the red-haired girl had quietly claimed a place in their hearts. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Teacher Ibuki cast a final glance toward Hinata Sora's seat, seemingly hesitant to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately saying nothing. Araki continued his routine of training in the woods after school, adhering to an unwavering schedule that remained undisturbed. As time elapsed, 2 more days passed without Hinata Sora or Kushina attending class. While Kushina's absence was somewhat understandable, given her leave, Teacher Ibuki felt a twinge of concern regarding Sora. When 3 consecutive days passed without Sora's presence and no word from his family, Teacher Ibuki's anxiety began to mount. Once again, the bell rang, but this time, Teacher Ibuki did not dismiss the class immediately. Instead, he retained the students' attention. A wave of puzzled expressions focused on him as he inquired, "Has anyone seen Hinata Sora in the past few days?" His voice was serious, devoid of jest, creating an atmosphere of somber silence among the students. In the past, some might have dared to joke, but witnessing Teacher Ibuki's earnest demeanor quelled any inclination to speak. "Has no one seen him?" Teacher Ibuki began to sense that something was amiss. As the realization dawned that Hinata Sora had been absent for 3 days without a word, his concern deepened. Initially, he assumed Sora might have been delayed by some issue, waiting for an explanation the following day. However, by the second day, a sense of unease had settled in, exacerbated by the lack of communication from the Hinata clan. Now, on the third day, Sora's continued absence raised alarm bells. The students shook their heads, remaining silent. As none had seen Sora, their thoughts primarily consumed by Kushina instead. Very well, Teacher Ibuki concluded after his inquiries, recognizing that none of the students had encountered Sora, suggesting that his absence extended beyond mere class attendance. Class is dismissed, he proclaimed, bowing to the students before hastily exiting the classroom, heading straight for the Hinata clan's estate. As a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy, he felt it imperative to ascertain the truth behind Sora's absence after 3 days without attendance. Teacher Ibuki grappled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he felt compelled to reprimand Sora for his unexplained absence, which also reflected poorly on the Hinata clan. On the other hand, he questioned his own oversight as a teacher if the clan was unaware of Sora's disappearance. Yet, his heart was heavy with concern. Had it been any other student, he would have promptly contacted their family on the first day of absence. However, the Hinata clan held a unique status in Konoha, with privileges that allowed their members to opt out of regular schooling in favor of internal training to become ninjas. This was a long-standing understanding among the Hokage. Consequently, any student from the Hinata clan attending the academy often bore an air of pride, viewing their time there as an experience rather than a necessity. While occasional truancy occurred, 3 consecutive days without attendance was indeed unusual. Teacher Ibuki's apprehension grew, and he resolved that if Sora's absence was not due to an urgent matter, he would not hesitate to condemn such behavior. Araki gazed at the hurried figure of Teacher Ibuki as she departed, acutely aware that the matter concerning Hinata Sora would soon come to light. However, he found himself curious about the extent to which this situation would evolve. After all, given the current circumstances, Hinata Sora could only be categorized as missing. The body remained undiscoverable. 3 days had already elapsed. Even if they were to deploy the ninja hounds, the residual scent was exceedingly faint, especially since he had treated it with pepper powder. After school, Araki returned to his residence with his backpack slung over his shoulder. During his idle moments in recent days, he had been contemplating whether there was a more effective way to handle the situation involving Hinata Sora. The only solution that came to mind was corpse dissolution fluid. If he could procure the substance used by the Umbu to dispose of bodies, he would be better equipped to deal with any future threats, transforming them into a pool of dark crimson blood buried deep underground. Yet, regarding the corpse dissolution fluid, Araki remained patient. At present, the incident with Hinata Sora had not drawn attention. Purchasing the fluid would only cast suspicion upon himself. A more opportune moment would be prudent. After thoroughly reviewing his actions and handling the matter of Hinata Sora, Araki confirmed that he had not overlooked any critical details. Indeed, it was the most prudent course of action available to him. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. He retrieved his keys, swiftly unlocked the door, and as he was about to drop his backpack and step back outside, he was met with the sight of a figure with fiery red hair. It was Kushina, who had also been missing for 3 days. "Araki, you're back," she called out, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Upon observing her, Araki noticed her eyes were red and slightly swollen, her demeanor far from the vibrant spirit he had known. She appeared considerably more somber and despondent. "Did you finish your tasks?" Araki inhaled deeply. Upon seeing Kushina's condition, he understood that she had now become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Everything had transpired too rapidly. From Kushina's arrival in Konoha to her becoming the Nine Tails host, the timeline was alarmingly brief. The power of an individual seemed minuscule in the face of the village's needs. Originally from the Whirlpool village, Kushina was selected for her exceptional physical attributes to succeed Mito Uzumaki as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Upon her arrival in Konoha, she was still oblivious to the gravity of her situation. Within a short span, she had to absorb vast amounts of information and adapt quickly to the overwhelming changes. In this process, personal desires became insignificant. The greater good of the village overshadowed individual interests. In that moment, Araki perceived a reflection of himself in Kushina. If the higher-ups in Konoha were to learn of his Wood Release Kekkei Genkai, he would be compelled to make significant sacrifices for the village's benefit, just as Kushina had. Araki had silently dedicated 3 years to rigorous training in Konoha. While his strength was indeed notable compared to his peers, he felt dwarfed by the enormity of the village's power. Should Konoha decide to act against him, he possessed no means of defense. This was the crux of the matter. Araki's abilities had surpassed those of his contemporaries, yet his aspirations extended beyond mere peer comparison. He sought to become a formidable force within the village, not for the sake of dominion or superiority, but simply to attain a level of self-preservation, to evade scrutiny. As for the situation with Hinata Sora, Araki felt no remorse. Anyone seeking to elevate his visibility was, in effect, threatening his very existence. "I'm done," Kushina uttered simply, as if the words drained her of all remaining energy. At that moment, she appeared somewhat disoriented. The events of the past few days felt surreal, as though she were trapped in a dream, with certain details slipping from her memory. She had stumbled through this haze, being so young. The presence of the sealed beast within her stirred profound unease, often leading her to feel alienated, at times viewing herself as a monster. Old Granny Mito had advised her to fill her heart with love and face life with optimism. But was it truly that simple? Kushina was aware that her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a closely guarded secret within Konoha. Only a few were privy to it, allowing her to navigate her days relatively unscathed. As long as her friends remained unaware of her monstrous identity, she could maintain normal interactions. Yet, the thought of them discovering the truth filled her with dread. She could scarcely bear the thought of the disdainful looks and the subsequent distance that would arise. The prospect of solitude, devoid of friends to betray her, while lonely, seemed a lesser evil than the pain of betrayal. "Are you all right?" As Kushina remained ensnared in her tumultuous thoughts, Araki's voice gently pulled her back from her spiral of negativity. After uttering this question, he dropped his backpack to the floor, preparing to embark on his training. Daily practice was imperative. He could not afford to falter, dedicating the limited time he had to the boundless pursuit of improvement, ensuring he maximized his potential in the shortest time frame possible. Araki, seeing him prepare to depart, caused a pang of anxiety to surge through Kushina. She gazed at him. Her emotions towards this first friend in Konoha, a peer she cherished, complex and tumultuous. "Are we friends?" Kushina's eyes bore into Araki's, and after posing her question, her hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in her palms. She felt a stark contrast to her earlier self. The identity of the Jinchuriki had instilled within her a profound sense of inferiority. "Of course we are," Araki replied without a moment's hesitation. In truth, when he had discovered the note Kushina left behind, he had already embraced this gentle, delightful girl as a friend, confirming their bond. Now, seeing her once more, he sensed an unspoken connection between them. In a certain light, they were akin to kindred spirits, one openly revealing their talents, the other concealing theirs. Had Araki's own abilities been exposed, he would likely find himself in a predicament akin to Kushina's, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "What if one day I become a monster?" Kushina inquired cautiously, her anxiety palpable. The moment the words escaped her lips, she began to regret them. Yet her desire for an answer was overwhelming. Upon hearing those words, Araki instantly comprehended the essence of Kushina's inquiry. If all went according to fate, at this very moment, Kushina had indeed become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This was an era when Jinchuriki had yet to gain acceptance. Unlike the later days of Naruto, the current Jinchuriki were mere vessels, perceived not only as tools by the village's elite, but also inciting fear among ordinary citizens. Such a phenomenon led the Jinchuriki to shy away from acknowledging their identities, opting to hide their fragile self-esteem instead. In truth, every Jinchuriki yearned for recognition. They sought to fill the void within their hearts with love, desiring kindness from others, yet lacked the courage to take that crucial step forward. To some extent, Kushina's proactive inquiry directed towards Araki demonstrated immense bravery, as if she had prepared herself psychologically for potential hurt. What was she thinking? Araki suddenly halted his stride, turning his head slowly to gaze at Kushina, noticing her head slightly bowed in an unintentional display of diminished confidence and enthusiasm, replaced by an ineffable sense of inferiority. "How could you be a monster?" Araki remarked casually, deliberately employing a light-hearted tone to alleviate the pressure on Kushina. However, he refrained from providing a direct answer, wishing instead to gauge how much more she might express. He certainly did not believe the conversation would conclude here. Thus, he chose to stay, his gaze fixed on Kushina. Although he had already accepted this girl, he desired to delve deeper, for they had only known each other for a few days. I mean if. Kushina abruptly raised her hand, determination etched in her deep, dark eyes, seemingly unwilling to accept a lack of answers. Yet, amidst the flickering fluctuations in her pupils, there lingered a hint of relief, as she had not heard the words she feared most. This provided her a fleeting respite from the weight pressing on her heart. However, having ventured this far, she could not relent. If I truly become a monster, a terrifyingly colossal monster, and I lose my consciousness, would you still be my friend? Kushina's words spilled forth like a rapid-fire barrage, her speech quick and unyielding, afraid to linger on any one phrase. After uttering her thoughts, her complexion paled considerably, as if she had expended all her strength. Following her outburst, she lowered her head once more, unwilling to meet Araki's gaze for fear of witnessing disappointment. At that moment, Araki gazed deeply at Kushina, realizing that this might be her final inquiry of such nature. He knew that her current state would not permit a third repetition, and beyond this day, she might not possess the emotional resolve to seek an answer again. Araki was acutely aware that if he were to sever ties with Kushina, now would be the opportune moment. At this juncture in her life, she was undoubtedly at her most vulnerable, and perhaps he was the only one she could rely upon. Yet, the thought of that note lingered in his mind, compelling him to reconsider such a course of action. As a traveler from another realm, upon arriving in Konoha, Araki had grappled with a profound sense of isolation, unable to comprehend or articulate the language, enveloped in an overwhelming solitude. Coupled with the burden of possessing a bloodline limit of immense research value, fear loomed heavily within him. During that time, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, all along, Araki had sought only to safeguard himself, to develop in obscurity, and beneath his protective shell, no one wished to befriend him. Kushina was the exception. Thus, he was reluctant to sever this rare bond, especially as he saw in her the reflection of his former self, that lonely stranger in Konoha. Even if you are a monster, we shall remain friends, Araki articulated clearly, seldom revealing such solemnity in his demeanor, intending for Kushina to grasp his meaning. Really? Kushina's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto Araki's gaze with a fervent mix of longing and anxiety, fearful that everything before her might suddenly vanish. Indeed, Araki affirmed without hesitation, aware that in this moment, Kushina most needed this affirmation. The more resolute he appeared, the more at ease she felt. Kushina inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, striving to calm her turbulent emotions, her expression turning serious as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Araki. If one day, if I become a monster, you must keep your distance. I do not wish to harm you. Kushina spoke with a heavy tone, refraining from divulging too much to Araki, not only due to the secrets of Konoha, but also because she feared he might retract his words once he learned the truth. Despite this, Araki had already provided her with the reassurance she sought, and she felt content, even if it was merely a self-soothing illusion. There is no need for that. Araki shook his head, turning away, leaving behind a baffling silhouette for Kushina, causing her previously stirred emotions to muddle into confusion. He stepped forward towards the doorway, halting just as his hand grasped the doorknob. He did not open the door, but paused, maintaining his back towards Kushina. In truth, I have never had friends. You are my only friend. Araki did not lie with this statement. Before encountering that note, he had considered Kushina a burden. However, that note seemed to possess an extraordinary power, striking at the most vulnerable part of his heart. Therefore, I do not mind whether you are a monster. Even if you truly become one, I have no reason to abandon you. I will fight alongside you, Araki stated nonchalantly. After uttering these words, he unlocked the door and prepared to leave. Why? Kushina's voice rose several decibels, clearly astonished by Araki's declaration, and then she inquired, You wish to stand beside a monster? I stand beside my friend, Araki replied, exiting without hesitation and shutting the door behind him, leaving Kushina alone, gazing blankly at the door. Her thoughts swirling in a tempest that refused to settle, tears welling up once more in her reddened eyes. Araki was acutely aware of both his words and actions. In the current circumstances, befriending Kushina would undoubtedly lead to greater complications for him. Nevertheless, he believed he could manage some aspects in the short term. For instance, their prior agreement still stood. That is, when in public, they were to maintain a certain distance, appearing as if they were not particularly close. This way, for a considerable period, they would not be associated with one another. More importantly, The village of Konoha would not reveal so soon that Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, as this was a significant secret of the village. Thus, even if he became close friends with Kushina, there would be ample time to allow Araki to train at his own pace. After all, Konoha did not restrict Kushina from making friends. She could still have many companions, and not every friend would be linked to her. Araki felt relatively unburdened. He merely wished for his acknowledged friendship not to allow Kushina to succumb to despair during this vulnerable period, forcing herself into a dark corner. In truth, Araki had a complex relationship with fate. He believed in a portion of destiny that he chose to accept, just as he had traversed to this place. He felt it was by the hand of fate that he had been granted the Wood Release bloodline limit and had become Kushina's roommate. Therefore, he regarded the bond with Kushina as a form of destiny. However, regarding many outcomes, he was not wholly convinced. Leaning more towards the belief that human effort plays a crucial role, many issues are not immutable but rather subject to change. After Araki departed, Kushina stared blankly at the direction of the door. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, she raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, only to realize that they had already dried, a smile creeping onto her lips. This time, however, her smile was not solely tinged with helplessness. It also held a hint of joy. Araki, thank you. I was supposed to help you, yet it turned out that you comforted me instead. Rising from her curled position, she seemed to have come to a realization and immediately rallied her spirits. She remembered her mission, to guide and assist Araki in resolving his psychological issues. Unexpectedly, she had been consoled by Araki instead. With this thought, Kushina smiled again. Although her smile still bore traces of bitterness, it radiated a deeper sense of fulfilled happiness. To be acknowledged by someone she cared about was sufficient. Others mattered little. After coming to this understanding, Kushina felt much more at ease. A wave of fatigue washed over her, prompting her to return indoors to prepare for rest. Araki continued his training in the woods as usual, currently performing push-ups beneath a tree. The curriculum on physical conditioning in the Ninja Academy was sparse, primarily covering the fundamentals. Reflecting on his past viewings of the Naruto anime, where he recalled the training of Guy and Lee, which revolved around basic exercises like running, push-ups, and squats, he incorporated these into his daily practice, merely increasing the repetitions, believing that quantity could yield miracles. Suddenly, while executing a standard push-up, Araki sensed a subtle shift in the air within the forest. This sensation was delicate, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his skin. Without prior training in wilderness survival, it would be challenging to discern accurately. Someone was approaching. Moreover, there were 3 individuals. Araki furrowed his brow slightly, as he did not think anyone would venture into the woods at this hour without reason. It was likely related to Kekkei. With this thought, Araki's legs suddenly surged with power. His thighs propelled his calves, launching him upward. With a forceful impact upon the ground, Araki soared into the air, landing gracefully atop a branch and cleverly concealing himself amidst the dense foliage. Moments later, 3 figures darted through the trees, stopping near several that fell within Araki's line of sight. 2 boys, seemingly around 15 or 16, accompanied a girl who appeared to be about 12. Their attire suggested that they hailed from notable backgrounds. Konoha, in terms of both military and financial prowess, ranked among the top 5 ninja villages. However, while Konoha boasted a commendable overall economic strength, the disparities between wealth and poverty were significant. These differences were most acutely reflected within the clans. Konoha was originally formed from numerous clans, each varying in status. Larger clans possessed greater strength, while smaller ones were comparatively weaker. Additionally, many scattered families depended on these clans, forming the common populace of Konoha. Even though the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, advocated for the integration of various clans to forge new bonds and enhance mutual connections, the disparities in wealth were not easily reconciled. From the fabric of the 3 individuals' clothing, Araki could ascertain that they did not come from impoverished backgrounds. His pupils narrowed slightly as he observed more closely. Each of them bore a red and white striped emblem that resembled a fan, and the 2 older boys wore ninja headbands, the Uchiha clan's symbol. Araki had not expected to encounter members of the Uchiha clan here, and his sense of caution heightened once more. Yet, curiosity also stirred within him. What were these 3 doing in the woods at such an hour? Particularly the girl who was not wearing a headband, given her age. She could not be much older than he was, and likely was still a student at the Ninja Academy. Why were they wandering the woods at night? Were they planning to sleep here? However, this was 3 people. The distribution seemed uneven with 2 boys and 1 girl. Was this arrangement not tiring for them? Araki's mind raced with questions, but at that moment, he overheard their conversation below. Will we really be able to find it like this? The girl's voice was gentle, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, adding to her allure. I don't know. The apparent leader among them shook his head before resolutely stating, however, if our young detective team finds it first, we will have reason to join the security department. Araki perched atop the treetops, surveying 3 youths from the Uchiha clan engaged in earnest conversation. As he swiftly assessed the unfolding situation, it appeared they were in search of something. Given their Uchiha heritage and the mention of the security department, Araki had ample reason to believe they sought the recently vanished Hinata Sora. After all, when departing from the ninja academy, he had discerned a hint of anxiety on teacher Ibuki's face. Sora had been absent from class for 3 consecutive days, warranting a thorough search, yet they had likely missed the optimal window for investigation. Now, even the scent of pepper would have faded. What surprised Araki, however, was that the first to arrive for the inquiry were merely 3 youths, who referred to themselves as a young detective agency, piquing his interest. Among the branches, a girl with long black hair, upon hearing the term security department, brightened, her dark eyes shimmering with innocent yearning. Brother Fugaku, can we truly join the security department? Her voice brimmed with excitement, as if she envisioned her dreams materializing before her, already starting to fantasize. Only if we can find Hinata Sora. The leading boy nodded, his equally dark eyes filled with determination. His shoulder-length black hair tapered into a more unconventional style, reminiscent of a young Sasuke upon closer inspection. This was Uchiha Fugaku. And the girl, could she be Uchiha Makoto? Araki, standing atop the branches, swiftly deduced their identities from their dialogue, his heart resonating with astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering these 2 here. Who, then, was the third individual? Araki glanced at the 3rd member of the young detective agency, deciding to set aside his curiosity for the moment, knowing that fate would allow their paths to cross again. The trio continued their conversation before leaping into action, venturing deeper into the shadowy forest while meticulously searching for Sora. As of now, they remained oblivious to Sora's fate. You shall be disappointed, Araki mused as he watched them depart. No one understood better than he the events that had transpired concerning Hinata Sora. These 3 stood no chance of locating him. Even employing the technique of Edo Tensei, they lacked Sora's flesh to extract the genetic material necessary for summoning. Moreover, Orochimaru had yet to fully master the Edo Tensei technique. Araki prided himself on the meticulous handling of Sora's situation, believing he had left no stone unturned. In contrast, the security department faced significant issues. He shook his head slightly. The responsibility of locating Sora inevitably fell to the security department. Although this matter was not classified, the fact that the younger generation had learned of it so swiftly, even arriving before the security department, indicated deeper problems. With Fugaku and his companions having departed, Araki leaped down from the treetop with remarkable grace, landing silently, his control over his muscles growing ever more refined. He could no longer linger in the forest. Tomorrow, he would head to the lake. For swimming proved a far more effective means of physical training than running on land. Araki silently planned. His newfound agility and control over his body were a direct result of his consistent swimming practice, allowing him to sense the flow of air and maneuver swiftly through it. Moreover, it was time to consider adding weight. As time passed, the sun began to rise, marking the end of another night of training. Araki had not encountered any other members of the security department during his vigil. Had he not stumbled upon the young detective agency, he would have remained unaware of their investigation. Their efficiency was abysmal. Returning to his residence, Araki found no sign of Kushina, yet her backpack lay at the doorstep, neatly organized in a convenient spot. How considerate. A faint smile crept across Araki's face, sensing a shift in Kushina's demeanor through this small detail. Previously, she had been somewhat reluctant to distance herself from him, but now, things had changed. Kushina seemed less clingy. While others might have felt anxious about such a change, Araki felt a sudden relief, no longer viewing himself as a thorn in anyone's side. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy classroom, he spotted Kushina already seated at her desk. It appeared she sensed his arrival, glancing up with bright, sparkling eyes that seemed to communicate without words, before subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Soon after, Kushina redirected her attention elsewhere. It wasn't that she wished to avoid eye contact. Rather, she understood that many in the class sought her friendship, and a momentary lapse could inadvertently cause Araki trouble. After the events of the past few days, Kushina felt as though she had undergone a rebirth, cherishing life and the individuals she held dear even more. Many previously incomprehensible matters now made sense, and things she had once overlooked began to gain significance, while some concerns that once weighed heavily on her heart had become trivial. Suddenly, the classroom door echoed with a flurry of footsteps, chaotic and disorganized, unmistakably signaling the approach of more than one person. Teacher Ibuki was the first to appear, his expression more solemn than usual, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having had a restless night. Following him were two ninja clad in Konoha attire, their expressions mirroring a collective disdain, as if the entire class owed them a debt. Their brows furrowed and lips curled into cold disdain, particularly their eyes, which roamed the classroom with an air of interrogation. Araki lowered his head slightly, seemingly indifferent to the people around him, his gaze fixed intently on the books laid out on the table, as if he harbored no curiosity about the happenings in this space. However, in reality, he had meticulously observed the situation around him. The two individuals who entered alongside Teacher Ibuki were undoubtedly members of the Konoha Guard, each sporting a countenance reminiscent of a bureaucrat, exuding an air of authority that felt as trivial as wielding a feather as a scepter. Before traversing into the world of ninjas, Araki had encountered numerous such individuals, particularly during his school days, where some, despite merely being class representatives, fancied themselves as secretaries and acted as if they were the very essence of authority, either showing off to their peers or reporting to teachers. The two members of the guard evoked similar sentiments in him. Their expressions bore not the gravitas of justice, but rather the arrogance of power, dismissing everything around them. Classmates, allow me to introduce these two. Teacher Ibuki began to speak, perhaps feeling overshadowed by the presence of the two formidable figures. Yet, before he could finish, the brown-haired man from the guard, standing close to Teacher Ibuki, raised his hand, interrupting him with an assertive simplicity. "We can handle this ourselves." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Following this, he surveyed the classroom, his gaze lingering on each student for a moment. "We are from the Konoha Guard. My name is Uchiha Chishuanyu. I will be asking you some questions, and I expect your answers to be truthful. Should I discover any deception among you, the consequences will be dire." He introduced himself without acknowledging the other guard beside him. The second guard, standing silently, had crimson eyes adorned with 3 spinning tomo, indicating he had activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing the students' faces and observing their micro-expressions with precision. This was a well-orchestrated duo, one engaging in psychological manipulation while the other sought out inconsistencies. Araki noted their formidable capabilities, particularly Uchiha Chishuanyu, whose chilling words belied a casual demeanor. This was a type of presence he had never encountered in the ninja world before. Even Teacher Ibuki lacked such an aura. It was evident that only those who had long been in positions of power could exude such a commanding presence, even if they wielded authority as trivial as a feather. "When was the last time you saw Hinata Sora?" Uchiha Chishuanyu's voice turned cold, his demeanor shifting dramatically from that of a passive observer to an intense interrogator. This sudden change sent ripples of anxiety through the students, each racing to recall their memories. Meanwhile, the other guard, utilizing his Sharingan, meticulously analyzed the changes in their expressions. At this moment, Araki realized that the guard's earlier incompetence was not entirely accurate. Having witnessed the current situation, it became apparent that the guard was now inclined to believe that Hinata Sora had met with foul play. As Uchiha Chishuanyu's gaze landed on each student, they began to recount what they knew. Soon, his attention fell upon Araki. After school, Araki stumbled over his words, reverting to his communication difficulties. He could manage casual conversations with his classmates, but when faced with the guards, it was prudent to exercise caution. "What location?" Uchiha Chishuanyu inquired, noticing the hesitance in Araki's speech, suspecting he was concealing something. The small grove. Araki maintained his composure, showcasing his talent for performance. For every traveler bore a dream of being an actor. This confidence stemmed from the knowledge that he had left no incriminating evidence behind. Even if suspicion fell upon him, there was no decisive proof against him. He merely needed to act normally. However, he was aware of certain gaps in his information. He knew no one had followed Hinata Sora that day, yet he was uncertain if anyone had seen him enter the grove, a place where he often trained. From the inadvertent revelations of Sarutobi Biwa, it was clear that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already observed him with a telescope. If an investigation were to proceed, these details would inevitably come to light. It would be wiser to disclose this information himself, thus severing the thread of inquiry. Uchiha Chishuanyu's pupils narrowed slightly as he sensed something significant. The responses from the students indicated they hadn't seen Hinata Sora after school. But this stammering boy had mentioned the grove, suggesting a new direction in the case. What exactly happened? Uchiha Chishuanyu's voice rose subtly, applying pressure on Araki in an imperceptible manner, drawing the attention of the other students in the class, all eyes converging on Araki. On that day, Hinata Sora approached me wanting to simulate a duel. Araki spoke slowly, each word seeming to drain him of energy, leaving his listeners feeling fatigued. I was not his opponent, so I ran away after that. I don't know. His admission only deepened Uchiha Chishuanyu's confusion. Is that so? Teacher Ibuki, suddenly enlightened, stepped forward to Uchiha Chishuanyu's side, lowering his voice to discreetly explain the circumstances surrounding the simulated duel. Years of teaching experience allowed him to articulate clearly and concisely, swiftly outlining the events of that day. He recounted how Araki had conceded without giving Hinata Sora a chance to showcase his abilities, reprimanding Hinata for his behavior, while also highlighting Araki's past trauma and significant struggles with verbal communication. Did he not pursue you after you fled? Uchiha Chishuanyu asked again, no longer doubting Araki. Understanding the disparity in strength between Araki and Hinata Sora, and noting the absence of any visible injuries on Araki, which suggested he had not engaged in a fight. This did not imply that a person could not kill someone stronger than themselves. Rather, it led him to believe such an act would not be accomplished easily. The boy named Araki displayed the courage to speak out, and his evident emotional scars suggested he was a member of the lower echelons of the student body, making it improbable for him to engage in such actions. And no, Araki quickly shook his head, his eyes shimmering with conviction, revealing no trace of deceit. Uchiha Chishuanyu exchanged a silent glance with his companion, who had also activated his Sharingan, and the latter subtly shook his head, indicating that he had found no signs of dishonesty in Araki. Uchiha Chishuanyu nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards the student behind Araki, refraining from further questioning him. In his heart, he silently began to consolidate the information at hand. It was now certain that Hinata Sora had gone missing after entering the small grove. After inquiring around, Uchiha Chishuanyu chose not to utter any more idle words and signaled to his companions, preparing to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, he inexplicably turned back and cast a calm glance at Araki, whose expression mirrored his own tranquility. The two then departed together. With a sigh of relief, Teacher Ibuki relaxed as soon as the two members of the security department departed. Faced with such a situation, he had felt a sense of panic within. It now seemed that the students in the class were unharmed. As long as none of his students were involved in any wrongdoing, everything else could be discussed later. Classmates, let us continue with our lesson. Teacher Ibuki approached the podium, his tone still somewhat unsteady, unable to immediately revert to his usual authoritative demeanor. Evidently still affected by the presence of the security personnel, Araki watched as the two security officials left, exchanging a final gaze with Uchiha Chishuanyu, both maintaining a serene countenance. So rude, Araki thought to himself, shaking his head silently. Before his reincarnation, he would not have questioned such behavior. However, after his arrival in this world of ninjas, he had come to recognize the pervasive politeness that characterized it. According to the customs here, those two should have bowed to the entire class upon entry, inquired with courteous phrases, and bowed in gratitude upon leaving. Yet, they displayed no semblance of etiquette whatsoever. Even as members of the security department on official business, their lack of decorum highlighted the Uchiha clan's power and status in Konohagakure, fostering an air of arrogance that had subtly seeped into their conduct. This realization struck Araki profoundly. As a time traveler, he had personally experienced the cultural shifts of this world and felt acutely the Uchiha clan's hubris in certain matters. Perhaps others in Konohagakure sensed it too, but dared not voice their grievances. Araki had not previously concerned himself with issues pertaining to the Uchiha clan, but this encounter had stirred something within him. As the morning lessons drew to a close with Teacher Ibuki gradually regaining his composure, he realized his time to engage with the students was running short. Araki, having swiftly reviewed the day's lesson material, assumed a position conducive to rest, preparing to recuperate from his nightly training sessions. His schedule had long been reversed to accommodate his need for sleep, and thus he chose to doze during class hours, sleeping by day, training diligently by night. The sole purpose of his efforts was to amass a sufficient amount of chakra. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, Teacher Ibuki's lecture abruptly ceased. Class dismissed. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to the students, signaling that they were free to leave while remaining at the podium. In an instant, students began to file out of the classroom, eager to discuss the mystery surrounding Hinata Sora, a question that had lingered in their minds all morning, leaving them uncertain of what had transpired. Araki, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Just as Araki was about to blend into the crowd, Teacher Ibuki's low voice called him back. This action went unnoticed by the other students, who were preoccupied with thoughts of Hinata Sora. Yes, Araki replied promptly, walking towards the podium with a neutral expression, his mind racing with speculation about Teacher Ibuki's motives. Had he discovered something? It seemed unlikely. If that were the case, he wouldn't have waited 3 days to address it. Or perhaps, had he inadvertently revealed something amiss in his earlier remarks? Araki meticulously recalled his every word, finding no evident flaws, save for the question of why Hinata Sora had not pursued him after his escape. That answer he had already formulated, though Uchiha Chishuanyu had chosen not to inquire further. Moments later, the classroom was left with only Araki and Teacher Ibuki. Araki refrained from speaking first or initiating any questions, despite his curiosity regarding why the teacher had called him back. Perhaps Teacher Ibuki was merely testing his response. Araki, I've been occupied with a matter these past few days and wish to discuss it with you. Teacher Ibuki began, his typically stern voice softened by a hint of warmth, his expression devoid of emotion, yet appearing much gentler. What is it? Araki asked calmly, fixing his gaze on Teacher Ibuki's eyes, sensing no malice, yet remaining vigilant, awaiting his next words. Hee. Teacher Ibuki suddenly broke into a smile, a most unexpected transformation that caused Araki's lips to twitch involuntarily, as if witnessing a collapse of a carefully constructed persona. He had never before seen Teacher Ibuki display such an expression, which felt almost unsettling. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you mentioned that your dream is to become a medical ninja, right? Teacher Ibuki maintained his smile, fixing his gaze firmly on Araki, exuding an air of triumph that shattered the previous seriousness. Why yes. Araki stammered, his lips twitching again. Upon hearing those words, his heart gradually settled. It turned out Teacher Ibuki's discussion had nothing to do with Hinata Sora. Just the other day, I happened upon an announcement regarding recruitment for the medical class. You immediately came to mind, so I took the liberty of signing you up. Last night, I received a response. You have the opportunity to interview for the medical class. As he spoke, Teacher Ibuki produced a piece of paper from behind his back, revealing Araki's name prominently displayed upon it. Araki's focus sharpened on the document, which contained his basic information, resembling AR sum. At the bottom, it bore the mark of the Kanehagakure medical class. Araki felt a rush of astonishment. Were the people of Kanehagakure truly this enthusiastic? So eager to assist others? Ibuki. Teacher. You inquired about our dreams. Could it be? Araki's lips quivered as he sensed an overwhelming sense of helplessness, gradually realizing that the teacher seemed to harbor some particular intention, although he had not anticipated it at the time. Indeed, Teacher Ibuki directly thrust the paper in his hand into Araki's grasp, then lifted his gaze to the classroom ceiling, his expression transforming into one of nostalgic reminiscence, shedding the usual air of sternness. He resembled a playful jester rather than the strict instructor he typically appeared to be. If Araki had not witnessed this phenomenon firsthand, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. The teacher, known for his cold and severe demeanor over the years, possessed such an undisclosed side. Perhaps it was in this state that the true essence of Teacher Ibuki was revealed. As your teacher, I must understand your dreams clearly to provide the right guidance and support. The smile on Teacher Ibuki's face suddenly faded, reverting to a serious demeanor as he began to explain to Araki. Although there was still some time before their graduation from the Ninja Academy, once he learned of their aspirations, he could take actions to assist them based on those dreams. With pride illuminating his face, Teacher Ibuki knew precisely what he needed to do to aid his students. Upon discovering their ambitions, he realized that he could indeed offer support to some of them. After all, not everyone aspired to become Hokage like Minato Namikaze. Many students held quite practical dreams. For instance, some wished to graduate smoothly and obtain their ninja headbands to become ninjas, while others aspired to become teachers like Ibuki himself. Once he clarified these ambitions, he could prepare accordingly. Just a few days prior, he had fortuitously encountered a notice regarding the medical class and recalled that Araki's dream was to become a medical ninja. This realization filled him with a sense of purpose. He promptly assisted Araki with the registration. Is that so? Araki felt a surge of respect. Initially, he believed teacher Ibuki to be overly meddlesome, yet now he recognized a resemblance to Araki-sensei, a teacher who genuinely sought to help his students realize their dreams. However, Araki had merely mentioned the idea of becoming a medical ninja without truly believing that Ibuki would take it seriously. This unexpected turn of events astonished him. Ibuki-sensei, can I really do this? Araki raised his hands to gesture towards his throat, indicating his struggles with communication, hoping to postpone the situation. Absolutely. Teacher Ibuki descended from the podium, gently patting Araki's shoulder. His touch, though light, conveyed a comforting strength, soothing the emotional turmoil that Araki had experienced. I am not signing you up blindly. After I registered you, I consulted the medical class in detail. In fact, in many ways, you're quite suited for it. As the ninjas in the medical class tend to be reserved, each absorbed in their tasks. This characteristic might help mitigate some of your disadvantages. Ibuki spoke with a gentle tone, clearly aiming to console Araki and empower him through his words. Araki remained silent, not from a lack of desire to respond, but rather from an inability to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, he lacked the ability to express his emotions verbally. Nevertheless, he felt deeply moved. Throughout his time in class, he had often felt invisible. Neither his classmates nor teacher Ibuki had paid him much attention. Yet, recently, he had come to realize that Ibuki was not as simple as he had presumed. During the selection for mock battles, he had made efforts to cater to everyone's feelings. Teaching was not an easy task. Now, he understood that Ibuki was dedicated to supporting each student's aspirations. Indeed, he was a remarkable teacher. Araki, do not worry. To be honest, I believe the medical class is quite suitable for you. When you mentioned your dream, I felt it was very practical. Seeing Araki's silence, teacher Ibuki continued to reassure him, recognizing that children who had suffered emotional trauma often required additional encouragement. He had previously contemplated helping Araki, but lacked the experience to know where to start. He could only strive to protect Araki's self-esteem, even refraining from reprimanding him when he dozed off in class. I understand you might have concerns. This is because you have yet to experience the medical class. Everything remains in the realm of your imagination. Once you actually attend, you'll discover a new environment that will likely differ from your expectations. Perhaps not as good as you envision, but certainly not worse either. The most important thing is to try. Life should be filled with as many attempts as possible to avoid regrets. Since your dream is to become a medical ninja, you must work hard to pursue it. This is the advice I can offer you. As he spoke, Ibuki's smile returned, his gaze radiating warmth as if he were envisioning boundless hope and potential for the future. Perhaps being a medical ninja truly suits you. You could gain recognition, contribute your strength, realize your own value, and perhaps even heal your own affliction. Upon hearing these words, Araki's eyes widened, his pupils dilating slightly. Indeed, this was a compelling reason. He feigned surprise to respond to Ibuki, expressing his keen interest in the identity of a medical ninja. If he could truly become one, it would provide a legitimate justification for his regained ability to communicate normally, a powerful motivator for him. Speaking was of utmost importance. Araki was not originally from the ninja world, but rather a traveler who possessed extensive knowledge of many aspects of this realm, including sensitive information. However, he was still uncertain how to leverage this knowledge, as he was merely a student at the Ninja Academy, not yet exposed to higher echelons. Nonetheless, he believed that there would come a day when it would be of use. When that day arrived, he needed to articulate his thoughts clearly, otherwise, he would remain trapped in a state of ineffective communication, akin to possessing a treasure yet being unable to utilize it. Currently, Araki could communicate fluently in front of Kushina, but not with others. This unexpected disparity would inevitably attract attention, particularly from the third Hokage and his wife, who had arranged for Kushina to be present precisely because of his communication difficulties. If he became a medical ninja, it would grant him a legitimate reason for his restored ability to speak. Araki found this prospect quite appealing, something he had not considered when he first expressed his dream, and he was astonished that teacher Ibuki would assist him in pursuing these matters. Thank you, Ibuki-sensei. Araki sincerely expressed his gratitude. Previously, he had thought that Ibuki did not pay much attention to him, and he had felt no resentment, rather appreciating the freedom it afforded him. It was only now that he realized Ibuki had consistently cared for all the students in the class. There is no need for formality. You need not attend the afternoon class. I shall personally excuse you and accompany you to the medical class interview. Lunch is on me. A warm and kind smile graced Teacher Ibuki's face once more, completely shedding his usual stern demeanor. At this moment, Araki realized that perhaps he would only witness such a gentle side of Teacher Ibuki again after they graduated. All right, okay. Araki nodded, neither rejecting nor able to refuse. This was not only a splendid opportunity for him, but also due to the soothing tone of Teacher Ibuki, which felt anything but negotiable. Araki was uncertain if he could master medical ninjutsu. However, if he could, it would grant him a most legitimate identity. Follow me, Teacher Ibuki said, giving Araki's shoulder a reassuring pat before heading towards the classroom door. Araki said nothing further, merely trailing behind Teacher Ibuki. The two exited the Ninja Academy and arrived at a sushi restaurant, where Teacher Ibuki promptly ordered 2 identical sets of sushi. The sushi here is quite delightful. Do give it a try and see if it suits your palate, he said with a gleeful rub of his hands, his eagerness evident as he nearly drooled in anticipation. MMM. Araki silently observed Teacher Ibuki, discovering another side to him during their brief interaction. Not only did he possess a deeply hidden sense of humor, but he was also an unabashed foodie. Before long, their 2 plates of sushi arrived. Since entering the ninja world, Araki had not indulged in such luxury. After all, his meager stipend allowed only for basic sustenance, leaving little to spare. Let us begin, Teacher Ibuki exclaimed, bowing to the sushi before eagerly grabbing a piece with his hands and shoving it into his mouth without a care for decorum. I shall also begin, Araki responded, mimicking the gesture of reverence towards the food, a customary practice here, one that required no deep understanding. As it was a scene repeated daily, he then picked up a piece of fish roll and placed it in his mouth. Is it delicious? Teacher Ibuki's gaze fixated on Araki, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It seemed an inquiry about Araki's feelings, but in reality, he sought a specific answer. Why yes. It's good. Araki nodded in response, although he found it somewhat overwhelming and could not quite discern the flavor. The two then began to eat voraciously, finishing all the food within mere minutes. The fullness lifted their spirits considerably. Araki glanced down at his empty plate, his mind occupied with contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons, he felt it necessary to take the initiative. Teacher Ibuki, what about Hinata Sora? Araki suddenly looked up to inquire. This was the conclusion he reached after much deliberation. Aside from the inquiries from the security department, Teacher Ibuki had said nothing regarding the matter. Uncertain of whether Teacher Ibuki harbored any suspicions about him, Araki thought it better to be proactive rather than dwell in uncertainty. Furthermore, given the classmate's disappearance and the ensuing commotion, it would be odd for him to appear indifferent as if nothing had occurred. Are you curious? Teacher Ibuki's smile abruptly vanished, his expression reverting to its former seriousness. I care about him. Araki adjusted his phrasing slightly, positioning himself more assertively. After all, curiosity felt like a third-party spectator's perspective, while care stood firmly alongside Hinata Sora. That day he was going to hit you. Teacher Ibuki was taken aback, unable to reconcile Araki's sudden concern for Hinata Sora, as he had never observed any interaction between them before. We are classmates, Araki stammered, his urgency apparent as he raised his hands to gesture, clearly articulating thoughts that eluded verbal expression. You don't mind him bullying you? Teacher Ibuki, upon hearing such words, felt a stirring in the most tender part of his heart. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he longed for bonds to form among his students. Araki shook his head resolutely, displaying unwavering conviction. Araki, you are a good child. Teacher Ibuki inhaled deeply, a wistful glimmer in his eyes as he recalled the events of the previous night, his thoughts tumultuous. Teacher Ibuki felt a myriad of emotions, especially upon hearing that Araki, a student who had been bullied by Hinata Sora, was still concerned for him. Reflecting on the previous night's ordeal, his heart grew increasingly conflicted. Hinata Sora had been missing for 3.5 days now, and the situation seemed dire. I fear the worst, Teacher Ibuki lamented. Aware that he should not confide such thoughts to Araki, yet the burden weighed heavily on his heart, a need to unburden himself. Please wait a moment. Teacher Ibuki suddenly stood and walked towards the bar, exchanging a few words with the proprietor. Upon his return, he held a bottle of sake, the aroma wafting from it suggesting a high alcohol content. Since there are no classes this afternoon, I can take you to the medical class where you can rest. It has been far too long since I indulged in such pleasures, Teacher Ibuki remarked with a wry smile as he uncorked the bottle, releasing a potent fragrance that intoxicated the air. Araki, you are underage. You must not drink this. I shall indulge myself, but I can share some thoughts with you. This is not exactly a secret, and it is of little consequence. As Teacher Ibuki poured the sake, the intense aroma was almost overwhelming, and he felt a slight intoxication even before tasting it, particularly in his current state of melancholy, where he sought an outlet for his emotions. At that moment, he was deeply affected by Araki's words and perceived that Araki's ability to express himself was somewhat limited. Even if he did speak, he would likely not divulge anything too revealing. In Teacher Ibuki's eyes, even the most reticent of individuals could not compare to someone whose very essence was a sealed vessel. He believed that Araki, despite being capable of offering some basic expressions, was akin to a mere corked bottle, unable to convey much more than the simplest sentiments. Araki observed Teacher Ibuki's actions silently, surprised by the teacher's willingness to share. He had not anticipated such openness from him, merely testing the waters to gauge any suspicions. To his astonishment, he had successfully unearthed Teacher Ibuki's deeper thoughts. Watching as Teacher Ibuki lifted his cup with grand bravado, ready to down the sake in one gulp, he paused and took a delicate sip instead. Almost instantaneously, the teacher's cheeks flushed a noticeable shade of red. You know, he began. The Hyuga clan was completely unaware of Hinata Sora's absence for these 3 days. They only learned of it after my visit yesterday. A prestigious clan in Konoha, yet they seem indifferent to the lives of their kin, until I located the head of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, he was engaged in training with his son, Hinata, and was in a rather foul mood due to my interruption. After I finished speaking about Hyuga Sora, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Do you know what he said to me? Teacher Ibuki immediately opened up, recounting events from the previous night, albeit deliberately moderating his volume to ensure that those around us could not hear. Araki shook his head, uncertain. This time, he did not stutter, primarily because the words were few, and also because it was evident that Teacher Ibuki was inebriated. He remarked, "Is it really such a big deal that a branch family member has gone missing?" And then resumed training with his son, who displayed an equal indifference, as if the individual in question were not one of their kin. After Teacher Ibuki finished speaking, he took another deep swig, visibly perplexed. After all, he had been a teacher at the Ninja Academy for many years and had only encountered Hyuga Sora from the Hyuga clan. The other members were cultivated solely within the family. Hyuga Sora, doesn't he have parents? Araki inquired suddenly. No. Teacher Ibuki replied with a definitive shake of his head, fully aware of this detail, as he held the background information of every student in his class. Hyuga Sora's parents had perished on a mission, reportedly sacrificing themselves to protect the clan leader, yet the leader's coldness was utterly unexpected. The more Ibuki spoke, the more incensed he became. Even if fueled by alcohol, his heart remained unsettled. Although he was not well versed in the intricacies of the Hyuga clan, it was still a prestigious family in Konoha, frequently competing with the Uchiha clan for the title of the foremost family in the village. Yet, was this how they treated their own kin? He could not comprehend it. Araki refrained from posing further questions, merely nodding in agreement. It aligned with his suspicions that Sora was indeed an abandoned child. Through his observations over the past 3 years, he noted that apart from Hyuga Sora, there were no other members of the Hyuga clan within the Ninja Academy. At this juncture, the Hyuga clan still adhered to an internal nurturing system, possessing the exclusive privilege to grant ninja headbands, a unique entitlement among families in Konoha. Hyuga Sora's presence at the ninja school could be framed as an attempt for the Hyuga clan to integrate into Konoha. Yet, on a harsher note, it resembled an exile, a mere experimental subject. Without the family's gentle fist technique, without the awakened Byakugan, it could be said he possessed virtually no value, merely a branch family member. It was understandable that the head of the main family might not care about such a situation, as it was consistent with the Hyuga clan's ideology. Araki's decisive action against Hyuga Sora stemmed from his recognition of him as an unloved branch family member, who, in his arrogance, sought to expose his identity. To live discreetly, one must avoid entanglements. At this stage, Araki wished only to quietly amass strength. He would not provoke anyone, but if anyone sought to place him in jeopardy, he would preemptively extinguish the threat. If he did not strike, he would ensure that when he did, it would be utterly devastating. He would not allow himself to be ensnared in trouble. Araki was not inclined to address numerous troublesome matters. His focus was solely on eliminating those who sought to create trouble for him. However, Kushina was an exception. She posed no active disturbance and wished to befriend him, which fundamentally altered the nature of the interaction. At that moment, Teacher Ibuki let out a long sigh, revealing his unspeakable frustration. I have no choice but to approach the security department. To my surprise, the Uchiha clan, which ostensibly has a strained relationship with the Hyuga clan, is quite concerned about this matter and has already begun investigating. As Teacher Ibuki spoke while drinking, the dynamics of the situation eluded him. In his original line of thought, he assumed the Uchiha clan was reluctant to intervene and thus sought assistance from the Hyuga clan. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Even now, he could not grasp the reason behind it. Araki listened silently to Teacher Ibuki's complaints, his heart now devoid of any concern. The Hinata clan had shown no interest in Hinata Sora for several consecutive days. Gradually, the matter seemed to fade away. With no leads on Hinata Sora for an extended period, it appeared that the issue might be left unresolved. As for why the Uchiha clan would be concerned, Araki could not yet conceive a concrete explanation. He had neither the inclination nor the energy to ponder such chaotic matters. As long as it did not involve him, he was indifferent to the internal strife within Konoha Village's factions. After some time, Teacher Ibuki vented a plethora of grievances and proceeded to finish an entire flask of sake. His face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe tomato, and his once upright figure seemed to soften and lose strength. Time's up, Araki, let us depart, Teacher Ibuki said, slowly rising. His tone had transformed into that of a drunken slur, the rhythm and intonation altered, with elongated syllables. Upon standing, he suddenly swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. His legs as limp as strands of noodle. Teacher Ibuki, are you all right? Araki swiftly supported him, noticing that the latter appeared thoroughly intoxicated, his entire being utterly relaxed and devoid of strength. At that moment, if Araki were to release his grip, Teacher Ibuki would surely crumple to the ground, perhaps even succumb to sleep. I'm fine. Teacher Ibuki waved his hand dismissively, though he was well aware that such a state was unbecoming of a teacher. However, under the influence of alcohol, he felt an indescribable sense of relief, yearning to cast off the shackles that bound him in daily life. I'm fine. I've only had one bottle. I'm not drunk. As he spoke, he attempted to push Araki away for support, but clearly lacked the strength, his body swaying precariously. Should any of the other students in the class witness this, they would surely be astounded, unable to believe that this was their stern teacher. Feeling the weight of curious gazes around him, Araki's face darkened with embarrassment, wishing he could abandon Teacher Ibuki right there. Yet, he understood that he could not simply disregard his teacher. Teacher Ibuki, perhaps we should not go today, Araki gently suggested. Go. Teacher Ibuki immediately rejected the notion. Why not go? Go right now. I have already stated that I am not intoxicated. Ibuki-sensei insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. He raised his hand and pointed towards the direction of Hokage Rock, indicating for Araki to lead him that way, as it was the location for the medical team interview. In that moment, Araki felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had he known that Ibuki-sensei would become inebriated with even a sip of alcohol, he would have intervened earlier, suggesting that a mere taste would suffice. Now, the situation had become exceedingly troublesome. However, Araki merely expressed his grievances internally, refraining from voicing them aloud. He continued to support Teacher Ibuki as they made their way towards the medical ward. After a brief passage of time, under Teacher Ibuki's guidance, the two arrived at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Here it is, Teacher Ibuki exclaimed, raising his hand to point at the grand entrance adorned with the Konoha hospital sign. His countenance appeared dazed, as if he were on the verge of drifting into slumber, particularly evident in the heavy eyelids, veined with fatigue, that seemed unable to remain open. Teacher Ibuki had been exceedingly weary these past few days. Last night, I was consumed by thoughts of Hinata Sora, and I spent the entire night without a moment's rest. Now, having indulged in a bottle of sake, coupled with the tumultuous emotions that oscillated from tension to anger and finally to release, all of these feelings converged, causing the taut strings of my mind to loosen. An overwhelming sense of fatigue, accompanied by the effects of the alcohol, surged through my entire being. In an instant, Teacher Ibuki succumbed to sleep, collapsing directly into Araki's embrace. Araki felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he stood dazed at the entrance of Konoha Hospital, still unclear about the specific location of the medical class and where the interviews would take place. Given his somewhat fragile mental state, It was hardly convenient for him to inquire directly. Yet, without taking the initiative to ask, there would be no resolution. With a heavy heart, he pressed on despite his trepidation. The absence of teacher Ibuki by his side, who could have provided financial support and possibly facilitated a backdoor entry, left him feeling utterly helpless. Sighing deeply, Araki found his emotions stirred by the current predicament, now forced to navigate the situation alone. It felt as though he was expected to soar without regard for the landing. The anguish of this reality was all too palpable. Reluctantly, Araki steeled himself, supporting teacher Ibuki as they made their way toward Konoha Hospital. Just as they reached the entrance, before he could even push the door open, it swung wide, and a flurry of young women clad in white nurse uniforms rushed out, enveloping Araki in their haste. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that." Araki had never encountered such a scene before. A dizzying aroma, mingled with the scent of disinfectant, filled the air, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Graceful, elongated legs flashed before him, strikingly vivid. What was happening to him? Has the patient already gone into shock? Quickly take them inside for emergency treatment. The patient's condition is extremely critical. The nurses appeared exceedingly anxious, and upon encountering an unconscious individual at the entrance of Konoha Hospital, they feared a grave life-threatening situation. He had overindulged in drink. Araki's lips twitched in embarrassment, confronted with the eager gazes of so many nurses. Even someone as low-key as he felt a pang of humiliation. To admit such a predicament was undeniably mortifying. He had indeed overindulged. Then let us proceed to the detoxification. Surely intravenous therapy is an option. I am not entirely certain, but let us first escort him inside. This time, I must have the opportunity to try. Not this time. It is my turn. Next time, it shall be yours. The young nurses eagerly spoke, their excitement palpable even through their masks. The glances directed towards teacher Ibuki were not those of concern for a patient, but rather akin to those of hunters eyeing their prey. In that fleeting moment, Araki realized that teacher Ibuki might soon become the subject of their experimentation. These young nurses were perhaps mere novices in their internship. "How are you feeling, little brother? Are you intoxicated? Would you like your sister to take a look?" At that moment, one of the young nurses shifted her focus from teacher Ibuki to Araki, her sparkling eyes brimming with mischief. I haven't drank." Araki instinctively took a step back, feeling quite uncomfortable under the predator-like gaze that scrutinized him. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly stammered, I came for the medical class. Interview. An interview. The nurse's eyes clearly flickered with a trace of disappointment, as if the prey she had nearly captured had eluded her grasp. Just moments ago, it was not her turn to attend to teacher Ibuki, causing her to lose a precious opportunity for practice. "Do you aspire to become a medical ninja as well?" The young nurse scrutinized me from head to toe, a subtle curve gracing the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of a crescent moon. With a cheerful smile, she inquired, "Are you capable at such a tender age?" To which I retorted, "In what way am I small?" Araki furrowed his brows, instinctively responding to the question that had intruded upon his realm of dignity, to the extent that even his stammering, a manifestation of his expressive difficulty, was momentarily forgotten. The young nurse let out a melodious peal of laughter, and with graceful steps approached Araki. Her captivating, smiling eyes lingered on him for a moment before she said, "Fortunately, I have some free time. Allow me to accompany you to the interview and see just what abilities you possess, little one." After uttering this statement, the petite nurse grasped Araki's forearm and led him toward the interior of Konoha Hospital. My teacher. Araki was taken aback by the nurse's enthusiastic demeanor, feeling somewhat unprepared. As he observed teacher Ibuki being engulfed by other nurses, a flicker of concern crossed his mind about her ability to cope. "It's all right. With them around, you needn't worry. This is Konoha Hospital." The nurse casually waved her hand, continuing to pull Araki forward. Could you just tell me the location? I can go by myself." Araki felt uncomfortable in this situation. He had the strength to break free at any moment, yet considering the nurse's goodwill, he couldn't treat her with such brusqueness. Fortunately, the hospital was relatively empty at the moment. Otherwise, he would surely attract attention. "You're quite shy, aren't you?" The nurse turned to glance at Araki, her smile unwavering, yet now laced with a hint of significance. "If you pass the interview, we'll be comrades. There's no need to be so reserved. I want to mind your youth. I'm not small." Araki's lip twitched in irritation. He understood the nurse referred to his age, yet he felt somewhat offended. "All right, you're not small, The nurse continued to tease him as if soothing a child, but the more she said it, the more offended he felt. However, there was no recourse to resolve this predicament. Remaining silent would imply acquiescence, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. An explanation would merely come across as a futile defense. Regardless of how he reacted, he felt entirely at a disadvantage. Shinai. Suddenly, an excited voice pierced through the air, its tone ambiguous, perhaps a girl's or a boy's. Imbued with a youthful innocence, reminiscent of a voice in the throes of puberty. This greeting immediately captured the attention of both Araki and the nurse. Under their gaze, a boy of approximately 12 years old waved from the staircase. He had chestnut hair, a forehead adorned with a Konoha ninja headband signifying his status as a genin, dressed in a green robe and thick scarf, with a necklace draped around his neck. The boy's spirit appeared remarkably vibrant, his eyes radiating enthusiasm, and his cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, his beaming smile exuding warmth. Shinju, what brings you here? The nurse greeted him with a sparkle in her eyes. Shinai? Shinju? At that moment, Araki realized that the boy's reference to Shinai was indeed the cheerful nurse guiding him to the interview. Moreover, this boy was Tsunade's younger brother. Could it be that Tsunade's brother was still alive? Araki scrutinized Shinju closely. He appeared to be about 3 years older than him, recently graduated from the ninja academy. Likely around 12 years old, and wearing the necklace given by Tsunade. Araki recognized that necklace. It was the infamous first Hokage's necklace, a relic of Hashirama Senju. Whenever Tsunade gifted the necklace, its owner would soon meet with misfortune. Following the incidents involving Shinju and Kato, Tsunade had dubbed it the Death Necklace. Now, this very necklace hung around Shinju's neck. Thus, at this juncture in time, Shinju's days could be numbered. Araki became acutely aware of this grim reality. His expression unchanged, though his heart felt heavier. I hope he doesn't attract any trouble. Araki had no particular interest in Shinju. Their paths had never crossed. In the world of ninjas, death was an ever-present specter. According to the information he possessed, many would perish. He was no saint, with no obligation to protect everyone. Araki's sole desire was to remain low-key, to cultivate his strength without concern for anything else. Surviving was paramount. The death of others could not lead to his own demise. My sister is interviewing newcomers upstairs. I happen to have no missions and came to take a look. Shinai, you go ahead. I'll head out. Shinju waved to the nurse. Wait. The nurse glanced at Araki and then addressed Shinju. This young man is here for the interview. You can take him upstairs. I have a few matters to attend to. Understood. Shinju responded enthusiastically, nodding at Araki. Follow me. Okay. Araki's expression darkened. Just as he pondered how to maintain his distance from Shinju, the nurse named Shinai had inadvertently sold him out. He would have preferred to remain with Shinai, even if she continuously teased him about his age. Little one, hurry to your interview. Don't be late. After handing Araki over to Shinju, Nurse Shinai dashed away without a backward glance, relieved that she encountered Shinju. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. She was eager to witness the unfolding drama. She almost became part of the spectacle herself. To her surprise, that esteemed individual was personally conducting the interviews. Such occurrences were rare, and her curiosity piqued about the young man's abilities. Thankfully, she didn't linger. Had she encountered that esteemed individual, it would not have boded well for her. After all, this was Konoha Hospital, and since she was still on duty, wandering around would surely invite stern reprimands. I'm fortunate to have escaped quickly, Nurse Shinai thought, patting her chest, embodying a state of lingering anxiety. Hello, I'm Shinju. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shinju extended his right hand, presenting a friendly handshake. His warm smile devoid of any hint of condescension, radiating a sunlit aura. I'm Araki. Araki stammered, aware that he must maintain this persona. After a brief pause, he raised his right hand to shake Shinju's, signaling camaraderie. Araki, Shinju repeated softly, committing the name to memory. You have truly found yourself in an unfortunate situation, Shinju remarked, shaking his head with a hint of sympathy, then, like an older brother, patted Araki on the shoulder. Today's interview is overseen by my sister. She is notoriously difficult to impress. I can only wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Araki's expression remained neutral, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Shinju's sister must be Tsunade. There was no one else. Araki hadn't anticipated encountering one of the legendary Sannin so soon. He considered this a fortuitous turn of events. If he could become Tsunade's disciple, Perhaps he would be safeguarded from Orochimaru's whims. Sigh. Shinju cast a deep glance at Araki, observing his lack of reaction. And couldn't he help but sigh inwardly. This boy was clearly unprepared. He had no idea how formidable his sister could be. Perhaps he lacked a foundational knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Ignorance often breeds bravery. Had he understood the gravity of the situation, he would have comprehended the terror of being under Tsunade's domain. Follow me upstairs. Rope Tree took the lead, seemingly indifferent to Araki, who was merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Their interaction had been brief, a fleeting moment of reflection, and nothing more. Araki followed closely behind, his own heart not overly concerned. Indeed, the medical ninja title carried significant weight, yet he would not impose his desires. He believed in letting things unfold naturally. They arrived at the 3rd floor of the Konoha hospital, their conversation having dwindled during the journey. Although Rope Tree was typically an optimistic and gregarious individual, he sensed that Araki was struggling with his words. Aware of Araki's upcoming interview, he decided to afford him some time to mentally prepare, refraining from further disturbance. "This is the place," Rope Tree announced, standing at the door of a room marked prominently with the words conference room. "Wait for me a moment. I'll check the situation inside. If there's no queue, I'll come out and call for you." His tone was gentle, reminiscent of an older brother caring for a younger sibling. With a light knock, he entered the room. Araki stood silently at the door, observing Rope Tree's actions. Indeed, having someone reliable made things easier. As the younger brother of Tsunade, Rope Tree's presence in this setting felt akin to being at home, allowing him to enter the conference room with ease. If it were the teacher Ibuki, he would likely be waiting outside for a response, possibly having to leverage other connections beforehand. Familiarity often eases the way, even in the world of ninjas. Reflecting on the odd turn of events, it was amusing to think that it was Ibuki who had initially registered him, only to become inebriated, inadvertently making Rope Tree his advocate. Rope Tree's mere display of camaraderie could potentially smooth the path ahead. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and Rope Tree peeked out, his cheerful demeanor transforming his rosy cheeks into 2 bright red patches. "Araki, come quickly. I've managed to get you ahead in line. You're next," he whispered, gesturing for Araki to join him discreetly. "All right." Araki hastened through the door, following closely behind Rope Tree. He could now confidently affirm that he had indeed benefited from Rope Tree's connections. "Araki, make sure to perform well. My sister remembers you. You are the youngest among this group of interviewees. You mustn't let me down." Rope Tree patted Araki's shoulder encouragingly, exuding the air of an older brother who wishes to see his younger sibling shine. Before Araki could formulate a response, they stepped past the room divider into the interview area. Before them stood a long table with 3 chairs occupied by 3 individuals. Seated in the center was a woman with light yellow hair and a striking figure, appearing in her early 20s. Her youthful face bore a hint of seriousness and gravity. This woman was indeed Tsunade. However, she differed from Araki's recollections of her. This version of Tsunade was youthful, vibrant, and radiated a certain charm that was both fresh and unrefined, lacking the full maturity that would come later. On either side of her sat 2 elderly women, each in their 50s or 60s, their faces etched with wrinkles that spoke of years of experience as medical ninjas. Time had not diminished their spirit or poise. In front of the trio lay a table adorned with an unrolled scroll, inscribed with intricate red symbols, exuding an air of mystique. At that moment, a 15 or 16-year-old boy pressed his hands against the scroll, specifically on a dead fish depicted within. His face was a portrait of despair, his hands trembling in agitation. And Araki could see the sadness and disappointment reflected in the boy's downcast eyes. "Failure," Tsunade pronounced coldly, causing the boy to lose all semblance of resolve as he turned and exited, defeated. As the boy departed, a loud pop resonated from the scroll, and the fish vanished into thin air. "Next," Tsunade announced, directing her gaze toward Araki, her stern expression softening just a fraction, though only slightly. For her standards in medical matters were exceptionally high. "Rope Tree, did you bring him?" she inquired. "I did." Rope Tree responded almost immediately, quickly patting Araki on the back. "Araki, it's your turn. Go in there and give it your all. I believe in you." Rope Tree's words came in a rush, eager to uplift Araki during this critical moment. "Okay." Araki exchanged a glance with Rope Tree, catching the sincerity in his eyes and the warmth of his radiant smile, which seemed capable of melting away all coldness. Until now, he had not given much thought to Rope Tree, primarily associating him with his unfortunate demise in the series. In the world of Naruto, Rope Tree's character had been somewhat underdeveloped, both optimistic and enthusiastic, much like Naruto, with aspirations of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Yet, he had not been portrayed in a particularly positive light. As such, Araki had little understanding of Rope Tree. However, after their brief interaction, he recognized Rope Tree's genuine warmth, which, while reminiscent of Naruto, possessed a certain level of restraint that set him apart. After the interview, Araki resolved to express his gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, Rope Tree had indeed lent him a hand. Without even the slightest connection, he would have never approached Rope Tree. It was a matter of returning a favor. With that thought, Araki felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped into the interview room, surprisingly unperturbed by the atmosphere. "What is your name?" Tsunade asked, her eyes momentarily widening in surprise upon seeing Araki, though the look faded quickly. He was indeed quite young. It was rare for someone of his age to be applying for a medical ninja position. Typically, medical ninjas were first trained as ninjas, receiving a systematic education at the Ninja Academy to grasp the foundational knowledge and skills required. After graduating, they would then chart their own paths. The Ninja Academy served as a form of basic education. Nearly every child in the village attended. Upon graduation, they would diverge into various directions. Some might feel unfit for the life of a ninja and instead choose to lead ordinary lives in the village, engaging in commerce or agriculture. Others would pursue different fields, honing their strengths as sensory ninjas or illusion ninjas, fully capitalizing on their abilities. Some would join the Umbu, undertaking roles that existed in the shadows. The same principle applied to medical ninjas. Typically, candidates for medical ninja positions were graduates from the Ninja Academy, with very few being enrolled students. Upon encountering Araki, Tsunade's initial reaction was to note his youth. It is rare to find someone so young deciding to pursue a career as a medical ninja. Her second reaction was a desire for him not to proceed, hoping that Araki would return to the Ninja Academy and focus on his studies. This reflects a sense of responsibility towards him. Tsunade believed that if Araki genuinely aspired to become a medical ninja, he would eventually return after graduating from the academy, at which point he would be more easily accepted. Currently, he is simply too young, lacking a resolute mindset. Regret would come too late. Tsunade had witnessed numerous instances where individuals, driven by impulsive enthusiasm, entered the ranks of medical ninjas, only to later regret their decision once their fervor waned. Not only Tsunade reacted this way, the other two elders also shared the same sentiment, their brows furrowed tightly. The three of them did not need to exchange words or even glances. They instinctively understood what needed to be done. This child is far too young. He cannot be accepted. The future is uncertain, and now is not the right time. Araki slowly uttered his name, unaware that within that brief moment, the three of them had already reached a conclusion regarding his yet-to-begin interview. He was still pondering the content of the interview. Araki, very well. I have reviewed your information. You are 9 years old and still attending the Ninja Academy. Why do you wish to become a medical ninja? Tsunade inquired, holding a sheet of paper. Having formed her conclusion, she was no longer anxious about the interview and instead sought to understand Araki's thoughts. The other two elders also turned their curious gazes towards him, eager to learn his answer. I. Araki suddenly felt fortunate for the persona of having a speech impediment he had crafted, as it allowed him to buy more time for thought amidst his stammering. He was still unaware that this was not an interview, but merely an inquiry to satisfy their curiosity, and he had already taken it as a question for the interview. It seemed, this was a question about core values. Araki certainly knew how to respond to such a topic. He must not reveal his true thoughts, but instead express ideas aligned with those of the questioner, articulating the answers they wished to hear. Araki was organizing his thoughts. He considered saying he wanted to save more people through medical ninjutsu, but found it rather unremarkable. He then thought of saying he wished for the village to avoid producing individuals like himself, but upon reflection, that was related to pain. And healing pain only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Ultimately, he thought of saying he wished to uphold the noble cause of saving lives. But that sounded grandiose and somewhat unrealistic. Such flexible questioning appeared to offer an opportunity, yet one misstep could effectively seal his fate. Take your time, there is no rush. We are not pressuring you. Tsunade's voice suddenly softened, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. She noted the mention of a speech impediment in his file, which, for a medical ninja, was not a significant issue. Tsunade was extremely rigorous about medical ninjutsu, allowing no room for carelessness or mistakes, and maintained a serious demeanor while working. However, After deciding not to accept Araki, she transformed into a gentle older sister while speaking with him, completely shedding her earlier icy demeanor. This sudden shift caught Araki's attention. Eureka! Araki envisioned a contrasting scenario, where Tsunade's smile morphed into a rigid expression. Recalling the moments when she witnessed the departure of two of her dearest loved ones from this world. At that time, she had been advocating for a new policy, hoping to equip every ninja team with a medical ninja, only to be vetoed by the third Hokage. That was Tsunade's dream. As long as his aspirations aligned with those of the interviewer, it would create a profound resonance. This is the power of information, with clarity of purpose. Araki felt a weight lift from his heart. He knew how to articulate his thoughts. Thus, he decided to commence with a powerful phrase from a revered figure of great significance in the land of China. I wish to study medicine. For the rise of Konoha. Araki stammered out a declaration infused with boldness and determination. As his words resonated in the air, everyone present, including Tsunade and Ju, widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to fathom what they had just heard. Araki's voice was not particularly loud, yet the attention of everyone present was wholly captivated by him, especially the three individuals responsible for the interview, who were intensely curious about what he would articulate. In an instant, the venue fell into silence. Everyone, including Tsunade, was momentarily taken aback. To study medicine for the rise of Konoha. Such a simple statement harbored a profound essence of youthful resilience and indomitable spirit. The stammering tone contrasted sharply with the grandiose ambition he expressed, highlighting the remarkable disparity and further accentuating the young man's vision. Do you aspire to become Hokage? Tsunade was the first to shatter the stillness, casting a puzzled glance at Araki, as a sudden thought crossed her mind. The Hokage wields most of the power in the village. Only by possessing such authority could one truly govern Konoha. Otherwise, no matter how grand the aspirations, they would inevitably be extinguished by the harsh realities of life. Tsunade had experienced this firsthand on numerous occasions. After formulating ideas beneficial to the village, she found herself unable to implement them due to a lack of sufficient authority. This personal experience instinctively led her to associate Araki's words with the position of Hokage. Studying medicine represents an ideal, while power is the means to realize that ideal. As soon as Tsunade posed her question, Ju, who was eavesdropping nearby, perked up. Araki, momentarily taken aback, had merely intended to impress Tsunade and attract her attention while navigating the interview. He had not anticipated being misunderstood. There are many others, far more suited to be Hokage. I never thought of it that way. Araki stammered, his demeanor serious, devoid of any semblance of fear or anxiety, clearly reflecting his earnestness in responding to the inquiry. I just hope that through my efforts, Konoha can become the great medical village of the ninja world. After contemplating, he added, realizing upon seeing Ju that Tsunade had not yet developed a fear of blood, indicating her continued emphasis on medical ninjutsu. At this juncture, it sufficed to align his discourse with medical ninjutsu and Konoha. The superficial rhetoric he was accustomed to before his journey to this world felt all too familiar. Many matters, while inherently mundane, could resonate deeply when connected to societal responsibilities or the fate of humanity, elevating them to heights previously unattainable. This was an art of dialectical reasoning. However, Araki's obvious expression of social awkwardness rendered his words even more sincere. Araki, you possess commendable ideas, yet merely having aspirations in medicine is insufficient. It requires insight and diligence. You are still young, your mind not yet fully matured. You may encounter more suitable choices in the future, so I believe you should contemplate for a few more years. Waiting until after you graduate from the Ninja Academy to discuss this is not too late, Tsunade remarked. Her words carefully chosen to avoid undermining Araki's confidence, while clearly conveying her perspective. It must be said that Araki's remarks had indeed made an impact. Tsunade had initially intended to pose a challenging question, hoping that by doing so, Araki would recognize the difficulties and withdraw. Yet, she found herself unexpectedly intrigued by this seemingly stubborn young man, forming a favorable first impression. I am working very hard, even harder than others. I can do this, Araki immediately replied, fully aware of Tsunade's insinuation. He understood that conceding at this moment would equate to giving up. Whether she was genuinely considering his future or merely testing his resolve, he knew he could not falter now. Tsunade said nothing further but exchanged glances with the elderly women beside her, both recognizing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. "Then let us commence," Tsunade said, gazing at Araki, where she noticed a fierce determination in his eyes, a resolve that would not waver until the very last moment. Previously, she had only seen such tenacity in Kato and her brother Ju, both of whom aimed for the position of Hokage. Despite Araki's declaration of not aspiring to such a role, his fervor was undeniably comparable to theirs. With that in mind, it seemed the only option was for Araki to come to his own conclusion. On the table before him lay a summoning scroll inscribed with a pre-written summoning technique. By infusing chakra into it, he could automatically summon a fish. Tsunade's voice, now devoid of warmth, took on a tone of seriousness and gravity. In matters pertaining to medicine, her identity transcended that of a mere ninja. She was a medical ninja. You may employ any means to sustain the fish's life, striving to prolong its existence for as long as possible. If you succeed for 10 minutes, you will pass the interview assessment. As she articulated the rules of the examination, her keen gaze remained fixed upon Araki. At that moment, she grappled with a conflicted mindset. Part of her wished to witness Araki fail in the face of such a formidable challenge, compelling him to return to his studies and reconsider his ambitions of becoming a medical ninja. Conversely, she harbored a hope of witnessing something remarkable from this audacious young man. "Yes," Araki replied promptly, envisioning the young boy who had previously failed, recognizing that both faced the same challenge. The correct answer to this problem was likely the use of the sage technique. Upon his arrival, he had observed that boy employing the sage technique, though his insufficient strength had ultimately led to the fish's demise on the scroll. Now, he anticipated no better outcome for himself. After all, he had no mastery of the sage technique and could not employ such a method to prolong the fish's life. However, Araki's mind was swift and agile. He was not a native of this ninja world, but rather a traveler from a technologically advanced realm, equipped with a broader imagination. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Raising his right hand, fingers splayed, he dramatically pressed his palm against the center of the summoning technique, adopting an earnest demeanor. He then began to channel chakra into the summoning technique. Araki's demeanor exuded a remarkable calmness. Upon learning the details of the interview assessment, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his features, revealing an air of confidence. This state immediately captured the attention of Tsunade and her companions, particularly Tsunade herself. She was acutely aware of the implications of such an assessment. Without a minimum of 3 months training in medical ninjutsu, it would be utterly impossible to keep that fish alive for 10 minutes. The individuals who had come before Araki were older than him, and upon realizing the nature of the test, they visibly paled. Very few stood a chance of succeeding. Given the current situation, it was either that this young fellow underestimated the difficulty of the task, or he possessed the skill to handle it with ease. This only heightened Tsunade's anticipation of advising Araki to withdraw. Suddenly, with a sound akin to an explosive burst, a live fish leaped out from the technique. Its scales shimmering with droplets of water, its round eyes reflecting utter bewilderment, and its mouth opening and closing in a display of confusion regarding its predicament. The fish had been swimming peacefully in its pond when it suddenly felt a mysterious force summon it, swiftly transporting it through time and space to this location. Almost instantaneously, the discomfort of being out of water enveloped it, a suffocating sensation coursing through its gills. Splash! The fish, having leaped into the air, landed on the scroll, thrashing about in a futile attempt to regain its former comfort, its entire being overwhelmed by the distress of dehydration. "Please, bear with it for a moment," Araki said, observing the fish floundering on the scroll. Now that it had left the water, no amount of thrashing would alter its course. There was no escape. However, he showed no intention of rescuing it, which caused Tsunade and the others to furrow their brows in unison, their initial curiosity gradually transforming into disappointment. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Araki's earlier declaration about learning medicine for the rise of Konoha had raised their hopes to great heights, and the subsequent letdown left them feeling hollow, as if something had been painfully grasped. Yet, just as Tsunade was about to speak, Araki suddenly moved. His hands began to form seals with precision, employing not medical ninjutsu, but genuine ninjutsu. Water style, water prison technique. Upon completing the seals, he swiftly extended his right hand towards the fish. On the surface, it appeared as if he were merely catching fish, but at the moment his palm reached out, chakra began to coalesce. manifesting into a swirling sphere of water that ensnared the fish within. The water prison he conjured was not particularly large, roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly enveloping the fish. For an adversary, the water prison served as a means of restraint. However, for this fish, it provided a sanctuary for survival. In an instant, the fish, previously in a state of distress, began to swim joyfully within the confines of the not-so-spacious water prison. Tsunade and her companions exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. They had interviewed countless candidates before. Some had succeeded in becoming medical ninjas, while others had bid farewell to this path. Yet never had they witnessed someone like Araki, utilizing water ninjutsu to rescue a fish. Not far away, Ju observed the scene unfold, a smile returning to his previously tense features. Well done, he thought, his fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Though Araki's situation did not directly involve him, his innate kindness and enthusiasm compelled him to root for Araki. In that moment, all eyes in the room, except for Araki's, were focused on the water prison. The sole suspense of the assessment seemed to hinge on whether this water prison could endure for more than 10 minutes. However, Araki's expression remained inscrutable. It was evident to everyone that 10 minutes posed no challenge. The fish would not only survive, but could also return to the pond. As time ticked away, Araki maintained the water prison for a full 8 minutes. Tsunade's expression shifted from shock and confusion to one of relief, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Interesting, she murmured to herself, aware that it was still too early to draw conclusions. Yet her anticipation for Araki to last the full 10 minutes began to grow. And so, amidst the silence of the meeting room, the 10 minutes elapsed. The fish continued to frolic joyously within the water prison. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, it seemed as if the summoning contract had reached its conclusion, and the fish vanished from the prison. Observing this, Araki withdrew his chakra, and the water prison burst like a shattered balloon, splattering water across the conference room floor. Araki, you cheated. Do you understand? Tsunade's smile vanished, her voice turning grave and sharp, akin to a teacher confronting a wayward student, her presence radiating authority. Her sudden outburst left the others momentarily stunned, yet none dared to speak, silently awaiting the outcome. I saved the fish, Araki replied nonchalantly. But you did not employ medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's gaze was imperious, her chakra surging, amplifying her already formidable aura. In that instant, Araki felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if a heavy mountain had settled upon his shoulders. Was this the presence of one of the legendary three? Yet, Araki remained unfazed. He understood that, regardless of what transpired, he could not retreat even a single step. If it were not a fish, but a person, then I would have saved them, Araki asserted, unwavering in his conviction that any form of rescue was still a rescue. There was no hierarchy in saving lives, whether through pharmaceuticals, surgical means, or medical ninjutsu. As long as it preserved life, it was the right course of action. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Tsunade's expression brightened once more, her smile radiant as if the rain had cleared, dispelling the earlier tension. Excellent. Truly excellent. Araki, you performed remarkably. The medical arts in the world of ninjas were far more than mere medical ninjutsu. Today, you have imparted a valuable lesson to me. As she spoke, Tsunade stood, her gaze toward Araki filled with satisfaction. She had never encountered a junior who could so profoundly move her. However, just then, Tsunade abruptly shifted her tone. I cannot allow you to pass. At your current age, you are better suited for the Ninja Academy. Your ability to think outside the box is commendable, but pursuing the path of a medical ninja at this stage would stifle your creativity, which would be detrimental to your growth. Tsunade's words took everyone by surprise. Even Araki did not anticipate such a dramatic contrast. After hearing her earlier satisfaction, he had believed he would succeed, only to realize that it was but a fleeting hope. Araki remained silent, acutely aware that the two elderly women were both older and more experienced than Tsunade, yet they completely adhered to her directives. It was evident that Tsunade's expertise in medical ninjutsu surpassed theirs. If Tsunade believed in him, then his success was assured. However, if she chose to impede his progress, there would be no recourse. In that moment, Araki found himself devoid of any feasible solutions. Return to school, Tsunade said, her expression softening as she noticed Araki's lack of dissatisfaction. Deep down, she harbored a favorable view of him. Yet, this very optimism compelled her to take responsibility for his future. Perhaps in a moment of impulsive fervor, he had chosen the path of a medical ninja, but years later, upon graduating from the ninja academy, his aspirations might evolve. There was no need to penalize him for his immaturity. Tsunade was fundamentally considering Araki's best interests, not attempting to challenge him, and she did not feel it necessary to clarify her stance, indifferent to any potential misinterpretations on his part. Why? Suddenly, a voice of inquiry pierced through the air, catching everyone off guard. It was Ju, frowning as he stepped out from the shadows, his youthful visage marred by a palpable sense of discontent and indignation. Why was Araki, who had successfully completed the assessment, being denied the opportunity to become a medical ninja? Ju approached Araki, positioning himself protectively without entirely obscuring him. He had witnessed the entire process. Initially, he had felt a pang of anxiety for Araki, fearing he might fail the evaluation, but upon witnessing Araki employ the water release technique, he realized his brother was a prodigy, shattering conventional thought patterns. Ju aspired to become the Hokage of Konohagakure, possessing his own convictions and a distinct approach to problem-solving that set him apart from his peers. He understood that while stability required adherence to tradition, progress necessitated breaking boundaries. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a promising future for medical advancements in Konohagakure through Araki. Ju, why have you come out? This matter does not concern you, so please refrain from involving yourself. Tsunade's tone softened, revealing no trace of reproach towards her beloved brother, as she held her own rationale in this situation. Sister, a man without integrity cannot stand. Araki has fought for his opportunity, and you cannot simply shut the door on him. I cannot stand by idly, Ju declared, shaking his head resolutely, his sudden seriousness exuding a formidable presence. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, as Tsunade and Ju engaged in a rare sibling dispute. Such a scene was an uncommon sight. I withdraw. Araki stammered, his thoughts racing. He had come seeking stability and the support of Tsunade. Whether he succeeded or failed was of little consequence to him. The notion of pursuing medical knowledge for the sake of Konohagakure's resurgence was merely a convenient excuse for passing the exam. In truth, he yearned for quiet development. The transformation of the assessment into such a spectacle was the last thing he desired. If this continued, the quarrel between Tsunade and Ju would inevitably draw attention, becoming fodder for gossip, and his name would surely surface as a consequence. Should others learn that he had utilized water release techniques in place of medical ninjutsu to save a live fish, it would undoubtedly attract unwarranted scrutiny, a scenario Araki wished to avoid at all costs. He understood that most attention would likely amount to nothing detrimental, and perhaps the chatter would dissipate without altering the current situation. However, he could not take that risk. As long as there existed even a slight chance of drawing the attention of Danzo or Orochimaru, he must do everything in his power to avert such dangers, quelling them in their infancy. For once discovered, he would possess no means of escape and would inevitably become a subject for experimentation. It was crucial to remember that dark currents swirled within Konohagakure, and with the passing of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the village was in urgent need of cultivating Wood Release ninjas, secretly conducting numerous human experiments. If the higher-ups were to discover his Wood Release bloodline limit, his fate would no longer be his own. Of course, there existed another possibility. The village might invest all its resources in nurturing him upon learning of his abilities. Yet, any semblance of danger was a gamble Araki would never take. This was a matter of life and death. After uttering that statement, Araki turned to leave, fully aware of the complexities of the current situation. Tsunade held a favorable impression of him, and preserving that perception was paramount. To engage in further disputes could jeopardize that goodwill and potentially incite Tsunade's displeasure. He had come seeking a pillar of support, not to create enemies. Persisting in this standoff was unwise, and it would be more prudent to withdraw gracefully. Not so fast. Just as Araki turned, a powerful grip seized his right hand, yanking him back. The strength was unmistakably that of the Senju clan. A flicker of surprise crossed Araki's eyes, quickly concealed as he buried his emotions deep. He did not resist Ju. Revealing more of his abilities was imprudent, and he sensed Ju's determination from the boy's actions, compelling him to adapt accordingly. I cannot allow my friend to be wronged. Ju resolutely pulled Araki back, standing firmly by his side, his stubborn demeanor reminiscent of Naruto. Though Ju exhibited greater composure and wisdom. Friend, The term struck Araki like a bolt from the blue. When had they become friends? This was their first meeting, was it not? Was it truly so easy to form friendships nowadays? A bewildering sensation washed over him. For 3 years, he had been overlooked and ignored. Yet within mere days, he had forged 2 friendships. To this day, he found it inexplicable. This pair of siblings operated outside the conventional norms. However, contemplating Tsunade's tendency to gamble despite frequent losses brought him a measure of comfort. He could not demand too much from her. Yet, the pressing issue remained: how to resolve this matter most favorably. Araki's expression remained stoic, his mind racing through various considerations, strategizing to minimize his losses and exit the situation quietly. Ju. Tsunade sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She adored her brother dearly. Yet she too had her convictions in this matter. Sister, I will not yield on this issue. Ju's gaze was sharp and intense, fixated on Tsunade as he boldly proclaimed, if Araki had failed the assessment, I would not have sought your assistance, but the truth is he passed. And you cannot act in this manner. He is still just a child. Tsunade took a deep breath. Her imposing aura diminished considerably. When it came to her younger brother, she found it hard to be overly assertive. Moreover, in her brother's eyes, she perceived the dignity befitting a young Hokage, a sight she had longed to witness. She did not wish to destroy the rare atmosphere that had been kindled. A forceful approach would not suffice. Reason must prevail. His mindset is still immature. I am not saying he should abandon his aspirations. I merely suggested he return to school. The door to becoming a medical ninja will always be open for him after graduation. Tsunade explained. Older sister, you are mistaken. How can you deem someone who speaks of studying for the rise of Konoha as immature? At his age, I declared my intention to become Hokage. So does that mean my mindset was also immature? Ju retorted firmly. That is not what I meant. Tsunade waved her hands, having lost her earlier confidence. Currently, I support Araki's dream, just as you support mine. I believe Araki will one day surpass you as a medical ninja. Ju became increasingly animated, as if he saw his former self in Araki. After all, within the village of Konoha, many children dream of becoming Hokage, yet few truly achieve that goal. Thus, expressing such dreams often invites ridicule for being unrealistic and overly ambitious. Unbeknownst to him, Ju found a kindred spirit in Araki, a spirit of relentless effort for the village. Ju. Tsunade's mouth twitched, unable to counter such sentiments. Despite her youth, she was already the strongest medical ninja in Konoha, possessing absolute confidence in her field. To align with Ju's viewpoint would contradict her inner pride. Yet to refute him would seem to undermine Araki. Araki, as Tsunade fell silent, Ju, in a moment of inspiration, abruptly turned towards Araki, raising his hand to touch his neck. Under the gaze of the others, he swiftly unfastened a necklace. I believe you will become the strongest medical ninja. Ju's eyes radiated intense determination as he prepared to place the necklace around Araki's neck. This necklace was the first-generation necklace, a ritual that had become, in Ju's eyes, a symbol of trust. No. 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 Araki instinctively shook his head, fully aware of what it represented, the cursed necklace of doom. Whoever wore it would meet misfortune. Araki did not believe his life was resilient enough to withstand such a curse. More importantly, he could not afford to take such a gamble. Beyond that, there was a significant issue. The necklace was too ostentatious, sure to attract attention and scrutiny, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Araki never anticipated reaching this point. If things continued on this path, it could spiral out of control. Ju was being excessively reckless, offering a token of trust upon their first meeting. Is this how ninjas forge bonds? Ju's actions immediately captured the attention of Tsunade and the 2 elderly women, especially Tsunade, whose eyes widened in realization. She had not anticipated the significant role Araki held in Ju's heart. Based on her past impressions, her brother was warm and outgoing, with many friends. Yet he had never been overly generous to any one of them, even offering his beloved first-generation necklace. In that moment, Tsunade felt a pang of regret. Araki was too hesitant to accept the necklace. He raised his hand to refuse, pushing Ju's hand back. At that instant, his fingers brushed against the green crystal of the first-generation necklace. Buzz. The chakra crystal vibrated suddenly, emitting a gentle green light, as if a heart was beating. This phenomenon lasted only a fleeting moment before disappearing. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Ju, clutching the necklace, was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. This necklace, it is yours. It does not wish to leave you. It recognizes you. Araki quickly interjected, knowing better than anyone why the necklace had glimmered. It was undoubtedly related to the Wood Release bloodline limit, but he could not wait for others to catch on. He needed to assert control over the narrative. Yes. Ju's heart aligned with Araki's explanation. This necklace was a relic from his grandfather, and giving it away felt wrong. The earlier argument with his sister had gotten a bit heated, and Araki had conveniently offered him an out, allowing him to retract his offer. The two elderly women breathed a sigh of relief, unable to discern the specifics of the event, mistakenly believing it was a sign from the first-generation necklace, affirming Ju as the future Hokage. Only Tsunade clearly grasped what had transpired. Her full attention was on the first-generation necklace, a cherished memento from her grandfather, stirring deep emotions within her. She clearly saw the moment Araki's fingers touched the chakra crystal on the necklace, and the green light gently flickered to life. Tsunade took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, her emotions tumultuous. This phenomenon was not a recognition of Ju by their grandfather, but rather an acknowledgement of Araki. Did her grandfather believe Araki could become an even greater medical ninja than herself? Was that his intent? Tsunade's gaze shifted towards Araki, and after the earlier events, her perception of him had transformed entirely. Araki, I was wrong earlier. Would you be willing to be my disciple? Tsunade asked earnestly, her thoughts not venturing into the realm of the Wood Release bloodline limit. It was a well-known fact that Konoha currently lacked Wood Release ninjas. She regarded it merely as a hint from her grandfather, prompting her to reassess Araki's potential. I am willing. Araki responded almost without hesitation, disregarding his stammering. He could see that Tsunade was now influenced by the first-generation necklace and was in a heightened state. He could not allow her time to reconsider. After all, this was Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Becoming her disciple would be immensely beneficial for him. He had to agree immediately, solidifying the arrangement before she had a chance to regret it. With that, the matter was settled. It would be too late for Tsunade to backtrack. Araki's initial expectation for this visit was to become a medical ninja, but directly becoming Tsunade's disciple far exceeded his aspirations, yielding a far better outcome. Ju could not help but chuckle upon hearing the exchange between Tsunade and Araki, a radiant smile returning to his face, warm as the sun. He was thoroughly satisfied with this result. He had observed Araki throughout the interview process, although Araki had not showcased any medical ninjutsu talent. His adaptability had left a profound impression on Ju, instilling great confidence in him. Now, with his sister willing to take Araki as her disciple, Ju felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Tsunade was equally pleased with Araki's response. Although she had not initially intended to take on a disciple at this moment, she did not wish to let fate slip away when it presented itself. Throughout the interview, there were 3 aspects of Araki that she found particularly admirable. First, his grand ambition to study medicine for the resurgence of Konoha. Such determination made her envision a promising future for the medical ninjas of Konoha. The second point is Araki's adaptability, which shatters the constraints of conventional thinking. As long as it serves the purpose of saving lives, it need not necessarily rely on medical ninjutsu. There may be even better methods. The third point is Araki's resolute will, which is crucial. The path of medicine is fraught with hardship, and without a steadfast heart, it is challenging to persevere. Of course, these are merely the aspects of Araki that Tsunade appreciates. Such qualities alone are insufficient to sway her. What truly captivates her is the sudden radiance of the chakra crystal. Ever since obtaining the necklace of the first Hokage, it is the first time she has witnessed a chakra crystal glow, and she perceives it as her grandfather's acknowledgement of Araki. Consequently, this child, whom she already admires and who has received her grandfather's endorsement, feels like a fated bond to her. Araki, I still have interviews to conduct. Tomorrow afternoon, you will begin training with me, but you must continue attending classes at the Ninja Academy in the morning. My expectations are quite simple. Do not let your studies in medical ninjutsu falter. Nor should your academic performance at the academy be compromised, Tsunade stated sternly. Having recognized Araki, she now regards him as her disciple, and as such, she must impart her teachings with rigor, having entered the role of a strict mentor. Yes, Araki replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Although this requirement appeared daunting, it was not particularly challenging for him. He merely had to focus on resting in the mornings. To elevate his abilities as swiftly as possible, he must become a master of time management, seizing every fragment of time to enrich himself. Araki, to celebrate your becoming my sister's disciple, let us dine together. It's on me. I will be on a mission tomorrow, and who knows when we shall meet again, Ju said with a satisfied smile, pulling Araki along as they headed outside. He had cut in line, leaving others waiting for their interviews behind. With his aim achieved, he felt no need to linger further. Instead, they could enjoy a meal and converse. Tomorrow, Araki's pupils slightly contracted. He was aware that Ju had encountered misfortune during the Second Great Ninja War. Presently, the war was drawing to a close, with only small-scale battles remaining, which had compelled even the lower-ranked shinobi in the village to join the fray. Araki distinctly remembered that Ju had perished in a trap involving explosive tags. Given the timing, it was likely that this would be his fate, if not this time, then certainly the next. Come with me. Ju assumed that Araki's hesitance was merely a typical stutter and paid it no mind, leading him outside. As they departed, new interviewees began to enter the conference room. Ju guided Araki back to the first-floor lobby of Konoha Hospital when Araki suddenly paused, scanning the surroundings. What's wrong? Ju asked in confusion, sensing something amiss. Since becoming his sister's disciple, Araki had seemed somewhat distracted. Sensei, where is he? Araki almost forgot about his guide, who had been whisked away by a gaggle of young nurses, evidently prioritizing safety. Even when outside, a teacher must protect themselves. The fierce gazes of those nurses toward Sensei had made Araki's hair stand on end. It was crucial to remember that Sensei was entirely defenseless. Should he fall victim to misfortune within Konoha Hospital, Araki would have no explanation for his classmates. A ninja academy teacher? Ju's mind responded quickly. Upon hearing the term teacher, he immediately recognized it must refer to a faculty member from the academy. Considering that Araki was still a student and it was class time, he would not appear here without reason. There must be a teacher guiding him. With this realization, Ju's understanding became clearer. Yes. Araki nodded, still fixated on the first floor. To his recollection, recovering from intoxication was not particularly troublesome, yet he had not heard any other commotion. He then explained, Sensei, he drank too much. It's fine. He has probably been taken away by Chinna and the others. They are all in turn medical ninjas and likely wish to practice their skills. Don't worry, your teacher will be fine, Ju replied nonchalantly. From his tone, it was evident that he was quite accustomed to such occurrences. After all, his sister is Konoha's most formidable medical ninja, and Ju's familiarity with medical ninjas far surpasses that of his peers. He won't die. Araki's mouth twitched involuntarily. Before he could say more, Ju had already pulled him away. There was nothing he could do. Sensei, I cannot assist you any longer. May you be spared from any dire consequences. Araki silently wished for Sensei's safety, then refocused on Ju, who now presented a more pressing concern. Ju might be in danger. Had it not been for the events in the conference room, Araki would not have given it a second thought. However, Ju had aided him tremendously. Without his help, he would never have become Tsunade's disciple. Additionally, Ju considered him a friend. Araki, with his decisive nature and humble demeanor, felt no need to play the savior, yet he could not ignore the peril facing those he cared about. How should he address Ju's predicament? Araki's mind was overwhelmed by this colossal question mark, leaving him with a sense of pressure and no immediate solutions. Ju led Araki to the renowned dango shop in Konoha. He ordered each of them a serving of 3-color dango, all the while smiling warmly at Araki. His grin radiating warmth like the sun, enveloping one in a gentle embrace of spring. From an observational standpoint, Ju resembled a wealthier version of Naruto. Throughout the process, Araki remained preoccupied with thoughts of Ju, scarcely paying attention to the taste of the dango, which he merely found sweet, even somewhat cloying. There was no solution. Araki had considered several approaches, but few were feasible. Ultimately, he leaned toward a somewhat deceptive strategy, akin to gambling. It was a last resort. However, before proceeding, Araki needed to confirm something. Ju, I have a question. Do you really need to go? Araki stammered, maintaining his awkward manner of speech. Yet, he believed this would soon change. As Tsunade's disciple, returning to normal speech would be a natural progression. If even Tsunade's disciple could not overcome a simple affliction, then that would be a concern. Of course I must. Ju replied without hesitation. not suspecting the true intent behind Araki's inquiry. He assumed it was merely a junior asking a senior about his duty as a shinobi. I am going to the battlefield to achieve glory for Konoha. Is it possible not to go? Araki weakly asked. Absolutely not. Rope Tree shook his head directly, his smile fading slightly as he fixed a serious gaze on Araki and said solemnly, My dream is to become the Hokage of the Leaf Village, to protect the people of our village with my own hands. Anyone in the village may fear going to battle, but I cannot be one of those who cowers. Upon hearing Rope Tree's resolute tone, Araki understood his unwavering stance. Vague words would have no effect. Moreover, even if Rope Tree did not go this time, there would surely be another opportunity. As a ninja, one must inevitably undertake missions. As long as the war had not officially concluded, danger would always loom. And escaping once did not guarantee safety the next time. Furthermore, Araki was uncertain whether Rope Tree would indeed meet his demise tomorrow. He had not paid attention to the specifics of Rope Tree's fate before his own journey. Everything was mere conjecture. Araki was also left with an unclear thought. Was Rope Tree's death truly as he understood it, or was it merely superficial, concealing deeper truths? Yet, these considerations were not immediate concerns. He needed to ascertain Rope Tree's attitude first before implementing a plan tinged with a hint of risk. If I fear going to battle, how can I protect the people of the village? How can I ascend to the position of Hokage? Seeing that Araki remained silent, Rope Tree added, When I speak of the Hokage position, my face lights up with anticipation and yearning. It is my sincere dream, the goal I strive for throughout my life. Perhaps, if you were to perish on this outing? Araki suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Rope Tree's, his eyes unwavering, intent on perceiving the most genuine shift in Rope Tree's expression. The eyes are the windows to the soul and can reflect a person's true thoughts to a certain extent. Rope Tree's gaze remained resolute, devoid of hesitation. If I die, then so be it. Rope Tree exhibited no fear of death, even smiling as he set aside the unfinished dango and gently patted Araki's head, as if an elder brother imparting wisdom to a younger sibling, a tender gesture indeed. The ultimate fate of ninjas is death. No one can escape it. Even the strongest will eventually perish. Each ninja's end is predetermined, so what truly matters is the journey. A ninja's life is not defined by how he lives, but by how he meets his demise. If I could die valiantly for the Leaf Village, I would feel immense pride. That would be the culmination of my dreams, and I am willing to shed my last drop of blood for the village. From the moment I resolved to become Hokage, I had already accepted the possibility of sacrificing myself for the Leaf Village. This is akin to your willingness to study medicine for the rise of the Leaf Village. Essentially, we are kindred spirits. We simply stand at different positions and perspectives. I know you can understand me. As Rope Tree continued to stroke Araki's head, he spoke passionately, almost radiating a brilliant aura, having willingly shouldered the heavy responsibilities of the Leaf Village at such a young age. This spirit deeply impressed Araki. We are not kindred spirits. You are willing to sacrifice yourself for the village, while I am willing to sacrifice everything for myself. We are two extremes. However, that does not preclude us from becoming friends. Rope Tree, let us learn medical ninjutsu together. Araki raised his right hand to grasp Rope Tree's hand that was patting his head, his stuttering voice conveying an unexpected determination. Rope Tree was left utterly perplexed by Araki's words, a multitude of question marks popping up in his mind. Learn what medicine? Medical skills 1T save the leaf. To save the village, we must fight. The realm must be conquered. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Rope Tree held profound insights about strength. It could be set aside, but it could never be absent. However, before Rope Tree could voice his thoughts, Araki spoke again, revealing something even more shocking. Tonight. Stay with me, Araki stuttered, leaving Rope Tree momentarily dumbfounded. He instinctively wanted to pull away his wrist, only to find Araki's grip surprisingly strong. Go find Tsunade-sensei. After Araki finished speaking, Rope Tree finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks from the earlier misunderstanding. What do you need my sister for? After a brief pause, Rope Tree voiced his question. You don't start classes until tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's too late. Araki shook his head with a resolute gaze. The only person who could prevent Rope Tree from going out now was Tsunade. He could only pin his hopes on her affectionate heart for her younger brother. As for the process, Araki felt it was a gamble. It would be the boldest endeavor he had undertaken since entering the ninja world, but for the sake of the electric bond that had formed between him and Rope Tree, he was willing to take the risk. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he had tried his best, there would be no regrets. And he would have returned a favor to Rope Tree. However, reflecting on Rope Tree's earlier words, Araki felt a profound impact. He had a strong premonition. The effects generated by the flapping of his butterfly wings could potentially lead to significant chain reactions. If Rope Tree truly survived, then perhaps the fourth Hokage would not be Minato Namikaze. Rope Tree was utterly baffled, unsure of Araki's intentions. They had just left his sister. Yet now they were expected to see her again tonight. The frequency was astonishing. Most importantly, he was being dragged along. Rope Tree genuinely did not wish to become a medical ninja. In his essence, he believed that to become Hokage, one must possess the ability to conquer the world, which required formidable strength rather than gentle healing abilities. Otherwise, he would have long since acquiesced to his sister's requests. His sister had proposed teaching him medical ninjutsu more than once, but he had always declined. Now, Araki unexpectedly wanted him to learn medical ninjutsu together. No way. I won't go. I refuse to learn medical ninjutsu. I won't accompany you. Rope Tree shook his head vigorously, sensing something amiss since entering the shop. Araki had been acting strangely, but he could not pinpoint the specific reason. You must go. Araki's stuttering tone conveyed an undeniable determination. His current goal was to return Rope Tree to Tsunade and follow through with his planned gamble. If this attempt did not alter history, then Araki would not bear a heavy burden in his heart, for he had done all that could be done. I want to go, Rope Tree insisted stubbornly. And at that moment, their conversation and expressions truly resembled those of two children. Rope Tree, merely 12 years old, despite being relatively mature in the ninja world, still retained a childlike innocence. As the sun set in the west, casting a rosy glow across the sky, Araki and Rope Tree sat in the dango shop for most of the afternoon, neither willing to relent. Rope Tree, do you truly consider me a friend? As Araki sensed that the time was ripe, his expression suddenly turned serious. Throughout the lengthy afternoon, he had engaged in a relentless tug-of-war with Ju countless times. It was time to bring this to a close. In truth, Araki's motivations were not solely for Ju. He harbored his own selfish desires, regardless of what achievements Ju might attain if he were to survive. Even fostering a simple relationship with Tsunade as siblings would provide Araki with immense connections and benefits. Of course, Ju replied resolutely, embodying the impetuous spirit of youth. At his age, friendships were unencumbered by worldly constraints, and it was easy to bond when their energies resonated harmoniously. You are my very dear friend, Ju declared, thumping his chest, his eyes radiating unwavering conviction. Then let us cut to the chase, Araki asserted firmly, realizing that a gentle approach would be futile. Though Ju appeared warm and sunny, he possessed a deep-seated stubbornness reminiscent of Tsunade's character. Sometimes, the more one tried to persuade, the more ineffective it became. A direct and assertive approach was far more efficacious. However, such assertiveness could not be conjured instantaneously. Araki had spent the entire afternoon laying the groundwork to utter such words, waiting until he felt their relationship could withstand the weight of such a bold statement before finally voicing it. Ju was momentarily taken aback, staring at Araki in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that this seemingly easygoing younger brother had suddenly exuded such an imposing presence. After a brief pause, Ju exhaled deeply. All right, he conceded, sensing that Araki's words had wagered their friendship. Was there truly something troubling Araki? For a moment, Ju found himself puzzled and increasingly curious. Take me to see Tsunade-sensei, Araki exclaimed, rising abruptly and speaking in a calm yet unwavering tone. All right, Ju hesitated again, his gaze towards Araki shifting. Feeling as though he was now in the presence of a different person, one whose aura was entirely transformed, even his speech devoid of stuttering. Ju felt an inexplicable oddity, sensing an air of mystery surrounding Araki, and thus, he resolved to lead him onward. The two departed from the Sansekimaru store, making their way towards the heart of Konoha village. Before long, Ju brought Araki to the entrance of Tsunade's residence. Knock, knock. Knock. Ju promptly rapped on the door. Sis, open up, it's me, he announced without waiting for a prompt from within, clearly a well-established form of communication between them. A few breaths later, the door creaked open to reveal a striking figure standing confidently before Ju and Araki. At that moment, Tsunade was clad in casual home attire, a beige crop top that barely grazed her navel and snug white shorts that accentuated her enviable figure. Araki was utterly unprepared for such a sight, leaving him momentarily speechless at the doorway, struggling to regain his composure. "What brings you here?" Tsunade asked, her tone lethargic as she turned her gaze towards SHJ, weary from a day of interviews and ready to unwind. Her eyes then fell upon Araki. "Oh, Araki, you're here too." The weariness in her expression dissipated, replaced by a newfound energy as she stepped aside to allow them entry. "Come in." Tsunade sauntered into the room, her alluring silhouette radiating femininity. At this juncture, Araki finally recognized that, although Tsunade lacked the mature allure of her anime counterpart, she was still in her prime. In her 20s, her long, fair, and toned legs and voluptuous curves were undeniably captivating. Araki swallowed hard. Having immersed himself in relentless training in the ninja world for 3 years, rarely encountering women. The most he had interacted with were adorable younger girls like Kushina, who were merely 8 years old. Thus, witnessing Tsunade in such an extraordinary light stirred an indescribable sensation within him. Tsunade, however, paid little heed to her appearance. She had always been carefree and maintained a basic decorum in public, yet in her own home, comfort reigned supreme. The only ones who visited her were typically SHJ, with Araki being an exception today. Nevertheless, Tsunade did not regard Araki with any particular interest. To her, he was just a child. What could a child possibly understand? SHJ and Araki entered Tsunade's home, where an inexplicable fragrance wafted through the air, the source of which remained elusive. The space appeared tidy, having undergone some basic upkeep but not regularly cleaned. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, pouring glasses of water for both SHJ and Araki before plopping down casually on the floor, her pristine feet stretching towards Araki. This scene caused Araki to momentarily lose his focus. It wasn't that he lacked composure. It was simply that he had not encountered many people during his prolonged journey, especially not this youthful version of Tsunade, whose physique and beauty were at the pinnacle of Konoha. "Araki insisted on seeking you out. I couldn't refuse. So you should ask him," SHJ said, tossing the question towards Araki, who had no intention of being there or of delving into the matter further. "I absolutely cannot learn medical ninjutsu. It's out of the question. I must acquire powers related to strength. Strength is the ultimate truth." SHJ's understanding of power was profound. He knew that to stand out in Konoha, strength was paramount. If Konoha was to assert itself in the ninja world, the essence would still lie in power. His grandfather was the best example of this. "What is it, Araki?" Tsunade's attention shifted to him, her tone gentle yet filled with curiosity and intrigue, completely unaware of what her newly acquired disciple was contemplating. I might have something," Araki stammered, shaking his head hastily, striving to quell the fluttering in his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, attempting to regain his composure. Then, he locked eyes with Tsunade, making a concerted effort not to glance downward, for the allure of her figure was simply too captivating. The matter is, well, it's like this. Araki had initially planned to speak to Tsunade without stuttering, believing that the extraordinary circumstances would have him cured of his nerves. However, now, it was not a deliberate stutter. He was simply parched. He endeavored to control his gaze, resisting the temptation to admire the rare sight before him. Yet he understood what was most important at that moment. I have something. I want to say. I saw." Araki felt increasingly parched as he spoke, so he picked up his glass and drained the water in one gulp. "What did you see?" Tsunade wondered, a large question mark forming in her mind. Combining Araki's words with his actions, she suddenly realized something and glanced down at herself. Swish. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly adjusted the neckline of her camisole. She had something to say, but she didn't know how to put it. Araki was still just a child after all. "I saw the future, a part of the future, future events." After drinking the water, Araki's expression became grave. He understood that he had to start gambling now, hoping that this would bring the desired effect. He had to take a gamble to make a fortune. For Araki, he mostly remained low profile, but when opportunities arose, he would go all out. "What?" Tsunade and Nawaki exclaimed in unison, the question marks in their minds growing even larger, unable to comprehend what Araki was saying. Saw the future? What was that supposed to mean? Did someone really have the ability to foresee the future? Or was this person deceiving them? In an instant, Tsunade and Nawaki's attention was entirely focused on Araki, their expressions becoming extremely serious, and their gazes towards Araki changing as well. At the same time, Tsunade's attention was diverted, and the hand that had just tightened her collar loosened, instantly revealing a glimpse of her cleavage once more. This scene fell into Araki's eyes again, causing him to immediately lift his head and look at the ceiling, striking a pose of profound mystery. No, I can't look anymore. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself clearly. It's like this. Araki immediately began to explain, saying in a deep voice, I touched the necklace and saw the future necklace. Tsunade frowned, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she looked at the first Hokage's necklace around Nawaki's neck, the scene from the interview abruptly replaying in her mind. It was when Araki touched the first Hokage's necklace that the chakra crystal glowed green. The chakra crystal also had a heartbeat-like pulsation, as if it were about to come to life, which shocked her at the time. This was also an important reason why she chose to take Araki as a disciple. She felt that this was her grandfather's will. Are you referring to this necklace? Tsunade grabbed the necklace around Nawaki's neck, but when she touched the chakra crystal, there was no change. Yes, Araki immediately nodded, understanding that the time had come, and began to recite the prepared lines. When I touched the necklace, I saw a vision of Nawaki. He died in a pile of explosive tags. Araki's tone suddenly became fluent, because he felt that summarizing this as the first Hokage's necklace was the most reasonable explanation for his mental state. And it was also the best time to change his way of speaking. Of course, another reason was that if he continued to stutter, the momentum of his explanation would be greatly weakened. After Araki finished speaking fluently, it immediately brought a great shock to Tsunade. Just as Tsunade hadn't reacted yet, Araki spoke again. I have a very strong feeling that this is what will happen in the future. Hiss. Tsunade and Nawaki couldn't help but gasp after hearing these words. This kind of thing sounded incredibly outrageous. What do you mean? Tsunade stuttered at this moment, feeling that she had heard something extremely unbelievable, something she had never heard of before. See the future? The expression on Nawaki's face also became serious. What attracted his attention the most was that he died in a pile of explosive tags, which was closely related to his life. Even though he had said very passionately that he had already prepared himself for death when he was talking to Araki. But who would want to die if they could live? Pointless death would only be a meaningless sacrifice. Nawaki was clear about this. No wonder Araki was acting strangely this afternoon. Nawaki pondered inwardly, becoming nervous as the matter concerned himself, as Tsunade and Nawaki's tense gazes all focused on Araki. Araki clearly realized that the first phase of the plan had succeeded, whether these two believed it or not. At least the suspense had been raised to the maximum. After all, this was something that had never appeared in the ninja world, and even people's imaginations couldn't come up with such a thing. When I touched the necklace, I felt a strong spiritual will, which directly constructed a picture in my mind and told me that this would happen in the near future, Araki said in a deep voice. Now he spoke no differently from a normal person, very smoothly, as if he had become a different person. Could it be that Grandpa is giving us a hint? Tsunade stared at Araki, not thinking that Araki was hiding something, because in her eyes, Araki was just a child, and how could a child lie? However, she wasn't a fool. She wouldn't believe everything Araki said. Tsunade immediately looked at the chakra crystal on the first Hokage's necklace that she was already holding in her hand. This thing hadn't shown similar phenomena in her hands for many years. Not long ago, she had just given it to Nawaki, and he hadn't seen any changes when he touched the chakra crystal. Why did such a strange phenomenon occur with Araki? Tsunade thought quickly in her mind. But this kind of thing sounded too bizarre, completely confusing her. Araki, try touching it again, maybe it's your illusion. Tsunade immediately pulled the first Hokage's necklace on Nawaki's neck forward. The necklace was still around Nawaki's neck and hadn't been taken off. And this action also caused Nawaki to be pulled over like a puppy tied with a rope. If it were in the past, Nawaki would definitely have complained about his older sister for such treatment, but now he was also very curious about his future. Okay, Araki immediately took a deep breath, understanding that the key point of this gamble was here. Whether he could gain the trust of Tsunade and Nawaki depended on whether he could activate the first Hokage's necklace again. Araki didn't know if the incident during the interview was an isolated event or a one-time event, hoping that it was a continuous event as he had expected. He slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and touched the chakra crystal of the first Hokage's necklace in Tsunade's palm. This action involved the hearts of everyone in the room. Even Araki was extremely nervous. For a moment, the three held their breath, their eyes fixed on Araki's finger as it came into contact with the chakra crystal. Buzz! In an instant, The chakra crystal on the first Hokage's necklace trembled violently, like a revived heart, and a soft green light burst out, directly dyeing the room into a natural green. This, oh my god! Tsunade and Nawaki widened their eyes at the same time, their gazes focused on the glowing green chakra crystal, their eyeballs already dyed green, showing different shades with the rhythm of the green light. At this point, the two of them believed Araki's words, even though this kind of thing sounded very outrageous. But the necklace left by Grandpa was alive. It was hard for them not to think that Grandpa was protecting them. Grandfather. Tsunade's body trembled uncontrollably, her exquisite curves rising and falling in a rhythmic dance, tears cascading down her cheeks. She could hardly recall how long it had been since she last saw her grandfather. If the necklace truly contained remnants of his chakra, it meant he had been watching over her all along. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, her suppressed emotions erupting like a volcano, and this singular sight led her to genuinely believe in Araki. In stark contrast, Shinji was in a completely different state. Under the glow of green light, his pallid face seemed to turn green. If this were true, it meant Araki had witnessed his demise. This thought sent Shinji into turmoil. Despite his resolute words, he was still young and did not wish to meet his end just yet. Buzz. This time, Araki did not hasten to withdraw his finger. The chakra crystal trembled once more after an initial quiver, pulsating like a heartbeat. What is happening? Araki's mind raced, confirming that the chakra crystal of the first Hokage's necklace emitted such changes solely due to his touch. Was there something uniquely different about him? Was it because of the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai? But what, then, was this heartbeat? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could not possibly still be alive. Araki was certain of this. Yet the chakra crystal indeed resembled a heart. Did this place harbor some secret? As Araki mused, his anxiety escalated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the rhythm of the chakra crystal quickened, as if the heartbeat itself was accelerating. Wait. Araki's pupils constricted. He suddenly realized an extraordinary truth. This heartbeat was not that of the chakra crystal, but his own. Upon this realization, Araki swiftly withdrew his finger, and almost simultaneously, the chakra crystal atop the necklace dimmed abruptly, as if a switch had been turned off. Exhaling deeply, Araki endeavored to calm his racing heart. In that fleeting moment, he had uncovered myriad revelations, which proved to be immensely beneficial for him. As the chakra crystal pulsed, torrents of chakra surged through the point of contact, coursing along his chakra pathways. This chakra was imbued with an indescribable, terrifying vitality, tearing apart nearby cells and rapidly reshaping them, all while he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of euphoria. This. Araki's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was in a state of profound astonishment. It was an unprecedented sensation. He felt invigorated, all fatigue swept away, as if reborn, his entire being felt light as a feather. Such a phenomenon astonished Araki. After withdrawing his finger, he could distinctly sense the chakra lingering within him, circulating through his meridians, as if the cells were parched travelers in a desert, greedily absorbing a spring of fresh water. In just a few breaths, the energy of this chakra diminished significantly, yet it continued to cycle through his chakra pathways, eliciting a refreshingly delightful sensation. Araki was filled with exhilaration. That simple cycle had brought him an unmistakable enhancement, far surpassing countless nights of training. This was an opportunity. He was uncertain of the connection between himself and the first Hokage's necklace, or if it was merely a matter of the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai. However, he was acutely aware of the existence of this opportunity. If he could regularly absorb the energy from the chakra crystal, it would greatly benefit his own chakra enhancement. This was undoubtedly a high reward. Yet, it also came with high risks. Araki was unsure if anyone was aware of the special properties of the first Hokage's necklace, such as the renowned scientist Orochimaru from Konoha. If word spread, his possession of the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai could be exposed, which would be exceedingly perilous. He absolutely could not wear the first Hokage's necklace. From Araki's assessment, it was likely to remain illuminated until fully absorbed, essentially broadcasting to the world that he had a secret. Most importantly, this necklace bore a cursed attribute. It was far safer to leave it around Shinji's neck, binding himself to Shinji while casually absorbing its energy when necessary. I saw it again. Seizing the moment while Tsunade and Shinji were taken aback, Araki spoke again, his linguistic abilities fully restored. Just moments ago, when I touched the first Hokage's necklace. I witnessed Shinji perishing in an explosive tag trap, with the necklace adorning his neck, his insides completely hollowed out. Araki's tone grew stern. This was part of his plan. Using the foresight from the first Hokage's necklace and his rapid recovery of speech as a dual strategy. Araki, you're speaking. Tsunade's complexion turned ashen upon hearing Araki describe Shinji's grim fate, but she simultaneously noticed the change in his speech abilities. Indeed, Araki, you can speak normally now. Shinji's eyes widened in astonishment. Had Tsunade not mentioned it, he might not have realized. During their conversation that afternoon, listening to Araki had nearly lulled him to sleep, as it was exhausting to hear him struggle to articulate. I hadn't noticed. Araki feigned surprise, his acting skills surging as if he had seamlessly slipped into character, exuding a high degree of credibility, especially with his youthful appearance. I can speak now, Araki exclaimed, as if just realizing it, his tone filled with excitement, his expression transforming from indifference to one of innocent joy. This subtle shift in expression showcased the transformation of a Na'vi child breaking through his mental barriers, perfectly embodying the emotions without excess or deficiency, as if it were the natural order of things. This performance was also a crucial part of Araki's gamble, aimed at convincing Tsunade and Shinji that his mental trauma had been healed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Thus, everything would fall into place without requiring further explanation. Tsunade and Shinji would simply fill in the blanks themselves. Naturally, Araki was not content with merely this. Since he had begun to gamble, why not push his luck further? In case it bore fruit? Tsunade-sensei, what is happening? How have I regained my ability to speak normally? Araki promptly turned the tables, posing his queries to Tsunade, his inquisitive demeanor akin to that of a patient addressing his physician. Indeed, it was accurate to call her a medical ninja. By tentatively stepping forward, he shifted the focus of the questions onto Tsunade. This approach carried the risk of relinquishing control. He could no longer define his own changes. Henceforth, he would be unable to assert what the situation entailed. However, the advantage lay in the fact that if Tsunade articulated the answers, they would carry the weight of her authority, ultimately being recognized by her. As Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, she fell into a deep silence, her fingers brushing against the chakra crystal of the first Hokage's necklace, which remained unchanged. She then released the chakra crystal and reached toward Araki's wrist. At that moment, Araki's anxiety surged to its zenith. He was uncertain of the extent of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and whether she could discern his Kekkei Genkai, an area shrouded in mystery for him. All he could do was gamble, hoping that Tsunade would be unable to uncover the truth. A gentle, life-infused chakra emanated from Tsunade's palm, gliding along Araki's wrist toward his throat. Upon reaching his throat, it lingered for approximately 3 minutes. Your vocal cords are completely intact, Tsunade declared, retracting her hand with a grave expression. She was unaware of the state of Araki's vocal cords prior to this examination, having never checked them before, only recognizing their current condition. Given your miraculous recovery rate, I suspect it may be linked to your grandfather's necklace. If your grandfather can project the future onto you, then you must be the one chosen by him. He intends to convey certain matters through your voice, which naturally necessitates the healing of your affliction. This reasoning holds no fault. Tsunade spoke in a measured tone, uncertain of the earlier green light's effects on Araki, yet upon conducting a brief examination, she discovered him to be remarkably healthy. His vitality was particularly striking, seemingly rivaling that of their Senju clan. Araki, I have decided to conduct several tests to thoroughly investigate your grandfather's necklace. I hope you will cooperate with me. Tsunade promptly articulated her intentions, then paused to add, everything that has transpired today must remain confidential, not to be disclosed to anyone outside of us. Understood, Araki replied with a nod, appearing as a participant while truly embodying the role of a leader. Beneath his serious demeanor lay a heart that had already begun to rejoice. It seemed he had emerged victorious from this gamble. In truth, his audacity to wager so boldly stemmed not from carelessness, but rather from the formidable aura surrounding the object of his gamble, Tsunade, renowned for her perpetual losses in games of chance. Araki's visage remained inscrutable, yet internally, he had already begun to chuckle. There was no need for him to utter a word. Tsunade proactively reminded him to keep today's events confidential. What a jest! As if he would ever speak of it. Araki, in fact, sought to conceal the matter. firmly believing that this issue concerning the first Hokage's necklace and the future of Rope Tree would not reach the ears of Tsunade and Rope Tree, the siblings. And indeed, it held true. At that moment, only 3 individuals were privy to this knowledge. If they remained silent, no one in the village would ever know. By employing this strategy of retreating to advance, Araki transferred the initiative to Tsunade, allowing her to make determinations on the matter, which was, for him, far more convenient. Particularly now, as Tsunade attributed Araki's ability to speak normally to the first Hokage's necklace, she perfectly alleviated his concerns. Rope Tree stood silently to the side, attentively observing the dialogue between Tsunade and Araki, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. On the surface, they discussed the first Hokage's necklace. Yet beneath that veneer lay the chilling reality of his own death. The sensation was utterly peculiar, learning of one's own demise, especially that of a future demise. Rope Tree felt akin to a healthy individual suddenly receiving a terminal diagnosis, leaving him in a daze. He could not articulate any inquiries, his mind a tumultuous mess. And thus he remained silent, closely monitoring the unfolding events. Tsunade's countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Araki, her heart heavy with unspoken burdens. For this matter involved her grandfather and her brother. It demanded serious clarification. Araki, my thoughts are currently in disarray, and I cannot articulate them clearly. I urge you to adhere strictly to my instructions and reassurances. There must not be any oversight. Tsunade emphasized with utmost seriousness. She was uncertain of the specifics at hand. Yet she understood that such an extraordinary situation might pertain to the secrets of their Senju clan, where the fewer who knew, the better. The ninja world possesses a unique sensitivity to secrets, with ninjas acutely aware that some intelligence is worth guarding with their lives. The matter concerning the first Hokage's necklace was of paramount importance to Tsunade, akin to the Uchiha clan's tablet, knowledge that must not be easily disclosed to outsiders. Yes, Araki nodded in affirmation. Now he could speak without stuttering, presenting him with a reasonable opportunity. With a formidable medical ninja like Tsunade as his cover, who would dare question him? Any doubts cast upon him would inherently reflect on Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Let us first address your ability to speak, it is evident. Should anyone inquire, do not mention the necklace. Simply state that I have healed you, Tsunade instructed first. Yes, Araki nodded once more, just as he had anticipated. Tsunade indeed took charge of the situation. Although her internal turmoil was significant, her thoughts remained relatively clear. She recognized that Araki could now speak normally, eliminating the need for him to feign his previous condition. This was the most prudent course of action. Tsunade did not believe that someone of Araki's age could execute a perfect charade. Any slip could complicate matters further. Being a medical ninja herself, there was no reason for a healthy individual to feign illness. This was the first thought to cross her mind. She needed a rationale for Araki's transformation before they could conceal the secret within the hearts of the 3 of them. Of course, this was precisely what Araki desired. As long as the 3 of them shared a common secret, an unbreakable bond would form, entwining their fates. Now, let us try once more as Tsunade spoke. She removed the necklace from Rope Tree's neck, cradling it in her palm. The chakra crystal of the first Hokage's necklace exhibited no change. Tsunade then placed the necklace into Rope Tree's hand, instructing him to grasp the chakra crystal. Still, there was no alteration. Subsequently, Tsunade's gaze fixed intently on Araki. Now she could ascertain that the necklace remained as tranquil in their hands as ever, devoid of any anomalies. Araki, you take hold of it. Tsunade gestured for Araki to extend his hand, transferring the first Hokage's necklace into his palm. The moment the necklace rested in Araki's grasp, the chakra crystal pulsated with a vibrant green luminescence, resonating rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. The chakra crystal seemed to come alive. Simultaneously, Araki felt refreshing waves of power permeating through his body, cleansing his chakra pathways. The sensation was peculiar, yet extraordinarily comforting. He felt an overwhelming urge to immerse himself in this experience, convinced that if he could fully absorb the chakra crystal, his body would undergo a remarkable transformation. The intensity of this feeling was undeniable. However, just as Araki was reveling in this experience, Tsunade reclaimed the first Hokage's necklace. And once the chakra crystal departed from Araki's hand, it instantly dimmed, reverting to its original state. Indeed, following the initial round of testing, Tsunade could now confirm that the chakra crystal of the first Hokage's necklace only exhibited an anomaly in Araki's possession. Araki, what did you see just now? Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with intense anticipation. The prolonged duration may have allowed for more imagery to manifest. Simultaneously, she pondered in silence whether this phenomenon indicated that Araki was the most suitable recipient for the first Hokage's necklace. If that were the case, would it not be more fitting to bestow it upon Araki? She found herself in a state of indecision, having already gifted it to her beloved brother. She could not simply reclaim it. Araki had been intently observing Tsunade, discerning the shifts in her expression, and he could surmise what she was contemplating. The necklace was indeed magnificent, yet it was far too ostentatious. It was wholly unsuitable for everyday wear. Moreover, and of utmost importance, even if it were to rest upon Rope Tree, it would not impede his ability to utilize it. Once Tsunade and Rope Tree accepted his capacity to foresee the future, the control over the necklace's usage would undoubtedly be firmly in their grasp. I saw nothing. Araki shook his head decisively, uttering a statement that left Tsunade and Rope Tree utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief and confusion. How could that be? Why did you not see anything? Is it possible that grandfather chose not to reveal it? Tsunade murmured, her brow furrowed. She had expected Araki to witness numerous visions, but the actual outcome was starkly different from her anticipations. What had gone awry? Tsunade's thoughts raced, her mind struggling to keep pace as a singular possibility persisted. Perhaps the first Hokage's necklace had become ineffective. While Tsunade grappled with these concerns, Rope Tree's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to face Araki. Araki, did you not see my death just now? Rope Tree's brow furrowed, sensing something but lacking certainty, and thus he inquired of Araki. I saw nothing. Araki shook his head, maintaining his ruse. Could it be? Rope Tree turned his gaze towards Tsunade, seizing the first Hokage's necklace from her hand and adorning it around his neck, subsequently looking at Araki and stating, Now try again. This action from Rope Tree provided Tsunade with a glimmer of insight. Indeed, give it a try. Tsunade nodded repeatedly, instantly grasping Moku's intent, even though he had spoken not a word. Very well, Araki responded, his expression remaining inscrutable, with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Yet, deep within, he understood clearly that everything unfolding was proceeding precisely as he had envisioned, and the two soon recognized what he sought to convey. Without delay, Araki reached out, his fingers brushing against the original necklace adorning Moku's neck. The moment his fingertip made contact with the chakra crystal, a verdant light flickered anew. The chakra crystal pulsed rhythmically once more, akin to a heartbeat. Tsunade and Moku had grown accustomed to this pulsation. It no longer elicited any particular reaction. Their gazes fixed intently upon Araki, eager for the answers they sought. After several experiments, Araki had begun to investigate the connection between himself and the original necklace. The rhythmic pulsation indeed mirrored the cadence of his own heartbeat. When his chakra crystal touched that on the original necklace, it felt as though the crystal became an extension of his own being, pulsating in sync with his pulse, the green glow shimmering in tandem with his heart's rhythm. This was a remarkably harmonious alignment. At present, it remains unclear whether this phenomenon is linked to his identity as a traveler or to the Wood Release bloodline limit. Moments later, Araki reluctantly withdrew his fingers. I have seen. He lifted his gaze to Moku, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow, waves of emotion surfacing with a compelling narrative quality. Is it still that scene? Moku inquired. Yes, Araki nodded, saying, You perished in a trap set by an explosive tag, wearing this very outfit, which appears largely unchanged. The unchanged attire indicated that this was an event that transpired not long after. Tsunade's countenance darkened, as upon hearing of Moku's demise, she momentarily dismissed the necklace's significance, turning instead to ask in a grave tone, Do you see where it happened? In a forest, Araki replied without hesitation. This must have occurred during a mission. Tsunade's expression grew even graver, her mind already devising countermeasures. Araki, wait a moment, let me take another look. Upon hearing the news of his own demise again, Moku's emotions were no longer overly complex. He simply removed the original necklace from his neck and placed it around Tsunade's. The chakra crystal of the original necklace immediately slipped into the collar of her garment, embedding itself securely in its rightful place. Now let us see, Moku said with a serious demeanor, a contemplative expression dawning upon his face as he began to unravel the underlying patterns. Very well. Araki silently commended Moku in his thoughts. When he decided to take this gamble, he had already envisioned this scenario, intending to draw them both into a trap. It became evident that Tsunade was less composed than Moku. Despite knowing his own fate, Moku remained calm and analytical, pinpointing the crux of the issue with remarkable acumen. This ability was indeed impressive. Most importantly, Moku was merely 12 years old, just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Though his current performance did not shine as brightly as Minato Namake's, nor did it exhibit the genius of Kakashi Hatake. This did not deter Araki from placing his faith in him. As a traveler familiar with the Naruto series, Araki understood that the Senju clan often blossomed later in life, unlike the Uchiha clan, whose powers surged dramatically at a moment's notice. In contrast to the Uchiha, the strength of the Senju clan manifested physically, requiring relentless training to cultivate robust physical prowess. Moku was still quite young, and no one could predict how he would evolve in the future, especially considering that in the original timeline, he had perished early on. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of Tsunade and Moku, Araki raised his right hand. There is no other choice. The chakra crystal is embedded too deeply. Tsunade, still immersed in thoughts of altering Moku's fate, had not yet fully registered the situation. Just as she was about to speak, she felt the original necklace tremble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chakra crystal on the original necklace began to vibrate at an accelerated frequency, accompanied by an alluring green light. Tsunade gasped, for the necklace was perfectly positioned, and the ensuing tremors imparted an inexplicable sense of comfort. I have seen. Araki swiftly retracted his hand. It was not that the gentle sensation had waned, but rather that, after hearing Tsunade's voice repeatedly, he felt the situation could not continue in this manner. He was still just a child. In an instant, the original necklace reverted to its normal state. Tsunade emitted another sound, her tone laced with confusion and a hint of unmasked disappointment. As the vibration subsided, she experienced an unsettling emptiness, having just felt something inexplicably strange, an ambiguous sensation that was neither good nor bad. Yet, when that feeling vanished, she found herself yearning for it. This led her to entertain a peculiar thought. If she could induce the original necklace to vibrate herself, it would be far more convenient. What did you see? The only one maintaining composure, Moku, fixed his gaze on Araki, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. The answer held critical significance for his understanding. With Tsunade's inquiry, both she and Moku's gazes were locked on Araki, curiosity evident in their expressions. I saw you, Tsunade-sensei. Araki inhaled deeply, closing his eyes momentarily as he spoke, endeavoring to suppress the images he had witnessed and to maintain a calm demeanor. You arrived in the forest, where you discovered Moku's lifeless body, bloodied hands clutching this necklace, tears streaming down your face, and as a result, you developed hemophobia. Unable to continue as a medical ninja, Araki's voice was low and hoarse as he recounted these future events, deliberately omitting certain details to focus solely on Moku, facilitating a complete outpouring of his message. In this matter, Araki was not fabricating entirely. He merely orchestrated the narrative to align with his ability to glimpse the future upon touching the original necklace. However, the future he spoke of was one that would indeed come to pass. To express such truths directly was, in fact, a commendable approach. After all, if events unfolded differently, he could ascertain that he had altered the course of history. Yet, if they remained unchanged, it would at least foster greater trust from Tsunade. After speaking, Araki sealed his lips. Having reached this juncture, he felt it was sufficient. There was no need for further elaboration, nor could he offer more insight. Araki felt unburdened, for in his heart, he believed he had settled this debt. What would happen next was no longer his concern. Am I still dead? Moku sighed, his gaze dimming significantly. He had hoped that with the necklace around his sister's neck, he could glimpse her future or the circumstances surrounding her death. To his astonishment, he indeed saw something, the future of his sister discovering his own lifeless form. This sensation deepened the complexity within Shinshu's heart, akin to a patient who knows their days are numbered, as waves of negativity surged within, causing their complexion to deteriorate. Such a phenomenon had never before manifested in Shinshu. People often fear not death itself, but the gradual approach towards it. Ninjas are no exception. There has long been a saying advocating for a swift end. After all, death is an inherent part of life that no one can evade. Whether early or late, it is still death. For those with enlightenment, such thoughts may bear no burden. However, the knowledge of imminent demise brings forth an entirely different feeling. In that moment, the once vibrant hues of Shinshu's eyes dulled, rendering the world a monochromatic gray, as if dwelling in a desolate hell devoid of any vitality. In contrast, Tsunade appeared remarkably composed. Hemophobia Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. She had never imagined she would one day fear blood. Yet, the thought of Shinshu dying by her hand brought forth a profound psychological impact that could indeed be overwhelming. Araki, is there any way to resolve this? Tsunade glanced at Araki with a sense of desperation, though she directed her inquiry at Araki. Her true question was aimed at the first-generation necklace. She had become increasingly convinced of the connection between Araki and the first-generation necklace, realizing that the scenes Araki witnessed were likely relayed from her grandfather. As for why it was Araki that was no longer a concern for her, Tsunade merely wished for her brother to survive, to learn medical ninjutsu alongside her. Araki immediately articulated his intentions, and before Tsunade or Shinshu could respond, he added, if Shinshu could be transferred to the medical class, his role would shift from frontline combat to providing medical support in the rear. Given that we are all novices, we could entirely avoid contact with the wounded on the battlefield, effectively isolating Shinshu from danger. While speaking, Araki keenly observed the exchange of expressions between Tsunade and Shinshu, particularly as he mentioned medical ninjas. Tsunade appeared contemplative, her silence indicating a deep consideration of the proposal's feasibility. Shinshu, too, no longer exhibited the aversion he had displayed earlier at the mention of medical ninjas. He was now earnestly contemplating the matter, for it directly pertained to his life. Indeed, he felt a twinge of cowardice. Who wishes for death? Shinshu harbored grand ambitions. He aspired to become the Hokage of Konohagakure. Dying before realizing such a dream was unacceptable to him. This idea holds merit, Tsunade remarked thoughtfully after a moment, nodding slowly. She then removed the first-generation necklace from around her neck and placed it around Shinshu's. Shinshu, carry this necklace with you. It will allow Araki to monitor your danger levels at any time. If I am not mistaken, this is your grandfather's protection, Tsunade said gently. For her brother, she would do anything. Had Shinshu not passed away too soon, she would have undoubtedly become the ultimate dark force of Konohagakure, ensuring her brother's ascension to Hokage. Very well, Shinshu acquiesced, devoid of his previous rebelliousness. After hearing Araki recount the grim fate that awaited him, Shinshu's previously steadfast resolve wavered. The readiness to sacrifice himself for the village was far less unwavering than he had imagined. This scene did not escape Araki's notice, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as dark lines appeared on his face. Such a rapid shift went unnoticed by the two. The first-generation necklace, originally a harbinger of doom, had been misperceived by Tsunade as a talisman of good fortune. Araki, I entrust Shinshu to you. During this time, let him learn alongside you, and refrain from undertaking missions, Tsunade asserted with conviction. In matters concerning medical ninjas, she wielded considerable influence, and transferring her brother to the medical class posed no challenge. The current medical class system in Konohagakure was far from robust, plagued by significant issues, particularly concerning frontline medical care. She had previously proposed to the third Hokage and the higher-ups the necessity of assigning medical ninjas to each ninja squad, which would greatly reduce casualties. However, her suggestion was dismissed, leading her to suspect that the higher-ups may have intentionally desired some to perish. Yet, this was merely her immature speculation, devoid of any evidence. She hoped it was not the case and refrained from delving deeper. Consequently, the majority of medical ninjas remained stationed at the Konohagakure headquarters, with a small contingent deployed to the front line, only to provide medical assistance when issues arose, remaining in a state of readiness. Reflecting on this, Tsunade suddenly felt a sense of relief that her initial proposal had not been approved. Now, she could openly keep Shinshu within Konohagakure to learn medical ninjutsu, safeguarding him from potential tragedy. Yes, Araki responded immediately. At this juncture, he felt a profound sense of relief. The gamble had paid off. This round was a resounding victory. A bicycle truly could transform into a motorcycle. Araki sat quietly, having said all he needed to, leaving the remainder of the conversation to Tsunade and Shinshu. However, until Tsunade formally dismissed him, he would not voluntarily depart, for such an action held no purpose. Sharing a common secret equated to forging a strong bond. One could poetically refer to it as rowing together in the same boat, or, less flatteringly, as being grasshoppers on the same string. Araki harbored no concerns that Tsunade and Shunshu would expose the secret of the first-generation necklace. During his narration, he had solely recounted Shinshu's fate, omitting mention of others, which was, in fact, the truth. Nonetheless, he had deliberately guided the conversation. After all, in the original narrative, Tsunade seemed to have overlooked this aspect, or perhaps had buried it deep within her heart. Yet, just moments ago, Araki had distinctly observed the gravity in Tsunade's eyes, signaling to him that his guidance had succeeded. Tsunade had developed a sense of crisis, acknowledging that the dangers surrounding Shinshu might not solely stem from external threats, but could also arise from within, which was uncertain. Thus, Tsunade would undoubtedly refrain from revealing the secret of the first-generation necklace. On another level, following this high-stakes gamble, Araki stood to gain Tsunade's trust and greater opportunities to engage with Shinshu, thereby forming a deeper connection with him. Shinshu was unlike Kushina. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina attracted numerous gazes, bringing potential trouble at any moment, not to mention the chaos that the Nine Tails could unleash. Shinshu, however, was Tsunade's younger brother. To hold Shinshu was to hold Tsunade's very essence. Moreover, should Shinshu indeed aspire to become Hokage in the future, the bonds and emotions forged at this stage would serve as invaluable investments. Beyond that, Araki believed that when in Shinshu's company, the focus of others would predominantly fall upon Shinshu. This phenomenon could be described as the green leaf effect. Prior to his crossing over, Araki often observed how some girls would choose to befriend those less attractive than themselves. When they ventured out together, the contrast would accentuate their own appearances, akin to having a green leaf as a backdrop. Araki's aim was to be the green leaf to Shinshu's vibrant bloom. As long as he remained alongside a more attention-grabbing individual, he would naturally be shielded from scrutiny, becoming less conspicuous. Araki has found a legitimate reason to touch the original necklace at any moment. This opportunity was utterly absent before the success of this gamble. If Araki had not taken action, Rope would have been dispatched to the front lines tomorrow, where he might have met his demise. During this period, there would be no chance to approach the original necklace, as it would soon be given to Kato Dan by Tsunade, subsequently eliminating any opportunity. The chakra crystals embedded in the original necklace promised a significant enhancement to his abilities. Araki was unaware of the reasons behind this effect, but he was not one to engage in scientific inquiry. He merely relished the prospect of such a remarkable power boost. Rope, you must shift your mindset and aspire to be an exceptional medical ninja. Only by preserving your own life can you pursue grand ideals. Tsunade earnestly endeavored to reshape Rope's thoughts, fully cognizant of her brother's nature. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary courage, always eager to lead the charge in any mission, shielding his comrades from harm, making him an invaluable ally. However, this mindset was fundamentally at odds with that of a medical ninja. It was precisely these constraints that deterred Rope from embracing the role of a medical ninja. He loathed the idea of being bound by rules. Yet, at this moment, he found himself with no alternative. Rope wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, his face a canvas of resignation and compromise with reality. Even the staunchest warrior has moments of retreat. Bowing before the specter of death does not instill fear. However, at that juncture, upon witnessing her brother's dejection, Tsunade felt a surge of secret satisfaction mingled with sympathy. She deftly redirected the conversation. Beyond the 3 cardinal principles of medical ninjas, there exists a 4th, and I will dedicate myself to nurturing your potential, so do not despair. The mention of a 4th principle caused Rope to lift his head, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline, albeit hesitantly. Meanwhile, Araki followed their exchange with keen interest. During the recent dialogue, Tsunade had focused solely on Rope, inadvertently sidelining Araki. This was precisely the scenario he desired. If Tsunade could overlook him so easily, how much more so would strangers? This cloak of invisibility would spare Araki from many unnecessary troubles. Tsunade nodded, her gaze penetrating as she scrutinized Rope's eyes before turning to Araki. Araki, you should listen as well. I will include you in this discussion. She raised 3 fingers, proclaiming with authority, as a medical ninja, one must adhere to 3 fundamental principles. First, a medical ninja must never abandon treatment before a comrade's demise. Second, a medical ninja must never stand at the forefront of battle. Third, A medical ninja must never allow a team member to perish before themselves. These 3 tenets must be etched in your minds. Tsunade's tone was stern and commanding, transforming in an instant into the persona of a seasoned medical ninja instructor. With Araki and Rope becoming her pupils, Rope was aware of these principles, yet had never contemplated becoming a medical ninja. He merely recognized them without delving deeper. In contrast, Araki's heart soared with joy. He recalled having encountered such principles before, though he could not recall where or the precise wording. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had perused various textbooks, yet none contained this crucial information. Now he finally encountered the authentic version. The tenets of medical ninjas were incredibly appealing, particularly the notion of not being at the front lines, coupled with the last principle of being the last to fall. If he were ever left alone, he could simply make a swift escape. This perfectly aligned with Araki's desires. Even after graduating from the Ninja Academy and embarking on missions, he could assertively remain behind his comrades. As for the 4th principle, Araki had no intention of disrupting the delectable allure of the medical ninja tenets. What is the 4th principle? Rope inquired eagerly, his heart brimming with anticipation. The previously mentioned 3 principles felt like shackles to him, hindering his ability to express his true character. He believed himself to be a formidable warrior, yet was relegated to the tedious role of a healer, standing behind others. If there were any other options, he would not be so disheartened. The 4th principle. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she extended her 4th finger before Rope, exuding an unprecedented gravitas. In that instant, Rope's curiosity reached its zenith. Only medical ninjas proficient in the healing technique, creation rebirth, and the 100 healings technique are permitted to disregard all the aforementioned rules, Tsunade declared with unwavering conviction. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Rope inhaled sharply, utterly taken aback that the final principle permitted the violation of the previous 3. This was undeniably exhilarating. A powerful yearning surged within him, akin to discovering a new continent. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He had always been so close to becoming a medical ninja, but had never genuinely contemplated the subject. This brief encounter revealed to him the myriad aspects of medical ninjas he had previously overlooked, igniting his thirst for exploration. Sister, what is that technique you mentioned? I've never heard of it. Rope immediately inquired. It's entirely normal that you haven't heard of it. Even I have yet to master it, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Araki noticed that Tsunade's forehead was devoid of the diamond-shaped mark, which had been obscured by her forehead protector during the interview. It seemed she was currently in the process of chakra accumulation. Indeed, that must be the case. The battle against Hanzo the Salamander occurred not long ago. Even if Tsunade had possessed the Ein seal at that time, it was likely depleted, necessitating a new accumulation of chakra. Rope fell silent, realizing that even his sister had yet to grasp such a technique. It felt like chasing an unattainable dream. However, Tsunade suddenly shifted her tone, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Rope. As long as you diligently adhere to my training regimen, you will master it. I firmly believe this. Okay, Rope responded, his lips twitching slightly. He wished to trust his sister's words, for she would never deceive him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this might be somewhat implausible. Nevertheless, considering his sister's reputation, he suppressed these thoughts. In the next moment, Rope's mind sparked with an idea. He swiftly turned to Araki. Araki, you should learn alongside me. Rope enthusiastically invited. At this moment, he was still a child, relishing the company of friends, devoid of ulterior motives. He wanted to share any interesting or challenging experiences with those close to him. At that moment, Araki had become one of Rope's cherished companions. Although the two had not known each other for long, Shinshu felt an extraordinary affinity between them, a rare tacit understanding. Moreover, they shared a common secret. Particularly in the study of medical ninjutsu, there were almost no others besides Araki with whom Shinshu could engage in collaborative learning. I won't learn, Araki replied without hesitation, instantly rejecting Shinshu's proposal, adding, I believe the 3 fundamental principles are quite sufficient. Shinshu felt a sense of helplessness. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he chose not to press further. Ever since he had voiced his dream of becoming Hokage, he understood that in many respects, he diverged from others. He acknowledged Araki as his friend and respected his autonomy, never imposing his desires merely to have a companion. Araki, are you truly not planning to learn? Tsunade inquired, turning her head in confusion. She had intended to encourage Araki in his growth. However, Araki's reaction surprised her. Wasn't it true that every medical ninja harbored a heart for close combat? My parents perished on the battlefield. To speak candidly, I fear going to war, Araki confessed. A hint of resignation in his voice. I understand, Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. After the interview concluded, she reviewed Araki's resume with a discerning eye, uncovering more about him. She had to admit, the medical ninja profession seemed quite suitable for Araki. Firstly, it spared him from the battlefield. Secondly, it allowed him to contribute meaningfully. Indeed, it was a commendable aspiration. Tsunade mused silently, suddenly realizing that Araki exhibited remarkable precision in choosing his future path, demonstrating a clear understanding of his own identity. The trio continued their conversation on various topics until the sky darkened, enveloping Konoha village in twilight. Araki bid farewell to the Tsunade and Shinshu siblings and departed from Tsunade's residence, while Shinshu chose to stay behind, apprehensive about what the future might hold for him. Upon exiting Tsunade's abode, Araki sighed in relief. This gamble had now reached a conclusion, and he had emerged victorious, exhilarated by his success. It was time for his nightly training session. This evening, however, Araki felt somewhat fatigued. He hadn't had ample rest during the day, interrogated by the Uchiha clan's security department in the morning and later engaging in a mental duel with Tsunade and Shinshu. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Perhaps it would be prudent to forego training today and simply return home for a good night's sleep. He rubbed his slightly heavy forehead. After prolonged nocturnal training, his need for sleep had diminished significantly. In essence, he had acclimated to this rhythm. In the world of ninjas, every individual possesses chakra, which to some extent enhances their endurance against fatigue. Many ninjas often go days without sleep while on missions. With this thought in mind, Araki headed homeward. However, as he passed through the open park at the heart of Konoha village, he faintly heard a counting chant. 2,798, 2,799, 2,800, 2,801. These voices resonated with determination and tenacity, imbued with fervent hope and passion, eliciting a sense of struggle that easily stirred the emotions of others, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. Araki's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils contracting as he summoned his energy, pushing aside the encroaching weariness and striding toward the park. From a distance, he could discern a vibrant green figure performing push-ups with one hand. As he drew closer, he realized it was not merely one-handed but a one-finger push-up, executed flawlessly with just a single finger. Might Guy? The name sprang to Araki's mind. He never anticipated encountering this legendary figure at such a moment, and his heart raced with excitement. Araki was well aware of Might Guy's reputation. Indeed, anyone familiar with Naruto would know. He was a man infused with the essence of youth. To Araki, Guy had accomplished two of the most audacious feats in his lifetime. First, to unleash the eighth gate and astonish the world. Second, to find a partner and father Might Guy. Taking a deep breath, Araki focused his attention, channeling his chakra throughout his body and instantly dispelling his fatigue. He wasn't truly exhausted. Coupled with the rejuvenation from the chakra crystal on the first Hokage's necklace, his cells brimmed with vitality, akin to having consumed a cup of coffee. Invigorating his spirit, Araki gradually approached Might Guy, the very individual he had long sought, but had strangely never encountered in 3 years. Yet here he was at last. As he drew nearer, he observed Might Guy diligently executing push-ups with his right index finger, his body forming a perfect straight line, the movements impeccably precise, all the while counting aloud. This was a flawless posture. Araki's eyes widened in awe. His training typically focused on running and swimming, neglecting strength exercises like push-ups. His primary goal had been to enhance his physical conditioning and increase his chakra. However, witnessing Might Guy's training, Araki suddenly realized he had been treading a misguided path. After all, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy had not covered the intricacies of physical training. Prior to his arrival in the ninja world, Araki was no expert in physical conditioning, possessing limited knowledge. His understanding was confined to the most rudimentary forms of terrestrial running and aquatic swimming. It was only upon encountering Might Guy that he awakened to the realization that physical training encompassed a multitude of forms, which he had long overlooked. Thus, Araki quietly observed Might Guy, gradually becoming entranced, his mind beginning to contemplate how to enhance his training that evening. 2,998, 2,999, 3,000. Upon completing this count, Might Guy sprang up, raising his right hand to give himself a thumbs up. Well done. Now take a 3-minute break. Then, it's 3,001 finger push-ups with the left hand. If you can't complete that, you'll have to walk 3,000 laps upside down. Might Guy declared, his voice brimming with positivity, allowing sweat to cascade from his thick mane. Just then, Might Guy turned toward Araki's direction, suddenly noticing a child gazing intently at him. "Little one, do you need assistance?" Might Guy smiled widely, his face radiating warmth as he approached Araki, his bushy eyebrows and beard giving him the appearance of a kind uncle. As Might Guy approached, Araki snapped back to reality, his dazed expression regaining a semblance of clarity. Might Guy strode toward him clad in a vibrant green training uniform, a garment that could also be seen on Might Guy's son, Might Guy, clearly a legacy passed down through generations. The distinction between Might Guy and Might Day in the narrative lies in the absence of the iconic green vest of the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi that adorns Might Guy's green training uniform. This detail serves to emphasize Might Day's identity as a lower-ranking ninja of the Leaf. Might Day appears to be in his late 20s, considerably older than Tsunade, and his somewhat aged appearance renders him akin to an uncle figure. However, the current depiction of Might Day bears little difference from his later portrayal. It is merely a few years earlier. Araki slightly pursed his lips, his gaze shimmering with subtle determination as he suddenly looked up at Might Guy and declared, "I wish to learn from you." "Learn from me?" Might Day paused, momentarily taken aback, then broke into another smile as he stepped closer to Araki, ruffling his hair affectionately. "You are a student of the Ninja Academy, are you not? Just focus on your classes. I am merely a lower-ranking ninja, and you will gain nothing from me. After you graduate, there will be J-Nin instructors to guide you. I want to learn taijutsu. They cannot teach me that," Araki replied, shaking his head dismissively. "What nonsense. When have J-Nin ever compared to the likes of a lower-ranking ninja? Taijutsu." Might Day's eyes filled with further confusion, yet his smile remained unwavering. "Little one, could you enlighten me as to why you wish to pursue taijutsu?" He fixed his gaze intently on Araki, and at that moment, his initial confusion began to morph into curiosity. The practice of taijutsu is exceedingly arduous. In a short span, one sees no tangible results. It demands years of relentless effort, requiring dedication that few can muster, to eventually blossom like the most resplendent lotus. For many years, no one had ever sought his wisdom on the training of taijutsu. To the current generation of ninjas, taijutsu is merely a necessary skill, with everyone operating at a similar level, while ninjutsu and jinjutsu hold far greater significance. Araki slightly lowered his head, aware that it was time to showcase his talents. This was a rare opportunity that could not be squandered. Failure would lead to great difficulty in achieving success. He needed to tailor his approach. Fortunately, as a time traveler, Araki had previously watched Naruto and possessed some understanding of the personalities present here, akin to having gained a divine insight. It must be said, this exemplifies the power of information, as espoused by Jiraiya. "I believe that with effort, dreams will materialize. I relish the strenuous toil that brings forth perspiration. I yearn for that fiery passion that transcends limits. This grants me a profound sense of existence. It allows me to feel the vigor of youth. I am still young, and I aspire to train like my uncle. I do not want to look back on these days in my old age with regret." Araki spoke fervently, each word imbued with an uplifting energy, akin to a child chasing dreams, his eyes sparkling with the glimmer of infinite possibilities. During Tsunade's interview, he had deftly touched upon matters concerning medical ninjas, striking a resonant chord with her. Now, facing Might Day, irrelevant distractions held no value. It was all about youth and fervor. The young must charge forward. As long as he could grasp Might Day's experience points, there was no fear of not igniting enthusiasm. Before Araki embarked on his journey through time, he grasped a fundamental truth. One must tailor their words and demeanor to the company they keep. Unless one possesses an extraordinary strength that renders them impervious to the gazes of others, it is prudent to remain humble and low-key. This approach proves advantageous in navigating the complexities of life. Currently, Araki yearned for the guidance of Might Guy, realizing that despite his arduous training over the past 3 years, his efforts had yielded meager results. When it comes to physical prowess, Might Guy is undoubtedly an expert. Might Guy stared at Araki in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. It is essential to recognize that in the world of ninjas, physical skills occupy the lowest tier of the hierarchy. Few dedicate themselves to mastering such techniques, as the coveted bloodline abilities reign supreme. Only those lacking superior lineage embark on the arduous path of physical training, and even they often falter under its demands. Despite years of dedication, Might Guy remained merely a genin, his social standing within Konoha exceedingly low, reliant on menial tasks such as cat catching to earn a living. However, he found solace in the notion that as long as he was well fed, his family remained content, and life continued smoothly. Yet, during these solitary training days, he occasionally pondered the prospect of having a son to inherit his legacy in physical arts. What he did not anticipate was the sudden appearance of a promising young boy before him, fervently expressing his desire to learn. "I am willing to take you as my disciple," Might Guy exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval, his thick brows and beard curving into a joyful smile, revealing a set of bright, white teeth, as he readily accepted without hesitation. This left Araki in a state of surprise. When he first encountered Might Guy, he had tailored his words to resonate with him, yet he had not expected such a smooth progression. It was far easier than his dealings with Tsunade. "Teacher Guy, are you serious?" Araki cautiously inquired, anxious that he might have misinterpreted the situation and believed it prudent to clarify. "Of course, I am serious. How could one let the exuberance of youth go to waste?" Might Guy replied with another radiant smile, his bright teeth glinting, maintaining his thumbs-up gesture unwaveringly. "Thank you, Teacher Guy," Araki exclaimed, his excitement palpable, mirroring the fervor of Lee when conversing with Guy, immediately adopting a similar thumbs-up posture, becoming engrossed in the moment. Regardless of the potential for exaggeration, the atmosphere needed to be just right. "I still do not know your name." Might Guy's voice rose with enthusiasm. "I am Araki," he responded. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall train with me." At that instant, Might Guy's heart brimmed with joy, filling the void within him. As he realized he had finally acquired a precious disciple, he could scarcely recall the last time he felt such exhilaration. At this moment, Might Guy's gaze remained fixed on Araki. To him, this young boy represented not merely a disciple, but a kindred spirit. As a practitioner of physical arts, Might Guy poured his heart and soul into his training, exerting far more effort than others, his relentless pursuit of improvement filling him with invigorating energy. The more one embodies positivity, the more they are drawn to collaborate with similarly spirited individuals. Upon hearing Araki's impassioned words, Might Guy instinctively recognized him as a rare gem of a disciple. In an instant, the two found an unspoken connection. Araki was deeply intrigued by the prospect of learning from Might Guy. Setting aside the potential enhancement to his strength through physical training, he sought merely to fortify his body, enabling him to harness a more potent chakra. "Araki, if you wish to learn physical arts, we must commence with the fundamentals of conditioning your body. Every technique of the Konohara Jiken is predicated upon robust physical fitness. The techniques themselves are secondary. The core lies in strength. Without sufficient power, all techniques become mere gestures." Might Guy's eyes bore into Araki's. Having long awaited the arrival of a worthy disciple, he cherished this opportunity to impart his knowledge. "Understood," Araki responded emphatically. He wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Possessing formidable strength meant that even a simple punch could yield cataclysmic results. The same technique, executed with identical posture, proficiency, and skill, would yield disparate destructive capabilities based solely on the power behind it. The essence of physical arts resides in the body, not merely the techniques themselves. Skill and technique serve merely as keys to unlock the potential within one's physique, to better express its capabilities. Indeed, Might Guy nodded in satisfaction, his focus unwaveringly set upon Araki, as if he were gazing upon his youthful self. The same fervent spirit, the same relentless pursuit of excellence. This reflection reassured him that his years of training had not been in vain, nor had he betrayed the hopes he held in his youth. "Araki, you must remember the essence of physical arts lies within the body, and the core of the body resides in the core." Might Guy gestured towards his abdomen, illustrating a triangular area that represented the source of all vitality. Speed, strength, endurance, explosiveness. This is the foundation of all physical attributes. After articulating this, Might Guy spread his legs, slightly bending his knees, assuming a half-squat stance reminiscent of a horse stance. Despite its simplicity, this posture was far from easy to maintain. His upright figure, taut with muscle, arms gradually raised to shoulder level, poised to deliver a punch, radiated sheer power. "Araki, observe my punches and kicks. Do not perceive them as mere arm or thigh strength. Fundamentally, they stem from the core's strength." Might Guy proclaimed with a cheerful exuberance. Upon hearing this, Araki felt as though he had awakened from a dream, standing in astonishment. The power of the core. Indeed, it was precisely this. Araki realized that he had long neglected training his core, resulting in his slow progress in enhancing his physical attributes. Araki suddenly recalled the sight of Might Guy performing push-ups, his entire body taut, forming a straight line. It exuded an innate, remarkable aesthetic of athleticism. "Teacher Guy," Araki inquired, "were you employing core strength during your push-ups just now?" As he posed this question, his breath quickened. He had never contemplated this matter deeply before. After all, prior to his crossing over, Araki had not been a dedicated practitioner of physical training. His experience with push-ups was limited to physical education classes in school, where he had no understanding of technique or standards, merely content to perform the action without considering which muscles were engaged. Indeed, Might Guy nodded with satisfaction, his gaze at Araki tinged with surprise. The nuances of core engagement had been imparted to him by his father, concepts he had struggled to grasp until years of diligent practice led to comprehension. Now, having shared just a few words with Araki, the boy had reflected back the essence of the question. Regardless of whether Araki had mastered the use of core power, it was evident that he had grasped the concept. What an impressive capacity for understanding. Might Guy mused silently. Although he had encountered many prodigies before, he instinctively felt that those who sought to learn martial arts often faced challenges in their studies. This disciple, appearing to be of an appropriate age for the Ninja Academy, seemed intelligent and truly represented a rare gem of a student. "If you had just observed my training, you might assume I was using my fingers to lift my entire body," Might Guy continued, "but that is not the case. My fingers remained stationary, merely providing support, much like my palms and forearms." He playfully teased, "So, do you think I am relying on upper body strength to hold myself up?" He felt an inexplicable sense of comfort while teaching Araki, leading him to forego any inclination to withhold knowledge, earnestly sharing everything he knew. The only challenge lay in his somewhat inadequate ability to express himself, particularly regarding martial arts, where he often knew what he meant but struggled to articulate it clearly. Nonetheless, these were minor issues. Might Guy was confident in his patience and was determined to encourage Araki, compensating for any shortcomings in his teaching. Most importantly, the practice of martial arts ultimately required practical application. Theoretical knowledge merely aids understanding and provides clearer direction for training, yet the essence of practice relies on personal effort. Araki furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was no longer a performance. He genuinely did not know, for otherwise, he would not have humbly sought Might Guy's guidance. There was indeed a portion of strength being utilized, but the majority was still supportive, primarily relying on the power of the core region, the waist and abdomen, to engage the muscles of the chest and back, ultimately activating the muscles of the arms to complete the push-up motion. The core also facilitated the engagement of the gluteal and leg muscles, maintaining a straight support. On the surface, push-ups appeared to strengthen the arms, but in truth, they primarily trained the core. Only with a powerful core can one achieve a strong body. And only then can martial arts reach their fullest potential. Might Guy articulated, his thoughts flowing freely, lacking a structured clarity as he explained. "I understand." Araki nodded vigorously, his comprehension sharp, and coupled with his intense desire for physical training, his inquisitive spirit would lead him to greater heights. "Come now, since we've mentioned push-ups, let us commence with a set of push-up practice." Might Guy beckoned Araki, leading him to a spacious park. As dusk approached, fewer people passed by, and the children playing in the park gradually returned home, the visibility diminishing as the sounds of crickets began to emerge. "Today is your first day of training, so I won't set the bar too high. Start with 300 push-ups. If you cannot complete them, we shall run 300 laps." Might Guy grinned and gave Araki a thumbs up. "Yes." Araki nodded firmly, positioning his hands on the ground and lowering himself, aligning with Might Guy's instructed form, engaging his core to maintain a taut straight line. Even this simple action brought a sense of tension, and waves of fatigue began to surface. At this point, the action resembled little more than a plank. As he progressed, Araki began to incorporate arm movements, striving to minimize the force exerted by his arms, treating them merely as supports while allowing his core to drive the movement. However, after only a few repetitions, he felt a burning soreness in his abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be? Am I truly this weak? Have 3 years of training gone to waste? Araki gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. He believed his physical condition was decent, having spent the last 3 years either running or swimming every evening, diligently honing his physical prowess. He refused to accept that he could not complete 300 push-ups. In that moment, Araki willed himself to endure, striving to replicate Might Guy's form with precision, training his core strength in a manner as standard as possible. Hold on. I must hold on, he thought, his teeth clenched as he felt his core reach its limit. Nearly numb, his face growing pale. Suddenly, just as he was about to falter, a jolt surged through his heart, as if it were about to leap from his chest, startling him and making him fear he might collapse. But in the next instant, a vibrant surge of green chakra emanated from his heart, radiating throughout his body, bringing with it a refreshing sensation that alleviated all fatigue and soreness. This is the chakra from the first-generation necklace. Araki's heart raced with astonishment. The chakra he had absorbed previously was now circulating through his body's chakra pathways, converging upon his heart. He had not realized its potential until now, as it began to flow anew, wrapping around his chakra network. Could it be that by pushing my body to its limits, these green chakras could be activated? A bold idea took root in Araki's mind, though he lacked sufficient data to substantiate it, requiring further testing in subsequent training sessions. With the infusion of this green chakra, Araki felt as light as a feather, the fatigue dissipating entirely, allowing him to perform push-ups with even greater precision. Might Guy, having set Araki's push-up requirements, was approaching with a sense of cautious experimentation. Though he felt a kinship with Araki's passionate declarations, he refrained from recklessly dedicating his youth to the boy without testing his resolve. He needed to ascertain whether Araki could truly endure as he claimed. It is still too early to celebrate. However, mindful of Araki's feelings, Might Guy feigned excitement, striving to prevent any sense of disappointment from clouding Araki's spirit. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the core-driven push-ups he had requested. The difficulty and fatigue involved far exceeded that of conventional push-ups. Might Guy's training regimen had always been refreshingly unadorned. Push-ups, squat jumps, sit-ups, high knees while running, and so forth. To an untrained eye, these exercises might appear unremarkable, yet they were instrumental in continuously fortifying the body's core. The sole purpose of this relentless training was to push the body's limits day after day, ultimately breaking free from physical constraints and liberating the body's chakra. Might Guy instructed Araki to complete 300 push-ups, but inwardly, he only anticipated 30. This exaggerated number served merely as a means to gauge Araki's physical condition, comprehension, and perseverance. After all, Araki was merely at the beginning of his training journey. Physical cultivation must progress gradually. Haste is to be avoided, as only through unwavering dedication can one blossom like a resplendent lotus and become a true beast of Konoha. Thus, Might Guy kept a watchful eye on Araki, silently admiring his impeccable form, his gaze reflecting newfound appreciation. This young man possessed remarkable comprehension. Merely observing Might Guy's push-up technique and listening to his previous queries, he grasped the mechanics of force application. In this regard, Might Guy found himself at a loss. Even during his own training, he had not mastered the core force application so swiftly. Achieving such a level of control over one's body was no small feat, akin to commanding the muscles at the core to drive other muscles into action. Among the ninjas of Konoha, those capable of such finesse were nearly all elite jonin. However, Might Guy surmised that Araki's endurance would not last much longer. Maintaining such a precise posture would deplete his energy rapidly. Having only just embarked on his training, accomplishing 30 push-ups was already an impressive feat. It remained to be seen how much longer he could endure. Might Guy assessed the situation quietly. Many jonin could perform this type of force application, but few could maintain such a high volume of repetitions. There were times he found himself grateful for his status as a genin, as it afforded him more time to immerse himself in training, free from the burdens of missions. Yet, just as Might Guy watched Araki tremble, sweat cascading down, he assumed the young man was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Araki's body surged with renewed vigor. The previously stagnant motion transformed into fluidity. Though sweat continued to drip and muscles quivered, he appeared less fatigued. Such formidable willpower. Might Guy's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, as profound astonishment washed over him. As a practitioner of taijutsu, he understood all too well the resolve required to transcend physical limitations. This was no performance for others. It was a battle fought solely for oneself. Even the most steadfast heart would hear whispers urging surrender. In that moment, Might Guy felt a deep respect for Araki. It was at this juncture that he truly believed Araki was genuinely igniting his youth. This is the essence of youth. Araki, press on, persevere, Might Guy exclaimed with fervor, raising his thumb in a gesture of approval. He had fully acknowledged Araki, despite it being only their first day of acquaintance. Nevertheless, the simplicity of youthful romance lay in such moments. Araki was locked in a struggle against fatigue, acutely aware that even with the invigorating green chakra coursing through him, each additional push-up seemed to amplify his exhaustion exponentially. He couldn't help but marvel at the intensity of training that Kai had endured throughout his life. Were it not for the chakra surging from his heart, he would have long succumbed to the ground, unable to continue. It was worth noting that his physical prowess ranked among the finest in his class, rivaling even Namikaze Minato, though he did not include Uzumaki Kushina in this comparison, as the Uzumaki clan's physical capabilities were almost otherworldly. However, as Araki persevered, a thunderous cheer filled the air, resonating with the vibrancy of youth, startling him and nearly causing him to falter. Yes, yes, Araki gasped, struggling to steady his breath as he managed to respond to Might Guy. Throughout this exchange, he maintained his rhythm, nearing the remarkable milestone of 100 push-ups. Might Guy, observing Araki beside him, felt a surge of unease within. The smile that had graced his face was now replaced with a serious expression. This talent, this persistence, this will, was this not the very successor he had longed for? Indeed, it was him. Might Guy's eyes blazed with fervor as he recognized in Araki the potential to break through physical boundaries and enter the realm of the 8 gates. This was his disciple, the most fitting disciple he could have hoped for. In that instant, Might Guy resolved to dedicate himself wholly to nurturing Araki, aspiring to mold him into a taijutsu ninja surpassing even his own strength. Meanwhile, immersed in his push-ups, Araki remained oblivious to Might Guy's thoughts, focused solely on maintaining his pace. He recognized the importance of not drawing undue attention by placing first. That would be too ostentatious. Equally, he could not fall to the bottom ranks, lest he be perceived as inept. The ideal outcome was to consistently achieve a moderately high score, avoiding prominence and remaining inconspicuous, a state of being that often went unnoticed. Yet, in the realm of taijutsu training, he lacked a point of reference and was oblivious to the concept of 300 push-ups, only feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Having just witnessed Might Guy complete 3,000 push-ups with a single finger, he feared that if he could only manage a handful, he would disappoint him. He resolved to control his count to around 200 push-ups, falling short of the target of 300, thus aligning perfectly with his self-imposed moderate expectations. Little did Araki know that he was astonishing Might Guy. 197, 198, 199, 200. As he continued his push-ups, he silently counted, even as the green chakra enveloped his body. The daunting energy expenditure left him feeling as though he were on the verge of collapse. This was exhausting. He felt as though his mind was nearing a standstill, thoughts becoming sluggish under the weight of overwhelming physical strain. I can't go on. After Araki strained to complete 200 push-ups, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Even the green chakra surging from his heart had lost much of its restorative potency, as if the life energy within him was nearing depletion. I'm sorry. Teacher Dai. I couldn't finish. Araki panted, his words punctuated by labored breaths, revealing that he was genuinely struggling for air. The muscles in his core burned intensely, akin to red-hot iron bars, having undergone rigorous training throughout this arduous process. However, for Araki, he had at least managed to control his exertion effectively. He had neither performed spectacularly nor faltered excessively, thus sparing Might Guy from disappointment. Might Guy stood in a daze, observing Araki. As the latter lay on the ground, wisps of white smoke began to rise from his abdomen, the result of perspiration evaporating. Subtle yet distinct. What extraordinary talent is this? What is this willpower? How has this young man persevered? A multitude of small question marks instantaneously appeared in Might Guy's mind, and his eyes shimmered with profound confusion. As a seasoned taijutsu ninja, he was acutely aware that there were no shortcuts in the realm of physical techniques. Every achievement was inextricably linked to diligent and arduous practice. However, the disciple he had just accepted shattered his understanding of talent. It turns out that even the simple act of exercising one's body is subject to the disparity of talent. This child seems to be a being born for physical prowess. You have done remarkably well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Maite immediately gave a thumbs up towards Araki, flashing a dazzling smile. Araki exhaled heavily, and as he crouched down, His heart raced violently, akin to a pressurized pump incessantly infusing his body with vibrant green chakra. This potent life energy invigorated every cell within him, instantly dispelling the fatigue that had clung to his muscle fibers. The intensity of this phenomenon left Araki feeling a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that this vibrant green chakra is somehow connected to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? What could possibly account for such an extraordinary phenomenon? Even the sense of exhaustion can be dispelled. Moreover, despite feeling utterly spent moments ago, upon resting, one discovers a wealth of reserves still residing within the heart. In that fleeting moment, Araki seemingly attained a more profound understanding of the utilization of this verdant chakra. My apologies. As Araki sensed the fatigue in his body dissipate, he suddenly leapt up, standing tall before Might Guy, his petite frame exuding an unexpected vigor. In truth, there existed a slight disparity in understanding. Araki's grasp of physical training was alarmingly limited. He had no comprehension of what it truly meant to perform 200 push-ups. His sole point of reference was Might Guy, who had just accomplished a staggering 3,000 push-ups in a single session. Araki had barely reached 1/10 of that. He certainly did not wish to earn Might Guy's disdain. In that moment, Araki recalled the words Might Guy had spoken prior to his rigorous training. Teacher Guy, if I fail to complete this, I shall run 300 laps. Should I not finish, I will then undertake an additional 300 push-ups. Araki solemnly declared that he had come to a clear conclusion. Completing 300 laps was utterly unattainable. Otherwise, it would render him excessively remarkable. Instead, a more judicious approach of moderating his performance aligned better with his inner convictions. Running precisely 200 laps would be just right, followed by an additional 200 push-ups out of a total of 300. This self-imposed restraint of not finishing one task before proceeding to another was, in the cases of Might Day, Might Guy, and Lee, a manifestation of positive and uplifting energy. However, for Araki, it had unfortunately morphed into a tool for complacency. The tasks he could not accomplish seemed to foreshadow what he intended to pursue next. Can you still muster the strength to run? Mai's lips twitched violently at the corners. He was already in a state of shock, and now his astonishment deepened. Just moments ago, he had believed that Araki was incapacitated, yet now he appeared completely unfazed, as if the earlier scene of performing 200 push-ups had been merely a figment of his imagination. Araki nodded immediately, his heart brimming with anticipation as he envisioned harnessing the core's power to invigorate his leg muscles, thereby embarking on the practice of high-knee running. Just as Might Dai had suggested, the incessant surge of green chakra within him intensified his insatiable longing for training. At the very moment Araki had risen, he distinctly sensed an elevation within his physique. Although the increase in chakra was modest, the enhancement in his physical capabilities was remarkably evident, imparting upon him a near-transcendent sensation of rebirth. This transformation yielded sweet rewards, igniting an unquenchable desire to continue. Furthermore, Araki yearned to ascertain the duration for which this green chakra could be sustained, a matter of paramount importance regarding endurance. This pertains to the frequency of daily practice and recharging at the rope tree. Indeed, Araki's heart serves as such a metaphor. He has come to regard the rope tree as a power bank for this verdant chakra, while these green energies resemble the vital force that sustains his cultivation. Well, very well. Might Dai has been utterly astonished by Araki for an entire year. Before he could fully recover from the shock of push-ups, he was already expected to begin running laps. His disciple appeared unfazed, almost as if he were devoid of human emotion. Keep pace with me, neither too fast nor too slow. If you find it difficult to endure, do let me know. This is a practice, and there is no need to exert yourself to the point of exhaustion. Might Dai, with a sense of helplessness, remarked that he had always considered himself a fervent practitioner, dedicating his limited time to an endless pursuit of physical training, akin to the king of Konoha in diligence and effort, unmatched by anyone else. However, today he unexpectedly received a disciple who seemingly surpassed him in both tenacity and commitment, instilling within him a surge of pressure and motivation to strive further. Araki, let us press on. This is the essence of youth. Might Dai let out an exuberant shout, and then, with a dramatic lift of his legs, commenced to run laps around the park in an exaggerated manner. Indeed, Araki swiftly followed suit, mirroring the movements of Might Dai. The verdant chakra coursed through his chakra pathways with remarkable velocity, imparting upon him the sensation of vibrant green blood surging through his veins. For a considerable duration thereafter, Araki diligently adhered to Guy's training rhythm. After completing nearly 200 rounds of high knees running out of the promised 300, he proceeded, as previously agreed, to undertake 300 push-ups despite not having finished the running. Teacher Guy, I am now attempting 300 push-ups. Should I fail to complete them, I shall then perform 300 sit-ups. The words of Araki still lingered in Midodai's ears. He gazed at Araki, who, despite his trembling body, continued to perform push-ups with impeccable form. Might Dai fell into a profound silence, at a loss for how to articulate the shock that resonated within him. It was a bit overwhelming. What is this genius? No, wait. What is this monster? For many years, Might Dai has been immersed in the pursuit of self-cultivation, confidently believing that he excels in the realm of physical techniques, convinced that his youth is ablaze with fervent passion. However, in that very moment, Might Dai was suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary sensation. That was a sensation he had never experienced before. It was as if his youth had been fed to the dogs. Now, that was what one could truly call youth. A fleeting night has swiftly passed. As the dawn broke, warmth enveloped the earth alongside the morning light. Araki halted his training, panting heavily. Teacher Dai, I apologize for failing to complete the 300 rounds of inverted running. I must head to school now, and will continue my training tonight. Araki bowed deeply towards Might Dai. On the surface, he appeared to be apologizing, but in truth, he was expressing gratitude. Through the night's rigorous training, he discovered the essence of core strength across various positions, gradually understanding what true core engagement felt like. This revelation enhanced his ability to exercise his muscles more thoroughly in movements he initially deemed simple, nearly exhausting the green chakra within his heart. Go, go, go. Might Dai found himself momentarily at a loss, fully aware that his understanding of taijutsu had been overturned by Araki's insights. Suddenly, Araki seemed to recall something important and flashed a grin at Might Dai, saying, Teacher Dai, let us refrain from casually mentioning our training to others. Why? Might Dai instinctively inquired, his expression darkening as doubt flickered in his eyes. Throughout his life, he had faced numerous criticisms, which had fortified his resilience. The idle chatter of others could scarcely penetrate his formidable spirit. However, this did not imply he was impervious. In many respects, Might Dai harbored insecurities. His relentless efforts and robust exterior merely failed to transform those insecurities into confidence. Words from those he cared about could indeed wound him. At that moment, upon hearing Araki's words, a wave of self-doubt surged within Might Dai. He feared Araki might consider it shameful to be his disciple, hence the request to keep it discreet. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming tension, his palms clammy with sweat. In fact, after posing the question, he regretted it. Had he remained silent, he could have feigned ignorance. Now, however, asking guaranteed a response, and what if it was the very answer he dreaded? Might Dai cherished this exceptionally talented disciple, and the more he cared, the more anxious he became, caught in a web of apprehension. Araki noticed the subtle shifts in Might Dai's expression, sensing a departure from the usual fiery enthusiasm of youth towards a hint of negativity. This change, though faint, did not escape his notice. It dawned on Araki that he may have misspoken. Might Dai evidently cared about such matters. Perhaps his decision to seek mentorship was a form of validation for Might Dai. With a flash of insight, Araki's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze upon Might Dai, radiating an unwavering sunlight. I have not fulfilled your expectations throughout the night. My studies at the Ninja Academy have not been stellar. Now that I have the privilege of training with you, to fall short of the requirements fills me with remorse. If you were to publicly acknowledge me as your disciple, acquaintances would undoubtedly come to observe, and in that moment, the shame would not only be mine, but yours as well. I cannot allow such a scenario to unfold. As Araki's impassioned voice resonated in Might Dai's mind, it awakened the younger man's stunned spirit, rekindling his curiosity. At that instant, Might Dai's focus sharpened on Araki, instinctively holding his breath in anticipation of what would follow. I shall train quietly under the cover of night, astonishing all of Konoha, Araki declared, giving Might Dai a thumbs up, mirroring his expression with a broad smile. The rising sun illuminated his face, casting a radiant glow upon his pearly white teeth. I understand, Araki. If it is you, then it is absolutely achievable. Might Dai's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils constricting as he felt a profound sense of awe swell within him, struggling to contain the tears that threatened to spill forth. This was not mere validation, it was recognition. This was not disdain, it was fervor. This was not modesty, It was the essence of youth. In that fleeting moment, Might Dai felt his own youth rekindle, his gaze towards Araki transforming with layers of admiration and affection. This is my disciple. This is the one destined to inherit my taijutsu legacy. Araki, go to class. I shall await you in the park tonight. This is a promise of youth. Might Dai's heart was now free of hesitation or gloom, rejuvenated from his earlier despondence. Often, those who strive tirelessly may struggle with self-doubt when confronted with genius. Yes, Araki responded earnestly, picking up his backpack from the park bench and heading towards the ninja academy. He had not returned home for over a night and wondered how Kushina was faring. After all, he usually returned home early to drop off his bag. He would explain everything upon reaching the academy. As Araki walked away, a thought emerged unbidden in his mind. He was beginning to care about Kushina's feelings. Might Dai stared blankly at Araki's departing figure, still reeling from the impact of their brief acquaintance. Their relationship had blossomed over just one exhilarating night. Yet in that short span, Might Dai had been deeply affected, his thoughts swirling like a tempestuous sea, refusing to settle. It had been ages since he felt such youthful exuberance. Might Dai smiled, reflecting on how his training had always been conducted during the day, reserving the night for rest. As physical training required balance between exertion and recovery. As the night faded away with Araki's departure, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He lifted his gaze to the blinding sunlight streaming through the leaves. A new day had dawned. With a smile, Might Dai turned to head home for some rest. For they had a promise of youth waiting for them that night. As a genin, he was not idle, however, at his age. He had the flexibility to choose his missions, leaving simpler, mundane tasks to fresh graduates to hone their skills. Even now, Araki remained oblivious to the exaggerated nature of his training performance. It was not entirely his fault. From what he had observed in the Naruto anime, both Might Dai and Lee exhibited an almost tireless dedication to their training. At this moment, Might Dai had yet to be born, and Might Dai was training alone. In Araki's mind, if he wished for Might Dai to accept him as a disciple, he must demonstrate the potential for rigorous training. As the saying goes, no profit comes without early effort. Without sufficient value, a teacher would not bestow undue attention. This principle would similarly apply when he later studied medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. Those lacking value would remain unnoticed. What is the origin of this emerald chakra? Could it be that the chakra crystal on the first Hokage's necklace is indeed the chakra of the first Hokage? As Araki made his way toward the ninja school, his mind was preoccupied with pondering the events of that evening. It was undeniably peculiar. Even he found himself feeling somewhat abnormal. The streams of green chakra emanating from his heart surged through his body like a potent elixir, perpetually circulating within him. Each time he felt on the verge of collapse, this vibrant chakra would violently draw him back, tightening his entire being, heightening his muscular sensitivity, and greatly extending his endurance. Most astonishingly, Araki felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. His skin was remarkably elastic, and every cell brimmed with vitality. Utterly devoid of any signs of fatigue, as if he had not spent a sleepless night at all. All traces of exhaustion had been dispelled by the green chakra. He even entertained the thought that attending classes and studying without taking a nap in the morning would pose no challenge whatsoever. It was an extraordinarily bizarre sensation. This green energy did not merely recharge his weary body. It seemed to metabolize his fatigued cells, transforming him into a renewed version of himself. Araki was uncertain about the similarities and differences between this feeling and the technique known as ninjutsu, creation rebirth, 100 healings technique, he had experienced during training. Yet he sensed a continuous cycle of regeneration within his practice. This was entirely distinct from mere recovery and replenishment. It belonged to a different dimension altogether. However, regarding the nature of this green chakra, Araki recognized that he needed to conduct further experimentation and research before arriving at any reliable conclusions. This sensation was akin to an innocent youth suddenly discovering that his pistol could expand. Such the unknown would arouse both confusion and curiosity. After a period of investigation and experimentation, he might even realize that during the process of cleaning his weapon, an accidental discharge could occur, leading to an exhilarating feeling of shooting. It was only after the bullets were fired that the initial thrill gave way to a sense of ennui, allowing the youth to gradually regain his composure from the fervor of excitement. This was a journey of exploration and discovery, and at this moment, Araki found himself in a state of thrilling anticipation brought on by the enigmatic green chakra. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the ninja school, a voice called out to him. Instantly, Araki stood at attention. The voice was all too familiar. It was Teacher Ibuki from the ninja school. Panic surged through him as he recalled leaving Teacher Ibuki at Konoha Hospital the previous day without retrieving him. At that moment, Teacher Ibuki had been unconscious. Surrounded by a horde of ravenous nurses, the scene had not been promising. For a moment, Araki felt a twinge of guilt. He mechanically turned to face the source of the voice, needing to ascertain Teacher Ibuki's condition. "How did your interview go yesterday?" Teacher Ibuki inquired, his tone laced with concern. His voice slightly hoarse from what seemed to be a hangover as he approached, rubbing his head. It had been a long time since he had indulged in such libations, and his body was still recovering. "I passed." Araki finally remembered the interview. Teacher Ibuki seemed unaware of the outcome. As Araki scrutinized him, he noted that apart from a somewhat disheveled demeanor, there were no other alarming signs. "Teacher Ibuki, are you all right? Did anything happen?" Araki asked tentatively, recalling the chaotic scene he had witnessed the day before. His concern was intertwined with a hint of curiosity regarding the nurse's treatment of Teacher Ibuki. What could possibly have happened to me? Teacher Ibuki felt a sense of unease at Araki's words, sensing that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint what it was. He vaguely remembered taking Araki to Konoha Hospital after having too much to drink. Upon waking in a hospital bed, he confirmed his location, but he was uncertain if Araki had attended the interview. Wait, Teacher Ibuki's somewhat sluggish mind suddenly sprang into action, and he regained his composure. "Did you say you passed the interview? You can join the medical team now? And what's this about you being able to speak normally?" Teacher Ibuki's eyes widened in disbelief, a cascade of questions tumbling from his lips, filled with astonishment and joy at the transformation he perceived in Araki. Araki did not respond immediately to Teacher Ibuki's words. Instead, he scrutinized him from head to toe. Only after confirming that Teacher Ibuki was indeed unscathed did he let out a slow sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I have not been subjected to any grievous harm. A young man must learn to protect himself out there." "Well," Araki began to explain, feeling that these matters had little relevance to Teacher Ibuki, especially since it was the latter who had facilitated his advancement thus far. Teacher Ibuki played a crucial role in this process. "Yesterday, after we arrived at Konoha Hospital, you fell into a coma, just as the medical ninjas attended to your withdrawal. They then took me upstairs for an interview, where I was fortunate enough to be noticed by Lady Tsunade, becoming her apprentice." "You were Tsunade's apprentice?" Teacher Ibuki's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that Araki might not be accepted, even crafting comforting words to console him. However, Araki had not only passed the evaluation, he had become an apprentice to Lady Tsunade. Such news was utterly shocking. It is well known that Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. She is a master in the field of medical ninjutsu, renowned as the Princess of Slugs. The fact that Araki had been accepted by such a formidable figure was nothing short of astounding. Teacher Ibuki's shock reached unprecedented heights as he gazed at Araki, whose presence had been so unremarkable until now. The boy had undergone a profound transformation in status. Even if Araki were to achieve nothing noteworthy in his lifetime, his identity as Tsunade's apprentice would speak volumes. Countless individuals yearned to be her disciple, yet so few had that opportunity. Over the years, Lady Tsunade had taken no apprentices, and now, unexpectedly, Araki had become one of them. Was there some exceptional quality within him that even someone as formidable as Tsunade could not resist? Teacher Ibuki found himself at a loss, unable to grasp the specific reasons behind this remarkable turn of events. He remained in a state of astonishment, fixating on this boy who had left him utterly speechless. "Yes, I have become Lady Tsunade's apprentice. I will study medical ninjutsu with her every afternoon," Araki said with a beaming smile. He understood the profound impact this revelation would have on Teacher Ibuki. The world of ninjas places great emphasis on bloodlines. For many, their fates are sealed from the moment they are born. Yet, there are those who can alter their destinies through sheer determination and effort, a reward for their perseverance. However, such instances are still quite rare. Araki understood this well. Had he been born into a prominent clan, such as the Uchiha of Konoha, people would naturally adjust their demeanor and tone when speaking to him, as status accompanies one's surname. But Araki was not from a prestigious lineage, nor had he made significant efforts to alter others' perceptions of him. He had simply and quite abruptly become Tsunade's apprentice, which directly altered his standing. The shock of this transformation was akin to witnessing a humble chick metamorphose into a resplendent phoenix. It was impossible not to be astonished. And no problem. Absolutely none. Teacher Ibuki took a deep breath, still feeling as though he were in a dream, struggling to believe the reality of it all. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining discretion regarding this matter. Teacher Ibuki, please do not mention my status as Tsunade's apprentice to anyone else. Even my request for leave can be attributed to a fabricated reason. This is a matter of utmost confidentiality. Araki winked at Teacher Ibuki. He was quite adept at such persuasion. Even a widely known secret can retain its status as a secret. By labeling it as such, it fosters a sense of closeness, at least indicating his willingness to share confidences, even if the secret bore little need for concealment. Understood. Teacher Ibuki nodded immediately, his expression suddenly serious. He regarded this matter as not merely Araki's concern, but one of Lady Tsunade herself, which warranted significant attention. Although he believed that Araki's association with Lady Tsunade need not be concealed, soon, the entire village of Konoha would know. He felt it prudent not to voice such thoughts himself. In his role, Teacher Ibuki was acutely aware of what should and should not be said, striving to avoid unnecessary complications. By the way, your, voice. Teacher Ibuki seemed concerned about Araki, gesturing towards his throat, only to realize that the issue lay not with his vocal cords, but rather the psychological impact he had endured. He then pointed to his temple, but reconsidered, lowering his hand once more. Lady Tsunade has healed me. Araki had anticipated this query, having discussed it with Tsunade beforehand. Now, he could communicate with Teacher Ibuki without any hindrances. This initial language barrier had aided him significantly, allowing him to navigate challenges while amassing strength. By now, he was entirely adapted to the local language, yet he struggled to articulate it fluently, as the psychological trauma lacked a reasonable explanation for an abrupt recovery. Araki had been awaiting the right moment to reveal this, and now, that moment had arrived. Wonderful. A smile blossomed on Teacher Ibuki's face. His genuine happiness for Araki was evident. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he cared deeply for each of his students. However, the recent disappearance of Hinata Kei was a weight on his heart. Yet, upon learning of Araki's joyous news, his spirits lifted considerably, his expression reflecting a newfound clarity. The time is getting late. Let us head to the classroom. Teacher Ibuki stepped beside Araki, gently patting him on the shoulder, his demeanor softening. Since you will be studying medical ninjutsu every afternoon, you must take your morning classes seriously. You absolutely cannot let your training interfere with your graduation from the Ninja Academy. That would bring shame to Lady Tsunade. I will be keeping a close eye on your performance in future examinations, so be sure to dedicate extra time to your studies. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Teacher Ibuki's words flowed in a steady stream of encouragement. In his mind, Araki's status in the class had skyrocketed, his importance now rivaling that of Minato Namikaze. As Araki entered the ninja school alongside Teacher Ibuki, he could distinctly sense the shift in her demeanor toward him. Of course, Araki was acutely aware that these changes were influenced by Tsunade. He took his usual seat in the classroom, and the moment he settled down, he felt an intense gaze piercing into him. There was no need for speculation. The angle of the stare and the palpable resentment could only belong to Kushina Uzumaki. Araki deliberately chose not to glance in her direction, and just as he anticipated, after a fierce glare, Kushina redirected her attention elsewhere. With Teacher Ibuki's entrance, the classroom descended into a hushed silence, marking the commencement of a new day's lessons. Araki propped his chin on his hands, hoping to steal a moment of respite during the morning session. Yet, every time he attempted to lower his head, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. The source of this scrutiny was none other than Teacher Ibuki. Sighing inwardly, Araki lifted his head again. Despite being invigorated by the flow of vibrant green chakra, he felt an overwhelming need to rest. Life had become overwhelmingly exhausting. Having traversed into this world for over 3 years, his routine of daytime naps and nighttime training had left him feeling quite beleaguered. Now, it seemed he was being compelled to excel academically. Such a feeling was frustrating. It reminded him of his school days when every teacher claimed their assignments were minimal, only for them to accumulate into a significant load. Now, he faced the dual pressures of being monitored by Teacher Ibuki in the morning and attending Tsunade's medical ninjutsu class in the afternoon, followed by a commitment with Might Guy regarding youth in the evening. The schedule was dreadfully tight. Even Araki feared he might not endure it all. Yet, he had no alternatives. He could only persevere until graduation from ninja school. Perhaps then life would become more manageable. Time swiftly passed, and as the bell rang for recess, Araki rose to exit the classroom, heading to Tsunade's residence. At that moment, acquiring knowledge of medical ninjutsu seemed secondary. His primary objective was to ascertain Zuki's fortune and replenish his chakra, which he desperately needed. At the back of the classroom, Kushina noticed Araki leaving and was about to pursue him to inquire about the previous evening's events when she was swarmed by her classmates. Kushina, what do you plan to have for lunch? Kushina, would you like to join us for lunch? Kushina, today I'll treat you. Kushina, don't mind them. My mother's cooking is exquisite. Come eat at my home. One by one, students extended their invitations. The children in the ninja world were precocious, and Kushina's beauty captured the attention of most. Many had already formed an attachment to her upon entering the classroom. However, the students lacked the sophistication to express their feelings reasonably, resorting instead to bandwagoning. Once one person took the initiative, many would follow suit, reluctant to be left behind. In previous tales, they had bullied Kushina for her attention. Now, they sought to share a meal with her. Kushina felt overwhelmed, unable to determine whom to refuse first amidst the clamor. In that instant, Araki vanished from her sight. I'll eat alone, she huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. She had disregarded her classmates' chatter, only wishing to inquire about Araki's situation from the previous night, especially considering he hadn't even returned his backpack. Alas, she had missed her chance. Then, under the gaze of her peers, Kushina strode out of the classroom, her demeanor fiery, yet evidently displeased. Suddenly, a collision echoed through the air, and Kushina found herself sitting on the ground, having bumped into something. Are you okay? A gentle voice resonated from outside the door, and a figure hurriedly approached her, equally seated, concerned for her well-being. I'm fine. It was my fault, I'm sorry. Kushina waved her hands dismissively, her thoughts echoing Araki's advice to be kind in Konoha. After all, this incident stemmed from her own hastiness, and she couldn't fault the girl she had collided with. If anyone were to blame, it was Araki. Yet, this girl was so gentle. Even the delicate tone of her voice stirred a desire within Kushina to express concern. She raised her gaze to observe the girl, who had long black hair and a beautifully delicate face radiating warmth, particularly her black eyes that exuded a captivating vulnerability. What caught Kushina's attention most was the ninja headband adorning the girl's forehead, signifying that she was a genin. It was my carelessness for not watching where I was going. It's not your fault. I'm sorry, the girl said with a gentle smile, her apologies evoking no feelings of resentment. She reached out to touch Kushina's forehead, expressing concern. Your forehead is red. It must hurt. It's nothing, Kushina replied, shaking her head. She glanced again at the girl's ninja headband, understanding why the impact had been so painful. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. The girl introduced herself with a smile. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina quickly reciprocated. You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I treat you to lunch? Consider it my way of making amends, Mikoto offered, rising to her feet and extending a hand to help Kushina up. I'm all right. Kushina hesitated briefly, recalling how her classmates had wanted to share a meal with her. Mikoto could serve as a perfect shield, and since she had a favorable impression of the girl, it was a chance to make a new friend in Konoha. With that, Kushina accepted Mikoto's hand, and they both stood up, instinctively adjusting their disheveled hair and brushing off the dust from their clothes, clearly conscious of their appearances. Mikoto chuckled at their synchronized movements, naturally linking arms with Kushina, as if they had been friends for ages. I'll take you to try the dango. I absolutely adore the desserts from that shop. They're simply divine, Mikoto said, leading Kushina out, and together they disappeared from the students' view. The boys in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. They had all been planning to invite Kushina to lunch, and a few had even placed bets on who would succeed. The outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. Kushina ended up going to lunch with another girl. Meanwhile, at a desk toward the front of the classroom, a blonde-haired student was tidying his workspace, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding drama. However, after Kushina and Mikoto left, a faint smile crept across his lips. It seems none of those fellows succeeded after all. Upon learning the outcome, Minato Namikaze chose not to linger in the classroom any longer. However, a wild thought began to brew within him. What if he were to ask her out? Would he succeed? Or would he be just like everyone else? This new red-haired girl is indeed quite remarkable. He pondered what her interests might be. These fleeting thoughts surfaced in his mind, yet he suppressed them entirely, revealing none of his internal musings. During his school years, he exhibited a maturity far beyond that of his peers. Araki did not go to eat, but instead headed directly to Tsunade's residence, as she had specifically instructed him the day before to come over for a meal. Before long, he arrived at her abode, following the route etched in his memory. Along the way, he attracted little attention. He did not consciously conceal his presence, for he believed that, sooner or later, his actions would be known. A gentle knock echoed as Araki raised his hand to rap on the door, his mind wandering to the nature of the training undertaken by medical ninjas. From his previous experiences watching Naruto, the medical ninjutsu that left the most profound impression was the healing technique, reminiscent of martial arts novels where practitioners harness their internal energy to heal wounds. Did such medical ninjutsu require an immense amount of chakra? How could one master the delicate balance? One must not appear overly powerful nor too subdued, akin to facing Might Guy, showcasing potential while maintaining a certain level of strength. This indeed posed a dilemma for him. After all, it was a small class. If he were in a medical training program, similar to that of a ninja academy, he could gauge his progress by comparing himself with other students. Now, as Tsunade's disciple, personally guided by her, the only point of reference was Shoshin, yet Araki harbored doubts regarding Shoshin's enthusiasm for learning medical ninjutsu. This uncertainty added to Araki's sense of unease. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Tsunade. Come in, she welcomed, nodding naturally upon seeing Araki. I am unsure of your preferences, so I prepared 2 rice balls for you. After you finish eating, take a moment to rest, and then we shall commence our lesson. She gestured towards the dining table, casually instructing him, before turning her back to head toward the kitchen, which was in disarray, clearly indicating the time and effort she had invested in preparing the rice balls. All right, Araki nodded, sitting at the table, staring at the 2 rice balls filled with unknown ingredients, a sense of trepidation brewing within him. Is this even edible? It looks like Tsunade made it herself. Can her cooking truly be palatable? However, after hesitating for a moment, he promptly began to eat, taking large bites. Perhaps the flavor was questionable, but it was certainly devoid of toxins and would not harm his body. After all, Tsunade was one of the foremost medical ninjas in Konoha and the entire ninja world. There was no way it could be poisonous. Moreover, should any issues arise, immediate medical assistance was but a call away. Tsunade-sensei, where is Shoshin? Araki inquired between bites, noticing the rice balls had a bland taste, seemingly lacking some ingredients, yet sufficient to satiate his hunger. I have sent Shoshin to complete the transfer procedures for the medical class. Tsunade's voice floated from the kitchen, followed by, I had him handle your paperwork as well. Ah, I see. Araki inhaled deeply, his mind racing. Although many otaku might dream of being alone with Tsunade at this moment, his thoughts were primarily focused on mastering medical ninjutsu. He had to prove himself. What should he do next? What level of ability should he display? Should he hold back? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He didn't know a single medical ninja, nor was he aware of his own aptitude for learning medical ninjutsu. What if he lacked talent and couldn't grasp the concepts despite his best efforts? Wouldn't that be laughable? Thus, Araki fell into contemplation, mechanically consuming the rice balls, his focus elsewhere. Is it delicious? Suddenly, a voice shattered his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. It was Tsunade. At some point, she had taken a seat directly across from him, seemingly adding a touch of cheer to their lunch. Why, yes, it's good. Araki could not help but swallow hard. Moments ago, he had found the rice balls somewhat dry, but now they seemed perfectly fine. As long as it's good, Tsunade replied with satisfaction, nodding her approval before taking away his empty plate. Upon returning, she bore a book, a notebook, and 2 pens. This is for you. From today onward, we will delve into the foundational theoretical knowledge of medical ninjutsu. I estimate we will spend about a year on this, though the exact duration depends on how quickly you can master it. As she spoke, Tsunade pushed the thick book towards him. The sheer thickness was astounding, thicker than the span of Araki's palm, nearly impossible to grasp with a single hand. Upon receiving the book, Araki felt a wave of shock wash over him. Flipping through a few pages revealed dense text and accompanying illustrations. This was foundational medical theory, detailing various treatment methods for ailments. Before becoming a medical ninja, one must first acquire medical knowledge. Medical ninjutsu is merely a practical application of that knowledge. Without a wealth of medical understanding, Even mastering techniques like the chakra scalpel and healing technique would be futile when faced with real problems. Tsunade's tone was grave, her seriousness palpable as she spoke about medical ninjas. Yes, yes. Araki's lips twitched. He had not anticipated such an overwhelming amount of theoretical knowledge awaited him. He had thought he could dive straight into learning the healing technique. He felt youthful and careless, having forgotten the grueling path of medical students in his previous life. He had never encountered a book so thick. It was thicker than all the textbooks combined from the Ninja Academy, and it would bulge his bag. Indeed, it confirmed the saying, those who advise others to study medicine will be struck by lightning. Even medical ninjas in the ninja world had to absorb so much theoretical knowledge before years of practical experience could be gained. How much more arduous must it be for the diligent medical students of his former life? It was daunting. Araki felt a wave of despair. He had initially thought attending Tsunade's class would be a leisurely affair, only to discover the difficulty far exceeded that of ninja school. This notebook contains my manuscript, detailing methods for concocting poisons and antidotes. It is the only one in the ninja world, a record I kept after my confrontation with Chiyo, a poison expert from Sunagakure. Tsunade continued, having already recognized Araki as her disciple, feeling no need to conceal her knowledge. She hoped he would become a formidable medical ninja, a valuable ally to her aspiring Hokage brother. Poison. Antidote. Araki's eyes sparkled upon hearing these terms. This was truly invaluable. In his mind, the significance of poison surpassed that of medical ninjutsu. While many could wield medical ninjutsu, few possessed mastery over poison. If he could concoct powerful and plentiful poisons, it would be a weapon of unparalleled advantage. This was the true treasure Tsunade had to offer. Unlike techniques such as ninjutsu, creation rebirth, 100 heal technique, which relied on chakra to regenerate bodily cells in a life or death struggle against foes, Araki found little interest in such straightforward assaults. Without an overwhelming probability exceeding 99%, Araki would never confront an enemy head-on. Araki is not a single-minded individual. If he discovers that his opponent is overwhelmingly strong and impossible to defeat, he would choose to flee. However, with the acquisition of these remarkably potent poisons, his methods of combat against adversaries have now expanded considerably. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Araki bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Deep down, he understood that this manuscript could very well have remained undisclosed, and it was evident that Tsunade held high hopes for him. Araki, do not rejoice too soon. This medical knowledge is not easily mastered. You will need to exert considerable effort, and should your progress be sluggish, my methods will be rather severe, Tsunade remarked coldly. As she spoke, her voice fluctuated, causing her body to sway gently. This sight momentarily captivated Araki's attention. It is certainly not his fault. Who could withstand such a presence? Well, as long as you comprehend the challenges of studying medicine, I shall grant you 3 more minutes of respite before we commence our lessons. Tsunade thought little of it, believing Araki's silence was a result of her stern words, unaware that he might be contemplating deeper matters. Had this disciple been a graduate of the Ninja Academy, she would have been more attentive, considering their maturity. However, Araki was clearly still young. What does a child understand? It is better to take things as they come. She did not consciously regard these thoughts. All right, Araki nodded, unable to suppress a gulp. At this moment, he felt overwhelmed. Studying medicine was undeniably challenging, and distractions continued to assail his focus. 3 minutes later, Tsunade's lesson began. Araki gathered his concentration and listened intently, realizing that Tsunade, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, exhibited immense rigor when explaining medical techniques, starting from the most fundamental concepts without displaying any impatience. Gradually, Araki felt himself enveloped in a sea of knowledge. Previously, he had been an ordinary person, entirely unacquainted with medical knowledge, and he dared not slack off during the learning process. Time ticked away, and even Araki lost track of how long he had been studying in this state, only feeling his mind grow heavy with the depth of his learning. Suddenly, the sound of a door unlocking echoed, and the door swung open to reveal Tsunade's younger brother, S.H. Ju. I'm back. S.H. Ju mumbled lethargically as he changed his shoes at the entrance, appearing as though he had just awakened, lacking his usual vigor. All the formalities have been taken care of, he reported to Tsunade, feeling exceedingly helpless. He had officially become a member of the medical team. Yet before embarking on his internship at the Konoha hospital, he needed to study under Tsunade, granting him a year of autonomy. During this period, he was exempt from missions. thus avoiding the peril of sacrifice, a concession to fate. This situation filled Ju with a profound sense of helplessness, as he believed his passivity stemmed primarily from his inadequate strength. Had he possessed greater power, perhaps he could confront danger with more composure. Ju, come join the class. Tsunade's icy tone carried a hint of tenderness, directed solely at her brother, while the chill and severity were reserved for the study of medicine. Yes. Ju nodded dully, harboring no fondness for medical ninjutsu, nor any desire to learn it. The feeling of being compelled to engage in something he detested was utterly disheartening. He approached the large dining table and sat beside Araki. Their home did have a study filled with medical texts. Yet the table was too small to facilitate Tsunade's teaching effectively. After sitting down, Ju remained in a state of daze, resembling someone who had just experienced heartbreak. Araki, could you please check again? Is Ju's danger alleviated? Tsunade turned her gaze toward Araki, her eyes flickering with anxiety. She had only one brother, and she would go to great lengths to protect him. The previous night, she had endured a series of nightmares, all centered around Ju's demise. She did not wish to wait until the moment of his death to feel regret, for then it would be too late. Yes, Araki awaited this moment, having already prepared his response. After all, Ju was now his long-term power source, and he could not allow him to escape. In an instant, Araki reached out to touch the first-generation necklace. Buzz. The moment his fingers brushed the necklace, he felt that familiar sensation of chakra intertwining. Waves of vibrant green chakra energy surged rapidly into Araki's body, circulating through his chakra pathways and accumulating within his heart. This process sparked a peculiar notion in Araki's mind. It was as if his heart functioned as a battery, while the chakra crystal on the necklace served as the power source, initiating a charging process upon contact. He was uncertain how long it would take to fully recharge. For now, he sought to prolong the contact for as long as possible. For neither Tsunade nor Ju was aware of what he was witnessing. With that thought, Araki slowly closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in this state. The green aura emanating from the chakra crystal illuminating his face, as though he were connecting with a soul in a pure land. In that moment, both Tsunade and Ju's gazes were fixed upon Araki. Neither spoke, refraining from disrupting his concentration, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. Araki maintained this posture for an impressive duration of over 3 minutes. This was remarkable, considering how many individuals in the world have failed to surpass the 3-minute mark. Suddenly, Araki retracted his palm, and the undulating green aura of chakra crystals resumed its normal state, reminiscent of a steady breath. All fell into tranquility. With a sigh of relief, Tsunade and Ju simultaneously exhaled. Both understood that Araki had likely completed his observation and were now awaiting his pronouncement. The ability of the first Hokage's necklace to emit light had greatly bolstered their faith in Araki's assertions, especially since such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Under their watchful gazes, Araki slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting green glow abruptly erupted from his pitch-black pupils, vanishing in an instant. Had Tsunade and Ju not witnessed it firsthand, they might have dismissed it as an illusion. Tsunade-sensei, Ju, the future has altered, Araki declared. In the vision I beheld, Ju was quietly seated at home, studying medical ninjutsu, with the door firmly shut. This instilled in me a sense of danger lurking outside, suggesting that safety could only be found within the confines of home while he focused on his studies. Indeed, that is precisely it. Araki concluded, nodding emphatically. The situation had become exceedingly clear. As long as the siblings accepted that he could foresee the future, the initiative rested in his hands. Provided his fabrications were not outrageously implausible and involved events certain to unfold, he would face no issues. Are you suggesting we confine Ju at home? Tsunade inquired immediately. That may not have been my intent, Araki replied evasively. I understand. Tsunade's eyes suddenly brightened. This could perhaps be a hint from her grandfather. She then fixed her gaze on Ju, stating, for the coming year, unless Araki determines you are safe to venture out, you must remain at home. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Araki betrayed no expression, yet internally, he reveled in delight. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. The moment Ju stepped outside, he faced the peril of death. After all, he was not genuinely capable of predicting the future, and his knowledge about Ju was alarmingly scant. At present, he only knew that Ju had fallen into a trap involving explosive tags. However, who had set this trap? Why had SH stumbled into such a perilous situation? Was the individual responsible a so-called enemy, or perhaps someone within Konohagakure? These were questions Araki had no answers for. Such matters had never been addressed while he immersed himself in the world of Naruto. Now, in this tangible reality, he could not guarantee that if SH wandered outside, the orchestrators of this event would not detect him, thus altering their plans to assassinate SH anew. This was a consideration he had to bear in mind. Araki had already elevated SH's importance to a paramount level. He was not merely a medium through which Araki accessed chakra crystals for energy, but also a vital link between him and Tsunade. Should SH perish under these circumstances, it would signify that the future he had glimpsed was erroneous. This would imply that he was not the one chosen by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. At that point, he would lose Tsunade's trust, and the consequences would be dire, resulting in the collapse of the hard-won situation. Thus, Araki resolved to safeguard SH's life. "Are you joking, sister?" SH exclaimed, leaping to his feet. A year spent studying medical ninjutsu, without undertaking missions, was already incredibly dull for him. Now, to be confined at home? Was there truly any distinction from being grounded? Konohagakure prison could not be much different. Moreover, he had to await Araki's word before he could step outside. This was undeniably too passive. If Araki continuously insisted it was unsafe, would he be trapped indoors for an entire year? "I don't, HM." SH was about to voice his disagreement when he felt a gentle pressure on his foot. Looking down, he realized it was Araki. He shot an indignant glance at Araki, instinctively wanting to question why he had stepped on him, only to meet Araki's meaningful gaze. Understood. What a good friend. Araki was truly remarkable. In that instant, SH grasped Araki's intention, quickly settling back into his chair, adopting a demeanor of utmost compliance before Tsunade had the chance to become irate. "I agree," SH proclaimed, his expression devoid of any dissatisfaction, his acquiescence appearing entirely sincere. "Excellent. Well done. You've matured and become understanding." Tsunade smiled genuinely, as she was left with only SH as family and could not afford to lose him. "Let us continue our lesson." Tsunade resumed her teaching, having been momentarily interrupted by SH's arrival. With the temporary alleviation of SH's peril, her spirits lifted considerably. Gradually, 2 hours passed. Today's lesson concludes here. Araki, return home and review your studies. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me tomorrow, Tsunade said with a smile, her demeanor softening as she expressed satisfaction with Araki's dedication to learning. "Thank you, Tsunade-sensei." Araki bowed deeply before turning to leave, realizing time was of the essence as he had a rendezvous with Might Guy. "I'll accompany you." SH quickly followed, walking alongside Araki and whispering, "I hope I didn't misinterpret your meaning. Indeed, you understood correctly. Your compliance allows you to venture out. That is merely a matter of my word." Araki responded in hushed tones. "Good brother." SH felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Having seen the determination in Araki's eyes earlier, he now felt at ease. Whether he could go outside depended solely on Araki, and Araki was his ally. There was nothing to fear. Araki nodded silently at SH, inwardly adding, "But I want to articulate that." However, such sentiments remained unspoken, for confining SH here was ultimately an act of protection. Upon exiting Tsunade's residence, Araki eagerly retrieved the manuscript detailing various poisons, meticulously perusing the neatly inscribed formulas. The sheer variety of ingredients listed was astonishing. As he examined the effects of these toxins, he also focused on their recipes. Lacking sufficient funds, his only resources stemmed from the spoils acquired from Hinata. However, relying solely on murder for income was untenable. Araki was not a bloodthirsty individual. Every action he took was merely for self-preservation. While killing might bring about certain complications, it was undeniably a means to avert greater troubles. Crafting poisons would not yield success in a single attempt. The learning process inherently required investments. Even with a high success rate, considerable resources were necessary for concocting poisons. This led him to grapple with a perennial dilemma: no money. He truly lacked funds. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy for earning money. A thoughtful glimmer sparked in Araki's eyes. As a mere genin, he was unable to accept missions, and the village's stipend barely sustained him, leaving no room for significant expenses. It was essential to contemplate a method for generating income. After leaving Tsunade's residence, Araki did not immediately head to meet Might Guy for their youthful rendezvous. Instead, he walked in the direction of his home. Upon his arrival in this world, he possessed no memories of his former self, and even now, that void remained. However, there lingered a vague sensation within him that suggested his father's financial standing was rather decent. Yet, when he first traversed to this realm, he not only lacked memories but also struggled to comprehend spoken language, rendered as if in a daze from a mental shock, and no one paid heed to him. A mere 5 or 6-year-old child. Still, that feeling persisted strongly within him. Araki surmised that the funds within his household had been confiscated by Konoha village, only to be partially distributed back to him as a meager allowance for daily living. Alas, if only he possessed the memories of his former existence. At least he might discern what his so-called father did for a living, which would provide him with a means to earn income. As it stood, he felt impoverished. Araki's mind was abuzz with thoughts on how to acquire wealth. He understood that studying poisons would undoubtedly require substantial financial resources, which he currently lacked. He certainly could not approach Kushina for money. How absurd that would be. Thus, he continued toward his home, not only to search for any potential clues, but also to return his backpack. He was uncertain whether Kushina would become irate if he failed to drop it off for 2 consecutive days. Before long, Araki arrived at his doorstep. As he prepared to unlock the door with his key, he faintly heard laughter from within, the sound akin to that of young girls. Araki paused, realizing that this was clearly not a solitary voice. It could not have been produced solely by Kushina, indicating the presence of others inside. What was happening? Were there guests? That seemed peculiar. Kushina had only recently arrived in Konoha village, and he had not observed her making any friends to bring home. After pondering at the entrance for a moment, Araki could not arrive at any conclusions, so he decided to disregard it and opened the door, feigning ignorance. I must say, this piece looks quite good on you. It fits perfectly. Our heights are quite similar. A gentle female voice chimed. It indeed suits me well. You aren't truly giving it to me, are you? Kushina's voice inquired with a hint of confusion. Of course, it's yours. The gentle voice replied with unwavering certainty. Thank you. It's truly beautiful. Kushina exclaimed with excitement. Come on, try this on. These 2 are matching outfits I bought not long ago. I had intended to wear them with Jiraiya. But she didn't fancy this style, the gentle voice continued. No, I can't try it alone. We should both try them on together. Kushina suddenly insisted, her tone revealing her sensitivity toward Jiraiya's disinterest in the outfit. All right, fine. The gentle voice softened further. Following that, there was a flurry of rustling sounds. Creak. Simultaneously, the door to the room swung open. With his backpack in one hand and a face full of curiosity, Araki immediately scanned the interior of the house, eager to discover who might be present and how they had become such good friends with Uzumaki Kushina in such a short span of time. However, Araki's entrance was so abrupt that the 2 individuals trying on clothes were caught in a rather compromising predicament. Old garments discarded, new ones yet to be donned. The timing was impeccably fortuitous. The 3 of them exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily frozen in place, the atmosphere in the room swiftly descending into silence. This, Araki, drawing upon his years of experience as a reclusive individual, recognized that such a scene would likely be followed by piercing screams and an urgent attempt to shield vital areas. Thus, before the 2 could react, he quickly surveyed the situation. One in beige, the other in pale pink. Both were ensemble outfits. Although most substantive details were obscured, the outlines were still discernible. Araki. The voices of the 2 girls erupted, just as Araki had anticipated, accompanied by Kushina tossing a long skirt that she had just changed out of over his head. The skirt perfectly obscured his line of sight, preventing him from looking further. Araki refrained from moving, as this obstruction alleviated much of the awkwardness. After all, he had seen what he needed to see, and what he ought not to see was now hidden, an unexpected gain, indeed. As for the long skirt, a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Once more, there was a flurry of rustling, followed by footsteps as Kushina, now clad in matching outfits, yanked the long skirt off Araki's head. Araki, what's wrong? Don't you know to knock when you come home? Kushina chastised, her face flushed, nearly matching the color of her hair. The timing of Araki's entry was already awkward, and she had become acutely aware of his wandering gaze. Araki intended to protest, asserting that it was his own home and that knocking was unnecessary. However, recalling his earlier small victory, he decided it was not worth contesting such trivial matters. Home. No way. You're living with a boy? The gentle voice was laced with astonishment, her stance remaining firm as she did not approach, her dark eyes filled with confusion. At the sound of her voice, Araki turned to face the girl. He had been too engrossed in the rare visual treat to take in her features, realizing that such views were not easily accessible, and he needed to seize the opportunity to gaze upon her. It was her. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise surged within him. He had encountered this girl before. The gentle figure now donned matching attire with Kushina, her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, her dark eyes fixed intently upon him. It was the same girl he had met that night in the woods, the renowned Uchiha Makoto from the Uchiha Young Detective Agency. What was she doing here? A question sprang forth in Araki's mind. Was it related to Hinata's incident or merely because she was Kushina's close friend? Did they share such a profound connection? Araki had previously known of the good rapport between Kushina and Makoto, especially since their sons were even closer, yet he hadn't anticipated this bond forming so swiftly. No. You must let me explain. Kushina's already flushed cheeks deepened upon hearing Makoto's words. Isn't it living together? Makoto squinted suspiciously, as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Not exactly. Kushina shook her head fervently, a wave of panic washing over her as she quickly added, It's not as you think. What do you think I'm imagining? Makoto replied with an enigmatic smile, casting Kushina a meaningful glance. Oh dear. Kushina stomped her foot in frustration, realizing that her attempts to clarify only muddled the situation further, intensifying the awkwardness. Then it must be as I imagined. Makoto chuckled. No, it's truly not. You've misunderstood. Gyoxinai waved her hands repeatedly, her mind racing to formulate an explanation. However, Uchiha Makoto seemed entirely disinterested in allowing her to clarify. It wasn't that she was being aggressive, nor was she intent on embarrassing Gyoxinai, much less engaging in gossip. Only she understood that she was employing this method to evade the awkwardness from earlier. The incident had been exceedingly uncomfortable. Her adorable pink outfit fully exposed to the gaze of that boy. Even now, she dared not meet his eyes and resorted to diverting the conversation back to Gyoxinai, hoping to pretend that nothing had transpired. So, what did I misunderstand? Uchiha Makoto suddenly realized that Gyoxinai's tongue was more clumsy than her own. She often left others speechless. But witnessing Gyoxinai blush from her cheeks to her neck made her unable to resist teasing her further. How to put it? Gyoxinai rubbed her forehead and, with a hint of frustration, said, I'm just renting here. This is Araki's home, and he doesn't stay here at night. I see. Uchiha Makoto thought it best to cease the jesting. They had known each other for only a brief afternoon, yet they had clicked instantly, becoming close friends, even sharing clothes. In this short time together, she could discern the essence of Gyoxinai's character. Continuing to probe further, such as where that boy would be spending the night, might risk annoyance. Uchiha Makoto, with her gentle demeanor and amiable nature, rarely engaged in unkind behavior. Had the earlier scene not been so embarrassing, she would not have uttered such words. Indeed, Gyoxinai felt relieved to have finally explained, nodding vigorously. I don't know when he'll be back. Araki quietly observed the two girls conversing, his rational mind advising him to remain silent. Otherwise, all blame might fall upon him. Seizing a moment when their conversation had waned, Araki swiftly tossed his backpack at the doorway and, in a flash, turned and disappeared from sight. Both Gyoxinai and Makoto were astonished by Araki's abrupt action. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a mutual confusion. Why did he leave? Uchiha Makoto asked, puzzled. Perhaps you frightened him away. Gyoxinai responded nonchalantly. How could that be? It was our first meeting, and we hadn't met before. Uchiha Makoto immediately retorted. Think about it. We see him daily, and he never reacts this way. Today, you arrive, and he bolts. Surely that's the logic. Gyoxinai said with a teasing smile, feeling triumphant. What could possibly frighten him? Am I that intimidating? Uchiha Makoto instinctively countered. You're rather petite. Gyoxinai remarked with a knowing tone. Petite. Uchiha Makoto paused, about to argue that she was older than Gyoxinai. What do you think? Gyoxinai's gaze subtly dropped, her smile brightening. Nonsense. Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, her eyes widening, arms crossed over her chest, as if to conceal something, then pouting. As if you're so much bigger. I'm definitely bigger. Gyoxinai puffed out her chest, almost in a showy manner. Impossible. I saw it just now. That is not true. We're practically the same. Uchiha Makoto lunged forward, her hands reaching out like claws toward Genkai. The room erupted with peals of laughter, the two girls growing closer amidst their playful tussle. As Araki exited the room, a frown etched on his face. He became acutely aware of the precociousness of the young girls in the ninja world. They were mere children, yet their conversations could leave even a seasoned time traveler like him feeling overwhelmed. Araki had initially considered rummaging through his home for potential sources of income, but realized it was a futile endeavor. Anything profitable had likely been seized by Konoha long ago. Earning money was no simple task. He decided to ponder it slowly. For now, he would attend Might Guy's youthful rendezvous. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind. Was Uchiha Makoto's visit truly related to Hyuga Sora, or had she genuinely formed a bond with Uzumaki Genkai? He leaned toward the latter, as Hyuga Sora's matters were handled by the Konoha Security Department, and Uchiha Makoto likely had yet to qualify for involvement there. However, the sight of the young detective group he encountered that night had certainly raised his vigilance. He couldn't afford to falter. Before long, Araki arrived at the park and coincidentally met Might Guy warming up. "Teacher Guy?" Araki greeted enthusiastically, quickly approaching him. After a day of rigorous learning, he felt utterly exhausted. He had not rested during the morning lectures. Despite already comprehending the material, he had to maintain the facade of attentiveness. The afternoon brought a session with Tsunade, focused on hardcore medical theories, demanding absolute concentration. Any lapse could result in dire consequences. The entire day of mental exertion left him feeling foggy and fatigued. It was time for some extreme exercise to relax. Upon seeing Might Guy, he felt the invigorating spirit of youth after a night of arduous training. He would surely emerge revitalized. "Araki, you've arrived. Let's warm up together before diving into our training." Might Guy beckoned, motioning for Araki to join him in stretching exercises. He spoke without pausing, his body demonstrating exaggerated stretches. Despite being a tough, iron-willed man, he possessed remarkable flexibility, a rare quality, especially when clad in his vibrant green training attire. It appeared slightly odd, yet embodied the essence of the Konoha strong fist style. "Yes." Araki nodded and stepped over, standing beside Might Guy, casually loosening his wrist joints in preparation for their training. "Your outfit is all wrong." Might Guy scrutinized Araki closely, sensing something amiss. Suddenly enlightened, he smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth as he proposed. "Tomorrow, I'll buy you a training outfit so that during tomorrow night's practice, you can feel energized instead of fatigued like you do now." Araki was immediately bombarded with a flurry of questions in his mind. To don such a vibrant green outfit was simply beyond his capability. He wished to remain low-key and not draw unnecessary attention. Wearing such attire would undoubtedly make him stand out, and before long, he would be famous in the Ninja Academy. "Are you doubting the effectiveness of this training outfit?" Might Guy seemed to perceive the aversion within Araki's heart and promptly shook his head, explaining, "The breathability and insulation of this training outfit are exceptional, and it strives for a perfect design that allows for ease of movement and elegant lines." Araki's face was immediately clouded with dismay. "Once you don this training attire during your practice, you will instantly recognize the difference." Might Guy continued. Araki's expression darkened further. "You will absolutely fall in love with this outfit." Might Guy persisted. Araki's countenance had now become entrenched in discontent. "Araki, if you have no objections, I shall bring it over tomorrow. In fact, I purchased a set quite some time ago, initially intending it for my son, despite not having one yet." Might Guy rambled on, seemingly oblivious to Araki's distaste, fervently promoting his beloved garment. Teacher Guy, I don't want it." Araki suddenly waved his hands repeatedly, realizing that such a refusal might not be polite, yet he felt compelled to reject the prospect of wearing the garish green suit. "That outfit, you recommend it for me, but I will not wear it." Araki abruptly recognized the daunting nature of such unwavering attention. As Might Guy's sole disciple, he would likely be subjected to whatever Might Guy favored. Eventually, he would have to find a partner for Might Guy. Given Might Guy's endurance, explosiveness, and stamina, even a peculiar individual could conquer a girl's heart and settle down to raise children without issue. "Are you truly certain?" Might Guy's face betrayed a hint of disappointment, and he appeared somewhat dejected, displaying an exaggerated demeanor that left one wondering whether his sorrow was genuine or merely a performance. "Teacher Guy, I made it clear upon our first meeting that I wished to train quietly and astound everyone. If I wear such an outfit, I will attract all the attention. I desire to remain low-key." Araki's mind began to race as he reiterated, "Since the outfit is meant for your son, I believe it is best preserved for him. My son. Might Guy fell into silence, contemplating whether it was even necessary to have a son anymore. The energy of a person is often limited, and in the current situation, Araki fulfilled all his expectations of a disciple. Naturally, the notion of not wearing the training suit seemed trivial. At that moment, his desire for a son had waned. Conceiving a child is not a simple matter. One must first find someone willing to bear a child, and then invest time and energy into the endeavor, only to find that the outcome may not even be a son. As Might Guy pondered the complexities of fatherhood, he felt an overwhelming sense of inconvenience. Having Araki was far more tangible. Let us not dwell on that. Araki, are you truly unwilling to wear it? Might Guy shook his head, casting aside his distractions to refocus on the training suit. He envisioned a future where he had a son wearing the same training garb, running together in the youthful exuberance of a park. I refuse. Araki resolutely declined, knowing that conceding even a little would only stoke Might Guy's hopes. Such thoughts must be swiftly extinguished. I absolutely shall not wear it. Very well. Might Guy observed Araki's demeanor and decided not to press the issue further. After all, this disciple was exceptionally rare, especially given the extraordinary talent and potential he exhibited, warranting Might Guy's retreat on lesser matters. Araki, are you prepared? Let us commence today's training. Might Guy, adept at both holding on and letting go, no longer lingered on the subject of the training suit and flashed a grin filled with youthful spirit at Araki. Ready, Araki nodded. Today's training begins with 200 laps of high knee running. Might Guy raised a thumb in approval. Only 200 laps? Araki paused in surprise. Indeed. Yesterday, I gauged your capabilities, and 300 laps would be excessive for you. We shall establish a small, attainable goal first, and gradually increase the training intensity. Might Guy said with a smile. All right. Araki hesitated momentarily, then nodded in agreement. It seemed he needed to progressively enhance his performance. If he continued at this pace, he would not increase the intensity of his training. Thus, he resolved to start meeting these challenges from that very night. As Araki felt his powerful heartbeat, he anticipated the vibrant green chakra that would soon surge forth with his training. In the days that followed, Araki diligently repeated the same routines. During the day, he attended classes while secretly memorizing the formulas for toxins. In the afternoon, he studied basic medical knowledge under Tsunade's guidance alongside Rope Tree. And in the evenings, he engaged in spirited training with Might Guy. Amidst this repetitive daily life, Araki suddenly noticed his biological clock adjusting, with daytime becoming his most energetic hours and nighttime reserved for rest. Indeed, as Araki's being was continually washed in green chakra, the rejuvenating effects felt even more substantial than sleep. Each night of training left him feeling as though he had been reborn. Regarding Hinata's situation, after the inquiry by Uchiha Shirho from the Konoha Security Department, no further news emerged. Initially, classmates showed some concern, but gradually, the matter faded from memory. It seemed to have dissipated without a trace. Days passed. Gradually, Kushina had been in Konoha for 6 months. During this time, Araki had been repeating nearly identical content, his learning efficiency increasing and his physical condition improving under the cleansing of green chakra. At this moment, within Tsunade's residence, Araki was earnestly studying a book on fundamental medical theories, a text he could hardly recall how many times he had read. He had nearly memorized it. Yet there were still some details he struggled to grasp. After a few more repetitions, he would be able to retain it entirely. This theoretical knowledge provided Araki with a deeper understanding of the human body's meridians and internal organs. Today's lesson concludes here, with Tsunade's gentle voice. Yet another afternoon session came to an end. She did not linger in the room, stepping out promptly, as she had numerous matters to attend to at the Konoha hospital. The time she dedicated daily was no longer solely for Rope Tree, but rather for Araki. Tsunade gradually recognized Araki's talents. Many questions went unasked, yet he often provided answers when prompted. To be precise, Tsunade estimated that out of 100 questions posed to Araki, approximately 97 would be answered correctly. The accuracy was astonishing. This realization led Tsunade to comprehend that Araki possessed a genuine passion for medicine and had amassed substantial medical knowledge, qualifying him as a theoretical physician. The remaining task was to accumulate experience and engage in practical application. It is time to learn medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, Tsunade halted, standing at the doorway, the door still ajar. Araki, review the material at home. Tomorrow I shall conduct your final assessment. If you pass, we will commence your studies in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade instructed. Understood. Araki closed the book before him and slowly shut his eyes, vivid images materializing in his mind, as if various human organs were being arranged and combined into distinct patterns. Whenever an issue arose, the corresponding solution would emerge in his thoughts. He felt he had thoroughly grasped this theory. However, it had taken him a full 6 months. This was far more exhausting than any course at the Ninja Academy. Araki, brother, you are my true brother. I implore you. Can you please tell my sister tomorrow that I can go out and have some fun? Shinshu gripped Araki's arm tightly, his hair longer than before, and his overall demeanor appeared more lethargic, even slightly overweight, his skin pale as a woman's. No. Araki shook his head. Brother, I haven't been outside for 6 months. It's been a whole half year. Do you have any idea how I've endured this? Shinshu's voice broke with desperation. Of course I know. Araki nodded. We see each other every day, but you get to go out every day? I can't take it anymore. I'm suffocating. I truly feel like I'm dying here. Please, I beg you. From now on, you can be my leader. Is that all right? Tears welled up in Shinshu's eyes. Let us discuss it after you master the theoretical knowledge. Araki coldly refused, standing up to leave, as it was time for his rendezvous with Might Guy. Leader, please spare me. The theoretical knowledge is too difficult. How could anyone learn it in just 6 months? You're practically a monster. I seriously suspect you study secretly after class. This is utterly unfair. Shinshu's emotions were beginning to unravel. For the past 6 months, he had only seen his sister and Araki, feeling as if he were imprisoned in a dull existence. You must learn the theory. There are constraints in place. You study so slowly. If you were allowed to go out freely, who knows when you would grasp this material? Araki remarked as he walked towards the exit. What? Shinshu's lips twitched violently, his vision blurring, feeling utterly defeated. This massive tome. There are so many words within. Is this really just a point? What a monumental point it must be. Just as Shinshu was about to protest further, Araki reached the door and exited. Don't leave me here alone. Shinshu cried, tears streaming down his face, his nose almost dripping into his mouth. He could hardly believe that in merely 6 months, he had sunk to the lowest tier among the trio. Initially, he had only been oppressed by his sister, managing to find some balance with Araki. Yet, as time passed, Araki had exhibited astonishing medical prowess, committing complex theories to memory, consistently answering 3 questions incorrectly during his sister's assessments with remarkable composure. Gradually, Shinshu noticed that his sister increasingly favored Araki in conversation, while Araki began aligning his actions more with her. It felt as if they were conspiring together to suppress him. The brother yearning for freedom. He was 3 years older than Araki. Yet, he was baffled as to when their relationship had inverted. With Araki sounding more like the elder brother, his tone increasingly mirroring that of his sister. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Araki, just wait. When I become Hokage, I will ensure you are locked away. At that time, no one will come to your rescue. You will experience the helplessness I feel now. Humph. Shinshu clenched his fists, envisioning that moment, convinced that only his sister would be able to save Araki then. His sister would not intervene. By that time, they would all have matured, and she wouldn't partake in their playful squabbles. Shinshu was confident in this. Unless Araki became her brother-in-law, a peculiar thought suddenly invaded Shinshu's mind. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the strange notion that even he found absurd. Impossible. Araki was merely his sister's disciple. How could a disciple ever be with their master? Besides, his sister was a full 13 years older than Araki, an age gap greater than Araki's age itself. Who would desire an older woman? Araki remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Shinshu's mind, unaware that half a year had reduced him to such a state. At that moment, he intended to return home, drop off his school bag, greet Kushina as a routine, and then partake in his nightly rendezvous with Might Guy, filled with youthful fervor. However, just as Araki reached the doorway, he suddenly heard a cacophony of banging from within. Stop. No. Please cease. At the same time, a struggling female voice echoed through the door, clearly reaching Araki's ears. Upon hearing the sound from within, Araki was instantly beset by a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What on earth was happening? It was indeed the voice of Kushina. Moreover, it is quite a struggle and exhilarating. Could it be that one is engaging in role play with Mikoto? Araki instinctively harbored such a thought. For over the past 6 months, Uchiha Mikoto had become a frequent visitor to their home. Occasionally, she even shared a bed with Kushina. The rapid deepening of the bond between the two friends left Araki utterly astonished. In fact, he felt as though Mikoto had spent more time in his house than he himself had. This also left Araki in a state of bewilderment at times. It was undeniably his home, yet it had been claimed by these two young ladies. Consequently, each time he returned, he experienced a blend of trepidation and anticipation. The trepidation stemmed from the fear of witnessing something unsettling, while the anticipation arose from the hope of encountering something. Even Araki himself was uncertain whether he truly desired to see anything at all. Help! The voice of Kushina resonated once more, penetrating through the door and reaching Araki's ears. The shrill cry was strikingly authentic, almost as if it were real. Had Araki not been aware of Mikoto's frequent presence in this place, and the playful antics of the two girls, he might have genuinely suspected some inappropriate occurrence. Thus, now, the question arises, shall we proceed inside? Araki slowly extended his hand, inching towards the doorknob. To claim that he was not intrigued by the whimsical antics of the two girls inside would be a blatant falsehood, especially the piercing screams. Just imagining the scene within evokes a thrill. Perhaps the two individuals are exchanging garments once again. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity, treating it as if something has befallen Kushina. Rushing in with the intention of aiding Kushina, inadvertently catching a glimpse of something. Surely this poses no issue, does it? Upon contemplating this, Araki was instantly filled with eagerness. He resolved to burst in with a swiftness akin to a lightning strike, leaving no time for Kushina and Mikoto inside to react. Such an opportunity, likely to be a feast for the eyes, was indeed rare. In an instant, Araki unleashed the utmost speed he could muster to open the door. Creak. As the door creaked open, the scene within unfolded before Araki's eyes, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions. At that moment, 3 men were restraining Kushina inside the room, one of whom was binding her wrists, cruelly forced behind her back with rope. This Araki stood there, momentarily stunned. The individuals in the room, upon noticing Araki, were equally taken aback. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Araki, save me. They intend to take me away. Upon catching sight of Araki, Kushina seemed to have glimpsed a beacon of hope. The strength in her struggling hands suddenly surged, almost enabling her to break free from the grasp of the 3 men. As Kushina uttered these words, the expressions of the 3 men darkened immediately, and they exchanged a furtive glance. Our mission is to bring this girl back. Everyone else is of no consequence. The man, his face etched with a stitched scar, stated frigidly, having just secured the rope. Boss, should we simply dispose of this whelp? If he were to escape and divulge our secrets, complications would undoubtedly ensue. The man standing to the left, his gaze fixed upon Araki, emanated a fierce glint in his eyes, a kunai materializing in his hand, its gleaming blade exceptionally sharp. Agreed. The man on the right concurred with a nod. Very well. Dispatch him swiftly, and ensure no further commotion arises. We must expedite our operation with utmost haste. The scarred-faced man spoke, indeed. The 2 men replied in unison, their faces adorned with sinister smiles, their gazes fixed on Araki like that of a wolf eyeing a helpless rabbit, completely confident in their control over the situation. Araki, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. At that moment, Kushina's voice resonated once more, her urgency and concern completely overshadowing the previous fear and panic. She has now regained her composure. When she caught sight of Araki just moments ago, a sensation akin to finally glimpsing the dawn enveloped her, instilling an instinctive desire for Araki to rescue her. However, upon witnessing the 2 men preparing to strike at Araki and proclaiming their intent to kill him, her heart plummeted into despair. No, Araki must not perish here. She is well aware of their intentions. She knows that she is not in immediate danger. Araki should prioritize his own safety before seeking help from the village. Now, does he contemplate escape? Standing behind Kushina, the scarred-faced man displayed a sardonic smile. His gaze towards Araki was as though he were observing a lifeless corpse, and he shook his head, uttering the words, "It's too late." In an instant, 2 men approached Araki, each wielding a shuriken, sharp and menacing, as if they intended to tear him apart. Witnessing this scene, Kushina's expression turned increasingly frantic. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she cried out, "Araki, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Just run." Kushina's heart was overwhelmed with a profound sense of regret. She lamented having called out to Araki for help, believing she should have urged him to flee at once. Now, her misguided actions might place Araki's life in grave peril. In this moment, Kushina was consumed by anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. All she could do was widen her eyes and witness the unfolding events before her, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. A faint, unfamiliar voice began to echo in her mind, asking, "Do you desire me to lend you strength?" The sound gradually transitioned from indistinct to clear, causing Kushina's pupils to slightly redden, yet remaining within the bounds of restraint. However, just as Kushina steeled herself for a decisive moment, Araki's calm and profound voice suddenly resonated, echoing throughout the room, restoring her to a state of mental clarity. "You are moving too slowly." When Araki uttered these words, it left the other four individuals in a state of bewilderment. It seemed as though he implied a connection with the trio of men. Upon hearing such a statement, the three men hesitated for a fleeting moment, contemplating whether the village had dispatched someone to assist them. In contrast, Kushina's eyes were filled with confusion. She found herself utterly disoriented, unable to discern the situation clearly. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming shut echoed through the room as Araki secured the entrance with a lock. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon the three individuals adorned with ninja headbands. They were not ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather from the Hidden Cloud Village. These were the very agents dispatched by the Hidden Cloud Village to abduct Kushina. Araki vividly recalls this particular episode, when Kushina cast her crimson hair upon the ground, only to be noticed by the astute Minato Namikaze, who deftly dealt with the invading ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and ultimately won the heart of the fair maiden. He had assumed that such audacious displays would continue to be the domain of Minato, allowing him merely to focus on enhancing his own prowess. However, he could never have anticipated that his visits home would dwindle to such an extent, reduced to merely grabbing his backpack in the morning and setting it down in the evening, only to encounter intruders from the Hidden Cloud Village, fortuitously cornering them within his abode. Perhaps this is the design of fate. In that case, let us bid them farewell. Araki had already accepted Kushina in his heart. If such a matter had occurred in his absence or without his knowledge, he could have convinced himself to let it pass. However, fate intervened at the most inopportune moment. Moreover, these individuals sought his very life. Thus, there was no alternative. Let me put the fruits of my recent cultivation to the test. Araki's cold, indifferent gaze fixated on the two approaching ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, his expression remaining utterly impassive, betraying no hint of turmoil. With an air of calmness, he positioned his hands behind his waist while raising his right hand, transforming it into an open palm with fingers slightly elevated, directed toward the two ninjas. His right foot tilted, aligning the toes with the direction of his fingertips, while his left foot stood perpendicular to the right. This gesture, though uncomplicated, exuded an undeniable aura of impending combat. After assuming this stance, everyone, including Kushina, was momentarily stunned. Araki. Kushina's lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped her mouth. Her gaze was filled with a hint of unfamiliarity. The Araki before her was a stark contrast to the one she remembered. Previously, Araki had been understated, almost invisible, often shying away from trouble, rarely engaging even during practice battles at the Ninja Academy, where he showed little to distinguish himself. However, in this moment, she sensed an unprecedented vitality emanating from him. Though he merely stood at the doorway, he instilled an overwhelming sense of security within her, allowing her to dismiss the cacophony of doubts that surged in her mind. Could this be the true Araki? Kushina's breath quickened, and she suddenly realized that she had stumbled upon a profound secret, igniting her curiosity towards Araki even further. Moreover, her thoughts began to scatter rapidly. She recalled her earlier cry for help, and how Araki had immediately burst through the door to her rescue, clearly indicating that he had come specifically to save her. Araki must possess concealed prowess. Yet, Araki is willing to reveal his true capabilities. As she gazed at Araki, Kushina's expression softened increasingly, reflecting her emotions. In her moments of utmost fear, terror, and helplessness, this first friend she made in the Hidden Leaf Village took on great risk, revealing the immense power he had long concealed, all in a bid to rescue her. The more she contemplated this act of bravery, the more moved she became, her body growing weak with emotion. "What is this movement of yours? Are you perhaps intending to employ taijutsu?" The scar-faced ninja from Yunin Village could not help but laugh upon witnessing Araki's stance. However, his expression quickly turned icy as he remarked, "You still cannot even perform the hand seals. What an intriguing young lad from Konohagakure. If time were not of the essence, I would genuinely relish the opportunity to engage with him in delightful merriment." The ninja approaching Araki from the left smiled and said, "Indeed, to audaciously employ taijutsu before us. The cloud-hidden ninjas is nothing short of a display of foolishness. It is truly ignorant to be unaware that our taijutsu reigns supreme in the ninja realm. The ninja on the right sneered. Until this moment, the three ninjas from the hidden cloud village had not regarded Araki with any seriousness, considering him merely a child of no more than 10 years. After assuming his stance, Araki quietly observed the individuals before him. Upon confirming that the two ninjas from the hidden cloud village were closer to him than the scar-faced ninja, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his gaze sharpened, becoming as piercing as that of a hawk. Now is the moment. During this period, Araki has been diligently engaged in fundamental training under the guidance of Maite Dai. Although he has yet to practice any specific techniques, he feels it is an opportune moment to assess his progress. Suddenly, Araki's core muscles tensed explosively, unleashing a surge of formidable strength that activated the core muscle groups between his thighs and calves. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with terrifying speed, akin to that of a cheetah, charging towards the nearest ninja on his right. Whoosh! In an instant, Araki's figure conjured fleeting afterimages, his speed so remarkable that the four individuals within the room were left wide-eyed, their expressions reflecting disbelief. As he dashed forward, Araki's right hand swiftly formed a fist. Given the proximity between him and the ninja to his right, he reached the foe in the blink of an eye, while the latter remained in a state of shock, his mind lagging in response, let alone his body being able to keep pace with the motion. Bang. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Araki delivered a powerful punch that struck the ninja on the right side with a resounding impact, producing a sound akin to an explosion. The ninja on the right suddenly widened his eyes, his eyeballs bulging as if they were about to pop out. Accompanied by an intense shockwave, darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to lose consciousness instantaneously, even before he could register any pain. His body swayed slightly before it succumbed to gravity, collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the force of Araki's formidable blow. The scar-faced ninja, witnessing such a scene, immediately furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Araki shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated that such a mere child could so effortlessly incapacitate his comrade in an instant. Although he did not believe his companion was in any real danger, this was sufficient to compel him to regard the child with newfound seriousness. Die. At that moment, the left-side ninja, who had not been targeted by Araki, brandished a sharp kunai and lunged directly towards Araki's vulnerable back. Araki's abode was modest in size, and the distance between the two ninjas was minimal. As Araki prioritized his offensive against the right-side ninja, the left-side ninja swiftly reacted, preparing to deliver a fatal blow with the kunai. However, just as the kunai was about to pierce Araki's back, his figure flickered, as if he had teleported, abruptly sidestepping and evading the strike. This instantaneous change caused the left-side ninja's kunai to strike nothing but air, resulting in a loss of balance due to the force of his anger, propelling his body uncontrollably forward, unable to regain composure. At that precarious juncture, where the left-side ninja was caught between the exhaustion of his previous force and the inability to summon new strength, he could only watch helplessly as Araki swiftly countered. Snap! Araki delivered a swift knife hand strike directly to the wrist of the ninja on his left, whose grip on the kunai was instantly rendered feeble by the overwhelming force, causing the weapon to slip from his hand. In the wake of this unexpected turn, and under the terrified gaze of his adversary, Araki's body advanced with an uncanny swiftness. His right hand, which had just executed the knife hand strike, deftly seized the kunai midair and swiftly aimed for the precariously tilted neck of the left-side ninja. Whoosh! A vivid crimson streak arced through the air, embellishing the scene with a macabre beauty. The ninja on the left stared, eyes wide with disbelief. In the briefest instant, he had gone from piercing towards Araki to having his throat slashed. His eyes had borne witness, but his mind had not yet caught up. Abruptly, his pupils glazed over, his consciousness fading rapidly as his life ebbed away. The scarred ninja was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even glimpsed what had occurred. Araki's figure was a mere blur, his speed exceeding the limits of perception. Thwack! Accompanied by a piercing sound, Araki's figure came to a standstill, allowing the scarred-faced ninja to catch a clear glimpse. At this moment, Araki, with his right hand wielding a kunai, precisely plunged it into the back of the right-side ninja, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, transforming his state from slumber to demise. The sharp blade of the kunai penetrated the heart of the right-side ninja, embedding itself into the floor as if it were a nail. Do not rush. Allow me a moment to finish the deed. Now, it is your turn. Araki slowly rose, speaking in a deliberate manner. His movements earlier had flowed seamlessly, devoid of any interruption. After leaving his shuriken embedded in the corpse, he maintained his initial stance, with his right hand and foot aligned forward. Throughout, his left hand remained tucked behind his waist, not having shifted at all. The tautness of his muscles imbued his body with a remarkable strength, granting him an extraordinary command over speed. Following the demise of two ninjas from the hidden cloud village, Araki assessed his physical prowess, realizing that his physical condition was now akin to that of Lee after shedding weights during the CH exams. However, this assessment pertained solely to his physical capabilities. Araki had yet to master the techniques of the Leaf Village's gentle fist. On September 1st, the book was officially released. I must emphasize this crucial point. I kindly request your initial subscriptions and support. It is once again the day of release, marking the 10th book by Tianfeng, with 2 having been retracted and the 5th work set in the Naruto universe. I shamelessly declare myself a newcomer, seeking support for my debut. In truth, Tianfeng has written extensively within the Naruto fan fiction genre, having read the original story countless times, striving to create something novel amidst the exhaustive effort. This book on Wood Release represents a fresh endeavor. I have previously explored the official storyline, the CH exams, and the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, I chose to set this narrative around the time of Kushina's enrollment. It is an unconventional yet potentially derided entry point, and I was aware of this while drafting the first chapter. Nevertheless, it is indeed a commendable attempt, as such a narrative approach is rarely encountered in sequels. In an era where avoiding mistakes is perceived as the correct path, few dare to venture into controversial yet innovative storytelling. I extend my gratitude to the readers who have favorited and pursued this book. Your appreciation is invaluable. I especially thank those who engage with each chapter, reassuring me that this endeavor is not as fruitless as it may seem. I am grateful to my editor, Rui, who has tirelessly assisted me in refining my work and providing insights that have significantly contributed to my growth. If any aspiring authors are uncertain about whom to approach, particularly those writing fan fiction or light novels, I highly recommend seeking Rui's guidance. Once more, I stress the importance of this announcement. The book goes live at midnight on September 1st. Esteemed readers, I humbly request your initial subscriptions and various forms of support. The scarred-faced ninja's expression darkened as he loosened his grip on the ropes binding Kushina, only to tighten it once more. He could not afford to be careless. The seemingly youthful child before him possessed a strength far beyond his expectations, instilling a sense of anxiety within him. At that moment, the little girl was not merely a liability, but rather a crucial hostage. The covert mission to infiltrate and abduct had already faltered. The priority now was to escape alive and alert his comrades outside the barrier. Consequently, the scarred man's demeanor turned grave. Araki's displayed speed had nearly eluded his perception, compounded by the cramped surroundings where events unfolded in a flash, filling him with apprehension, not for his own safety, but for the risk of attracting unwanted attention. This mission was meant to be conducted in secrecy. Even though they encountered obstacles, the situation had not yet reached a point of exposure. Were that to happen, escaping from the Leaf Village would prove exceedingly difficult for someone of his rank as merely a CH Nin. Little one, your skills are commendable, but your mastery of physical techniques appears minimal. Your movements rely heavily on instinct, and I wager your stamina cannot sustain such velocity for long. As he spoke, the scarred man maneuvered Kushina into a position between himself and Araki, effectively blocking Araki's path. Having trained in body techniques since childhood, he comprehended the necessity of a direct approach for such speed. Now, the route between them was obstructed. This girl holds significant importance for you, does she not? The scarred man's expression twisted into a grimace. With 2 of his comrades slain before his eyes, amusement was far from his mind. However, the present circumstances compelled him to respond with caution. What say we strike a deal? I shall release this girl in exchange for your cooperation. Your prowess is formidable, and I harbor no intent to harm you. I merely sought to procure some funds. Had I intended malice, this girl would have perished long ago, and you would not have bested my 2 comrades. Thus, we can consider ourselves even. If I exchange her for you, I assure you no harm will come to you. In the Leaf Village, taking a life would signify my own demise. I simply wish to ensure my safe departure. While you remain with me, you cannot ambush me, allowing me some peace of mind. Releasing this girl will grant you peace as well. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. What do you think? The scarred man continued to speak, his tone somber, deliberately crafting an impression of negotiation with Araki. His thoughts were clear. Upon witnessing Araki effortlessly eliminate two of his subordinates, he understood that the other was no ordinary adversary. Even if underestimating the situation played a part, Araki was still a force to be reckoned with. Should this stalemate persist, it could result in chaos within the Leaf Village, jeopardizing not only his life, but also causing trouble for the village itself. The simplest solution would be to facilitate an exchange between Araki and Kushina. Once he secured Araki, he would face no opposition. The girl posed no threat. Once Araki was neutralized, he could complete his mission without hindrance. The scarred man hoped to utilize cunning, recognizing the emotional bond between Araki and Kushina, as well as Araki's instinct to play the hero. He was also aware of the physical toll that such techniques would exact. As a ninja skilled in physical arts, he understood that Araki's physique could only sustain such explosive speed for a limited duration. This was the strategy he devised. Should we engage in a desperate struggle, I cannot guarantee that I won't inadvertently inflict harm. This trade offers you no disadvantage. Seeing that Araki remained silent, the scarred man seized the moment to escalate the situation. Swiftly, he drew a kunai from his pouch and pressed it against Kushina's neck from behind. The blade did not pierce her skin, yet its chilling glint sent shivers down her spine. Have you made your decision? The scarred man's brow furrowed, his eyes betraying a fierce yet concealed trepidation. Only he understood the turmoil within. What is this? Why is there no reaction? Can he not comprehend my words? Are my terms unappealing? Araki absorbed every word spoken by the scarred man, yet his heart remained unperturbed. With such limited intellect, it is indeed somewhat present, but certainly not abundant. What a lack of loss. It is simply an insult to one's intelligence. Araki remained utterly unfazed by this situation. He had merely assessed the results of his physical training during this period, utilizing such real combat to clarify the positioning of his physical capabilities. As for the scar-faced man before him, Araki discerned that this individual's strength surpassed that of the previous two adversaries, yet he was not insurmountable, particularly since threatening him with Kushina held no significance. If you possess the ability, then go ahead and strike. Once the Nine Tails is pierced, it will emerge, allowing one to simply hide away without concern for the aftermath, placing all burdens upon the Nine Tails. However, there exists a significant drawback. Such an action would reveal Kushina's identity as the host of the Nine Tails, potentially jeopardizing the tranquility of the days to come. Araki, do not acquiesce to him. Flee swiftly. Seek the villagers for assistance, and do not worry about me. I am unharmed. As Kushina observed Araki's silence, she assumed he was earnestly contemplating the matter, and an inexplicable tension enveloped her, lending her an unexpected fortitude. For Araki's sake, she was willing to endure the adversities, even with the kunai pressing against her throat. She held on to the belief that as long as her throat was not slit instantaneously, the power of the Nine Tails would enable her recovery. In comparison to the potential exposure of various matters, her primary concern lay with Araki's safety. She genuinely feared that he might impulsively seek to exchange with her. Silence. The scarred man's expression darkened as he raised his clenched fist, gripping a kunai, and struck forcefully at Kushina's nape. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud. Kushina immediately felt a jolt in her head, and the scene before her was filled with numerous overlapping images. Stop! Araki promptly raised his right hand, and at the moment Kushina spoke, he unexpectedly devised a new plan. Often, when a girl says no, she actually desires the opposite. Thus, when Kushina urged him to run, he certainly could not comply, for that would lead to complications. I promise you. Araki's lips curled into a subtle smile, dispelling his earlier combat-ready demeanor as he strode confidently towards Kushina's position, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any hint of tension. It is time for the exchange. No, please. Upon hearing Araki's words and witnessing his approach, Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment, filled to the brim with horror and confusion. What is the matter with you? Were you not told to flee? Why are you coming here? This is perilous. Do you not realize that? Kushina screamed passionately, her emotions running high. She regarded Araki as a fool for engaging in such a reckless exchange. Did he not care for his own safety? Meanwhile, as she spoke, a warm current surged within her. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. It was the feeling of being acknowledged and valued. More importantly, there was an exhilarating sense of being regarded as a treasure. Although Araki's words were few, she was certain that his actions were driven by a desire to save her, even at the peril of his own life. Araki has already regarded her as the most significant person in his life. Amidst Kushina's intricate thoughts, a sense of urgency regarding Araki's bewildering behavior intertwined with an overwhelming gratitude for him. Her once hollow heart, rendered empty by her role as a Jinchuriki, was now filled to the brim by Araki's presence. "It's all right. Do not worry. I am here to rescue you," Araki softly reassured her with a gentle smile. Having established their plan, he saw no harm in also reaping the rewards of Kushina's heartfelt emotions. He had already embraced Kushina as a friend in his heart and recognized her sensitive nature. In the original narrative, Minato's princess Carrie under the moonlight had won her heart effortlessly. Now, as he embarked on his heroic endeavor, it was crucial to express his feelings. After all, to win a woman's affection, one must not only act, but also speak. "Ah, young man, you have made the right choice. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. I merely wish to leave this place safely," the scar-faced man hastily interjected. His concern for Araki's potential change of heart was palpable. He was acutely aware that his scheme was somewhat clumsy, barely convincing even to children. If it were to succeed, it would undoubtedly facilitate subsequent endeavors. He even disregarded Kushina's attempts to dissuade him, refraining from striking her again, fearful that it might provoke Araki into reconsidering. Araki, it felt as though the most delicate part of Kushina's heart had been struck profoundly, as waves of emotion surged forth within her. In an instant, tears brimmed in her eyes, blurring her vision. "I will ensure that nothing happens to you," Kushina silently vowed within her heart, entering a state of vigilant alertness. Her entire focus fixated on Araki, ever ready to unleash the seals upon herself and harness that formidable power. The brief distance she traversed felt as though it spanned several centuries in the minds of both Kushina and the scarred-faced man. Araki approached the scarred man with an appearance of utter defenselessness. In a bid to thwart any sudden assault from Araki, the scarred man drew his kunai closer to Kushina. Araki exhibited the demeanor of an innocent child, oblivious to the ways of the world, as he directly extended his hands, signaling the scarred-faced man to bind him. The man's brow twitched violently, and an expression of incredulity flickered in the depths of his pupils. He could never have anticipated that events would unfold so seamlessly. Could there be a hidden complication in this scenario? However, he fails to perceive any issues whatsoever. In fact, he could even thrust that kunai directly at the boy without hesitation, completely within range. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from proceeding as such. Instead, he held a kunai against Kushina's throat with his left hand, while his right hand deftly retrieved a rope to bind Araki's hands. It proved rather cumbersome to tie knots with but one hand. However, Araki was exceedingly cooperative, offering no resistance whatsoever. In fact, when the rope became tangled, he innocently lent a hand, his naivety almost endearing. Before long, the ropes around Araki's wrists were secured tightly, with the other end resting firmly in the hands of the scar-faced man. "Now release her." Araki fixed his gaze upon the scarred man, realizing that his hands were completely bound, rendering him utterly incapable of employing any physical techniques or forming the seals necessary for ninjutsu. The scarred-faced man erupted into laughter, wielding a kunai in his left hand while gripping two ropes with his right. His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. "You are indeed quite brave, young one, though perhaps lacking in wisdom. Surely, you do not believe I would truly release her. How could the dove in hand possibly take flight? Yet, it is astonishing that you would genuinely believe the words of your adversary, willingly entrapping yourself in my grasp. You can only blame your own naivety for this predicament. Now, both of you are in my grasp, and I shall not release you. What can you possibly do to me? This is truly amusing. It is akin to engaging in a playful game with a child." The scarred man's face betrayed a smile of triumph, as if his nefarious plot had come to fruition. Even during the orchestration of this scheme, he had never anticipated such unmitigated success. Indeed, there were prepared utterances that he had yet to voice. "How infuriating, you deceitful scoundrel! How could you act in such a manner?" Kushina widened her eyes. Upon hearing the proposal for the exchange, she instinctively felt that such a bargain was unacceptable. However, upon witnessing Araki's arrival, she was moved by his actions. It was only at this moment that she realized it was merely a trap. Is this truly the cunning of a ninja? It is truly despicable to be so heartless as to bully even children. A surge of discontent welled up within Kushina, transforming her countenance into a mask of indifference, teetering on the brink of fury. "My sole objective is this girl. I have no intention of taking 2 individuals with me, as that would be overly cumbersome. You have slain my 2 companions. Let them accompany you in death. The man with the scarred face fixed a fierce gaze upon Araki, abruptly raising his left hand, clenched tightly around a kunai, and lunging it swiftly toward Araki's body. However, at that very moment when the scarred man swung the kunai, an indescribable sensation of numbness surged throughout his entire being. He instantly lost consciousness, unable to maintain his grip on the kunai, which clattered to the ground. What is happening? The scarred man's eyes widened in terror, his pupils reflecting sheer panic. The numbness had crept up to his tongue, rendering his speech incoherent. His mind was enveloped in a haze, consciousness fading rapidly, as if besieged by overwhelming drowsiness, teetering on the brink of collapse. Have you ever heard the saying? Amidst the fog of his thoughts, Araki's voice resonated, sounding far less innocent than one might have imagined. True hunters often manifest in the guise of their prey. The voice of Araki gradually diminished in the consciousness of the scar-faced man, who soon succumbed to a profound slumber, akin to a lifeless fish, entirely devoid of any awareness. This sleep would last an eternity. The scar-faced man never awakened again. Thud! The scarred man's body collapsed onto the floor, producing a resounding noise that startled Kushina. She sensed the absence of the force gripping the rope behind her, prepared to turn around, only to discover that her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand. Kushina let out a terrified scream, instinctively struggling to free herself. Don't be afraid. It's me. Araki's gentle voice resonated as he began to untie the ropes binding her wrists. A wave of relief washed over Kushina upon hearing Araki's voice. Ever since his return to the room, her heart had been in turmoil, a state of worry surpassing even the moment of her capture. This ordeal had gradually solidified her inner feelings, proving that true emotions reveal themselves in times of adversity. Araki had boldly risked his safety to come here in her stead, and even with a contingency plan in place, her gratitude was boundless. This knot is rather difficult to untie. While Araki's hands appeared to move swiftly, the actual progress was painstakingly slow. Beside him, another Araki was visibly transforming into a wooden figure, the very one who had just been bound. At the moment Araki had sent the right-side Cloud Village ninja flying with a punch, he was ambushed by another ninja from the left, executing the wood clone technique just in time. The battle was unfolding at breakneck speed, and both Kushina and the scar-faced man were focused on the left-side ninja, failing to notice how Araki had cleverly swapped himself with his clone after incapacitating the right-side ninja. His ability to perform such a maneuver in front of them relied heavily on his remarkable speed. His true self was cleverly concealed behind the wall on the opposite side of the room, poised to launch a surprise attack on the scar-faced man. It was merely a fortuitous opportunity that had presented itself. Of course, had Araki not been excessively cautious in confronting the scar-faced adversary and resorted to using the wood clone, he would never have dared to take such a risk. There is no certainty of absolute safety. He must not place himself in even the slightest peril. Now, he personally emerges to untie Kushina, merely to substitute the wooden clone. Maintaining 2 clones would divide his chakra, inevitably weakening himself, rendering it unsustainable in the long run. Most importantly, the immediate issue has been resolved. The wooden clone is visibly transforming into wood, and the binding ropes naturally loosen, ultimately transforming into a wooden stick that vanishes with a soft thud. Araki, what just transpired? The moment the ropes binding Kushina were undone, she swiftly turned and lunged directly at Araki, her arms tightly encircling his neck as if attempting to strangle him. Fortunately, it was not so severe. Had it been Tsunade-sensei in her place, would she not have suffocated him? What is happening? Araki felt somewhat suffocated. Just as he intended to push Kushina away, he noticed her delicate form trembling slightly, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, and soft sobs escaping her lips. Clearly overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. It's all right. It's all over. I won't let anyone take you away, he gently reassured, softly patting Kushina's back. Regardless of his initial intentions, he had indeed saved her, and thus he felt entitled to claim that credit. Kushina responded softly. But then it seemed a thought struck her, and her body began to shake more violently. With a sudden outburst, she cried, her tears flowing like a river that had burst its banks, cascading down in relentless streams onto Araki's clothing, soaking the front of his attire. Faced with this scene, Araki found himself at a loss. Before his journey through time, he had been an ordinary recluse with little romantic experience. having only witnessed such moments in television dramas. Now, as he found himself in a similar situation, he felt utterly bewildered. He continued to pat Kushina's back, at a loss for words. Yet he realized he could not simply keep patting her forever. After a few taps, he halted, uncertain of where to place his hands. While Araki pondered how to comfort Kushina, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Araki instinctively intended to push Kushina away, but halted midway as he beheld her tear-filled eyes. In that fleeting moment, a sense of compassion welled up within him, rendering him unable to scold her. Had it been anyone else, he undoubtedly would have exclaimed, "Are you a dog?" Just moments ago, his right shoulder was bitten fiercely by Kushina. Although he has yet to examine the wound, it is highly likely that it will bleed, illustrating the ferocity of Kushina's bite. "Are you truly foolish?" Suddenly, Kushina's emotions erupted with intensity. She instantly released her grip around Araki's neck, creating a slight distance between them. Then, a flurry of small fists pounded against Araki's chest. Swift as a tempest, delivering a striking force that was undeniably painful. "I told you to run. Why aren't you running? This is far too dangerous for you." As Kushina pounded on Araki, she scolded him sharply. After delivering her reprimand, she found herself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "You are such a fool. Do you have any idea how much I worry about you? You frighten me to death." As Kushina wept more fervently, the force of her clenched fists intensified, causing Araki's chest to emit a series of cracking sounds. "Hiss!" Araki gasped sharply, finally witnessing such a scene. He felt a mix of bewilderment and amusement. From Kushina's display, he could distinctly sense her concern for him, and amidst his emotions of gratitude, a previously unfelt sense of fulfillment surged within him. Is this what it means to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Although he does not consider himself a grand hero of exceptional valor, the current sensation brings him an immense sense of comfort. Well, that scarred face is still alive. Araki harbored lingering concerns. Despite being aware that the dosage of anesthetic he administered was ample, this was, after all, the world of ninjas, lacking both combat energy and magic, yet abundant in chakra. He pondered the complications that might arise should the individual regain consciousness. "I must act swiftly to ensure finality." Upon hearing Araki's words, he prepared to crouch down and retrieve the kunai that had fallen to the ground, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious man with a scarred face, who resembled a lifeless fish. Yet, at that very moment, a warm, soft, and slightly moist sensation brushed fleetingly against his face, only to vanish in an instant. The entire experience was so swift that Araki himself barely had time to react. At this moment, he found himself momentarily bewildered, abruptly turning his gaze towards Kushina, only to see her bouncing away with her head lowered, avoiding any eye contact with him. This feeling was akin to a silent proclamation. "As long as I do not look at you, you shall not perceive my presence." Kushina's emotional fluctuations were swifter than the turning of pages in a book. Just moments ago, she was tearful and trembling, yet now she radiated joy, generously making space for Araki to strike. Observing this scene, Araki's lips curled into a gentle smile, a tenderness surprising even to himself. After 3 years of quietly existing in the ninja world, he found himself experiencing a stirring of youthful emotions, despite still being a mere child. One could only attribute this to the precociousness of the ninja realm. Araki swiftly redirected his focus to the scarred-faced man, seizing the kunai that had fallen to the ground and mercilessly plunging it into the man's heart, accompanied by a piercing sound. The life of the scar-faced man slipped away in the midst of a dream, utterly oblivious to the agonies of death, and even unaware of his own demise. "Araki, how did you achieve this?" At that moment, Kushina, having calmed her emotions, gazed curiously at Araki with wide eyes. After the recent events, she felt a deepened bond between them. "For the past 6 months, I have been diligently studying medical ninjutsu every afternoon, as you are aware. When I approached, I held a medical anesthetic in my hand, and while he was tying the ropes, I managed to incapacitate him." Araki remarked casually. "So that is how it was." Kushina suddenly realized. Her gaze towards Araki transformed into one of admiration. Previously, she had believed that Araki's abilities were insufficient, but over the past 6 months, she came to understand that Araki was merely modest. For reasons unknown, she felt joy in Araki's growing strength, even more so than in her own personal advancement. Kushina observed Araki's composed demeanor in the face of such a horrifying situation, and an indescribable sense of security welled up within her. Is it the nature of doctors to remain this calm at all times? It aligns remarkably well with Araki's character. In that fleeting moment, Kushina appeared to have forgotten about her abduction, her gaze fixated on Araki, becoming increasingly enamored, almost entranced. Araki, oblivious to the transformation in Kushina's eyes, was entirely preoccupied with the task of disposing of the body. After addressing Kushina's inquiries, he silently added a thought to himself. Certainly not. It is by no means an anesthetic. Medical anesthetics must be injected into the body to take effect. What Araki has just employed is not content documented in medical knowledge, but rather the poison recorded in the notebook given to him by Tsunade. It is a toxin that can induce paralysis merely through contact. Composed of 7 medicinal ingredients including scorpions, venomous snakes, and wasps, this concoction is most commonly employed in the art of puppetry within the village of Sandy Hide. The process of poisoning is executed through the puppet's contact, ensuring that even if the enemy is not physically harmed, their combat efficacy is significantly diminished. Initially, Araki had no such combat strategy. He was merely cautious and, after conjuring a wooden clone, he applied this toxin to his fist. He believed that a single punch, combined with the destructive power of the poison, would suffice to defeat the scar-faced man. However, he did not anticipate that the scar-faced man would propose a trade. For Araki, even with a wooden clone, such a transaction bore considerable risk. Should the opponent launch a direct attack, the wooden clone would likely falter. Surprisingly, the scar-faced man naively proceeded to tie a rope, and to ensure the poison permeated effectively, Araki even assisted him in winding the rope. He refrained from disclosing the matter of the poison to Kushina, preserving it as his trump card. A plausible explanation suffices for such matters. Abilities that can be concealed should be hidden, allowing for a longer duration of secrecy. As long as the opponent remains unaware, they can serve as a strategic advantage. Otherwise, should one's abilities be exposed, it would lead to the formation of intelligence that the enemy could exploit for research, thus revealing the nature of one's capabilities upon confrontation. This is also the rationale behind the masks worn by Umbu ninjas to obscure their identities. Without a mask, the enemy would recognize your face and discern your abilities, even devising methods to exploit your weaknesses. Araki is determined to keep his information from circulating excessively. Araki, what do you intend to do with the bodies of these 3 individuals? Will you report this to the security department? Kushina once again expressed her doubts. It was her inaugural encounter with such a situation, leaving her utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Do not report. Araki shook his head decisively. The corpses of the 3 individuals bore an abundance of information. The first 2 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village displayed signs of formidable taijutsu strikes, while the body of the scar-faced man exhibited traces of poison. Although Araki had been studying medical techniques with Tsunade and martial arts with Might Guy, he had not concealed this from the villagers. However, to truly ascertain his progress through the examination of the corpses was an entirely different matter. What should he do? Kushina was taken aback. I will take care of these 3 bodies. You need only act as if nothing has transpired. Leave the rest to me, Araki said in a deep tone. Ah, all right. Kushina nodded, uncertain of Araki's intentions, yet she felt an almost blind trust in him. It seemed that whatever Araki chose to do was inherently correct. At the very least, she could ascertain one thing. Araki would undoubtedly refrain from committing any harmful actions against her. Do not mention this matter to anyone. Once I have dealt with these 3 corpses, I shall attend to the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village outside. Otherwise, they will remain relentless in their pursuits. Araki remarked nonchalantly, as if eliminating a few ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village was merely a trivial task for him. While speaking, his hand delved into the pouches of these ninjas. The spoils must be claimed, particularly the money. At present, Araki finds himself in dire financial straits. Procuring poison necessitates a substantial sum, and for the past 6 months, he has been unable to devise a solution to his funding dilemma. After harvesting the contents of the 3 ninja tool bags, he dragged the 3 corpses into the bathroom and subsequently closed the door. Throughout this entire process, Kushina observed intently, her powerful filter rendering her oblivious to any wrongdoing on Araki's part, instead instilling in her a profound sense of security. Half an hour later, Araki emerged from the bathroom, which had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace whatsoever. The next task at hand was to address the few remaining bloodstains on the floor. With curiosity piqued, Kushina leaned in to peer into the bathroom. eager to discover the fate of the three individuals Araki had just brought inside. As her gaze shifted, a flicker of inexplicable bewilderment danced in her eyes. The lavatory was utterly devoid of any presence. Not even a trace of bloodstains remained. It was beyond mere cleanliness. Even the previously sullied floorboards had vanished, as if freshly laid. Where have they gone? Kushina inhaled deeply, increasingly perceiving Araki as a captivating tome, each perusal revealing peculiar facets, constantly subverting her understanding while simultaneously heightening her anticipation. Dissolved by corpse liquefying fluid, Araki responded nonchalantly. On this matter, he did not conceal anything from Kushina. Having experienced the Hyuga affair, he grasped the significance of such fluid. Once, during a lesson, he had casually inquired about it from Tsunade, ultimately procuring a vial. It was the only vial in his possession. Once depleted, it would be gone. From the intelligence Araki had gathered, the substance was rather strictly controlled, typically reserved for those in the Umbu who handled corpses. Aside from Umbu captains, only Jonin-level ninja possessed it. It was unavailable on the open market. Of course, there is another recourse. To address the issue at its source, concoct the fluid oneself. Currently, only one individual in the entire Hidden Leaf Village is capable of doing so, the inventor of the corpse liquefying fluid, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Araki, you even scrubbed the floor spotless? Kushina stared at the lavatory, its floor appearing as if newly installed, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Could one truly cleanse the floor so thoroughly and rapidly? Having resided here, she had attempted to scrub the lavatory floor, but the wooden planks had stubbornly retained stains within their crevices, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. For Araki to render it pristine, as if brand new, was astonishing, further elevating her estimation of him, perceiving him as an individual with a penchant for cleanliness. Indeed, Araki affirmed, adding silently in his mind, unless, of course, it is new. After dealing with the corpses, the entire floor bore traces of corrosion, a dark, unsightly blemish. This resulted from a series of chemical reactions involving proteins, rendering it impossible to completely eradicate. The floorboards had to be replaced. In the wilderness, merely turning over the soil would suffice. However, for others, replacing the floorboards might be cumbersome, but for Araki, a wood release ninja, it was readily accomplished. This was the reason he had closed the lavatory door. These two bloodstains are proving difficult to fully eradicate. I shall remove the floorboards and replace them later. The floorboards in the house have been in place for quite some time and are due for refurbishment. Araki muttered to himself, ostensibly addressing himself, yet clearly communicating with Kushina. With that, he embedded a kunai into the crevices between the floorboards, abruptly exerting force. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds echoed as two floorboards splintered. Two pools of partially congealed blood adhering tenaciously to the wood, undulating slightly with each movement. Kushina's lips twitched involuntarily. Araki had simply pried up the floorboards. Too extreme. Here, take this. Araki reached into his ninja pouch, retrieving a small wooden sphere, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, its appearance unremarkable. Kushina accepted the sphere blankly, a large question mark forming in her mind. Before she could inquire, Araki began to explain. This is an inhalable medical anesthetic. Simply crush the sphere, and everyone in the vicinity will be paralyzed. Araki declared with a straight face, proceeding to produce a small green pill, placing it in Kushina's hand. This is a special recovery elixir. If you encounter danger, first place this green pill in your mouth, then calmly await the arrival of your adversaries. Once they have all emerged, crush the sphere, paralyzing them all. You may also succumb to unconsciousness momentarily, but fear not, you will awaken within 30 seconds. At that point, you must seize a kunai and dispatch each unconscious foe, ensuring they do not merely slumber, lest they awaken, rendering all your efforts futile. Have I made myself clear? Araki issued his instructions, his gaze fixed intently on Kushina's eyes, striving to impart a lucid understanding of how to handle any impending crisis. Understood, Kushina nodded hastily, overwhelmed by Araki's intensity. Subsequently, a question escaped her lips. Are you abandoning me here alone? The Cloud Village ninja here are merely an advance party. Undoubtedly, others remain outside. If they are not dealt with, they will continue to surveil you, causing you constant unease, Araki stated icily. I see. A surge of sweetness welled up within Kushina, a sensation of being protected that she had not previously experienced. Araki, so unassuming, rarely revealing his true strength. was willing to risk danger for her sake. This stark contrast stirred a deeper sense of gratitude within her, her gaze softening with affection as she regarded him. Indeed, Araki affirmed, if those individuals are not dealt with, the floorboards will need replacing again, which is far too troublesome. Most importantly, if I were to inadvertently reveal myself, it would be a significant setback. It is imperative to address the issue at its source. Of course, Araki realized that the Cloud Village ninja currently present were merely acting under orders, not the true source of the problem. The root of the issue lay within the Cloud Village itself. However, lacking sufficient strength at present, he could only strike a blow against the invading Cloud Village ninja. Strike with a single blow and ward off 100. This was a principle Araki had gleaned from a Chinese luminary in his previous life. Only by inflicting pain upon the Cloud Village ninja this time would they be more docile in the future. Time was the most precious commodity for Araki. Kushina, remain in the house, do not venture out. If you encounter enemies, crush the sphere as I instructed. Araki, bearing the 2 blood-stained floorboards, advanced towards the doorway. As he reached the threshold, he abruptly paused, glancing sideways, his gaze fixed on Kushina. I shall return swiftly. With a resounding thud, the door closed. Araki's form vanishing from sight, leaving Kushina alone, silently contemplating the closed portal. From the moment she returned home from her lesson until now, barely half an hour had elapsed. Yet, it felt as though she had experienced an eternity. Kushina inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, striving to calm her emotions, recalling Araki's actions. A surge of warmth coursing through her. Araki, thank you, Kushina whispered softly, a smile gracing her lips, enveloped in a comforting sense of security. Particularly as she clutched the wooden sphere, her spirits soaring. Upon departing the house, Araki immediately executed a hand seal, his chakra surging forth. A wooden tendril emerging from his back. This tendril rapidly transformed, assuming a human form, its features sharpening until it resembled Araki himself. Wood release, wood clone technique. Go. Araki nodded at his wooden clone, which then vanished in an instant. He commanded the clone to go to the park and request leave from Might Guy. Clearly, today was not suited for training. He could not allow Guy to wait idly in the park, standing at the doorway for a few minutes to ensure nothing was overlooked. Araki retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch. This was a map of Konoha, seized from the pouch of a scar-faced man. His gaze fixed on the map, where markings in red ink indicated significant locations. One circled spot was precisely his home, while another red cross marked the boundary of Konoha's protective barrier. In an instant, a fierce killing intent surged in Araki's eyes. There was a traitor in the village. With a flicker, Araki disappeared, clutching 2 blood-stained wooden planks as he navigated through the woods of Konoha, heading towards the location marked by the red cross on the map. If his deductions were correct, the circled position indicated Kushina's whereabouts, while the cross signified an exit from Konoha. The intruders from the Cloud Village would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with the terrain of Konoha, necessitating reliance on the map. Yet, they could precisely infiltrate his home without alarming anyone, coinciding perfectly with Kushina's dismissal from school. Araki's expression grew colder still, fueled not by anger for Kushina's safety, but by a potent fury regarding his own. His recent act of heroism had merely been incidental. Deep down, he understood that even without his intervention, Kushina would likely have been rescued by Minato. However, if anything were to happen to him, there would be no one to save him. Had he not been sufficiently cautious and possessed the means for self-preservation, that scar-faced man would have surely killed him and taken Kushina away from Konoha. Kushina might have been saved mid-escape by Minato, but Araki's life would have been lost forever. Who could it be? As Araki pondered the myriad possibilities, he found it hard to fathom what profit could be gained from such nefarious actions. After all, the world thrives on self-interest. Whoever orchestrated this scheme must have something to gain. But who could that be? Araki struggled to identify anyone fitting that profile and, recalling the original story, noted that Kushina had not suffered any dire consequences, leaving him further perplexed. Was it merely for the sake of money, such a mundane motive? Certainly. Araki was in need of funds and recognized their value, but Kushina was the Jinchuriki of Konoha. How many in the village were aware of her identity? And who had leaked that information? With a grim expression, Araki felt the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. He knew that indulging in speculation would yield no answers. As long as that person remained scheming, the truth would gradually reveal itself in due time. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Once he identified that individual, Araki would not show them mercy. Lost in thought, he drew closer to the boundary of Konoha. He began to focus, suppressing distracting thoughts, attuning his senses to the currents of air around him to gauge whether anyone lay in ambush. This was a unique ability of his, one he could not quite explain even to himself. In his training, when he inquired with Might Guy, it was clear that Guy could not detect someone watching or tracking him through distant observation or subtle shifts in the air. This ability seemed to be uniquely his own. At that moment, a thought struck him as he halted on a tree branch. Just ahead lay the barrier enveloping the village, invisible to the naked eye. This was a sensory barrier, lacking any physical defense. The barrier's controller, a sensory ninja from the village, utilized the chakra fluctuations to monitor the number of individuals entering Konoha and their locations, providing an early warning. The barrier remained intact and operational. In this state, only those Konoha ninjas who understood the method of entry and exit could pass freely. Even students like Araki, who had yet to graduate as genin, remained ignorant of how to navigate the barrier. Yet, the ninjas from the Cloud Village had somehow learned this method, while it was not a secret within the village. As any genin required to undertake missions would be informed of it, it was a closely guarded secret from outsiders. Clearly, someone had betrayed them. Araki had come here not just to eliminate the Cloud Village ninjas, but also to ascertain the status of the barrier, an essential matter for him. As long as the barrier remained secure, it would further substantiate his suspicion of a traitor within Konoha or a spy from the Cloud Village infiltrating it. Whether a traitor or a spy, anyone targeting Kushina posed a significant threat to his relatively tranquil training environment, an intolerable situation for Araki. Buzz. At that moment, a thought surged in Araki's mind, stemming from the information relayed by the recently dismissed wooden clone. The clone's return replenished half of Araki's dispersed chakra and provided some intelligence from their separate actions. There were 2 points of information. Firstly, the wooden clone had successfully requested leave from Might Guy, who approved the cessation of training for today while maintaining the schedule for tomorrow. Secondly, the clone had inquired about the method for entering and exiting the barrier, and Guy had revealed it without suspicion, for Araki was his most favored disciple. At this moment, a cold glint ignited in Araki's eyes. After quickly processing the method of navigating the barrier, he fixed his icy gaze on the woods beyond it. There were people there, ninja from the Cloud Village. The anger surging within him intensified, directed not only at the intruding ninjas, but also towards certain issues within Konoha. None of you are returning. With another flicker, Araki sped forth, seamlessly crossing the barrier of Konoha. As he passed through, waves of chakra emanated from him, signaling his method of entry and exit. Upon leaving the barrier, he vanished into the forest as if he had never been there. Based on his assessment, he deduced that the Cloud Village intruders likely did not include any genin. Otherwise, they would have executed their mission directly rather than await reinforcements, a waste of resources. When faced with nin, caution remained paramount. Araki's mind began to devise a plan for ambush, feeling increasingly that his supply of poison was insufficient. This time, he had to seize the opportunity. If he did not acquire some funds from the ninjas' tool pouches, he might not even return home. Truly, battles are fought with wealth. Araki lowered his body, almost crawling on all fours, navigating through the grass with scarcely a whisper, akin to a beast hunting in the wilderness. Inching closer to the waiting ninjas poised to support their forward team. From the moment he entered the ninja world, he had trained nightly in the woods, developing a profound affinity for this environment as if he had returned home. He silently set down the wooden plank in his hand, and the icy bloodlust in his pupils abruptly vanished, resembling an emotionless machine devoid of any murderous intent. For a moment, Araki melded seamlessly with the forest, exhibiting neither feelings nor emotions. His body revealed no traces of chakra fluctuations, akin to a lifeless plant. In this state, Araki perfectly harmonized with his surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult for even perceptive ninjas to detect him, unless they were to truly see him with their naked eyes. Araki moved swiftly within the confines of the forest, not out of a desire to conceal himself, but rather because sometimes speed is harder to detect than slowness. 1, 2, 3, 12. After carefully counting, Araki confirmed the presence of 12 ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, patiently waiting outside the barrier, ready to assist a team that might appear at any moment to abduct Kushina. Having observed their outward demeanor, Araki surmised their mission plan. Objective: abduct the Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. Process: a small team stealthily infiltrates to capture Kushina while the others stand by outside, prepared to breach the barrier for a swift retreat. Though the task appeared straightforward, two crucial pieces of intelligence were paramount: the identity and location of the Jinchuriki and the method to open the barrier. After meticulously considering these factors, Araki became increasingly convinced that there must be someone from Konoha involved in this matter. Faced with the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, he could engage them directly, but there was no need. Although Araki had yet to become a Genin, he had perused many texts from the Ninja Academy, gaining a solid understanding of numerous ninja ideologies. If one could achieve assassination, it was best to avoid direct confrontation. The goal was to attain maximum effect at minimal cost. Should one engage in head-on combat, they were no longer a ninja, but a warrior. The primary role of a ninja encompasses stealth, sabotage, assassination, and intelligence gathering, tasks concealed in shadows. Particularly, the four fundamental precepts of ninjas dictate the prohibition of the reckless use of ninjutsu, the abandonment of all self-respect, the necessity of discretion, and the absolute avoidance of identity revelation, shaping ninjas into emotionless assassins. While Araki had not been indoctrinated by the rules of ninjas, he selectively absorbed their essence while discarding the dross, learning only what was useful to him and filtering out manipulative rhetoric. Victory through strategy. Araki raised his hand, a small wooden sphere appearing in his palm, containing inhalable poison identical to that given to Kushina. While its lethality was insufficient, its paralyzing effects were potent, capable of significantly diminishing combat effectiveness even with a suboptimal dosage, serving as a formidable debuff. Next, a resolute glimmer flashed in Araki's eyes as he swallowed a green pill to negate the poison's effects. Subsequently, he swiftly formed hand seals, a surge of chakra coursing through his body, infusing the ground beneath him with vibrant life energy. Wood Release, Eternal Binding. Araki immediately executed the Wood Release technique, one of the few he had mastered since arriving in the ninja world, especially considering his current position outside the barrier of Konohagakure, where he had thoroughly surveyed the environment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In that instant, Araki felt his heart thumping vigorously, a torrent of vibrant green chakra erupting forth, flowing into his limbs and invigorating his entire being. As if all life were rejuvenated, replenishing his chakra reserves. Vines erupted from the ground, seemingly alive, writhing towards each hidden cloud ninja lurking nearby. The ninjas' minds were instantly filled with confusion, and upon sensing the chakra within the vines, they quickly recognized an unexpected assault. Enemy attack, one of the Chunin leaders shouted, leaping to evade the encroaching vines. At that moment, they remained unaware of the vines' true purpose, but one thing was certain: they could not allow themselves to be ensnared, lest they risk being bound. The vine's speed was not particularly swift, or rather, they were initially rapid upon emerging, akin to snakes, startling the ninjas. However, as they grasped the situation, they noticed the vine's growth slowed dramatically, twisting and shifting as if trying to ensnare them. Is this some sort of joke? They pondered. Will such an attack truly be effective? Thus, the three ninja teams began evading the vines while searching for the user controlling them. In this scenario, their attention was divided between locating the caster and avoiding the vines, leaving them perplexed yet unperturbed. Gradually, this state persisted for approximately 10 seconds. The vines, as if bereft of life, collapsed to the ground, ceasing all movement. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were now riddled with questions, their minds swirling with uncertainty regarding the current scene. Is this a Wood Release technique? Suddenly, one Chunin, brow furrowed, spoke up, fixated on the vines with deep contemplation. Impossible. Another Chunin interjected, shaking his head. It is well known that only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could master Wood Release. After his death, no one else has wielded it. So what then are these vines? The last Chunin fell into deep thought. Had it not been for the first Chunin's remark, he might not have considered this possibility. Could there really be a Wood Release ninja? The previously skeptical Chunin began to doubt his own dismissal. They were situated on the outskirts of Konoha. If a Wood Release ninja were hidden within the village, it would be crucial intelligence. The first Chunin asserted, his tone grave, plunging those around him into a serious atmosphere. Yet, this seems too weak. The second Chunin grimaced, gazing at the now motionless vines on the ground. Perhaps that Wood Release ninja's strength is not formidable. The third Chunin pondered aloud, surveying the area with an instinctive sense that the caster was nearby. While we cannot locate the user now, one thing is certain: we have been compromised. The frontline team may have perished. We must retreat immediately and report the Wood Release ninja to Lord Rakage. Agreed. Agreed. The other two Chunin nodded in unison. Immediately, the three Chunin prepared to lead their respective teams back to the land of lightning. However, at that moment, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over them, rendering their eyelids unbearably heavy, making it arduous even to keep their eyes open. It seemed that no amount of effort could lift their eyelids. Their consciousness began to blur. Not good. The three Chnins swiftly discerned that something was amiss, as the sound of bodies collapsing echoed in their ears. The genin who had accompanied them were completely incapacitated by the effects of the toxin, collapsing to the ground in unison. Who is scheming against us? The trio of Chnin attempted to voice their concerns, only to find their throats rendered mute by the numbing poison, leaving them utterly speechless. In a haze of consciousness, they faintly perceived a silhouette approaching them, its features obscured and indistinct, merely a shadowy outline. Subsequently, their awareness faded, plunging them into an abyss of slumber. Araki fixed his gaze upon the fallen ninjas of the Kumogakure, a total of 12 individuals, 3 Chnin and 9 genin, none missing. It was no wonder that the shinobi of Sunagakure favored the use of poison. It proved to be exceedingly effective. However, the method of utilizing puppetry felt somewhat antiquated. I shall endeavor to develop more suitable techniques. Through this assassination of the Kumogakure ninjas, Araki amassed a wealth of experience and considerable training. At the very least, he could distill 2 key insights from this endeavor. Firstly, the more poison, the better. He must hasten his efforts to accumulate wealth, enabling him to concoct a wider variety of toxins. It cannot merely serve as a numbing agent. An abundance of poison is never burdensome. Secondly, his current methods of administering toxins were lacking. He needed to deploy poison from a closer range. He could not rely on his wood clone technique every time, necessitating the development of poison delivery methods akin to puppetry. Yet, he did not intend to learn puppetry nor possess the means to do so. Strike while the iron is hot. Araki had long cultivated the habit of seizing opportunities. One must never overlook such crucial matters. Any mercy shown to the enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. In this instance, he had unusually employed wood release techniques, thus leaving no survivors was imperative. As for why the vines had failed to ensnare the Kumogakure ninjas and instead wilted away, the fundamental reason lay in Araki's strategic focus on poison. The vines produced through wood release were merely a diversion, drawing the attention of the Kumogakure ninjas, while they evaded the vines and searched for the caster. A seemingly inconspicuous vine coiled around a wooden sphere right in their midst. Seizing the moment when all were oblivious, it silently shattered, releasing a toxic gas that dispersed in an instant. Araki withdrew a kunai from his pouch and proceeded to stab the heart of each fallen ninja from the hidden cloud village. As a medical student who had been studying for half a year, despite lacking actual clinical experience, he had no difficulty locating the position of the heart. With a soft thud, the blade plunged in. Uft, uft. A series of piercing sounds resonated, marking the demise of 12 individuals, each one a heart pierced, each life extinguished. This was Araki's most lethal act to date. Yet, within him, there was no trace of remorse, only a lingering perplexity. He remained uncertain as to who among them was the traitor aiding the cloud-hidden village ninjas. Lacking any form of truth serum, Araki recognized the futility of extracting the truth from these ninjas. They would remain silent. Rather than squander the time on interrogation, it would be far more prudent to conclude matters swiftly. Araki confirmed that all the ninja from the hidden cloud village had perished, leaving no stone unturned. Sensing the surrounding environment and ensuring that no adversaries lingered, he finally felt at ease to inspect the ninja's tool pouches, which represented his spoils of war. Araki was as vigilant as a beast of prey in the wilderness. Even when faced with fallen quarry, he prioritized confronting any potential threats before indulging in his victory. He hoped that they were still reasonably affluent. As he began to rummage through the tool pouches, the act of scavenging for spoils held immense significance for him. This time, he discovered 2 small wooden orbs on the bodies of the Cloud Village ninjas, one of which had recently been utilized, while the other was intended for Kushina. These 2 were the entirety of his arsenal. Additionally, he found a residual quantity of the contact-based neurotoxin, yet during actual combat, he realized it was not as effective as the aerosol form. However, this had depleted half a year's worth of his savings. Among the findings were also the funds acquired from Hinata's bare hands, shurikens, explosive tags, and military rations. Astonishingly, not a single coin remained. After observing the equipment pouch of the first genin, Araki couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had considered that ninjas might venture on missions without carrying much wealth, yet he never anticipated that one could possess pockets cleaner than their own visage. Next came another genin, strikingly similar to the previous one, as if they had been merely copied and pasted. Is it not said that the village hidden in the clouds is rather affluent? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Araki gradually sensed that recouping his investment this time might prove challenging. Although he managed to seize a considerable number of kunai and shuriken, these items were mere staples for ninjas, hardly worth any significant value. One could effortlessly procure a large quantity, and in the village of Konoha, few would even consider purchasing them. It was customary to collect such tools directly from the ninja supply depot prior to undertaking a mission. The sheer volume of these tools cluttered Araki's inventory, rendering them cumbersome. He found it difficult to locate a place to sell them secondhand. After all, during battles among ninjas, shuriken were typically discarded in abundance, akin to throwing nets into the sea. Even a single successful hit was deemed a fortune, while most served merely to obstruct movements. The only item of notable worth was the explosive tag, which could not be retrieved from the supply depot and required separate purchase. Araki remained uncertain of its exact price, as he had yet to visit a ninja tool shop, so he placed the seized explosive tags into his tool pouch and continued his examination. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the configurations of these lower-ranked ninjas were nearly indistinguishable. Notably, two of them possessed kunai with uniquely customized designs. One ninja's kunai featured an additional segment at the back, adorned with circular blunt spikes and a series of intricate grooves resembling screws, the very depths of which suggested potential utility in certain combat scenarios. The other ninja's kunai was bulkier, embellished with robust, protruding granules, each resembling a culinary prong, with rows of backward-facing spikes that would undoubtedly inflict greater lethality upon impact. However, Araki had no interest in these peculiar kunai. Should they inadvertently find their way into his pouch, they could pose a risk to his own safety. Before long, he had thoroughly examined the tool pouches of these lower-ranked ninjas. Aside from the explosive tags, he had garnered little of value, no monetary gain whatsoever, yet he had acquired an entire package of soldier pills. It was time to inspect the tool pouches of the middle-ranked ninjas. Taking a deep breath, Araki felt a surge of anticipation regarding the middle-ranked ninjas, which is why he had saved their tool pouches for last. Without delay, he began to sift through them. Indeed, there were treasures to be found. As Araki rummaged through the first chunin's tool pouch, he immediately stumbled upon a stack of banknotes, each with a denomination of 500 yen, amounting to over 30 notes. Aside from the wealth, there was little else of distinction. Indeed, the elevation in a ninja's rank brought about a notable difference. The genin were akin to cannon fodder, unable to carry any money. Continuing his search, Araki reached for the second chunin's pouch, discovering, much like the previous one, an assortment of ninja tools such as kunai and shuriken, along with a cache of cash. This time, he found approximately 20 notes of the same 500 yen denomination. A subtle smile began to grace the corners of Araki's lips. This was a lucrative find, allowing him to procure more poisons upon his return. Now, approaching the final pouch, Araki had come to understand the standard of equipment carried by the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. He harbored no further expectations for the last chunin's belongings. His primary focus was to swiftly gather the valuables, dispose of the bodies, and depart. The night had quietly descended, and the metallic scent of blood, seeping from the punctured hearts, was beginning to attract the surrounding beasts. If he did not hasten his departure, he would soon find himself in peril. His 3 years in the ninja world had imparted a crucial lesson. One must never underestimate the local wildlife, which posed a danger that rivaled that of the ninjas themselves. Their speed and strength far exceeded any notions he had entertained during his prior urban existence. Indeed, the riches of a chunin were most impressive. In the final chunin's tool pouch, Araki retrieved approximately 30 bills, each worth 500 yen. He was uncertain as to why ninjas favored the denomination of 500 yen. Perhaps there is some unique significance associated with it. At that moment, Araki suddenly discovered a folded piece of paper nestled within his tool pouch. The texture of the paper was identical to that of the map he had found earlier. Could it be? His breath quickened as he swiftly retrieved the paper and laid it open, his gaze fixated upon the imagery it presented. Indeed, it was a map. However, it was not a map of Konohagakure, but rather of the Land of Fire. Markings adorned its surface, with a red cross positioned along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. while a red circle indicated the location just outside the barriers of Konohagakure. Remarkably, his current location corresponded precisely with the circle. The expression on Araki's face instantly turned grave, as the markings on the map instilled within him an inexplicable sense of oppression. He promptly spread the map before him on the ground, subsequently retrieving a detailed map of the Hidden Leaf Village. The dimensions of the two maps were identical. However, the scale varied, one depicting the Land of Fire, the other the Hidden Leaf Village. On the map of the Hidden Leaf Village, my home was distinctly marked with a red circle, signifying the location of the mission objective. Correspondingly, on the map of the Land of Fire, the red circle indicated the position of the Hidden Leaf Village, where one could breach the village through the barrier. Perfectly aligning with the map of the Hidden Leaf Village, the red circle could be regarded as the mission target. As Araki contemplated the ominous red cross, he narrowed his eyes slightly, gradually tempering the ferocity within them, striving to appear less intense. He could feel the surrounding growls of beasts, echoing with a hunger that seemed to sense the scent of blood nearby, awakening their greedy instincts. By referencing the red cross on the map of Konoha Village, he had located this place and confirmed the presence of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, indicating that the red cross was likely a rendezvous point. This inference suggested that a group of Cloud Village ninjas was stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire for support. Might there be a Jonin among them? Araki's countenance darkened, yet he remained far from losing his composure. Although he yearned to eradicate all the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village in one fell swoop, he acknowledged that his strength was still insufficient for such an endeavor. No, he thought, after a moment of contemplation, this course of action was far too perilous. Eliminating the ninjas in this area had already served to intimidate the others. Pursuing them further could lead to endless complications. Even if he were to miraculously wipe them out at the border, he feared discovering another map indicating the red circle leading to the border of the Land of Fire, with the red cross ultimately directing him to the Hidden Cloud Village. It was inconceivable to attempt to lay siege to the Hidden Cloud Village. He simply lacked the capability for such an undertaking. Araki's thoughts crystallized. The situation as it stood had already fulfilled his objectives regarding the Hidden Cloud Village. As for any lingering issues with them, he would resolve those in due time. He glanced down at the bodies of the Cloud Village ninjas, feeling no inclination to use corpse-disintegrating liquid or any special treatments. The beasts gathering around would take care of the remains without his intervention. However, Araki prudently returned to his initial hiding spot and retrieved 2 blood-stained wooden planks from his home. If discovered by newcomers, they could lead to valuable clues. The bodies could remain untouched, but the evidence must be eliminated. Using a firestone, he kindled a blaze on the ground, incinerating the wooden planks as if he were lighting a campfire in the wild, all the while remaining vigilant, controlling the size of the flames and preparing to extinguish them at any moment. Once the planks had turned to charred remnants, he employed a water release technique to thoroughly douse the fire, leaving no traces behind. After all, he was at the outskirts of Konoha Village, where the lush foliage necessitated a heightened sense of safety to prevent wildfires. After disposing of the planks, the forest's beasts began to converge, prompting him to depart swiftly towards Konoha Village. He passed through the barrier and entered the village, ultimately reaching his home. Half an hour later, he stood at his doorstep, gently knocking and announcing his presence to Kushina with a subtle hint before unlocking the door. "I'm back," Araki declared as he opened the door, only to be suddenly enveloped by a figure that sprang from within, tightly embracing him. It was Kushina. Without uttering a word, she clung to him, her worries and fears dissipating the moment she saw him return safely. Standing at the threshold, Araki savored the embrace, feeling the softness against him, and shared in the silence that spoke volumes. This moment lingered for about 3 minutes until Kushina finally regained her composure and released him. Lowering her gaze as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing, her cheeks flushed and refusing to meet his eyes. Even she was unaware of why she had suddenly acted so boldly, relying solely on instinct, only to feel a rush of shyness afterward. Her head hung low. Her heart raced with trepidation as she speculated what Araki might say next, engulfed by uncertainty. Yet, she could not suppress her emotions. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her shy face revealing a hint of determination as she asked, "Araki, you didn't encounter any danger, did you?" "No, that cannot be right. How could there have been no danger?" Kushina immediately chastised herself for the foolishness of her question, hastily correcting, "What I meant to say is, you're unharmed, right?" She shook her head, realizing that his presence here clearly indicated he was safe. What was she even saying? Just as she contemplated rephrasing her words, Araki gently placed a hand on her shoulder, stifling her response. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside. I'm staying home tonight, Araki said gravely, aware that the corridor was not an appropriate venue for conversation, understanding well the adage that walls have ears. After the events he had just experienced, he needed to settle down and reflect, and home was undoubtedly the safest haven. Moreover, having already taken leave from Might Guy, there was no need for training tonight. Upon reflection, Araki realized he had scarcely had a proper night's sleep since entering the world of ninjas. Previously, he would catch up on rest during the day at the Ninja Academy, later relying on the invigorating green chakra that rendered him alert and free from the need for sleep. For the past 6 months, he had faced no issues. Yet he recognized that excessive vigilance could lead to fatigue, and even the most diligent among them needed moments of respite to recharge for future endeavors. Furthermore, he was uncertain how many squads of Cloud Village ninjas had infiltrated Konoha. If more arrived at night, Kushina would be in grave danger. Araki was a decisive individual. When it came to saving others, he either acted decisively, without hesitation, or refrained entirely, avoiding entanglements. The least favorable approach was to engage halfway, risking failure and potentially incurring adverse consequences. With that, Araki stepped into the house. Kushina's face flushed crimson, rising to her ears, her entire neck warming as she suddenly felt a wave of heat, her mouth drying out. You said, you want to sleep here? Her expression grew frantic, betraying her confusion, as a complex mix of emotions arose within her, shyness intermingling with budding anticipation. Yes, Araki nodded, walking further inside, oblivious to her transformation as his thoughts remained fixed on the matter at hand. I have already dealt with the invaders from the Cloud Village. I believe they were targeting you. Now, I cannot ascertain whether there are other Cloud ninjas still in the village. Thus, staying here with you is the safest choice. Araki continued explaining, moving into the house and placing his ninja tool bag inside as he contemplated how to fortify their surroundings. After all, ninjas were adept at stealth and assassination. If Cloud Village ninjas were to come here, they would not harm Kushina, as she was their target for capture. However, that made it dangerous for him. As Araki considered the situation from their perspective, he thought that if he were tasked with such a mission, he would undoubtedly eliminate any obstacles first, as they could be quite problematic. The arrangement for assassination prevention is not primarily aimed at safeguarding Kushina, but rather at protecting himself. Nevertheless, whatever he does now, regardless of his intentions, will inevitably be framed as benefiting Kushina. Is it too much to seek a little favor? One cannot perform good deeds without leaving a name behind. While he may strive for modesty, he must seize every opportunity that presents itself. However, Araki remains blissfully unaware that his popularity is skyrocketing. Stay with me. Kushina's breath quickens, her parched lips stammering as her heart races, overwhelmed by the uncertainty of what the long night might bring. Should I agree? How infuriating. What am I thinking? Kushina feels her cheeks flush even deeper, her mind swirling as if she had consumed several cups of potent wine, teetering on the edge of inebriation. She can no longer hear Araki's comments about the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. Are those details truly significant? Not at all. What matters is that Araki has declared he intends to stay at her house. It is crucial to note that this small abode contains but a single bedroom. Having moved in 6 months ago, Araki has never once stayed overnight, providing her with a profound sense of security while she slept. Yet today, he intends to remain here. The more Kushina contemplates, the more chaotic her thoughts become. Had it been when she first arrived, she would have outright refused, but now, words of rejection elude her, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. What should I do? Should I resist or acquiesce? Would it seem too brazen? Should I adopt a coy demeanor as described in novels? What is the correct course of action? Kushina's mind swirls with a myriad of youthful imaginings. Her thoughts no longer governed by reason, but rather by the burgeoning hormones of adolescence. Araki sits in a chair, organizing his ninja tool pouch, retrieving explosive tags. Upon a brief count, he finds a total of 24. This figure satisfies him, but should he decide to set any traps? These tags could pose a danger not only to himself, but also to the house. Do you know the price of an explosive tag? Araki casually inquires of Kushina, his thoughts drifting towards financial matters. He has tasted the sweetness of poison, yet without monetary support, it remains challenging to procure. Despite having acquired a sum of money, He must wisely utilize all that he possesses. These explosive tags, which he rarely employs, are far more valuable sold. You wish to sleep on the bed? Kushina exclaims in surprise, having misheard Araki's words to some extent. What did you say? Araki pauses, momentarily stunned. What did you ask? Kushina quickly responds, regaining her composure. I asked if you know how much an explosive tag costs. Araki, still preoccupied with thoughts of money, asks again, not having caught her previous words clearly. 300 ryo. Kushina answers without hesitation. This is common knowledge. That's exorbitant. Araki's eyes widen in shock. In the ninja world, currency exists in two forms, ryo and yen. The bills he retrieved from the pouch of those 3ch nin were denominated in yen, a common currency among the great nations. In the ninja village, ryo is the standard unit, typically used for shopping and mission rewards, with an exchange rate of 1 ryo equaling 100 yen. Thus, the price of an explosive tag at 300 ryo translates to 30,000 yen, making 2 tags surpass the total value of all the bills Araki possesses. Well then, with 24 explosive tags in his possession, he has struck gold. In an instant, delight sparkles in Araki's eyes as he gazes at the tags as if they were treasures, recalling how some individuals casually ignite explosive tags, even using thousands at a time, spending money as if it were water. Can we sell them? Araki's gaze is intense as he fixates on Kushina, his mind already concocting a plan to swap these tags for poison, which will alleviate his current financial predicament. Why yes, we can sell them. Kushina stammers, feeling overwhelmed by Araki's penetrating gaze, lowering her head as if he might devour her whole. Yet her thoughts drift elsewhere. Is Araki truly concerned about the explosive tags? Or is he merely seeking a conversation starter? Surely he knows their worth is 300 ryo? Especially with that look in his eyes. Oh dear, his acting is rather poor. Kushina buries her face in her chest, feeling her body heat rise, her breath becoming labored, her heart racing wildly, nearly causing her to falter. How much? Araki suddenly leaps to his feet, directly confronting Kushina, his excitement palpable as he grasps her shoulders. So warm. Is she ill? Or is it the effect of the poison? Or perhaps, the Ninetales doing? Araki's expression turns serious. Ordinarily, a Jinchuriki would not be significantly affected. The only explanation he can conjure is that the recent kidnapping may have triggered the Ninetales within her. 200 ryo. Kushina's voice is barely a whisper, and after speaking, she feels utterly drained of energy, her mind no longer capable of processing anything further. She leans softly into Araki's embrace. Araki gasps, realizing the repurchase price is merely 2/3 of the original, meaning the ninja tool shop owner stands to earn a tidy profit of 100 ryo. This is an exceptionally lucrative deal. However, there is no alternative. After all, they are a business. Based on his experiences prior to arriving in the ninja world, Araki believes that if he were to set up a stall in the village, he could sell the tags for at least 220 to 250 ryo. By doing so, he could provide a more affordable option to those seeking explosive tags while still reaping a greater profit. Yet, Araki would never pursue such a course. That was merely a fleeting thought. After all, such actions would equate to jeopardizing someone else's livelihood. Even the slightest disruption would displease anyone, and it would be foolish to offend the shop owner for a mere pittance. Furthermore, there is an additional consideration. Such actions would draw too much attention. If someone were to notice, the origin of his explosive tags would become questionable. A child still attending ninja school, yet possessing a substantial number of explosive tags. Such a scenario would be impossible to explain and would backfire, undermining his efforts to maintain a low profile. There is no benefit to be gained. Kushina, could you assist me in selling these explosive tags? Araki asks, a hint of shyness in his tone. At this juncture, his thoughts revolve entirely around financial matters. Money can buy medicine, and medicine can create poison. This would provide him with a means of self-preservation in these uncertain times, oblivious to the fact that Kushina's body is gradually becoming warmer, mistakenly attributing it to the release of the Ninetales chakra. Yes, Kushina nodded softly, her heart increasingly unsettled. If only she could craft an explosive tag. Araki's mind was preoccupied with schemes for wealth. Acquiring explosive tags from corpses was akin to obtaining cash. It was a one-off transaction. He couldn't possibly resort to murder every time he needed money. If only he could master the core methods of earning wealth. For the past 6 months, Araki had pondered this dilemma but had yet to discover a viable means of making money. According to the intelligence he had gathered, The primary source of income for ninjas was missions. The more missions one undertook, the greater the rewards. Araki had inquired with Might Guy. The simplest D-rank missions typically paid around 500 Ryo, with only particularly complex D-rank tasks offering slightly higher rewards. As for C-rank missions, they seldom went to someone like Might Guy, who had been a low-ranking ninja for ages, but rather to cultivate promising newcomers. Relying on missions for income was painfully slow. A single D-rank mission consumed an inordinate amount of time and energy, yielding barely enough for one explosive tag. Do you want to create explosive tags? Kushina lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Araki, whose slightly raised face was filled with earnestness and longing. She then spoke, I know how to do it. Oh, so you know, Araki replied casually. But his eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly realized, staring intently at Kushina, you mean you know how to make them? Yes, Kushina felt Araki's fervent gaze and shyly lowered her head again. Can you teach me? Araki's breath quickened. He recognized that his request might seem abrupt, yet it was precisely what he yearned to express. Mastering the art of crafting explosive tags could lead to fortune. I can. Kushina nodded, her cheeks flushed. She might even agree to engage in other activities she enjoyed. Wonderful, Araki exclaimed, gripping Kushina's shoulders with a bit more force than before, revealing his excitement. Kushina felt the pressure on her shoulders, which was somewhat painful, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort. She could endure it. Kushina, please tell me how to make explosive tags. How did you learn? Araki quickly realized he might have been too forceful and released her, fetching a chair from behind to place it for her before taking a seat himself. Kushina accepted the invitation and sat down. Well, how should I put it? Kushina bit her lip, glancing up at Araki and seeing the eagerness in his eyes, which softened her heart. Well, it's not really a secret. Sooner or later, you'll find out anyway. Actually, I'm not from the Hidden Leaf Village. I hail from another village. Kushina seemed to have made a significant decision as she lowered her head and spoke earnestly. Throughout her explanation, she couldn't bear to look at Araki's reaction. I know that. Araki nodded in response, deducing from her demeanor and the context that he had an inkling of what she was about to reveal. My hometown is the Hidden Whirlpool Village, which is nominally a village but is essentially comprised solely of our Uzumaki clan. Kushina spoke solemnly. After stating this, she felt as if she had shattered the shackles of her heart and was no longer overly concerned. It was acceptable to share this with Araki, after all. The Hidden Whirlpool Village enjoyed a friendly relationship with the Hidden Leaf Village, and the attire of leaf ninjas bore the marks of the Uzumaki clan. I am a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, characterized by our naturally red hair. Our clan is adept at sealing techniques. And during my time at the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Whirlpool Village, I studied sealing techniques extensively, which differ entirely from the curriculum at the Hidden Leaf Village Academy. My life was going well until I was suddenly designated as an exchange student by the village chief, leading me to the Hidden Leaf Village, where I encountered some peculiar circumstances. Therefore, I have learned some sealing techniques. Crafting explosive tags is fundamentally a form of sealing technique. Kushina explained in detail, ensuring clarity as she elaborated. Wade Araki's eyes narrowed, and his pupils slightly contracted upon hearing her words. You said you're an exchange student? Yes. Kushina nodded. Who did you exchange with? Araki pressed eagerly. I don't know. Kushina shook her head. When you left your village, was there some kind of issue? Araki suddenly recognized a crucial question. What issue? Kushina asked, her face a mask of confusion. Did something happen in the Hidden Whirlpool Village? Araki attempted to maintain a calm tone. Nothing happened. Kushina seemed bewildered. What I mean is Araki's mood shifted, feeling an underlying tension as he sensed that something was amiss, and said, for instance, in the near future, I'd like to visit your home. That's fine. Kushina's initially perplexed expression transformed into a joyous smile. It was only now that she realized Araki had been so intensely inquiring about her village simply because he wished to visit her home. In that instant, her heart filled with happiness. No wonder Araki had been so anxious to ask her about the Hidden Whirlpool Village. Araki fell silent, sensing something was off. He couldn't recall whether the Uzumaki clan was still in existence when Kushina arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. However, he was certain that when Uzumaki Mido transferred the Nine Tails to Kushina, the Uzumaki clan had already been annihilated, and the Hidden Whirlpool Village had perished. Now, from Kushina's words, it appeared that things had taken a different turn. What could this mean? The Uzumaki clan still existed. A large question mark loomed in Araki's mind. Logically, as a time traveler, His arrival in this world should have created ripples akin to tossing a stone into a tranquil lake, inevitably stirring waves. Just as a butterfly flapping its wings can incite a hurricane, Araki was aware that his presence in the ninja world would undoubtedly lead to a butterfly effect, resulting in numerous changes. Yet, for the first 3 years of his arrival, he remained remarkably low profile, as if he had never traveled through time. He had done nothing that could potentially alter the course of history. However, based on the intelligence available, it was evident that the history of the ninja world had changed. The Uzumaki clan, which should have been extinct, seemingly still thrived in this world. What had gone awry? Furthermore, who were the hidden forces behind the invaders from the hidden cloud village? The more Araki contemplated, the more complex the situation appeared, weighing heavily on his spirit. If he were merely transported to an unfamiliar world, he wouldn't find himself troubled by changes on a global scale, for he was still just a minor character. Minor characters need not concern themselves with world-altering events. The issue was that Araki was acutely aware of the trajectory of this world's development. Yet a series of obscure changes had occurred without his guidance. Something must have transpired. The only answer that Araki could conceive was this. Otherwise, it simply did not make sense. Could mere existence in the world of ninjas instigate such transformation? That was utterly impossible. Perhaps he had inadvertently caused some shift that led to the current circumstances. How is Grandpa Uzumaki faring? A sudden realization struck Araki as he recalled that Kushina had just mentioned the village elder, who must surely be Uzumaki Ashina. In the normal course of history, he should have already passed away. Is he still alive now? Araki was not entirely certain, and he tentatively inquired, sensing that he could no longer perceive the ninja world through the lens of his previous experiences. Many things here had subtly changed. Grandpa Ashina is doing quite well, though his hair has turned white and his legs are not as agile as before. Kushina's emotions began to fluctuate as well. The previous heat within her gradually dissipated, replaced by a touch of sorrow. She pondered whether Grandpa Ashina would feel melancholic upon learning of the village's circumstances. Araki inhaled sharply, realizing that the world had indeed transformed. In his memory, Uzumaki Ashina belonged to the same era as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Now even Uzumaki Mido had passed away. Yet, Uzumaki Ashina still lives. Does this imply that the survival of the hidden whirlpool village is somehow linked to him? How curious. Araki rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on from overthinking. He sensed that there were connections underlying these events, but everything remained vague and unclear. If the course of history had indeed changed, how had Uzumaki Ashina originally met his end? A natural death? An accident? Or perhaps foul play? Why had things shifted now? Where lay the point of change? Araki was most perplexed by this point of change. If his actions, such as saving Rope Tree, had indeed caused some alterations, he could trace them. However, he had not felt that he had done anything of such magnitude in the past 3 years. In that moment, Araki's thoughts were in disarray. Kushina noticed Araki lost in contemplation and mistakenly presumed he was pondering matters related to her family. The fervor she had felt earlier surged back, causing her to shyly lower her gaze and refrain from disturbing him. It was confounding. After a moment, Araki sighed deeply. Had it not been for his conversation with Kushina about the Uzumaki clan, he would have believed they had been entirely wiped out. Yet, such matters were only a matter of time. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan had long been viewed with trepidation by other nations. And even if they were not currently under attack, it was merely a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. When the time was ripe, the hidden whirlpool village would be unable to withstand the combined onslaught of the major powers, for the Uzumaki clan had long become a thorn in their side. He could only hope it would not affect him. Araki was not yet clear on whether the fate of the Uzumaki clan would intertwine with Kushina's. And he was further puzzled by the question of whether Kushina had arrived in Konoha early or if the extermination of the Uzumaki clan had been delayed. What was certain was that Kushina had become the host for the Nine Tails, which meant that Uzumaki Mido had passed away. What implications did this hold for Konoha? The wife of the first Hokage, what influence did she wield within the village? Would she hold sway akin to a queen in ancient times? To whose benefit was Mido's demise? Araki inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, feeling as though he had grasped something elusive, yet lacking the tangible clues to confirm his vague conjectures. If he had the opportunity, he must seek clarity. As the saying goes, one should pursue fortune and evade misfortune. Araki wished to avoid being ensnared in the intricate web of village-level intrigues. Kushina, teach me how to craft explosive tags. Araki shook his head vigorously. casting aside his tumultuous thoughts and redirecting his focus to the task at hand. The creation of explosive tags was of utmost importance. This was a matter of finances. With wealth, one could enhance their strength. The other chaotic matters, even if he pondered them with greater clarity, would remain insurmountable without the requisite power. The pressing concern was to rapidly accumulate strength to face any potential crises. After learning about the Uzumaki clan, Araki felt an increasing sense that something significant might occur in the future. Actually, I do not know how to make explosive tags. I merely possess the method. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. Kushina promptly stood and headed towards the bedroom, eager to fulfill Araki's request. Soon, she returned, holding a scroll from her bag. She approached Araki once more and handed him the scroll. This document was considered somewhat confidential for the Uzumaki clan, though not entirely so, as some of its contents had already circulated within the ninja world. It contained fundamental sealing techniques, primarily focused on crafting, including the method for creating explosive tags. Kushina explained with a wry smile. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she been more diligent during her studies, she might have already mastered the crafting of explosive tags. If that were the case, she could have taught Araki directly instead of leaving him to self-study with the scroll. How frustrating it was to miss such a valuable opportunity. Kushina silently resolved to diligently learn the sealing techniques she had brought along for future use. All right. Araki's eyes brightened upon seeing the scroll. He preferred this self-learning approach. Since arriving in the ninja world, he had predominantly acquired knowledge through self-study. Kushina, thank you. Araki expressed his gratitude earnestly, recognizing the immense value of the small scroll. In the ninja world, ninjutsu was not shared freely. Even among the same village, individuals rarely shared their techniques. Most of what was taught in ninja schools comprised theoretical knowledge and basic chakra manipulation, along with the most rudimentary jutsu. Especially among clans, secrets were seldom divulged. Each clan possessed its own unique techniques, which were closely guarded. Araki understood well that Kushina's willingness to share this precious scroll indicated that she considered him one of her own. This gesture moved him deeply, and no need to mention it. Kushina kept her head lowered, her throat dry, and her mind clouded with uncertainty about her own desires. Kushina, after what you've experienced today, you should go to bed and rest. You have class tomorrow, Araki said earnestly. Huh. Kushina's face flushed bright red. Had the moment finally arrived? Time to sleep. Her heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from her chest, and her nervousness reached an overwhelming peak. What should I do? A soft voice, delicate as a whisper, emerged from Kushina as she lowered her head, and then, as if in flight, she slipped into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Araki sat at the table, having resolved his matters, his thoughts entirely consumed by the scroll before him. What a remarkable find! At this moment, his anticipation surged, and he eagerly unfurled the scroll, gazing at the intricate script within. Sealing symbols, barrier symbols, summoning symbols, explosive symbols. It turned out these were all techniques related to the art of sealing. They allowed for the sealing of special ninjutsu chakra onto paper, enabling its use at will. The Uzumaki clan truly is formidable. No wonder they are feared. Just from the beginning of the scroll, Araki grasped the significance of these symbols, realizing they were all derived from the Uzumaki clan. By inscribing chakra onto the paper, it bestowed the symbols with unique effects. For instance, the explosive symbols, crafted through a specific drawing method, possessed the power of advanced fire release ninjutsu, not to mention their potential for ambush, allowing them to be set as traps. This capability was exceedingly extraordinary. Once one mastered the method to create explosive symbols, even those lacking the ability to perform advanced fire release ninjutsu could produce explosive symbols with such power. This was far superior to the technological marvels of ninjutsu storage seen in Naruto, as those required the initial execution of the techniques. While these symbols could be created by anyone who understood the core method, truly, the prowess of the Uzumaki clan is unmatched. Araki merely skimmed through the contents of the scroll, and it felt as though he had unlocked a new world. He had never contemplated the principles behind explosive symbols before. Upon revisiting the material, he noted that aside from the thin, foldable paper capable of storing chakra, it was adorned with intricate patterns depicting special techniques. The rationale behind such intricate designs was unclear, yet they undeniably produced remarkable effects. However, just as Araki was immersed in this sea of knowledge, Kushina's voice suddenly interrupted him, causing him to lift his gaze towards the bedroom, where he spotted Kushina standing at the doorway, her expression filled with longing. "When are you coming to bed?" She summoned her courage to ask. Inside the bedroom, she had undergone a fierce internal struggle, anxiously awaiting Araki's arrival, which had yet to materialize, leaving her feeling restless, prompting her to check on him. "Kushina, you should sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. There may still be ninjas from the Cloud Village lurking in Konoha, and it would be dangerous if we both fell asleep," Araki stated earnestly, his mind wholly focused on researching the creation of explosive symbols. In fact, it wasn't just the explosive symbols. He wished to learn about all possible creations. Explosive symbols could be sold. This could transform their current economic situation, and time was of the essence, especially given his limited availability to study. A wave of disappointment washed over Kushina, swiftly followed by a surge of gratitude. So that's it. Araki-kun is indeed an honorable man. He refuses to take advantage of this opportunity and instead chooses to guard her safety. His ability to remain rational amidst his own feelings and perceive the objective environment instilled a profound sense of security within her. "I understand now, Araki. Thank you." She thought of Araki's efforts on her behalf, her heart warming, and she turned to enter the bedroom, her mind made up, her face unable to suppress a blissful smile as she prepared for a peaceful slumber. As Araki had said, they had class tomorrow. She could not let Araki's vigil go in vain. Moreover, tonight was indeed fraught with danger, making this choice the most prudent. The lingering sense of grievance Kushina had felt while waiting for Araki dissipated, replaced by a happiness that filled her heart. After she retired to her room for sleep, Araki earnestly delved into the scroll, his mind racing with newfound knowledge, the sealing techniques utterly redefining his understanding of ninjutsu. The following morning, Araki blinked, his bloodshot eyes heavy with fatigue, feeling an unfamiliar weariness. This night marked the first in 6 months that he had not exercised. Without that exhilarating sensation of reaching his physical limits, he found himself unable to activate the green chakra stored within his heart, leaving his body vulnerable to overwhelming fatigue. Nevertheless, his mind remained intensely focused. The content he had perused within the scroll had completely reshaped his concept of ninjutsu. Taking a deep breath, Araki exhaled slowly and closed the scroll. After an entire night of study, he felt a chaotic heaviness in his mind. Even his thoughts felt obstructed. It was akin to the exhaustion of a day spent taking exams during school, leaving him utterly drained. The prowess of the Uzumaki clan was undeniable. Araki increasingly recognized the formidable nature of sealing techniques. What he had encountered thus far was merely the surface. Many methods for creating these symbols had spread throughout the ninja world, and numerous ninja could replicate them. Yet, he had yet to explore the more powerful sealing techniques, such as the dead demon consuming seal. This sealing technique held immense power. Even though it required the caster to pay a greater price, it still instilled fear in many who wished for the Uzumaki clan to cease existing in the ninja world. "Good morning." At that moment, Kushina emerged from the room, unknowingly clad in a delicate pink nightgown, yawning as she greeted him, her eyes darkened by lack of sleep, revealing her restless night. As she stretched, the thin fabric of her nightgown moved with her arms, accentuating her perfect waistline, creating a striking visual impact with its alluring curves. Furthermore, in the glow of the rising sun, the light danced across the fabric, hinting at the delicate contours beneath. Time for class again. Kushina seemed to have a hint of morning grumpiness as she pouted, trudging toward the bathroom, her eyelids still fighting to stay shut, giving the impression that she was awake, yet not fully alert. "How annoying. Didn't we just have class yesterday? Why do we have to go again today?" she muttered to herself, expressing her strong dissatisfaction with the early morning class. However, after freshening up, she appeared significantly more awake and emerged from the bathroom, her gaze fixed on Araki. "Araki, are you all right? You look exhausted with those dark circles under your eyes. Why don't you take the day off and rest at home?" Kushina approached him with concern, secretly wishing she could rest as well. "It's fine." Araki waved his hand dismissively. "I'll feel better after a few laps of morning jogs." "You can still go for a jog like this?" Kushina's lips twitched slightly. She was aware that Araki exercised every evening, but she had no knowledge of the intensity of his workouts. Seeing him so fatigued yet still intent on jogging left her utterly astonished. "Well, I have no issues. You may proceed to your class," Araki stated with a nod. "Are you not coming to class with me?" Kushina inquired with a hint of confusion, as she had already envisioned walking alongside Araki. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Araki fixed his gaze upon Kushina, speaking earnestly. "Do not disclose our prior relationship in public." Is it still not permissible? Kushina was taken aback. Absolutely not. Araki shook his head resolutely. Now is even more inappropriate. The current circumstances are perilous. Who knows how many eyes are watching you? We are shrouded in darkness while the enemy lurks in the light, leaving us in a rather passive position. Very well. Kushina pouted in dissatisfaction, yet refrained from further protest. After all, she was accustomed to attending class alone each day. As she turned towards her bedroom, a thought struck her suddenly. She asked, "Aren't you worried that I might encounter trouble on my way to class?" "Not at all," Araki replied, shaking his head once more. "Why not?" Kushina felt a wave of grievance wash over her. The intruders are not particularly strong. Their primary advantage lies in their element of surprise. After last night's failure to act, they likely believe they have stirred the hornet's nest and will refrain from making a move for the time being. Furthermore, they would not be foolish enough to attempt a kidnapping in broad daylight within the village of Konoha. They lack both the audacity and the strength, Araki elucidated. "You just don't understand." Kushina stamped her foot in frustration, realizing she could not sway Araki's decision. Reluctantly, she returned to her bedroom to change for school. Not long after, Kushina was the first to leave the house, leaving Araki alone within the confines of their dwelling. "It is time to address the state of this floor," Araki mused, his gaze falling upon the two sections of flooring he had pried loose. The sight was jarring, presenting two small depressions, revealing the stone-laden ground beneath. If left unattended, it was likely that Mikoto Uchiha would notice the discrepancies upon her arrival. After all, members of the Uchiha clan are known for their meticulous observation. The optimal solution for the flooring was to replace it entirely rather than attempt a repair, which would draw even more attention. However, for Araki, who possessed the Wood Release bloodline limit, mending the damage was not particularly challenging. He simply needed to ensure that no one witnessed him at work. Once he had sent Kushina away, Araki set to work. A surge of vibrant chakra emanated from him, and the broken wooden planks appeared to come alive, growing at an astonishing rate before the naked eye. Were anyone to witness such a spectacle, they would surely be astounded. As if the floor itself were healing its own wounds. A low hum resonated throughout Araki's home, and as the vibration subsided, the missing flooring had seamlessly reformed, as though it had never been damaged. The bathroom floor also required attention. Araki stepped towards the bathroom, recalling how he had dealt with the bodies of the 3 Cloud Village intruders. He had brutally disposed of the contaminated wood after using a decomposition solution, replacing it with entirely new planks. He had delayed this task, knowing that even if Kushina harbored suspicions, she would likely not voice them. Yet, Mikoto Uchiha was a different matter entirely. For some time now, she had frequently visited his home. Araki was uncertain of her intentions. It was prudent to remain cautious. Therefore, he resolved to age the bathroom floor, striving to eliminate any traces that might raise suspicions. Caution must be prioritized in all endeavors. One must always act as if they are above reproach. Only then could Araki find peace of mind. After completing these tasks, he meticulously surveyed his home once more, including the areas damaged by the Cloud Village intruders, ensuring they had been sufficiently rectified. As long as one did not possess prior knowledge and come seeking trouble, it would be nearly impossible to discern any anomalies. The attention to detail was exemplary. When Araki stepped outside, he did not carry his backpack. He merely intended to run a few laps to warm up before returning to retrieve his bag for class. The current time was slightly earlier than his usual schedule. During the 6 months that Kushina had spent in Kanahegakure, they had developed an unspoken understanding. Kushina would leave for school a bit earlier, allowing Araki some time to grab his backpack. Kushina's departure was consistent with her usual routine, granting Araki ample opportunity for exercise. Rather than heading to the park where he had trained over the past half-year, Araki veered towards the small grove where he had practiced at midnight in the past. It had been quite some time since his last visit. As he swiftly navigated through the grove, familiar sights evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. This grove had accompanied him through many long days when he first arrived in the village, until he began training under Might Guy and ceased his practice here. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable wave of sentimentality. Araki proceeded to perform high knees, engaging his core muscles, which activated his entire body, radiating an extraordinary intensity. There was no Might Guy present, nor was there a need for counting. He simply focused on the task at hand. As he ran, he diligently maintained steady breathing. The weariness that had already settled within him intensified with the onset of his workout. The sensation of fatigue surged through him. This was a process of cumulative exhaustion. After all, Araki had spent a sleepless night, and his body was already burdened with fatigue. Now, with the sudden onset of vigorous activity, every cell in his body was overwhelmed by this intense sensation. How exhausting! Why has the green chakra not yet arrived? Logically, it should have manifested by now. Araki's aura began to lose its once harmonious quality. The fatigue that stemmed from the accumulation of his efforts rendered his spirit less formidable. Thud! Suddenly, Araki's heart thudded violently. And in that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of vibrant green chakra surged forth from his heart, akin to a sweet, clear spring, swiftly coursing through his entire body. This revitalizing energy mended his previously strained muscles at a visibly remarkable pace. Simultaneously, this force penetrated every cell, incessantly prompting their rebirth and igniting a newfound vitality within. It had arrived. Araki's eyes suddenly gleamed as he quickened his training movements. He understood that his physical exercise needed to be sustained at an exceptionally high pace to maintain his heart rate at an elevated level, allowing the verdant chakra stored within his heart to overflow continuously. Waves of green chakra surged into Araki's cellular structure, revitalizing his fatigued cells, which had grown weary from a night of study, enabling him to feel increasingly refreshed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Araki came to a halt, his breathing returning to a steady rhythm, and his heartbeat normalizing as the green chakra ceased to spill forth. After his cells, akin to a parched desert greedily drinking from a clear spring, had absorbed the green chakra, his will was entirely restored to clarity, his mental state invigorated. His gaze regained its determination, the bloodshot veins in his eyes vanished, dark circles dissipated, and his complexion improved significantly. With a long exhale, Araki felt rejuvenated. Following this simple morning exercise, his vitality had returned to its peak condition, a result of his relentless practice over the past 6 months. He had learned that once his heart rate reached a specific threshold, the green chakra accumulated within his heart would continuously overflow. The true nature of this green chakra remained a mystery to him, as he had no means to delve deeper into its study. In any case, he felt as though he had been reborn. Upon returning home, Araki picked up his backpack and placed the scroll given to him by Kushina inside, preparing to study it carefully during class, before setting off towards the ninja school. Shortly thereafter, he entered the classroom, everything appearing as it usually did, until teacher Ibuki walked in, drawing the attention of every student to the scrolls in his hands. Ahem. Teacher Ibuki cleared his throat softly, instantly capturing the attention of the entire classroom as he gestured toward the scrolls. There will be no class today. Teacher Ibuki, with a solemn expression, gradually began to speak, placing the scroll in his hand upon the table. It is likely that everyone is already well aware that next week marks the date of our final examinations for this semester. Therefore, today I shall conduct a mock final exam, which is the paper you are to complete. Those among you who are trailing at the bottom of the class will be taken by me for a week of remedial instruction. My expectations are quite straightforward. Each of you must pass the final examination. There shall be no possibility of retention. Teacher Ibuki exclaimed loudly. As an instructor at the Ninja Academy, he interacts daily with the students. This cohort of pupils is on the cusp of advancing to the 6th grade, yet only about 2/3 remain since their enrollment. He is acutely aware that by the time they reach 7th grade, perhaps only half of those who initially enrolled will still be present, and from that half, the number of those who will ultimately graduate as ninjas may be halved once more. The world of ninjas is indeed merciless. It operates on the principles of survival of the fittest, where the weak are invariably eliminated. Many struggle even to graduate from the Ninja Academy, unable to ascend to the ranks of true ninjas, and are left to navigate life as ordinary individuals. Indeed, the students in the class responded loudly and enthusiastically. They were no longer the naive children who had just started school at the age of 5, having attended the ninja school for such an extended period. They were well acquainted with the rules of the institution. If they were to fail the examination, then they would inevitably be held back a grade. There is no room for negotiation. At this juncture, the rules are enforced with an almost inhumane strictness. During his years at the Ninja Academy, Araki witnessed numerous students who had to repeat their year, which reminded him of the times he watched Naruto. The notion that some would never be able to participate in the Chunin exams again turned out to be, in fact, quite true. Certainly, if there is any exception to be made, it is Naruto. At that time, Naruto, having not passed the graduation exam, was granted an extraordinary opportunity to retake the test, thereby officially becoming a ninja, which can be considered a breach of the Ninja Academy's regulations. Apart from today's written simulation, Teacher Ibuki's voice resonated once more, drawing the attention of everyone present back to him. He deliberately elongated his tone, stirring the curiosity of each individual, as his gaze swept across every student in the classroom. When his eyes landed on Araki, he exchanged a meaningful glance, accompanied by a subtle, profound smile. Tomorrow morning, everyone is to gather directly on the playground, where we shall engage in a staged mock battle. The outcome of this simulated duel will be reflected in your final examination scores. The victor will receive an additional 10 points, while the defeated will incur a deduction of 10 points. In other words, the individual who loses will transfer their written examination score to the victor's paper. As for the opponents in the simulated assessment duel, they will be determined by a draw conducted by you. Teacher Ibuki suddenly revealed a smile. Yet this expression lacked warmth and instead carried an unsettling aura. As he articulated these new rules, the reactions among the students in the classroom varied dramatically, embodying a blend of joy and concern. After all, the skills required for written examinations and practical applications are entirely distinct. This essentially shifts those who excel in theoretical assessments towards the realm of practical prowess, aiming to prevent students with strong practical skills from being held back. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom upon Ibuki's declaration. Almost every student's face mirrored a sense of crisis. Such regulations instilled a palpable fear among them. Unless one possessed the extraordinary prowess to rank first in practical skills, akin to the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki, who would dare to assure their victory. Even the second-ranked student in practical abilities feared the random chance of drawing the name of Naruto during the assessments. The presence of anyone stronger than oneself rendered it impossible to feel secure. Who wouldn't he dread losing that hard-earned 10 points, while simultaneously yearning to seize points from others? Teacher Ibuki, isn't this a bit unfair? A female student, renowned for her theoretical prowess and consistently high scores in written exams, voiced her discontent. Yet, her practical abilities were lacking. Upon hearing the new rules, she felt compelled to express opposition, perceiving these stipulations as tantamount to offering her hard-earned points to others. Indeed, this doesn't seem right, does it? Echoed another voice, followed by a chorus of agreement from several students. While some among them possessed commendable practical skills, ranking in the upper tier of the class, they still hesitated to take risks. After all, the outcomes of these practical simulations would directly affect their final grades and determine whether they could advance to the next grade level. No one wished to gamble. They preferred to forego a potential 10 points rather than risk losing them. I also find this unsuitable, came a voice from the usually reserved Naruto Uzumaki. His gentle tone resonated with unwavering resolve, and his youthful face bore an unusually serious expression. As the top performer in practical skills, Naruto was undeniably formidable. He could easily secure those 10 points. However, as a scholar of the class, he didn't require those points to achieve near-perfect scores in written examinations. Thus, he felt that these regulations might unjustly deprive one of his classmates of their points, potentially leading to their retention, which troubled him deeply. In an instant, the discussions within the classroom intensified. Teacher Ibuki did not immediately intervene. Instead, he meticulously observed each student's reaction, understanding that a teacher must grasp the sentiments of their pupils. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Araki. This lad. A subtle smile of satisfaction crept onto Ibuki's lips as he noted Araki engrossed in his studies. Seemingly unaffected by the surrounding commotion, it appeared that no other student could maintain such focus amidst the class-wide discussions. Perhaps this was a testament to the strength he had cultivated through past experiences. Since learning that Araki had been studying under Tsunade, Ibuki had devoted more attention to him, increasingly recognizing him as a source of surprises, and today was no exception. Not only was Ibuki watching Araki, on the other side of the classroom, the ever-curious Kushina, feigning support with her chin resting on her hand, was stealing glances at Araki. Since his arrival, she had been captivated, her thoughts wandering to various intriguing notions, her mind awash with ideas. Following the events of the previous day, Araki's presence had grown increasingly appealing to her, spawning countless whimsical narratives, nearly fit for a novel. Amidst the classroom's clamor, Araki remained composed, fixated on the scroll Kushina had given him. Solid and steadfast, a single word surfaced in Kushina's mind: composure. She observed that, while her classmates expressed concern over the potential loss of points in the simulated confrontation, even the formidable Naruto raised objections, perhaps fearing a misstep. Araki exhibited no signs of anxiety, treating the impending final exam with nonchalance. This was confidence, born of genuine ability. Kushina felt as though she had uncovered a treasure. While the entire class dismissed Araki as a fool, she alone understood that his capabilities were far more profound than they appeared. He was a remarkably understated yet formidable individual. Perhaps due to her prolonged acquaintance with him, she increasingly comprehended his demeanor. His silent, yet powerful presence instilled in her a profound sense of reliability. As long as Araki was by her side, her heart brimmed with security. In contrast, those who clamored for recognition at the slightest hint of competence struck her as superficial. In times of peril, such bravado was utterly insufficient. "All right, everyone, quiet down and listen to me." Teacher Ibuki's voice cut through the discord, swiftly silencing the classroom. Instantly, all eyes refocused on him. "This is a regulation of the Ninja Academy, not merely my own decree. Since the final exams in the 5th grade, practical simulation assessments have been integrated to underscore the importance of practical skills, for in battle, you will be measured by your abilities, not your performance on paper." Ibuki's explanation resonated clearly with the students. Although they harbored lingering dissatisfaction, no one dared to voice further objections. After all, no amount of protest would alter the situation. "You need not be so pessimistic. As long as you achieve a score of 70 or above on the written exam, even if you falter in the practical simulation, you will not be held back." Ibuki's seemingly casual remark left the room in stunned silence. 70 on the written exam? Is that really so easy? However, the weight of Ibuki's words struck a chord with Araki, who quietly acknowledged a clever strategy. Maintaining a score of 70 would ensure his passage. Ibuki distributed the scrolls, each student receiving a copy filled with numerous questions that made one's head spin upon a mere glance. Today's simulation exam bore a total score of 300 points, 3 times that of a formal examination. The sound of Ibuki's explanations echoed clearly in every student's ears. At this moment, every student listened attentively to Teacher Ibuki's explanation, as it was intrinsically linked to their potential promotion to the 6th grade. Who would wish to be held back? Retention equated to spending an additional year at the Ninja Academy. If their abilities were exceptional, they would yearn to skip grades or graduate early, no longer mingling with their peers, but executing missions like true ninjas. My expectation for you is to achieve a minimum score of 180, which is the passing threshold. This is the baseline. If you cannot even reach this minimum, you are highly likely to fail the formal examination. Of course, half of you will have the privilege of receiving an additional 10 points. Yet I still hope you will approach the exam with seriousness. Lastly, as I mentioned earlier, those of you with below-average scores must undergo a week of focused review under my personal guidance. Regardless of whether you pass the threshold, if your ranking is low, targeted revision is mandatory. Teacher Ibuki's tone was exceptionally grave. He understood that there would undoubtedly be students who would fall behind, but if they exerted a little more effort during this week, he might be able to mitigate such outcomes and help more students succeed in their exams. The enthusiasm that once filled the classroom had dissipated. The students appeared as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, their spirits deflated. Gazing at the densely packed text on the scrolls, each felt a throbbing pain in their heads. Particularly as the number of questions increased, maintaining an overall accuracy became increasingly challenging. The thought of being singled out by Teacher Ibuki for remedial tutoring was utterly daunting. Araki shared similar sentiments. While Teacher Ibuki had not specified when he would conduct the supplementary classes, it was evident that it would not occur during regular class hours. His spare time was already fully booked, and he was currently preoccupied with creating explosive tags, leaving him no opportunity for additional tutoring. Thus, this time, he aimed to answer questions at a slightly elevated level, based on the historical performance of the class. A paper score of 100 that yielded 90 points would guarantee a position among the top 3, while 85 could secure a spot within the top 10. Considering the potential discrepancies brought about by tripling the volume, some scores might drop, while others could rise. Aiming for a score around 90 seemed prudent, which would be approximately 270 points. Araki silently calculated in his mind, determining his approach. He decided to control his score at 270, which would suffice. In the next moment, Araki's pen danced across the paper, swiftly inscribing his answers. After all, everyone was engrossed in their own scrolls, oblivious to his presence. His sole focus was to complete the exam quickly and return to studying the creation of explosive tags. Araki was deeply engrossed in his research, his thoughts intensely concentrated, entirely blocking out external distractions. His mind raced, contemplating why chakra was drawn in such patterns, and memorizing the required chakra intensity for each stroke. Once these theoretical preparations were complete, he would commence crafting the explosive tags. Success would yield substantial funding. The sound of Araki's pen scraping against the scroll echoed as he answered at a terrifying speed. At the podium, teacher Ibuki observed the state of each student. Some appeared utterly at a loss, like a kid DZ, who stared blankly at the scroll, clearly struggling to attain even 50 points in the upcoming final exam and requiring urgent remedial tutoring. Others were diligent scholars, like the girl who first raised objections, meticulously analyzing the questions and carefully writing in her answers before double-checking for errors. Then there were the prodigies, such as Minato Namikaze and Narashikaku, who swiftly scanned the exam questions, answered without hesitation, and hardly required any contemplation. The questions posed no challenge to them whatsoever. And then, there was Araki. The moment teacher Ibuki's gaze fell upon him, his pupils constricted in disbelief, astonished by what he witnessed. Araki's pen never faltered, seemingly tireless. At first glance, it appeared he was answering indiscriminately. However, upon closer inspection, teacher Ibuki was astounded to discover that Araki was not neglecting the questions. Rather, while writing the answer to one question, he simultaneously glanced at the next, his hand continuing to write the answer to the preceding question. Was this truly possible? Teacher Ibuki shook his head vigorously and rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was awake and not mistaken. He would check his accuracy later. Teacher Ibuki quickly suppressed his astonishment, recognizing that such a method of answering must be coupled with correctness. If all answers were incorrect, it would be a classic case of failure. However, if the answers were correct, that would indicate a serious issue. Teacher Ibuki forcibly contained his astonishment, deciding to assess Araki's paper before drawing conclusions. Ever since Araki became Tsunade's disciple, teacher Ibuki had begun to view him in a new light, gradually realizing that Araki was not the student he had previously perceived. Rather, he was quietly honing his skills at school, shrouded in mystery regarding his true capabilities. Approximately half an hour later, Araki completed the morning's exam within the allotted time, rolled up the scroll, and placed it in the corner of his desk. He then retrieved the scroll given to him by Kushina to continue studying explosive tags. During the examination, he sensed teacher Ibuki's gaze upon him, but he had no intention of concealing his performance. After all, without teacher Ibuki, he might never have encountered Lady Tsunade, nor the first Hokage's necklace, and his training would not have progressed as smoothly as it had. Teacher Ibuki was, in essence, the cornerstone of his rise. Thus, for Araki, demonstrating his abilities and potential in the presence of teacher Ibuki was an affirmation of his worth, not a source of trouble. Meanwhile, in the classroom, other students were focused on their scrolls during this mock exam, prohibited from using ninjutsu to cheat, and thus paid little heed to Araki, who was typically inconspicuous. In an instant, Araki was joyfully immersed in researching how to create explosive tags. Time passed swiftly, with the ringing of the bell signaling the end of class. The students felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from prison, each submitting their scrolls with expressions of relief. Indeed, relief. The grueling morning had felt like a confinement, with the barrage of questions overwhelming them. At the moment they submitted their scrolls, they were no longer concerned about their scores. Whatever would be, would be. Worst case, they would attend remedial classes with teacher Ibuki, and if all else failed, they would face retention. In the classroom, after submitting his scroll, Araki remained seated, still focused on the scroll given to him by Kushina, his mind racing with thoughts on how to create explosive tags. His mental framework was beginning to take shape. What follows is the practical exercise. How have you been progressing? At that moment, a concerned voice emerged as Kushina approached Araki's desk from the back of the classroom. It was lunchtime, and almost all the students had left, save for one. Initially, the students had warmly invited Kushina to join them for lunch, but as Uchiha Mikoto began visiting Kushina daily, the enthusiasm of the others gradually waned. Over time, their interest in Kushina diminished, and everyone returned to their own pursuits, only occasionally acknowledging her presence during special occasions. At this juncture, Kushina remained behind, and the students understood she was waiting for Uchiha Mikoto, hence no one dared to engage her in conversation. Thus, Kushina approached Araki's desk, her concern palpable. Her gaze, intense and fiery, seemed on the verge of spilling forth the emotions she struggled to contain, striving to maintain her composure. I understand the theory, but my hands are still clumsy, Araki remarked with a smile, pulling out a bag from his backpack filled with explosive tags. He had been completely engrossed in researching their creation the previous night and had forgotten to hand over the acquired explosive tags to Kushina. Now that she had come over, he casually handed them to her. After all, she was already here. It would be impolite to send her away. When Kushina received the bag, her face flushed crimson, instinctively perceiving it as a gift for her. Her heart raced, and she felt a surge of nervousness. Please sell some of these explosive tags for me in exchange for blank talismans, and then buy some ink and brushes. I wish to try creating explosive tags myself. Araki whispered, careful not to be overheard, especially since Mikoto would be arriving soon. All right. Kushina stared blankly at the bag. Suddenly reminded of Araki's earlier request, her youthful fantasies abruptly shattered. Yet, rather than feeling disappointed, a sense of joy washed over her. She had not harbored any expectations, merely hoping to greet Araki. After contemplating this for months, she had been fearful of being dismissed. However, following the exciting events of the previous night, Kushina felt their relationship had drawn closer, prompting her to take this tentative step. As it appeared, Araki did not react adversely. He seemed to accept her presence, which made Kushina feel her exploration had achieved a modest success. Kushina. At that moment, a gentle voice called from the doorway, pulling her back to reality. She turned toward the entrance, instantly recognizing the voice. Mikoto had arrived. With the small bag in hand, Kushina bounced toward the door, her joy evident for all to see. Standing in the doorway was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. The two friends shared a close bond and were nearly inseparable outside of class, which puzzled Araki. Did Mikoto not need to undertake any lower ninja missions? After calling out to Kushina, Mikoto's gaze drifted past her to settle on Araki, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Based on her conversations with Kushina, she sensed a peculiar affection for Araki, which intrigued her. From any perspective, Mikoto found Araki rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. He could easily be overlooked in a crowd. What merit could he possibly possess that would captivate Kushina? Wasn't there a prodigy like Minato Namikaze in their class? Surely, Araki must possess some exceptional quality. Each time Mikoto encountered Araki, these thoughts danced in her mind, yet she had yet to uncover any answers. Once Kushina reached the classroom door, the two departed together to embark on their lunch journey. This phenomenon left Araki reflecting. Whether in the world he had traversed or this ninja realm, girls seemed to prefer doing things in groups, often hand in hand, achieving an extraordinary level of unity. After they left, Araki stowed the scroll in his backpack. He intended to seek out Tsunade-sensei after school. Today marked a pivotal day for him, as he would face an assessment of his foundational medical theory knowledge under Tsunade's scrutiny. Upon passing, he would officially begin his studies in medical ninjutsu. In truth, Araki did not harbor any particularly strong expectations regarding this. He merely wished to impress Tsunade so that she would take greater notice of him, allowing him to consult her on the intricacies of poison creation. However, he had also realized that Tsunade was not particularly skilled in the crafting of poisons, nor had she delved deeply into its study. Her focus lay predominantly on antidotes. Were it not for the necessity of detoxification, she would scarcely concern herself with the formulas for poisons. Her expertise in the field was not profoundly extensive. Nevertheless, this knowledge sufficed for Araki's research. Suddenly, as Araki slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up, he sensed a warm, attentive gaze upon him, a feeling reminiscent of an old friendship, albeit tinged with an indescribable sense of distance, subtle yet undeniably present. Following the gaze, Araki recalled that Minato Namikaze was still in the classroom. Clearly, he had witnessed the interaction between Araki and Kushina. Well now, Araki felt a twinge of unease as he and Minato locked eyes. Given the current trajectory of events, many things had shifted, particularly the dynamic between Minato and Kushina. Whether or not he could win over Kushina remained uncertain. He was still unclear on her feelings, but they seemed to share a positive friendship. Yet, he could at least ascertain that Kushina no longer appeared inclined to develop the same closeness with Minato as history had dictated. Previously, Minato had harbored a silent affection for Kushina, observing her from afar without expressing his feelings, even refraining from intervening when she was bullied, only stepping in to rescue her when she was captured by the Cloud Village ninjas. That moment had solidified their bond. Araki had no intention of disrupting such a pivotal scene, yet fate had intervened when he encountered the Cloud Village intruders during his return home. An incident he could not ignore, thus altering the course of events. Whether similar opportunities would arise in the future remained uncertain, but Araki sensed they were dwindling. Araki, you haven't been in class every afternoon. Is everything all right at home? Minato greeted him with a warm smile, marking what was nearly their first conversation. Araki had maintained a low profile in class, and his prior language barrier was common knowledge. "I'm going to study," Araki replied ambiguously. Having long since regained his ability to speak normally, Teacher Ibuki had informed the class that Araki had been healed by Lady Tsunade, yet the students remained indifferent to his presence. "What are you studying?" Watergate inquired with curiosity, having never shown particular interest in Araki before. Even he himself could not articulate why he felt compelled to learn more at this moment. As Araki spoke freely about medical ninjutsu, he sensed an unusual undertone in Watergate's gaze, subtle yet unmistakable, perhaps even unnoticed by Watergate himself, implying a perception of rivalry. "You're not learning from Lady Tsunade, are you?" Watergate's eyes widened in realization, swiftly contemplating this possibility. "Yes, Lady Tsunade is teaching me, but it must remain a secret," Araki replied with a gentle smile, expertly concealing his emotions. In truth, he did not regard Watergate as a competitor. Rather, he felt a pang of guilt towards him. "That's incredible," Watergate exclaimed sincerely, marveling at the honor of being a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. He nodded, assuring Araki, "Don't worry, I won tell a soul." "Thank you," Araki casually remarked before departing the classroom, choosing not to engage further. He himself struggled to comprehend the peculiar feelings stirring within him. He preferred conversing with Ju, as their interactions were refreshingly simple, allowing for a carefree friendship. As for Watergate, Araki held no doubts about his character and trusted he would not harbor malice due to unrequited affection. It was merely a strange sentiment lingering in his mind. Araki believed he needed further training and hoped that one day he would confront such matters with unwavering composure. Yet he recognized his current mindset had not yet attained that level. In the classroom, after Araki's departure, Watergate remained alone, staring blankly at the door. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and pinched the back of his left hand with force. The sharp pain did not alter his expression. "What am I doing?" Watergate sighed, perplexed by his earlier eagerness to converse with Araki, a person who seemed so insignificant. Was it simply because Kushina had spoken to Araki? When did he become so petty? That shouldn't be the case. There were plenty of others who spoke to Kushina, yet he had never reacted this way. Why did he feel such an intense sense of crisis regarding someone as inconspicuous as Araki? "Am I just tired of studying?" Watergate chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Although his words seemed normal and his tone remained gentle, he was aware that his earlier demeanor had been somewhat sardonic, a fact he was reluctant to acknowledge. After leaving the classroom, Araki dismissed these thoughts from his mind, focusing entirely on the method of crafting explosive tags. Currently, he was in the initial theoretical stage, devoid of any practical application, and he anticipated encountering various challenges during the process. The clearer his thoughts were beforehand, the better he could avoid potential pitfalls. Before long, Araki arrived at Tsunade's doorstep. Regularly dining at Tsunade's home had become a routine he had never anticipated. The younger Tsunade was surprisingly adept at cooking, and although her culinary skills were passable, having something to eat was preferable to nothing. The money he saved on meals allowed him to create 2 wooden aerosol paralysis poison orbs. Standing at Tsunade's door, Araki retrieved the key from his ninja tool pouch. Originally belonging to Ju, it had become his since Ju's confinement. "I'm home," Araki announced, skillfully opening the door and stepping inside as if it were his own residence, immediately changing into slippers without a hint of unfamiliarity. In fact, he had spent more time here than at his own home. "Brother." Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards Araki, as if rehearsed, and began to cry uncontrollably. This shadow was none other than Ju. No, Araki thought, already anticipating Ju's plea for a day out, knowing full well that agreeing would pose problems for Tsunade. "Boss, you are my boss. You will always be my boss. Isn't that enough? If I become Hokage, you'll be the Hokage's boss." Ju nearly knelt before Araki, on the verge of a breakdown, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic. "No." Araki shook his head resolutely, his heart as hard as stone. "I agree to you being my brother-in-law." Ju shouted in desperation, as if unleashing the last vestige of his suppressed emotions, preparing to say, "Isn't that sufficient?" but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the door unlocking, which stifled his words. Creak. Just then, the door behind Araki opened, revealing Tsunade, who shot a disapproving glare at her brother, her lips twitching in annoyance. "Who did you agree to be a brother-in-law to?" "And no one," Ju stammered. Sensing Tsunade's formidable presence, instantly cowed. During this time, he had indulged in various daydreams, one of which involved Araki becoming his brother-in-law. Clarify yourself. Tsunade stepped further into the room, positioning herself directly behind Araki, their proximity so close that he could detect the unique fragrance that only Tsunade possessed. It was a distinct, mature aroma that, with a mere inhalation, could ensnare one's senses, making it easy to lose one's composure. Had it been Tsunade instead of Kushina last night, Araki mused, he might have lost interest in studying explosive tags altogether. However, he dared not act on such thoughts. He was aware of the incident involving Jiraiya's broken ribs. Thus, upon sensing Tsunade's rising anger, he remained still, acutely aware of her nearness, particularly the alluring curve of her form, as if she might press against him at any moment. This is it. Araki's breath quickened. Being overly sensitive was not advantageous. In such close quarters, even the slightest movement of air heightened his awareness, as if he could visualize Tsunade behind him, the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest, fueled by her anger and the expression that suggested she was about to reprimand Ju. And no, nothing at all. Ju stuttered, retreating 2 steps before losing his balance and collapsing onto the floor, panic evident on his face. This scene resonated with Araki, reminiscent of Naruto's encounters with Sakura or Luffy's meetings with Nami, utterly overwhelmed. Tsunade scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed her earlier fury had dissipated, and she did not direct any remarks towards Araki. At that moment, Araki felt Tsunade bend down, presumably to change her shoes, but he was blocking the shoe cabinet. Araki, stop standing there like a fool. Today, you are to undergo an assessment. Sundara's voice shifted from a previous state of fury to one imbued with a gentle softness, laced with a hint of shyness, seemingly influenced by the utterance of brother-in-law. Indeed, Araki promptly stepped back, yielding without a second thought. At this moment, Kato was still present. Despite not having successfully secured his affection yet, history had shown that success was indeed possible, thus he did not dwell on the matter. However, after relinquishing his position, Araki inexplicably glanced back. This glance coincided perfectly with Sundara lowering her head to change her shoes. Ahem. Araki quickly turned his head back, just in that moment. He was choked by his own saliva, his mind overwhelmed by 2 thoughts, so large, so white. The glaring sight left him unable to look directly. Continuing to gaze would surely distract him from his exam. Should he fail, facing Sundara later would likely become a far more daunting encounter, rather than a lighthearted one. Let us eat. Sundara's voice rang out from behind Araki as she produced a bag containing 3 lunchboxes filled with rice balls. I brought you bento after you eat. We shall commence the assessment. She placed the bag on the table and proceeded to wash her hands in the restroom, emerging to cast a scathing glare at Nobu. Her foolish younger brother, who had audaciously suggested that a child younger than him should become his brother-in-law. What nonsense is this? With such a significant age gap, how could one even entertain such thoughts? Sundara shook her head in resignation, dismissing the notion entirely, especially given the vast age difference that rendered it utterly implausible. Nobu, pay close attention to how Araki passes the exam. Just like studying, focus your attention and stop indulging in useless daydreams. Sundara admonished. Yes, Nobu replied listlessly. He then turned his gaze towards Araki, puzzled. Given what had just transpired, Araki should have felt embarrassed, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Was he not interested in becoming my brother-in-law? A peculiar thought emerged in Nobu's mind, altering his perspective. Just moments ago, he had stood in support of Araki becoming his brother-in-law, even if the idea stemmed from his own frustrations of being cooped up at home. He had thought it was acceptable. After all, what did age matter? Yet now he sensed something amiss. Could it be that Araki harbored disdain for the fact that Sundara was significantly older? No way. Nobu promptly switched his allegiance to his sister, determined to confront Araki for his foolishness in treating age as a concern. Neither Sundara nor Araki comprehended that this home isolation had transformed Nobu, once a cheerful and optimistic lad, into a creature of wild imagination. Had they known, they would surely have allowed Nobu some fresh air to ease his mind and promote a healthier, more optimistic life. However, both remained resolute in keeping Nobu indoors, as danger still lurked outside, and a little more confinement posed no significant issue. Yet, unbeknownst to them, after another stretch of isolation, the thoughts that emerged from Nobu's mind frightened even him, leading him to perceive Sundara and Araki as conspirators. After the meal, Sundara cleared the table and retrieved 2 scrolls, handing one each to Araki and Nobu. The scrolls contained the assessment content. Araki, Nobu, you will answer together, with no time constraints. Take your time and think carefully. In emergencies, we must act swiftly, but during study, precision is paramount. Should you lack a solid grasp of knowledge, any mistake in the future could lead to life-threatening consequences. Sundara's expression grew serious. Whenever the topic of medicine arose, she became gravely solemn. Medicine is no trifling matter. We must treat patients, ensuring to avoid causing them further harm during treatment. Only through continuous self-improvement can we become trustworthy and exceptional medical ninjas. Yes, Araki and Nobu responded in unison, their spirits roused by Sundara's words. At the very least, Araki was genuinely taking the matter seriously. As for Nobu, the sight of the scroll filled with questions evoked thoughts only he could understand. He realized that mastering its content would be the key to his freedom. Yet, at this moment, he felt utterly unprepared. Staring blankly at the scroll, tears began to brim in his eyes as he envisioned a sorrowful tale. Meanwhile, at the same moment Araki visited Sundara's home, in the winding streets of Konoha, 2 young girls walked hand in hand towards a different direction. Kushina, where are you going? We haven't eaten yet. Makoto inquired. Curiosity etched across her face as she was led down a path that did not lead to the dining area. Hehehe, it's a secret. Kushina replied with a feigned air of mystery. What kind of secret? Makoto pressed, her curiosity piqued further. Secrets cannot be revealed. Kushina shook her head, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, then added, you'll find out soon enough. All right then. Makoto gently nodded, acquiescing to Kushina's teasing. As they walked a few steps, a rumble from Makoto's stomach protested silently. She had intentionally eaten little to save room for sharing a meal with Kushina. How much longer? I'm so hungry. Makoto pouted. Casting a pleading gaze at Kushina, her demeanor transformed into one markedly different from when in front of others. We're almost there. Kushina pointed towards a ninja tool shop across the street, cheerfully pulling Makoto inside. You're buying ninja tools? Upon realizing the situation, Makoto's eyes widened in understanding. No wonder Kushina had insisted she accompany her. The ninja tool shop had strict regulations. All items sold could only be purchased by genuine ninjas bearing the ninja headband. Students of the Ninja Academy were not eligible to buy. After all, the tools sold there were indeed lethal, and even the most common kunai, if mishandled, could cause significant harm within the village. While Kushina was still a student, Makoto had graduated and now possessed the Konoha ninja headband, officially a genin. What Kushina could not purchase, Makoto could. However, that wasn't entirely true. Kushina shook her head, continuing to lead Makoto towards the entrance of the shop. If you don't come clean, I won't help you. Makoto suddenly halted, playfully threatening Kushina. Well, I'll tell you, Kushina stammered, momentarily caught off guard. Realizing she needed Makoto's assistance, she leaned close to Makoto's ear and whispered, I want to sell explosive tags. Can you help me sell them to the shopkeeper and use the money to buy blank tag paper and special ink for making tags? Where did you get explosive tags? Makoto asked, her curiosity piqued. Just don't ask. Kushina shook Makoto's arm, her tone pleading, please help me. From Araki, right? Makoto sighed, feeling exasperated, as the answer was evident to her. How do you know? Kushina's face flushed at the mention of Araki's name. Kushina, you must honestly tell me what your relationship is with him. Makoto's inner gossip ignited, prompting her to inquire eagerly about the past. Friendship. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina responded, her cheeks flushing even more as she recalled their shared experiences. You're lying. Makoto immediately saw through Kushina's bashful demeanor. Although they were both young, this was clearly unusual. Moreover, her experiences in the Young Detective Corps had sharpened her logical reasoning skills, enabling her to cut through the pretense. Do friends live together? Why you mustn't say such things. We're not living together. Stop making things up. Kushina hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Although she spoke the truth, her mind was filled with memories from the previous night, and her face grew even warmer from her chaotic thoughts. Do you take me for a fool? Makoto couldn't help but roll her eyes at Kushina. She swiftly raised her hand to touch her friend's face, then dramatically withdrew it, exclaiming, it's burning hot. Oh dear, what are you doing? Kushina, already shy, felt her embarrassment deepen. No, you must be honest with me. The things you want me to do. Are they something Araki asked of you? If you don't tell me, I want to help. Makoto feigned a serious expression to intimidate Kushina. Yes, it's him. I'm helping him. Kushina reluctantly confessed. You're not even a ninja yet. Makoto had anticipated this, but upon hearing Kushina's admission, she was still taken aback. Doesn't he know you can't enter the ninja tool shop to buy or sell? Perhaps he doesn't, Kushina replied. But if you can't go in, why would you help him? Makoto found it utterly perplexing. Well, you're here, aren't you? Kushina smiled playfully, taking Makoto's hand. I knew you would help me. You even counted on me. Makoto widened her eyes in disbelief. No wonder she had pulled her this far. She then scrutinized Kushina, asking, what exactly is your relationship? Just friends. Kushina answered immediately. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase. Makoto's gaze was filled with pressure and intimidation. Really, it's just friends. Kushina insisted firmly. Are you trying to deceive me? I can't tell if you're lying to me or to yourself. Can a friendship lead to this? Makoto's skepticism was palpable. Then what are we? Kushina suddenly inquired. Huh? Makoto was about to say they were friends, but felt something amiss. She nearly fell into Kushina's trap, letting out a huff. We're different. You're trying to change the concept. Come on, after all this. Will you help me or not? Kushina felt they could no longer dwell on this topic, her temperature rising from the discussion. Is Araki researching explosive tags? Makoto curiously took the bag from Kushina's hands. Yes, Kushina nodded. This wasn't revealing Araki's secret. It was simply an adequate explanation in Makoto's presence. After all, the explosive tags in the bag were plundered from a ninja of the Cloud-Hidden Village, lacking any legitimate source. That kid has some skill, Makoto mumbled. Coming from a wealthy family, the strongest Uchiha clan in Konoha, she had never worried about money, yet she knew explosive tags were quite expensive. What do you even like about him? Makoto sensed the moment was right and suddenly asked, her gaze fixed on Kushina to exert pressure. Hee-hee-huh. As Kushina pondered the question, she realized it was not a genuine inquiry, but a trap. How cunning. Makoto is trying to ensnare me. Kushina suddenly recognized that her friend had utilized tactics learned at the security department against her, a clear diversion that almost caught her off guard. Still playing hard to get. Makoto chuckled dryly, fully aware of Kushina's reaction. It was evident that Kushina had almost been ready to answer, even if she composed herself later. The earlier moment had implied acceptance of the question's validity. This little girl truly likes Araki. Makoto had previously speculated that something was off between Kushina and Araki, but lacked evidence. Though still without proof, she felt she had unraveled the truth. Sighing helplessly, Makoto said nothing further and entered the shop with the bag containing the explosive tags, leaving Kushina standing at the door. Kushina had intended to follow her inside but felt too shy. The earlier conversation had left her flustered, never expecting Makoto to directly broach such a sensitive topic. A moment later, Makoto rushed out of the tool shop, her expression one of shock. What happened? Kushina appraised Makoto, noticing that she hadn't brought anything back. Not even the bag with the explosive tags. Are you really going to exchange all the money from those explosive tags for blank talisman paper? Makoto asked incredulously. And for the ink and brush used to create talismans, Kushina added. Do you know how much blank talisman paper costs? Makoto seemed to disregard Kushina's answer. I don't know. Kushina shook her head, genuinely unaware. Let me tell you, blank talisman paper costs 100 ryo each. Do you still want to exchange? One explosive tag can only be exchanged for 2 pieces of blank talisman paper. Makoto felt this was far too unworthy a trade. I want to exchange, Kushina asserted. Araki hadn't mentioned anything about money, so she was determined. Are you serious? Even someone like me, who was not concerned about money, thinks this is a waste. Makoto's eyelids twitched. It was like trading a bottle of drink for 2 empty bottles. I'm serious. Hurry up and help me exchange it. I'm hungry and need to eat, Kushina urged. You're hungry? Makoto's expression darkened. She was handling this for Kushina on an empty stomach. Reluctantly, she turned back toward the tool shop. The number of explosive tags in the bag didn't surprise her. Selling a mere 24 tags wouldn't yield much profit. For someone like Uchiha Makoto, born into wealth, this was hardly shocking. What truly irked her was the absurdity of exchanging 1 explosive tag for 2 blank talismans. It felt like a loss no matter how she looked at it. Sometime later, Makoto exited the tool shop, still holding the same bag, now bulging with blank talisman papers. 24 explosive tags, each sold for 200 ryo, totaling 4,800 ryo. I bought only 1 set of ink and brush for 200 ryo. And the remaining money was exchanged for 46 pieces of blank talisman paper. All of it is inside. Makoto handed the bag, now full, to Kushina. The heft of the bag felt satisfying, as if it were filled with money. Kushina furrowed her brow, standing still, deep in thought. After receiving the bag, she didn't speak immediately. Hey, Kushina, are you hungry or not? Makoto asked irritably. Not enough. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Kushina's gaze settled on Mikoto, and she confirmed, yes, not enough. What is lacking? Mikoto's lips twitched fiercely as she said, why don't you count? I have counted many times inside, and there will be no mistakes. It is not a matter of insufficient funds, but rather a shortage of ink. Mikoto, please take 2 blank talismans and help me exchange for another set of ink. Kushina said seriously, having roughly calculated the ratio of blank talismans to ink. It is likely that Araki will have plenty of blank talismans left over when making explosive talismans, but the ink is already exhausted. Are you okay? Mikoto suddenly felt that her friend was in a trance. No, you must help me exchange for another set. Otherwise, I will have to come back to buy again. Kushina insisted. What are you exchanging? I can go buy a set of ink for you. No, I will get it for him. It's for him. Mikoto's feelings of helplessness reached an unprecedented level. She had often heard that girls, when overwhelmed by love, could do anything. At the time, she did not believe it, thinking it too absolute, but now it seemed somewhat true. Kushina had indeed taken it to such an extent, far beyond her expectations. Sigh. All for a boy. Mikoto lamented as she re-entered the ninja tool shop, thinking that Kushina was exactly as described in the books, completely engrossed. I will never be like this. Mikoto resolutely muttered to herself, having witnessed Kushina's behavior with disdain. After all, she was a dignified Uchiha lady and would never engage in dealings like buying explosive talismans just to please a boy. The mere thought of it felt bothersome. Only Kushina could do such things. And 2 sets of ink. How considerate. Mikoto pouted as she emerged with the second set of ink. She could not bring herself to exchange the 2 freshly acquired blank talismans for ink. She would rather buy a new set. 200 ryo was not a significant amount. Here, this is the last time. I will not help you sell again. Mikoto had never sold anything at the ninja tool shop before, and just thinking about the shopkeeper's gaze made her feel incredibly embarrassed. You are the best, Mikoto, Kushina said, shaking Mikoto's arm in a flattering manner. It doesn't matter what you say. Mikoto shook her head vigorously. You are the only one who can help me. I haven't graduated yet, and if you don't help me, who else can I turn to? Kushina said with a pitiful expression. You say you don't even have the qualifications to sell these things, yet you are helping Araki. What is wrong with you? Mikoto was utterly exasperated with her friend and suddenly asked, what is your relationship with him, anyway? Just friends, Kushina replied promptly. Haha, I will just watch and see when your friendship transforms. Mikoto raised her right hand, extending her index and middle fingers to point at her own eyes, slightly pouting, while internally feeling indignant for her friend, muttering, what is so good about that guy? I just can't see it. He is quite nice. Kushina's mind immediately conjured up all the events of the previous day, enveloping her in a sense of happiness and security. You, quickly hide that love-struck expression. I can't bear to look, Mikoto said, but inside she grew even more curious about Araki. Regarding the matter of Hinata-ku, she had spent a considerable amount of energy with the young detective corps without achieving any substantial results. However, it did give her some insight into Kushina's classmates. This was how she acquired some intelligence. Mikoto felt puzzled. Logically, girls like Kushina should have no shortage of suitors. After all, there was someone as exceptional as Minato in their class. Why then did she particularly fixate on the inconspicuous Araki? Mikoto's impression of Araki was still stuck on the day they changed clothes, during which he had cast a furtive glance, and then he had vanished without a trace. No matter how many times she visited Kushina's home, she hardly ever saw him, and had no idea what Araki was busy with. What could possibly attract Kushina to him? Mikoto's curiosity surged, igniting a desire to investigate, simply to ascertain whether he was worthy of Kushina's trust. It's settled, Mikoto thought, observing Kushina's completely enamored demeanor, causing a twinge of concern within her. She knew that girls at this stage lacked discernment, their intelligence could plummet to 0, and they could be deceived while still counting money for others. As a responsible and caring best friend, Mikoto felt it necessary to investigate Araki thoroughly. If she confirmed that he was not a good person, she could dissuade Kushina and prevent her from falling too deep. Unbeknownst to Kushina, she carefully stored the ink, ensuring it was secure in her bag, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having completed Araki's task. She began to fantasize about the expression on Araki's face when she presented him with these items later that evening. Just the thought made her happy. There's no saving her. Mikoto quickly turned her head away, diverting her attention elsewhere, as she found Kushina's current state utterly unbearable, as if she had transformed into another person. This further solidified her resolve to investigate Araki. Soon after, the two of them linked arms and set off for a meal, remaining silent and lost in their own thoughts along the way. After unfurling the scroll, Araki entered into a state of answering questions. His demeanor starkly different from that during the simulated exam. He read each question with utmost seriousness. As Tsunade had advised, he treated each question as a living entity, equating the act of answering to healing an injured patient. Araki maintained a proper attitude. He studied medical ninjutsu to ensure he could avoid the battlefield legitimately. While he preferred poison techniques, it did not mean he would neglect mastering medical ninjutsu. A wealth of skills is never a burden. Araki felt like a sponge during this time, continuously absorbing knowledge from the ninja world. He was grateful that during the first 3 years after his arrival, he had quietly read countless books, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the textbooks from ninja school, solidifying his foundational skills. After all, the ninja world differs significantly from the real world, and this fundamental theoretical knowledge helped Araki gain a more accurate understanding of his surroundings. Of course, the textbooks from ninja school contained a lot of bias. They did not merely impart knowledge but also infused numerous indoctrinating messages, subtly instilling unique ninja values to mold them into tools for the elite's assassination. While Araki diligently answered questions, Shinjuro's mindset had already collapsed. His gaze remained fixed on the text of the scroll, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. 3 hours later, Araki reviewed the scroll in his hands, confirming that there were no issues with his answers before presenting it to Tsunade, who had been watching them intently. "Tsunade-sensei, I am finished," Araki said with a smile, feeling as though this answering session was a revelation, directly showcasing his comprehensive understanding of medical knowledge, without any intention to hold back. After all, medical knowledge differed significantly from the theoretical teachings of ninja school, especially since Tsunade was so particular. Each mistake could lead to serious consequences, and it was best not to joke about such matters. Tsunade examined Araki's scroll and immediately began to peruse it. Their class was an intimate one, consisting solely of Araki and Ju, with results from the assessment revealed instantaneously, eliminating any need for delay. Ju glanced up to find Araki had submitted his paper, feeling an unexpected wave of calm wash over him, which only encouraged his nonchalant attitude. The theoretical knowledge was far too intricate. His interest was waning. He yearned to stand atop the Hokage rock, surveying the entirety of Konohagakure. His aspiration was to become the Hokage of the village. Studying medicine felt akin to imprisonment. Ju pursed his lips, feeling quite helpless. Circumstances were overwhelmingly against him, as Araki and his sister conspired to bully him, leaving him with little standing. A mere 15 minutes later, Tsunade completed her review of Araki's examination paper and placed the scroll on the table. When she raised her gaze once more, an uncontrollable smile graced her features. She was thoroughly satisfied. In fact, she was exceptionally pleased. "Araki, you are remarkable. I believe you will surpass me as a medical ninja in the future." Tsunade offered her praise without reservation, her words not mere flattery, but a testament to Araki's diligence and skill. "Thank you, Teacher Tsunade," Araki replied, rising to bow respectfully, adeptly observing the etiquette of the moment. "Truth be told, I have not aided you significantly. These accomplishments are the fruits of your own relentless efforts, and it is you who should be commended for your unwavering perseverance over the past 6 months." Tsunade nodded at Araki, her expression softening, the usual seriousness she exhibited while discussing medicine dissipating. In that fleeting moment, she reflected on the past. The brief span of 6 months felt like the blink of an eye. Initially, she had no intention of allowing Araki to pass the interview. Had it not been for the first Hokage's necklace, she would not have considered teaching him at all. Little did she anticipate the series of surprises Araki would bring her thereafter. Setting aside Ju's situation for the moment, Tsunade had once believed Araki's claim of studying medicine to elevate Konohagakure to be mere bravado. However, as time progressed, her perception of him evolved profoundly. Tsunade had deemed the challenge of mastering basic medical theories within a year to be formidable. Yet she was astounded to discover that he had accomplished this feat in just 6 months. Yet, that was not the most significant revelation. Upon reviewing Araki's performance in the recent assessment, she realized he had completely grasped the medical knowledge. How could she not be astonished? Araki. Theoretical medical knowledge serves as the foundation for treating patients, while medical ninjutsu acts as an auxiliary means of healing. Both are indispensable and complement each other. In the forthcoming period, I shall teach you medical ninjutsu, and you must commit yourself to diligent study. Tsunade instructed earnestly, her tone imbued not only with her customary rigor, but also with a newfound expectation for Araki. Yes, Araki responded promptly, having gleaned a clearer understanding of Tsunade's words through his studies of medical theory. Prior to his crossing into this world, he had no medical training and was uncertain whether the medical theories of both realms were congruent. Nevertheless, he comprehended that medical ninjutsu was merely an auxiliary tool. For instance, during a surgical procedure, a proficient medical ninja could utilize a chakra scalpel for incisions. The same technique, executed with a conventional surgical scalpel in a regular operating room, would yield identical results. Without a solid foundation in medical skills, both the chakra scalpel and the standard surgical scalpel would be reduced to mere cutting instruments, incapable of achieving the goal of healing. Araki developed a deeper understanding of medical ninjutsu, recognizing that it was not akin to a simplistic one-click healing from a game, but rather necessitated a profound knowledge of medicine. Otherwise, the multitude of nurses within Konohagakure's hospital could employ medical ninjutsu, yet they would not qualify as true physicians. The distinction lay not merely in the proficiency and skill in utilizing medical ninjutsu, but fundamentally in the disparity between theoretical knowledge and medical capability. Even in a technologically advanced modern society, the most sophisticated medical apparatus serves merely as an aid. The core essence remains the physician. I too wish to learn medical ninjutsu. At that moment, SHU, who had long been despondent, suddenly interjected. Exhausted by theoretical knowledge, the prospect of acquiring practical skills ignited a flicker of hope within him.